I stood at the gate of Shiwenza building, looking at the building, my heart was bleeding. No one understands the meaning of Shiwenza better than me. At this time, I saw 2 security guards stopping an old man. "You dare to come here, don't you want to live?" the security guard shouted angrily. The old man is Jiang Sun's adoptive father. He raised Jiang Sun since he was a child and has been shouting for justice for Jiang Sun everywhere. "It was your young director who killed my son. I want everyone in Jiangzhou to know." The old man was extremely sad and angry. "Old thing." One of the security guards walked up and slapped the old man twice, and kicked him far away. The old man fell to the ground, holding his stomach, with blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. But he did not give up or be afraid, and said, "I will always seek justice for my son Sun, unless you kill me. Do you think we dare not?" The security guard's face turned cold, took out the electric baton from his waist, and waved to the old man. Swish. In that brief moment, the 2 security guards lay on the ground, powerless to resist, unable to move. 3 seconds later, the screams of the security guards continued, attracting the attention of others. I hurriedly helped the old man up and said to him, "Uncle, go back, I will take care of Jiang Sun's matter." "Who are you?" The old man looked at me in confusion. 3 years have passed, and my appearance has changed a little, so the old man did not recognize me immediately. "Suze, you are finally back." The old man burst into tears, but he also listened to my advice and left. I entered the building, and I was out of place in my casual clothes, which attracted many people's attention. Those who came to attend this banquet were all celebrities from all walks of life, and they were either wearing brand-name clothes or jewels, all of which revealed their nobility. At this time, a man hurried to the backstage. "Young master, there are people making trouble in front of the door." Zhang Kai said with dissatisfaction, "Why not just drive them away?" He was still thinking about welcoming Long Shuai, so he didn't care about these things. He injured 2 security guards and is already in the hall. "Who is it?" "Jiang Sun's brother Suze." "Suze?" Zhang Kai was slightly stunned, and then smiled. "I didn't expect that the famous waste in Jiangzhou would come back." Lin Miao Miao frowned and said, "I heard that he went north on the day of his wedding 3 years ago, and it seems that he went to join the army. Is he coming back now to cause trouble for us?" "He's just a soldier, what's there to be afraid of?" "I'll go meet him." Zhang Kai left the backstage. I felt someone approaching, and turned around to see Zhang Kai smiling at me. "You are Suze, right?" Zhang Kai handed me a glass of red wine. I didn't take the wine, and looked at Zhang Kai with cold eyes, but it was only a flash. I replied indifferently, "Yes." "Do you know that people in Jiangzhou and Rongqing both envy and hate you?" I said nothing. "You married the most beautiful woman in Rongqing, but let her be a widow for 3 years. Even I envy, jealous and hate you. You are just wasting heaven's gift." Zhang Kai laughed. I still said nothing. "I heard that you went north to join the army 3 years ago. Are you back from retirement?" I shook my head slightly and said, "I retired a year ago." "Oh, that's right. It seems that conscripts only serve for 2 years. Why didn't you come back this year?" Seeing that I didn't answer, Zhang Kai smiled even more. "Let me guess, are you afraid of being embarrassed when you come back, so you stayed in the north to work?" Seeing that I was like a stuffy oil bottle, Zhang Kai was a little unhappy. But he added, "I came back this time because of Jiang Sun's matter. I regret it very much. If he came to me, I would definitely help him through the crisis." Hearing this, my eyes suddenly turned cold. What a great help to Jiang Sun in overcoming the crisis. Jiang Sun's death was due to the bankruptcy of the company and the heavy debts. The culprits who led to the bankruptcy of the company were Lin Miao Miao and Zhang Kai. One was Jiang Sun's girlfriend, and the other was Jiang Sun's most trusted business partner, but the result was to push him into an abyss of no return. Seeing the coldness in my eyes, Zhang Kai looked at the guests in the hall with sarcasm. He looked at the guests in the hall and an idea came to his mind. "Suze, since you are here, please be a witness for me. I will not let Shiwenza Group go bankrupt. I will revive its glory." Zhang Kai's tone was excited, as if he really wanted to help Jiang Sun, who was in heaven. He walked onto the stage, patted the microphone, and said to the guests in the audience, "Dear guests, before the acquisition meeting, please allow me to introduce someone solemnly. The hall suddenly became quiet, and the spotlight also shone on Zhang Kai. He pointed at me next to him, with a playful and sarcastic look on his face. This is our famous figure in Jiangzhou Suzai. Zhang Kai's voice was high-pitched, spreading in all directions, and it echoed endlessly. At the same time, the spotlight also moved to me, illuminating me. The guests were stunned for a moment, and then they all looked at me. After a while, everyone was smiling, mocking, and even joking. Some people even whistled, and there were constant sighs. Is he that loser Suzai? Yes, it's him, the famous loser in Jiangzhou, the loser who killed my grandfather. I heard that he went north to join the army. How dare he come back? I'm afraid it's because of Jiang Sun, but what's the use of a loser coming back? Zhang Kai on the stage was smiling at the moment, looking at me with contempt. A loser dared to come here, purely asking for humiliation. I looked at everyone in the audience, my face was calm, without any fluctuation, but my eyes were sharp and deep, with a cold light. Zhang Kai did not see my panic and shameful expression, which made him a little dissatisfied. At the same time, Lin Miao Miao came out and pretended to be exaggerated when she saw me. Suzai, why are you here? I looked into Lin Miao Miao's eyes, which were filled with cold murderous intent. So what if I'm here? What are you doing here today? Do you think I don't know? Lin Miao Miao looked annoyed, and then laughed. You just want to make a big fuss so that you can use Jiang Sun to blackmail us. I've seen a lot of people like you. Zhang Kai said very cooperatively on the side, today I acquired Xuanza Group. It's a festive day. Tell me how much money you want. Seeing that I didn't answer, Zhang Kai said directly, how about this, I give you 30,000 yuan. The people in the audience whispered, with even more contempt in their eyes, all treating me as the waste that Lin Miao Miao and Zhang Kai said. 30,000 yuan can be given to you, but you have to say, I'm a loser, 3 times in front of everyone. Humiliation. Humiliation in front of thousands of people. Everyone burst into laughter, and everyone regarded this as the funniest joke. Even those who were drinking spit out their drinks. Lin Miao Miao couldn't help but spit. I didn't expect that he was such a waste. He didn't even dare to get angry when I said that. Jiangzhou Airport was completely blocked today, and there were many people standing outside the airport. Everyone was talking about it. What's going on? Why is the airport blocked? I heard that a big shot is coming to Jiangzhou. Look, they are all waiting there. Led by Zhang Dingfa, the richest man in Jiangzhou, big shots from all walks of life lined up neatly outside the airport gate, all waiting respectfully. Zhang Dingfa, the richest man in Jiangzhou, there are so many big shots. Oh my god, why is even Commander Li here? This must be a big shot to have such a big show. The sun was scorching, and everyone was sweating profusely, but no one took the initiative to leave. Finally, the special plane landed at the airport. Boss, we have arrived at Jiangzhou Airport. A 1.9-meter tall, burly man with a murderous aura came to the cabin and stood respectfully in front of me sitting in the cabin. I squinted my eyes slightly, and a faint fluctuation emanated from my body, as if I was recalling the past. When I left Jiangzhou 3 years ago, I was just a humble son-in-law, looked down upon by others. In order to escape that humiliating marriage, I chose to go north to join the army. At that time, I thought that I would rather die on the battlefield than live under someone else's roof and be looked down upon by others. I had no intention of becoming famous, but I made great achievements in the military camp, and was promoted step by step. In the end, I became the commander-in-chief of the army and the only 9-star war god. On the battlefield, the army I led was undefeated in 100 battles, and my name, Dragon Marshal, was even more famous, making people all over the world terrified. Of course, what others don't know is my other identity, which is actually even more shocking. The Dragon King Temple is a mysterious organization that suddenly appeared. No one knows the depth of this organization, but no one dares to underestimate it. Because in the past year, too many events around the world have occurred around the Dragon King Temple, all of which prove the terrifying strength of the Dragon King Temple. And this mysterious organization that makes all countries fear was actually founded by me. A year ago, for various reasons, I resigned from the position of Dragon Marshal, and with a group of my confidants, I personally founded the Dragon King Palace Force. 3 days ago, I was planning a shocking plan. If it could be successfully completed, the Dragon King Palace would at least be able to obtain half of the wealth of the desert country. Just halfway through, I suddenly received a blood letter. Brother, it was Lin Miao Miao and Jiang Kai who harmed me, you must avenge me. This was the last blood letter Jiang Sun sent to me before he committed suicide. Jiang Sun is my best brother in Jiangzhou and the only person who has been in contact with me over the years. Knowing the news of my brother's death, I coughed up blood, directly interrupted the shocking plan that was being implemented, and rushed to Jiangzhou from afar. Just to avenge this blood revenge for my brother. I opened my eyes were deep, and a terrifying aura enveloped my body. The subordinates standing by couldn't help but shrink their necks, frightened. Pajiwan, have you found out the whereabouts of Lin Miao Miao and Jiang Kai? The subordinate called Pajiwan immediately replied, before coming here, I have asked the commander of Jiangzhou to follow up on this matter. Now he is waiting outside. I nodded, stood up and said, okay, let's go. But before I got off the plane, Pajiwan suddenly said, boss, I don't know who leaked the news that we are coming to Jiangzhou. Now all the wealthy nobles in Jiangzhou are blocking outside, wanting to see you. No, go and send them all away. Bigwigs from all walks of life, led by Jiangzhou's richest man Zhang Dingfa, were dispersed by Pajiwan and had no chance to see me. I got on a Unimog steel behemoth and left the airport. In the car, Jiangzhou Commander Li was very respectful and uneasy. Long Shuai. Pajiwan said coldly, there is no Long Shuai in this world. Yes, yes. Commander Li nodded repeatedly, I wonder where you are going, sir. Although I have retired, my military merits in defending the country are indelible, so my honorable position is still respected and feared. Where are Lin Miao Miao and Jiang Kai? Commander Li replied respectfully, tonight, Lin Miao Miao and Jiang Kai, the young chairman of Dingfa Group, will announce the acquisition of Xuanza Group, and will also host a banquet for Jiangzhou celebrities at Xuanza Building. I hesitated and said, notify them that I will attend this banquet tonight. Okay. At this time, the Xuanza Building was brightly lit and bustling. In order to hold this acquisition conference, Jiang Kai invited half of the celebrities from all walks of life in Jiangzhou, and the other half went to the airport to greet me, including his father. At this time, backstage, Jiang Kai hugged Lin Miao Miao, and said excitedly, Miao Miao, you are finally mine. That fool will probably be kept in the dark until his death. Lin Miao Miao also laughed, and of course he was talking about Jiang Sun. He is a Wu Dalong, no, he is even worse than Wu Dalong also knows who hurt him, ha ha. Then I am not Pen Jinlian, and you are Shiman Qing. Lin Miao Miao was a little dissatisfied. Of course not, Pan Jinlian and Shiman Qing have no ending, but we have a happy ending, and Jiangzhou will be the world of Dingfa Group in the future. The two held red wine and clinked glasses. At this time, Jiang Kai's men came over and said respectfully, young director, Commander Li informed that there will be a big shot attending the banquet tonight. Jiang Kai and Lin Miao Miao were both stunned. Jiang Kai asked, big shot, what big shot? It's the Lord Long Shuai who swept the four directions. What? Jiang Kai was so shocked that his wine glass fell to the ground. Long Shuai, a figure in the sky, would actually attend a small acquisition meeting. This was simply unprecedented. He couldn't figure it out, but he was excited in his heart. The excitement made him have no time to use his brain to think about the reason. After all, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for him. If he can get in touch with Long Shuai, he will surely be very successful in the future. What does Jiangzhou mean to him? Miao Miao, go and get ready quickly. You must welcome Long Shuai in a grand manner. Jiang Kai said, and didn't forget to smooth his suit. He knew very well that although the rumored big shot had retired, as the only 9-star warrior in China, a godlike legend, his power and prestige were still unmatched. If I can climb up, I will benefit a lot. Jiang Kai was so excited that he jumped up and down. He had never been so excited since he was born. He immediately called his father Zhang Dingfa. Dad. Zhang Dingfa was rushing back from the airport. He and a group of celebrities waited at the airport from morning to night, but they didn't even see the shadow of Long Shuai, and they were covered in dust. He was in a low mood and naturally unhappy. What's the matter? Come to Xuanza Building quickly. Zhang Ding's tone turned cold and he said unhappily, "It's just a takeover meeting, do you still need me to go?" Zhang Kai said excitedly, "Lord Long Shuai will be here in person." Zhang Dingfa's eyes were blazing, and he said angrily, "Son of a bitch, do you want to die? You can't just say Lord Long Shuai." Zhang Kai hurriedly explained, "This is true. I just received a message from Commander Li, asking me to be well prepared." Zhang Dingfa was so shocked that his mobile phone fell to the ground. He was shocked and couldn't calm down for a long time. This was impossible for him. How could Long Shuai, who was so respected, attend a takeover meeting? He couldn't figure it out, and he was more suspicious in his heart. This must be a prank by his son. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, but Zhang Dingfa still called Commander Li to confirm the truth. "Commander Li." Zhang Dingfa immediately changed his tone, with a flattering face. "What's the matter?" Commander Li seemed a little impatient with Zhang Dingfa. My son said that Lord Long Shuai will attend the acquisition meeting of Xuanza Company." "Yes, I wanted to inform you, you'd better go." Of course. After hanging up the phone, Zhang Dingfa was extremely excited. This was a great opportunity for him. He didn't wait for Long Shuai at the airport, and he must not miss this time. Zhang Dingfa immediately said to the driver, "Go to Xuanza building." In the car, Zhang Dingfa hummed a song happily. He was too excited. In addition, call all the big guys and families from all walks of life and tell them that Long Shuai will attend the acquisition meeting of our company, so that they can also come to see Long Shuai's style and see the world. As the richest man in Jiangzhou, he has always been dissatisfied with some people who say that he has no foundation. This time he wants to let everyone see that he is the sky of Jiangzhou. Even Long Shuai came to his acquisition meeting to support him. Who can compare with this? It was a stroke of luck. Although he didn't understand why Long Shuai came to this banquet, it was obvious that he was trying to show his goodwill to Zhang Dingfa. How could he miss it? Of course, this matter had to be publicized so that everyone knew that Zhang Dingfa would be Long Shuai's man from now on. With a big backer like Long Shuai, everyone in Jiangzhou would follow his lead from now on. I looked at the group of people, and only walked to the microphone after everyone stopped laughing and Zhang Kai stopped talking. "Have you talked enough? Have you laughed enough?" Everyone paused, not knowing what I was going to do. "It's my turn now." My voice was low and a little hoarse, as if I had been through a lot, but in fact I was angry inside. Zhang Kai wanted to grab the microphone. What right did a useless person have to speak? Just accept the humiliation. However, Lin Miao Miao stopped Zhang Kai and said, "Let him speak. I want to see what he can say." Zhang Kai nodded, "Okay, as you say." I was not in a hurry and sat down. Coincidentally, the seat I sat on was specially prepared by Zhang Kai for Long Shuai. The material of the chair was the finest Huanghuali. As soon as I sat down, everyone's face changed. Zhang Kai was the first to react. He looked at me and said angrily, "Waste, is that a seat you can sit in?" Lin Miao Miao also said angrily, "Who do you think you are? You are not qualified to sit in the seat of Lord Long Shuai." Not only the two of them, but everyone present was angry. "Waste, get up quickly. You are in trouble now, and you are in big trouble. How dare you sit in the seat of Long Shuai? How are you qualified to sit? You are insulting Long Shuai." Angry words were heard everywhere. But I let it go, not caring at all. After the group of people had talked enough, I looked at Zhang Kai and Lin Miao Miao. "Is this Long Shuai's seat?" "Nonsense." Zhang Kai couldn't help but want to come up and beat me up. Then I didn't sit wrong, because I am Long Shuai. After I finished speaking, the angry group of people were actually amused. He is Long Shuai, this is simply a big joke. This useless thing, is he stupid? He has been a soldier for a few years, and he really thinks he is a big shot. He actually said he is Long Shuai, he is asking for his life. "Mr. Zhang, if you don't clean up this embarrassing thing, Long Shuai will be unhappy when he comes later." Someone reminded me. Zhang Kai naturally understood and immediately shouted at me, "Get down." But I was unmoved, as if I didn't hear it. Zhang Kai was so angry that he trembled all over, and said to the security guards beside him, "What are you still looking at? A group of security guards immediately rushed towards me, waving electric batons in their hands. When the group of security guards were half a meter away from me, I moved. One kick. Just one kick, and the group of security guards fell to the ground like dominoes, in a miserable state. Not only that, the group of security guards couldn't stand up at all, and could only lie on the ground groaning. Obviously they were seriously injured. The faces of the people around me changed. They didn't expect me to be so powerful. Lin Miao Miao was already furious. Waste, kneel down. I looked at Lin Miao Miao with a dagger-like gaze. Pa. A slap hit Lin Miao Miao's face, which was covered with makeup. Dust flew everywhere and Lin Miao Miao's face became swollen. This slap is for my dead brother. Pa. Another slap hit the other half of Lin Miao Miao's face. This slap is for you having an affair with Zhang Kai. Pa. This slap is a lesson I'm giving you. Pa, pa, pa. In the end, I slapped left and right, and the sound of slaps continued, which made everyone present look sideways. After stopping, Lin Miao Miao's face was already swollen and rotten, and the whole person looked like a pig's head. I wiped the makeup dust off my hands with a napkin, looked at Lin Miao Miao and said, "These slaps are for the Jiang family." Lin Miao Miao was stunned by the beating. It took her a long time to recover. She looked at Zhang Kai with tears in her eyes. Zhang Kai stared with anger. "Suze, you dare to hit my woman, you are looking for death." Zhang Kai, holding a dagger in his hand, attacked Suze. Suze easily snatched the dagger and thrust it into Zhang Kai's thigh, causing blood to immediately gush out. Zhang Kai screamed immediately. Everyone present was shocked and no one dared to say a word. Cruel, so cruel. Who would dare to provoke such a ruthless person? Suze wiped the blood off his hands with a napkin, then looked at Zhang Kai, Lin Miao Miao, and everyone else present. "I am here for only one thing. 5 days from now, I will pay tribute to my brother. If I don't see you kneeling in front of his grave, you will bear the consequences." Suze looked at his hands. "I have killed many people with these hands over the years." After saying that, Suze walked towards the door. When he reached the door, he turned around and looked at everyone, his voice cold. "By the way, Long Shuai doesn't like people calling him Long Shuai now, he prefers to call him God of War." He was no longer a soldier, so naturally he did not like to hear others call him Dragon Marshal, but the words Dragon Marshal had already been imprinted in the hearts of the vast majority of Chinese people. A few minutes later, Zhang Dingfa arrived at the building, followed by a group of people. "Boss Zhang, it's thanks to you that I can see Long Shuai's true appearance this time." Yes, Long Shuai didn't see anyone at the airport, but ended up coming to Mr. Zhang's acquisition meeting. Mr. Zhang is incredible. After this night, we will all have to rely on Mr. Zhang. From now on, Jiangzhou will be Mr. Zhang's world. A bunch of people were flattering him. Zhang Dingfa was so happy that he said in high spirits, "Don't worry, everyone. As long as I am here, Jiangzhou will benefit everyone." At this time, Commander Li suddenly called. "Zhang Dingfa, I'm telling you that the master won't be coming to your acquisition meeting." "What, he's not coming?" Zhang Dingfa opened his mouth wide and asked hurriedly, "Why? Why didn't Long Shuai come all of a sudden?" "No reason. How can you interfere in the affairs of adults?" Zhang Dingfa's face looked a little grim, but, the adults clearly agreed to come. Now he invited everyone here just to let everyone meet Long Shuai. If Long Shuai didn't come, it would be tantamount to making him break his promise and embarrass him. "How dare you? How dare you disrespect an adult?" The name of Long Shuai symbolizes glory, just like a saint, no one dares to be disrespectful. When Zhang Ding said this, his tone revealed his dissatisfaction with Long Shuai. "This is a great disrespect to Marshal Long." Zhang Dingfa immediately realized the seriousness of the problem and apologized quickly. "I'm sorry, it was my fault. Commander Li, please don't blame me and apologize to the adults on my behalf." Before he could even utter the word apology, Commander Li had already hung up the phone. When someone clearly stood you up, instead of getting angry, you have to apologize to the other person. How can this be justified in the world? Zhang Dingfa felt so aggrieved, but there was nothing he could do. After all, he was once the 9-star god of war. He is just the richest man in Jiangzhou. In the eyes of Long Shuai, he is probably not even as good as an ant. How dare he act rashly? The people around also changed their expressions and looked sarcastic. Boss Zhang, where is Marshal Long? Mr. Zhang, this is not very nice of you. Didn't you ask us to come and see the style of Lord Long Shuai? Hey, Mr. Zhang must have hidden Long Shuai. Why is he hiding him? He is so stingy. After hearing the conversation between Zhang Dingfa and Commander Li, everyone obviously understood what was going on, and their words were full of ridicule. Of course Zhang Dingfa also knew that they were deliberately mocking him. As the richest man in Jiangzhou, Zhang Dingfa had never lost face in front of so many people, especially in front of these wealthy aristocrats. His old face turned red in an instant and he looked extremely embarrassed. After hesitating for a long time, Zhang Dingfa could only say, "Ahem, there was a little accident." What a surprise. I took it seriously, but it turns out they were just playing a trick on us. I was saying, how could a great Lord Long Shuai come to participate in your lousy acquisition meeting? It's really ridiculous and funny. Many celebrities left. Zhang Ding was so angry that he was shaking all over, but he had nowhere to go. He suddenly shouted at Zhang Kai, "You son of a bitch, come here." Zhang Kai walked over with difficulty. When Zhang Dingfa saw the injury on Zhang Kai's leg, his face changed. "What's wrong with you? Why is this place like this?" When Zhang Kai saw his father, a feeling of grievance suddenly surged in his heart. "Dad, please help me call an ambulance, Miao Miao is also injured." Zhang Dingfa's assistant immediately dialed 120. Zhang Dingfa's face was still filled with anger. What on earth is going on? It's Su Zhe from the Su family. Zhang Dingfa thought for a long time but couldn't remember who Su Zhe was. Finally, after being reminded by Zhang Kai, he remembered that Su Zhe Zhang Kai was talking about was the son-in-law of the Yun family who ran away to join the army on his wedding night. After consulting Zhang Kai about what had happened before, Zhang Dingfa finally understood that Su Zhe actually wanted to avenge the death of Jiang Sun. Zhang Dingfa couldn't help but sneer, "You useless piece of shit. How dare you be an enemy of my Zhang family? You don't know whether you live or die." After leaving the building, Su Zhe wandered aimlessly in the city, and finally stopped in front of a steamed bun shop. Looking at the white steamed buns, he couldn't help but be in a trance. Looking at the steamed bun, he couldn't help but think of the steamed bun girl from that year. When he was almost starving to death, a timid little white hand held a steamed bun. The girl used the steamed bun in her hand to save Su Zhe's life. Since then, that beautiful figure has remained in Su Zhe's heart forever. The reason why Su Zhe ran away from his marriage 3 years ago without considering the consequences was mainly because he couldn't let go of the concern he had for her. Over the years, Su Zhe has been sending people to inquire about the whereabouts of the steamed bun girl. Boss. Pajun interrupted Su Zhe's thoughts. Lu Ciyuan sent a message saying that the person you asked him to find has been found. Pajun handed the phone to Su Zhe. A photo of a woman with a pretty face and almost no flaws, she was so stunningly beautiful. Yun Tianyi. That's right, this woman is the most beautiful woman in Rongcheng and also Su Zhe's nominal wife. What do you mean? Su Zhe asked. Lu Ciyuan said that this is the girl who gave you steamed buns that year. Pajun smiled. Are you sure? Su Zhe felt a little ridiculous. 3 years ago, he abandoned this woman for the girl in his heart, but now Pajun told him that the woman he had abandoned was actually the girl in his heart. This is the result of Lu Ciyuan's investigation. If it wasn't absolutely true, he wouldn't dare report the news to the boss. Su Zhe nodded. They all knew how important this matter was to him, and no one dared to play with him about it. I searched for her everywhere, but when I turned around, she was standing there in the dim light. Yun Tianyi turned out to be the steamed bun girl. When she thought about how she suddenly left 3 years ago and had no contact with Yun Tianyi since then, she suddenly couldn't wait to know about Yun Tianyi's current situation. Pajun, what is Yun Tianyi doing now? Today is the 70th birthday of Shi Ranlian, the head of the Yun family. As a descendant of the Yun family, she is naturally celebrating the old lady's birthday at the Yun family's ancestral home. Pajun replied. Okay. Pajun, send someone to find some gifts for me. Gift? Boss, what gift? Pajun seemed a little confused. Of course it's a gift for the old lady. Suze patted Pajun on the head and said to him with a hint of blame. It's your 70th birthday, why didn't you tell me earlier? I didn't have time to carefully prepare a gift. I hope my wife won't blame me. Pajun felt a little aggrieved. Walk. Boss, where are you going? Rongqing, I'm going to congratulate the old lady on her birthday. In Chengdu, the Yun family's ancestral home is bustling with people. Today is the 70th birthday of Shi Ranlian, the head of the Yun family. All the prominent figures from all walks of life in Chengdu have come to congratulate her. Old Lady Shi sat on the high hall, wearing a Tang-style shroud, looking vigorous, with a ruddy face and white hair. She was surrounded by the descendants of the Yun family, all of them dressed in bright and beautiful clothes and looked extremely festive. Just at this moment, a loud voice was heard outside the gate. The chairman of Xinglu Group congratulates the old lady on her longevity and presents her with a pair of top-grade Etienne jade. The CEO of Yuhai Group congratulates the old lady on her health and well-being, and presents her with a valuable landscape painting. The young chairman of Xingfa Group congratulates the old lady on her good fortune and presents her with a top-quality piece of jewelry. The guests who came and went gave gifts one by one, and all the gifts were very valuable, making people jealous. Just when everyone was extremely happy, a man came in from the door, wearing a military uniform without epaulets. This person's steps are vigorous and powerful, and he stands like a pine tree, giving people an aura of being as immovable as a mountain. Everyone was looking at him. After all the guests were dressed in formal attire, such as suits and dresses, but this man was the only one in military uniform, which attracted a lot of attention. Most people in the crowd were confused and didn't recognize him. But Yun Tianxi, who was standing next to old Lady Shi, recognized her at the first sight. Isn't this his brother-in-law Suze? It's my brother-in-law. Has he come back after retiring? Yun Tianxi looked surprised. However, the other members of the Yun family had cold expressions and looked displeased. Why did this thing come back at this time? Old Lady Shi tapped the ground with the dragon-headed cane in her hand, looking very unhappy. You really know how to choose the time. Yun Tianxiao sneered. He is the son of Yun Ruiqan, the eldest grandson of the Yun family, and the most beloved by Shi Ranlian. The people around were also talking about it, with mocking eyes and constant ridicule. Is this the Suze who escaped on the wedding day 3 years ago? Haha, the famous useless son-in-law of the Yun family. Yun Tianyi is the most beautiful girl in Rongqing. You would be blind to marry her. All the other younger generations in the Yun family are talented people, but the most outstanding one is a widow. Someone shook his head. The most shocked person was Yun Tianyi. At this moment, her eyes were fixed on Suze, and her hands were tightly holding her dress. Suze didn't care about what people around him said and went straight into the hall. Suze took out some incense, lit it, and bowed 3 times to the statue hanging high in the hall. The person in the portrait is Yun Shangkong, Su Kaigua's best brother. Suze and Yun Tianyi's engagement was also because of these 2 people. Suze looked at Shi Ranlian, bowed slightly and said, Suze congratulates the old lady on her 70th birthday. Yun Tianxiao said with a smile, are you coming to celebrate the birthday empty-handed? Brother, please don't make things difficult for Suze. How much money can he make from serving in the army? The speaker was Yun Tian, Yun Tianlong's sister. The country's policies have been good recently. I heard that veterans will be given a considerable allowance. Yun Tianxiao disagreed. Suze took out a small bowl and said, Suze wishes the old lady a happy smile. When people around saw this, they started talking even more. What is that? It looks like a bowl, with a gap in it. This is too stingy. They actually gave me a broken bowl. Could it be that he came back to beg for food? Haha. Many people laughed and made fun of it even more. Old Lady Shi had an even gloomier look on her face and she knocked the ground heavily with the cane in her hand. Yun Tianyi and his family felt even more ashamed and embarrassed. Yun Tianxiao looked at Suze and said sarcastically, you came to my grandma's birthday party and all you gave her was this junky thing. This is not junk. Suze said in a deep voice. If it's not junk, then is it an antique? Yun Tianxiao teased even more, it's fine even if you don't give me anything. You are just trying to piss off my grandma. Don't be angry, grandma. I'll give you a generous gift. At this moment, Yun Tianlang, the son of Yun Ruahai, the second son of the Yun family, walked up to old lady Shi with a painting in his hand. He opened the painting and said loudly, "This is Mr. Zheng Banqiao's fragrant orchid and bamboo. I bought it at a high price." Suddenly someone came forward to watch. Shi Ronlian likes calligraphy, paintings, and porcelain, so most of the gifts from those who came to celebrate her birthday today were calligraphy, paintings, and porcelain. Although this scroll is not as valuable as Mr. Zheng Banqiao's masterpiece from his later years, it is at least worth $1 million. When these words were spoken, everyone around was shocked. 1 million is not a small amount of money. The originally unhappy old lady Shi nodded repeatedly at this moment, and her face regained its rosy color. Tianlang is really thoughtful. Grandma, I brought you a gift, too. Yun Tianxiao clapped his hands, and someone immediately brought up the gift. It is a piece of porcelain. This is an official kiln porcelain from the Song dynasty. I spent more than 1 million yuan to buy it. Yun Tian was unwilling to fall behind, so he quickly stood up. Grandma, this is the jade I prepared for you. Although it's not as expensive as theirs, it still cost me hundreds of thousands. Old Lady Shi's face was immediately filled with smiles, and she nodded repeatedly, saying, "You are all so thoughtful, and you are all my good grandsons and granddaughters." Originally, Yun Tianyi and Yun Tianxi also prepared gifts, but compared with the gifts from Yun Tianlang and others that were worth hundreds of thousands or millions, there was a world of difference. This makes them too embarrassed to take it out for fear of being laughed at. God bless our Yun family. All our descendants are outstanding people. After saying this, old lady Shi glanced at her third son Yun Ruqing's family, with an unhappy look on her face, and glanced away. Come, sit next to me and talk to me. Old lady Shi called Yun Tianxiao and others over. At this moment, Suzai said calmly, "The gifts you gave are not sincere at all, they are all fake." As soon as these words were spoken, it was like a depth charge that shocked the entire audience, and everyone's expression changed. Yun Tianxiao and others were the first to react, looking at Suzai with anger on their faces. "Suzai, what nonsense are you talking about? Yes, you are a piece of trash, and you dare to say that our things are fake. You are so poor that you only gave me a broken bowl, and yet you still want to slander us." Not only these three people, but other people were also talking and pointing fingers at Suzai, completely treating Suzai as a laughing stock. Yun Tianyi couldn't hold back any longer. She stood up and looked at Suzai with shame and anger. "Aren't you ashamed enough?" After being engaged to Suzai for 3 years, she had almost had enough and only needed to wait another month before she could be free. But she never expected that Suzai would come back today. It would have been fine if she had just come back, but she had embarrassed herself in front of so many people. Isn't this just embarrassing her? Yun Tianyi's mother Kai Lanfen also stood up at this moment, saliva flying. "Go back quickly and stop embarrassing yourself here." She was afraid that if Suzai continued to stay here, he would attract more ridicule, and her family could not afford to lose him. Suzai looked at Yun Tianyi, his face full of guilt. "I'll come back and make up for all the debts I owe you. I'll make you the happiest woman in the world." Since Manta Girl is his wife, Suzai will naturally pamper Yun Tianyi to the sky. Then Suzai looked at old lady Shi and said, "My gift is here." He put down the small bowl and left. Pajun at the door also left with Suzai. After leaving the Yun family's ancestral home, Suzai's face returned to its solemn and cold expression. Pajun looked at Suzai angrily and said, "Boss, you gave them such an expensive gift, but I think they still don't like you. The frog in the well, no need to pay attention to it." "Boss, I just received a notice from Rongcheng." "What notice?" "The governor of the Southwest heard that you were coming and said that he would hold a grand welcome banquet for you." "Not interested." "Boss, he is a 1-star general after all, so you should join in." "You go in my place." Pajun smiled bitterly. He had long been accustomed to it. If Suzai decided not to participate, then he would definitely not participate. At this moment, the Yun family is still bustling. When Yun Tianxiao saw Suzai leaving, he couldn't help but turn his gaze to Yun Tianyi. Look at your good-for-nothing husband. He's such a disgrace the moment he comes home. Yun Tian also rolled his eyes and said, yeah, not only did he send a junky thing, but he also said ours was fake. What a bumpkin. Yun Tianyi could only remain silent and accept everything they said. Kai Lanfen said unhappily at this moment, what does it have to do with us? I have never admitted that he is my son-in-law. Old Lady Sure stood up with her cane and said to the crowd, enough. Everyone finally quieted down, but the guests continued to discuss privately. Old Lady Sure looked at her eldest son Yun Ruoken and said, Kuiner, let's start the banquet. Yun Ruoken frowned and said, Mom, Master Zong hasn't come yet. Old Lady Sure patted her forehead and said, if you hadn't said it, I would have forgotten. Master Zong is extremely respected. We must wait. At this moment, an old man with a beard came in from the door. He looked a bit like an immortal. He is Zhang Lao, an antique appraisal expert who is well known in Chengdu and is known as the fiery eyes and golden pupils. He can tell at a glance whether any antique that has passed through his hands is genuine or fake. I have been in this business for decades and have never failed. Mrs. Sure liked antiques, so she was very respectful to Mr. Zong. At this moment, Mr. Zong arrived and Mrs. Sure hurried to greet him. The old lady is seriously ill, how can I greet her in person? It is my duty to welcome Mr. Zong. All the guests are here, but they are waiting for me alone. It's really annoying. It doesn't matter. Everyone wants to wait for Mr. Zong. Mr. Zong has a little problem. Whenever he sees an antique, he can't help but identify it. At this moment, seeing porcelain, calligraphy, and paintings among the many gifts, I couldn't help but feel itchy. Old lady, can you let me see those calligraphy and paintings? Yun Tianxiao and the others all changed their expressions. I'm afraid this is not a good idea. Yun Tianlang frowned. Old Lady Sure waved her hand and said, no problem, let old Master Zong see your stuff, it will be just enough to shut up the guests. Mr. Zong nodded, walked forward and picked up the painting, Fragrant Orchid and Bamboo. Yun Tianlong's heart suddenly tightened and an unnatural look appeared on his face. After taking a few glances at it, Mr. Zong put it down and took Yun Tianxiao's porcelain. He frowned after just one look and put it aside. He took the jade artifact that Yun Tian had given him in his hand. After just a few glances at it, Zhang Lao couldn't help but sigh. The three of them felt uneasy in their hearts, and their faces looked even more unnatural. At this moment, Lady Sure asked, why is Mr. Zong sighing? Everything I saw was shoddy and it affected my mood. Old Lady Sure's face darkened. These three things were obviously gifts from his grandchildren and were very valuable, so how could they be so shoddy? Mr. Zong, please take a closer look. Don't look at them. They are all cheap. That painting is at most 1,000. That porcelain is at most 500. The jade is nothing. It's just ordinary stone. As soon as these words were spoken, Old Lady Sure's expression suddenly changed. Not only him, Yun Tianxiao and the other two also lowered their heads, not daring to look at her. The guests around were talking about it. Aren't those three things gifts from the descendants of the Yun family? I remember that piece, Fragrant Orchid and Bamboo, was worth millions. Yes, that piece of porcelain is worth more than 1 million. And wasn't that jade worth hundreds of thousands? Everyone was puzzled and looked doubtful. Are you questioning me? Anger appeared on Zhang Lao's face. Mr. Zong has misunderstood. How dare we question you? Yes, you are an expert in antiques. A group of people hurried to explain. Someone explained, this is not what we said. It was said by the descendants of the Yun family themselves. Everyone can testify to this. Yes, they said all this themselves. We were there. Old Madame Sure frowned, feeling that something was fishy. At this moment, Mr. Zong said angrily, it's a compliment to say that these three things are imitations. They are completely inferior. If you don't believe me, you can find someone else to identify them. Finally, Mr. Zong added one more sentence. Even some collectors can tell at a glance. After these words were spoken, everyone started talking even more. Many people looked at Yun Tianxiao and others, pointing and talking. The three of them blushed even more. These things were indeed fakes. They were bought cheaply at street stalls and passed off inferior goods as genuine ones in order to deceive Shi Ranlian. Let me take a look. Wang Jianming, CEO of Yuhai Group, came over. He also loves collecting antiques. Wang Jianming looked at the calligraphy and porcelain for a while and shook his head. They are all fakes, and the signs of counterfeiting are very obvious. When these words were spoken, everyone present was even more shocked. It's really nice of you to give your grandma a fake gift. You're still saying it's worth millions. You're really shameless. It's shameful. Old Lady Shi was instantly furious. If Suze appears, it will be a disgrace to Yun Ruqing's family. But what happened to Yun Tianxiao and the other two was completely a disgrace to the Yun family in front of everyone present. Actually, I didn't want to say it, but this kind of stuff is purely an eyesore to my eyes. Mr. Zhang did not forget to add another blow. Old Madame Shi was so angry that her face turned black, and her joy at her birthday was gone. Just now I said that all my descendants are outstanding people, but it wasn't long before I was slapped in the face. Yun Tianxiao thought quickly and ran to Old Lady Shi, saying with a face full of self-blame, "Grandma, all this is my fault, I was deceived." Old Lady Shi's expression changed slightly, and she asked, "What's going on?" "I know Grandma likes antiques, so I went to the antique market a few days ago to buy this item, intending to give it to Grandma as a birthday gift. Who knew it was fake?" Yun Tianlang also hurriedly said, "I must have been cheated. I really spent 1 million on that calligraphy and painting." Yun Tiantian's eyes were also red and she was about to cry. "Grandma, how could I lie to you?" Yun Ruoqin stood up at this moment and said angrily, "Those antique dealers deserve to die." "That's right, it's so hateful." Yun Ruohai also chimed in. After hearing this, Old Lady Shi's expression eased a little. She wanted to speak, but was interrupted by Old Zhang. Zhang Lao looked at Yun Tianxiao and the other two and said, "Have you been deceived?" "Absolutely." "Haha, all three of them were deceived." Mr. Zhang couldn't help but smile. Yun Tianlang said unhappily, "Master Zhang, what do you mean by this?" "I don't mean anything, I just think it's too coincidental. How could we possibly deceive Grandma with fake goods? Yes, this is Grandma's 70th birthday, aren't we asking for trouble?" The three of them never dreamed that this would happen. They had already cursed Zhang Lao countless times in their hearts, saying that it was useless to do any appraisal. "Well, so you are also victims?" "Certainly." "Then you can show me the invoices. I know most of the shops on Antique Street. I can help you get justice." The three of them looked shocked. They just bought them casually at the street stalls, so there was no invoice for them. As long as it is a store, there will be invoices. This. Yun Tianxiao was unable to answer for a moment. Mr. Zhang is a famous expert in Chengdu. He has a wide network of contacts and you can trust him. Wang Jianming also said at this moment. The three of them stammered and were unable to speak. "What's wrong?" Zhang Lao looked at the three people with an amused expression. Of course, Old Lady Shi knew what was going on. If this continues, her three younger generations will be really embarrassed. For this reason, she coughed a few times, looked at Zhang Lao and smiled. "The guests outside the court are also waiting impatiently. Let's start the banquet first. As for the invoice, we can talk about it later." Since the old lady said so, let's start the banquet. Mr. Zhang didn't intend to pursue the matter. He walked out of the inner hall, but when he passed the door, he found a broken bowl on the table. The broken bowl immediately attracted his attention. Seeing Master Zhang picking up the broken bowl, Old Lady Shi couldn't help but say, "Master Zhang, that's just a broken bowl. I'll have someone throw it away." But Zhang Lao ignored him completely. His eyes were wide open, staring at the broken bowl. "Mr. Zhang, that's just a broken bowl that Suze used to beg for food. It's worthless." Yun Ruoqin also said at this moment. "Shut up." Zhang Lao scolded. He carefully took out the magnifying glass, put on white gloves, and observed it carefully. This attracted everyone's attention and they were all quite confused. What happened to Mr. Zhang? Yes, so serious about a broken bowl. Could it be that the broken bowl is really worth a fortune? Old Madame sure frowned. She naturally didn't believe that Suze could come up with anything valuable. Not only her, but everyone in the Yun family and even the people present didn't believe it. Mr. Zhang looked at it for several minutes, and finally his hands began to tremble slightly. His face was filled with excitement and his voice changed. God has been very kind to me, allowing me to see such a precious thing. When these words were spoken, everyone present was shocked. Yun Tianxiao even retorted, "Precious things are pure nonsense." It was only after Yun Ruokan glared at him that he stopped talking. Old lady, who sent this gift? Old lady sure was also suspicious, but she still said, "He is Ruocheng's son-in-law." Where are the others? Already gone. What a pity, I didn't get to see the real person. To be able to get this thing, he must be a dragon among men. These words shocked the whole audience. Mr. Zhang, you must have seen it wrong. Yun Ruohai whispered at this moment. I have been in this business for decades and have never made a mistake. Are you questioning me? I dare not. This is a small purple-spotted June kiln teacup, used exclusively by the royal family. Is this really an antique? Yun Tianxiao's face was full of disbelief. Mr. Zhang didn't bother to pay attention to him, and excitedly said to Mrs. Shi, "Last year, Jayadeshi auctioned an ordinary small lamp, which exceeded 100 million. Ah! Some people exclaimed on the spot, shocked. Old Madame Shi was so shocked that she was speechless. Yun Tianyi bit her lips tightly, and no one knew what she was thinking. Kai Lanfan's face was full of regret and she felt extremely painful. Although this small cup is missing a small hole, it is used exclusively by the royal family. Its value is conservatively estimated to be 50 million. 50 million. Yun Tianlang couldn't help but roared. Not only him, everyone in the audience stood up and stretched their necks, wanting to see what this thing looked like and why it was so valuable. Lady Shi, even though this little lamp looks tattered, it is more valuable than anything else in your collection. At this moment, the walking stick in old Lady Shi's hand fell to the ground. If Yun Ruokan had not been quick-eyed and quick-handed, it would have probably fallen to the ground. In their eyes, the begging bowl is actually worth 50 million. What they called rubbish was actually considered a birthday gift. Everyone in the Yun family seemed to have been slapped in the face, and their faces were full of excitement. The same went for others. After all, they had laughed at Suze before, but now they felt as if they had eaten dirt. By the time everyone had recovered, old Lady Shi had already regarded the broken bowl as her dearest possession, and quickly had someone pack it up with fine materials for fear that it would be ruined. Kai Lanfan felt so painful that she cursed Suze 100 times in her heart. You haven't been home for 3 years, and when you come back you give her such a valuable gift. Why don't you give it to her? Don't let that prodigal son, a good-for-nothing, go home later. Although Yun Tianyi was shocked, she still said at this moment, he never said he wanted to go home. Your elbow is still bent outward. I'm just telling the truth. You have wronged Suze. Shouldn't you apologize to us now? Yun Ruocheng, who usually speaks very little, spoke at this moment. Yun Ruokan turned his face away and pretended not to hear. Yun Tianxiao said stubbornly, even if it is an antique, its real value is still uncertain. I guarantee with my personal integrity that 50 million is my conservative estimate. It won't be surprising if it sells for 100 million at the auction. Mr. Zhang is extremely serious. After all, rare things are valuable, and a small gap cannot stop a crazy collector. Yun Tianlang said at this moment, even if it is worth a lot of money, it doesn't mean anything. At most, Suze is just lucky. Yes, he might have picked it up. How could he buy such an expensive thing? Yun Tian replied. Either he picked it up, or he got it cheap at a street stall. Others also nodded, thinking that Suze was not a wealthy man. After all, judging from Suze's attire, he looks like a retired soldier. If he is not a retired soldier, then he may have just returned from working. It is believable if you spend a few thousand or tens of thousands to buy something, but no one would believe that you spend tens of millions or hundreds of millions to buy that small lamp. But only Zhang Lao shook his head and sneered, with contempt in his eyes. How could this thing be possessed by an ordinary person? That night, Suze slept in the nanny's room of the Yun family. Yun Tianyi naturally would not let Su Zhe sleep with her. They were not actually husband and wife, and Yun Tianyi didn't have any feelings for Su Zhe. Instead, she felt a little disgusted with him. When Su Zhe went north on the day of their wedding, Yun Tianyi was ridiculed by many people. It would take some time to heal Yun Tianyi's inner pain. The next day, early in the morning. Bang bang bang. Kai Lanfen knocked on Yun Tianyi's door. Yun Tianyi opened the door, her hair was messy and her eyes were squinted. "Mom, why are you waking me up so early?" Yun Tianyi is very tired at work on weekdays. Today is finally a day off, so naturally he wants to sleep more. She is the director of surgery at Chengdu Second Hospital and performs surgery on many patients every day. "It's still early, hurry up and get dressed and come with me to Mugarit's restaurant." "Just tell me why you're going to Mugarit's. The prices there are really high." "It's a blind date, of course." "I'm not going." Yun Tianyi was about to close the door but was stopped by Kai Lanfen. In the first 2 years, Kai Lanfen was very well behaved, but this year, he frequently took her to blind dates. Because in Kai Lanfen's eyes, Su Zhe and Yun Tianyi got married only because of the last words of the old men of the Yun family. They were just an engaged couple and would have to divorce when the time came. She naturally had to consider her daughter's future life. "This time is different, you know me. I won't go even if I know him." Kai Lanfen went straight into the house. "You have to go this time, Zhou Dio is back from abroad." Zhou Dio. Yun Tianyi was a little surprised. Zhou Di's family is a well-known business family in Chengdu, and the current market value of Zhou Group is tens of billions. Zhou Dao previously studied in London, England, and founded a technology company in China before returning to China. I heard that he recently returned to China to seek a listing. Yun Tianyi had met him several times before, and had neither good nor bad feelings towards him, just an ordinary feeling. But the other party liked Yun Tianyi very much and asked people to act as matchmakers for them several times, but Yun Tianyi refused every time on the grounds that she was already married. "That's a playboy." "Who said that?" "Dior is a good kid who didn't even have a girlfriend while studying abroad. He's still thinking about you for 2 years. This time you have to go no matter what." Kai Lanfen said stubbornly. "Su Zhe is at home. You don't care what that loser does. If he doesn't seek to make progress, he's still sleeping in." Mentioning Su Zhe and Kai Lanfen made me angry. After retiring from the army, he didn't even have a serious job, so he had no future. Unable to defeat Kai Lanfen, Yun Tianyi could only agree. After washing up and dressing up briefly, Yun Tianyi left the room. Yun Tianyi's appearance does not require heavy makeup at all. Although she is very busy at work and often stays up late, her skin has always been very good, making many girls envious. It happened that Su Zhe also walked out of the room. When he saw Yun Tianyi coming out, he hurriedly said, "Tianyi, I have cooked porridge for you, you can try it." Su Zhe actually got up early. Yun Tianyi frowned and said, "Su Zhe, you don't have to do these, it's useless. I said I would spoil you to the heavens and make you the happiest woman in the world. I won't break my promise. The man I like is not a house husband, but a man who can achieve something outside. Don't worry, I will try my best to make you approve of me." Hearing this, Yun Tianyi felt a headache and was too lazy to talk to Su Zhe anymore. However, she still picked up the porridge on the table and tasted it. It tasted really good. She didn't eat breakfast much, but she couldn't help but finish the whole bowl. While packing up, Yun Tianyi looked at Su Zhe and suddenly had an idea in his mind. "Su Zhe, do you have anything to do today?" "It's okay." Su Zhe replied. "Well, come with me to Mugarit's restaurant." "Okay, my lady." In the car, Kai Lanfen was spitting all over her mouth. "Why did you get in the car?" Kai Lanfen looked at Su Zhe angrily. Su Zhe said with a pleasant face, "Tianyi asked me to go to Mugarit's restaurant with her." "You're talking nonsense. What are you doing going to Mugarit's restaurant? Get out of the car quickly." Kai Lanfen became even angrier. Yun Tianyi said, "I asked him to get in the car." "Let him get in the car." Kai Lanfen looked puzzled. "What will happen if he goes there?" "It won't be awkward for him to go, and I also want him to see what an excellent person looks like. Although she has no feelings for Zhou Audi, Yun Tianyi has to admit that he is very outstanding. He has a prominent family background, studied in London, seems to know several foreign languages, and even founded a technology company. There is a difference between this person and other people, and the difference is very big. Yun Tianyi is not materialistic. She is very outstanding herself, so her man naturally cannot be worse than her. The reason why I brought Suze with me was to let him see the demeanor of those truly outstanding men, hoping to stimulate Suze to make progress. This is a test. If Suze is willing to work hard to improve himself after seeing the demeanor of an outstanding man, it means that Suze still has some blood in him and is considered a man. But if Suze continues to be a hopeless case after this and shows no desire to make progress, then she will have no hope. A month later, they divorced directly and parted ways amicably, which was considered to be the best thing for the deceased elder. After hearing this, Kai Lanfen, who was originally angry, also lost her anger. That's right. Let him see how good Dio is. Don't feel ashamed when the time comes. Suze sat in the back of the car, not saying a word, with his eyes closed. Yun Tianyi also started the car, stepped on the accelerator, and drove out of the community. No conversation along the way. When we arrived at Mugarit's restaurant, it was exactly noon. Mugarit's restaurant is a famous dating restaurant in Chengdu. It is located in a prime location in Chengdu and operates a membership system. Mugarit's restaurant only accepts a maximum of 100 people per day, which is the rule that has never changed. Mugarit's restaurant comes from Spain and is a royal restaurant. The minimum consumption each time must not be less than 100,000. Those who can come here to consume are all upper-class people. There is only one branch restaurant like this in the entire Southwest. After parking the car, the three of them walked towards the restaurant. At this time, a man in a suit walked over with a smile on his face. This man was Zhou Dio, and his eyes were looking at Yun Tianyi most of the time. "Auntie, you're here." Zhou Dio quickly invited the three into the restaurant. "Dio, we were stuck in traffic. Sorry for being late." "It's okay, Auntie, I just got here too." The seat Zhou Dio reserved was the most luxurious one in the restaurant. It cost 300,000 just to reserve this seat. It must be said that he was really a rich man. Zhou Dio was very gentlemanly in helping Yun Tianyi pull the chair, and also helped Kai Lanfen, but he couldn't help but frown when he saw Suze. "I guess this is your brother?" Zhou Dio asked. Yun Tianyi shook her head and said, "He is my husband." Zhou Dio's face suddenly changed, revealing an unhappy look. "What's the big deal about bringing a husband to a blind date? It's just in name only. You also know that Tianyi is trying to fulfill her grandfather's last wish. They can get divorced in a month." Kai Lanfen explained quickly, "This time, I let him see the world, and of course, I also want him to give up. A loser is naturally not worthy of my Tianyi." After knowing that Yun Tianyi was the girl she was looking for, she made up her mind to give her a sky, a world. The car stopped. Suze was carrying large and small bags of things in his hands, and even Pajun was carrying a lot of things. They were going to the Yun family. The Yun family's residence is an independent small villa located in the suburbs and is not very expensive. Yun Ruocheng works as a deputy manager at the Yun family group. His salary is not high, but his life is comfortable enough. As a member of the Yun family, it is natural for him to live in a villa. When he got to the door, Suze felt his trouser pocket and said, "The key is missing." "Boss, I'll go look in the car." Pajuan put down his things and ran towards the car. After a while, Pajuan came over with the key, but Suze had already entered the house. "Boss, how did you get in?" Suze said calmly, "I just remembered that I can enter the password. The Yun family has not changed the password in the past 3 years." Pajuan was speechless. "Bring everything in and don't dirty the floor," Suze said in the room. The room is still the same as before, not much has changed. Suze had been to the Yun family several times and had some memories of it. Pajuan walked in with the things, and when he saw Suze, his eyes almost fell to the ground. At this time, Suze had already tied on an apron and started busying himself in the kitchen, becoming a house husband. Boss, you are the Lord of Dragon King Palace. In just 1 year, you have made it the #1 organization in China. There are few organizations in the world that can compete with us. Moreover, half of China's wealth is in your hands. Any Chaebol forces must be respectful when they see us. You are the Dragon Marshal who swept across the world and killed millions of enemies. Even if you retire, you are still the only 9-star war god in China. Enough. Suzai interrupted Pajun, stop flattering me. I'm not trying to flatter you, I'm just telling the truth. Pajun clicked his tongue, you're the god of war, but you're wearing an apron. This was really hard for Pajun to accept, the gap was too huge. What's wrong with me making dinner for my beloved wife? Suzai glared at Pajun, clean the fish and cut it into thin slices. It will be more tender and delicious when eaten this way. Suzai was busy in the kitchen and having a lot of fun. Pajun was also used as free labor, like a woman, chattering non-stop, and he spoke more than he did in the previous year. After 3 hours of work, the table was already filled with dishes that were so delicious and tasty that just smelling them made one's mouth water. Suzai looked at the dishes on the table, nodded and said, it's almost done. 2 more bottles of good wine will make it perfect. My lord, I've brought this. Pajun took out 2 bottles of ancient ceramic wine. These were ancient wines and were very precious. Last time Ten Lang went to the tomb, he got 10 bottles, and now there are only these 2 bottles left. Okay. Suzai took the bottle and said to Pajun, get out of here quickly. Ah. What? How am I going to explain to my wife and the others that you are here? And that car, don't show up casually in the future. Pajun glanced at the delicacies on the table and couldn't help but said, boss, I've been busy for so long, can you let me have some? Eat a fuck. Suzai kicked Pajun out of the room. However, he still threw a few lunch boxes to Pajun, which were filled with the delicious dishes he made. Pajun was unhappy at first, but when he saw the lunch box, he immediately smiled. The boss still hasn't forgotten me. Pajun left happily. About 10 minutes later, a white car stopped next to the villa and 3 people got out of the car. Yun Ruoqing, Kai Lanfen, Yun Tianyi, and Yun Tianxi went to school. As soon as she got off the car, Kai Lanfen said angrily, I'm so angry. That loser actually gave away such a valuable thing. Yun Ruoqing said, at least it has helped our family regain face. Face is of no use. It's worth 50 million. Kai Lanfen was heartbroken. She looked at Yun Tianyi and said, no, you have to divorce him. It's that rubbish that has made us lose face for 3 years. Yun Tianyi didn't say anything, she was very confused. 3 years have passed, and the man who once hurt her vaguely is back. Not only that, he also said something incomprehensible to her, saying to give her a day. The 3 of them walked in. As soon as she entered the house, Kai Lanfen smelled the aroma of food and couldn't help but say, why is there a fragrance in this room? I smelled it too. Yun Ruoqing turned on the light in the room. A table of delicious food appeared in front of the 3 people. This. All 3 of them were a little surprised. Did you ask someone to cook it? Kai Lanfen thought that Yun Ruoqing had someone come to cook the dish. I don't have that kind of money. Yun Ruoqing said awkwardly. Kai Lanfen looked at Yun Tianyi, and Yun Tianyi also shook his head. At this moment, Suzai was walking out of the kitchen with a big bowl of sour radish and duck soup in his hand. Tianyi, you're back. Suzai looked at Yun Tianyi with a smile on his face. Suzai. Yun Tianyi was quite surprised. Kai Lanfen immediately said angrily, why did you show up in my house? I told him the password before. Yun Tianyi explained. You are not welcome in our home, please leave quickly. Kai Lanfen drove the men away directly. Yun Tianyi grabbed Kai Lanfen and said, Mom, don't be like this. How am I? How have you been these past 3 years? So many people have been gossiping about me behind my back. Yun Tianyi lowered her head, her eyes a little red. That's right, she had a very difficult time in the past 3 years. She was ridiculed and looked down upon by countless people, and she didn't even have anyone to talk to. Okay, we are still a family after all, let's eat first. Yun Ruoqing mediated. No, don't think that you can get us to forgive you just because you cooked a meal. No way. Kai Lanfan said in a firm tone. After a while, she said again, only if I can get that little broken bowl back. Kai Lanfan couldn't forget that little lamp. Yun Ruoqing said, it has already been sent out, how can it be taken back? The old woman disliked it to begin with and was going to throw it away. Didn't you look down on it at that time? Who are you talking to? That's enough, he is still my husband now. Yun Tianyi said. Suze didn't say a word the whole time because he really owed Yun Tianyi a lot. Yun Tianyi looked at Suze and said, our engagement will last for another month. You can stay at home during this month. Kai Lanfan stopped talking and everyone sat down to eat in silence. This is different from what Suze thought, but it doesn't affect him. He will make everything fine. After finishing the meal, Kai Lanfan entered Yun Tianyi's room and said mysteriously, Tianyi, come with me to Mugarit's restaurant tomorrow. Yun Tianyi looked puzzled and asked, why are you going there? Don't ask so many questions, just come with me. Hearing this, Zhou Dao's expression eased and he nodded, I know all this. Tianyi has suffered too much in the past 3 years. Yeah, you don't know how my Tianyi got through it. So many people gossiped about her. Kai Lanfan said with tears in her eyes. Mom, could you please stop talking about this? Okay, let's not talk about sad things. Zhou Dao looked at Suze and smiled faintly, your name is Suze, right? Suze nodded. I heard that you went north to join the army. I wonder if you are a battalion commander or a company commander now. Suze shook his head, I retired a year ago. Conscript. Zhou Dao's smile widened. Which listed company do you work for now? I just returned to Chengdu and I don't have a job yet. Suze said truthfully. Haha, I wonder what diploma Mr. Su has and what skills he has. Maybe I can help you. No diploma, no skills. This. Zhou Dao frowned. Kai Lanfan on the side hurriedly said, he is a waste, and now he is staying at my house. Well, if you're willing, my tech company is in need of a janitor. The monthly income would be at least 3,000 yuan. Obviously, Zhou Dao was not working for Suze, but was using this to humiliate Suze. Yun Tianyi was a little unhappy. Although she and Suze had no feelings for each other, Suze was at least still her husband. Saying that Suze is worthless is just another way of saying that she is of low class. Let's order some food. Yun Tianyi interrupted. Oh, okay. Zhou Dao clapped his hands. At this moment, Suze said, isn't 3,000 yuan a salary too little? Hearing this, Zhou Dao looked contemptuous and asked, how much does Mr. Su want? Yun Tianyi felt disappointed. She didn't expect Suze really wanted to go and see the gate. Kai Lanfan sneered, you are not even qualified for 3,000 yuan. I think President Diao has misunderstood. I just think the salary for this position is too low. No matter it is windy, rainy, or hot, you have to stand. Suze looked at Zhou Dao, is President Diao short of money and squeezing his employees? Zhou Dao was immediately furious, but still said, salaries are determined by market rules, and what do you mean by calling me Boss Diao? Suze laughed and said, your name is Zhou Dao, isn't Dio the same as Dick? Do you want me to call you Zhou Jiao? Thinking about it carefully, it is indeed true, Suze is not wrong. Zhou Dao was speechless for a moment. Yun Tianyi on the side couldn't help but cover her mouth and chuckle. Kai Lanfan said angrily at this moment, Suze, if you don't know how to speak, then don't speak, or get out of here. She had put in a lot of effort to make this meeting happen, and if Suze ruined it, all her efforts would be in vain. Hello sir, what can I do for you? At this time, the waiter came over and asked in fluent Spanish. Mugarit's restaurant is from Spain, and even its branch uses Spanish waiters. Ordinary seats will be staffed by Spaniards who can speak a few words of Chinese, but these supreme seats are usually booked by Spanish people, so the waiters usually answer in Spanish. Zhou Dao regained his composure, took the menu, and said calmly, I want some caviar, paired with the restaurant chef's best dessert, and another steak. Oh, and 2 bottles of the purest XO wine. After ordering, Zhou Dao looked at Yun Tianyi and asked, Tianyi, what would you like to eat? Whatever. Yun Tianyi replied indifferently. Zhou Dio ordered one for Yun Tianyi and also one for Kai Lanfen. Kai Lanfen immediately praised, Dio can also speak Spanish. Just a little bit. I used to accompany my father to Spain for business. You are really talented. Kai Lanfen praised him without hesitation. Su Zhe said, Boss Diao's Spanish is probably only at the elementary school level. As soon as these words came out, Kai Lanfen was immediately dissatisfied. Su Zhe, if you don't understand, don't talk nonsense. Su Zhe shook his head and stopped talking. Zhou Dio looked at Su Zhe and smiled. Mr. Su, I don't know your taste, you should order it yourself. As he said that, Zhou Dio handed the menu to Su Zhe with a sneer on his face. He also said that he was only at an elementary school level, so he wanted to see how Su Zhe ordered food. The menu is all in Spanish, and a country bumpkin like Su Zhe would definitely be confused and make a fool of himself. However, Su Zhe did not show any sign of panic. He took the menu, glanced at it casually, and then closed it. Why, the dishes don't suit Mr. Su's taste? Zhou Dio asked with a smile. Kai Lanfen sarcastically said, it's not that it doesn't suit his taste, it's that he can't understand the menu at all. But Su Zhe said to the waiter, give me a serving of foie gras with broccoli, and a serving of tuna sashimi. Oh, and a serving of caviar. The waiter's eyes lit up immediately and he said excitedly, Sir, you can actually speak Spanish better than I do. I know a little bit. I studied it for a month before. You can speak so fluently after only 1 month of study. You must be the best among men. The waiter was so excited that he uttered the 4 Chinese characters, dragon among men. You can also say, dragon among men. Su Zhe smiled. I have been in China for several years and have been influenced by it. You are also excellent. Su Zhe nodded, and the waiter left, asking the kitchen to prepare the food. Zhou Dio, who was originally waiting to see the joke, froze with an expression of disbelief. He never thought that a country bumpkin like Su Zhe could speak Spanish and answer questions fluently. He didn't understand anything about the subsequent conversation between Su Zhe and the waiter. Kai Lanfen originally wanted to make fun of Su Zhe, but when she saw Su Zhe and the waiter talking fluently, she swallowed back what she wanted to say. Even Yun Tianyi was surprised. She didn't expect Su Zhe could speak Spanish, and so well. You really only studied for a month? Yun Tianyi asked Su Zhe. Right. I admit that Mr. Su's Spanish level is indeed better than mine, but Mr. Su said that he only studied for a month, which is a bit exaggerated. Some people think they are very good, but in fact they are just fools. Don't look at the world with the eyes of a frog in a well. Su Zhe sneered unceremoniously. In the past few years, Su Zhe has traveled to 5 continents and 7 oceans, leaving his footprints in every place on the earth. He has learned almost all the languages in the world. After all, he had learned various languages in the Su family before. At that time, he was a veritable academic master and language genius. Not to mention Spanish, he can even speak smaller languages fluently. Zhou Dio simply walked into his trap and brought humiliation upon himself. Zhou Dio's face turned cold and he clenched his fists. He wanted to humiliate Su Zhe, but ended up digging a hole for himself. At this time, the ordered dishes were delivered one by one. The waiter said respectfully, Dear guests, please enjoy your meal. Kai Lanfen tried to smooth things over by saying, what good is it to know Spanish? Can it help you find a good job? You're still a waste. Mom, stop talking. Yun Tianyi said from the side. Several people started to eat. Kai Lanfen looked at Zhou Dio and said, Dio, don't you have something to say to Tianyi? Zhou Dio smiled and said, Tianyi, I have been studying abroad for the past 2 years and have met many outstanding women. My family has introduced at least a dozen of them to me, but I have always been single. You know how I feel about you. Su Zhe didn't say anything. He was waiting for Yun Tianyi's attitude. Although she knew Zhou Dio would say this, it was so sudden that Yun Tianyi found it hard to accept. After all, Su Zhe was sitting next to them. Although they were just a couple in name only, it would definitely have a bad impact if this got out. Yun Tianyi looked at Zhou Dio and said, Boss Zhou, you're already talking drunkenly before you even drink. Tianyi, I didn't say that because I was drunk. I said it from the heart. I've been thinking about you day and night for the past 2 years. Because of you, I've become sick. Yun Tianyi lowered her head. Such corny words gave her goosebumps. Kai Lanfen smiled and said, I also know what Dio feels. My Tianyi actually likes you too. Really? Zhou Dio's face was full of surprise. Yun Tianyi immediately said, Mom, don't talk nonsense. Dio has returned to China now. With more contact and more dates, you will slowly develop feelings for him. Kai Lanfen said with a smile. Zhou Dio also nodded quickly and poured red wine for Yun Tianyi. Suze wiped his mouth with a napkin at this moment, looked at Zhou Dio and said, I think Diao is not suffering from a heart disease. Kai Lanfen said angrily, if you interrupt again, get out. Suze, you should respect President Zhou. Yun Tianyi also advised. Okay, for the sake of my wife, I will call you Mr. Zhou. Suze still smiled, but you are really sick. Kai Lanfen was so angry that she almost splashed the wine in her glass at Suze, but Yun Tianyi stopped her in the end. Zhou Dao also said angrily, you are scolding me in a roundabout way. I'm not scolding you, you are really sick. Suze shook his head, you often have sore waist and knees, and cold hands and feet. Humph, I didn't. Why do you have to lie, Mr. Zhou? Do you still have night sweats and frequent urination at night? Zhou Dao's expression changed slightly, because what Suze said was correct, he was indeed like that, and it had been several months. He even went to see a doctor for this, but it was of no use at all, which worried him. Mr. Zhou doesn't say anything. I think I got it right. Zhou Dao had beads of sweat on his forehead. He wiped them with a napkin and said, I'm just tired from studying recently and I'm in subhealth. Kai Lanfen also said, this is normal. People at work and in school are like this now. Dio just needs to pay attention to it. But some people are different. They have no jobs and have achieved nothing. After saying this, Kai Lanfen glanced at Suze. Suze ignored Kai Lanfen, looked at Zhou Dao and continued, I don't think it's as simple as studying too hard. What do you mean? Mr. Zhou has probably had these symptoms for several months, not just 1 or 2 days. I think Mr. Zhou has seen a doctor and even eaten a lot of bullwhip leeks, but it didn't work, right? The more Suze spoke, the more uneasy Zhou Dao felt, because everything Suze said was right. Actually, you might be like this if you're tired, but I see your eyes are sunken and dark, and your hair is even a little thin and dry. I think you may have overindulged yourself in sex. As soon as these words were spoken, Yun Tianyi and Kai Lanfen changed color on the spot. Everyone knows what excessive indulgence means. Kai Lanfen once said that Zhou Dao was a good boy. Zhou Dao immediately retorted, you are talking nonsense. I have been single for the past few years and have been studying academically. Oh, really? You're studying academic subjects, learning foreign languages, the kind where foreign teachers come to your home to provide service. Suze smiled richly. Suze has connections everywhere. With just one phone call, he has someone investigate Zhou Dao thoroughly. Zhou Dao wiped the sweat from his forehead with his napkin again. He couldn't understand how Suze could guess everything, as if he knew everything about him. But of course he couldn't admit it, otherwise how could he have tricked Yun Tianyi into his heart? He looked at Suze and his eyes returned to normal. Mr. Su really has a rich imagination, and his words are so funny. I'm not joking. I just like to tell the truth, even if the truth is unpleasant to hear. Suze held the wine glass, shook it, and then took a sip. His movements were graceful and not something a country bumpkin could do. He looked at Zhou Dao and said, you returned home yesterday and found 2 young ladies, but you finished in 5 seconds. This is absolute privacy. Zhou Dao's face turned cold as he looked at Suze, and his body was shaking slightly. Not only do you overindulge yourself, you are also impotent. Zhou Dao moved his mouth, trying to suppress the anger in his heart. Even if what Suze said was true, he would never admit it, absolutely not. He picked up the wine glass, took a sip, then looked into Suze's eyes and said, I know Mr. Su has a lot of opinions about me seeing Tianyi, but there is no need to use such despicable means to slander me. I heard that Mr. Su went north on the wedding day 3 years ago. The fact that you can be so cruel shows that you don't really care about Tianyi. Why do you still cling to Tianyi? Let her go. Tianyi is the one I love the most. I went north 3 years ago to create a new world for her. In fact, half of what Su Zhe said was false. Back then, he had no feelings for Yun Tianyi, and was ridiculed and mocked by many people, which made him completely disappointed with Jiangzhou and Rongqing, so he went north. But at that time he didn't know that Yun Tianyi was the Manta girl. He had always liked the Manta girl and that had never changed. Kai Lanfen also understood at this moment, and hurriedly said, "How could Dio do those things? The Zhou family has very good education. I now suspect that you have that kind of disease. You are jealous." Yun Tianyi spoke up at this moment, "In a restaurant like this, I think we should not talk about those cheap things." Su Zhe nodded. "Since Tianyi has said it, let's not talk about it." Su Zhe continued to eat the delicious food, not thinking of himself as a freeloader at all. Yun Tianyi eats relatively little as she doesn't have a big appetite. Kai Lanfen was not used to using a fork and even made a fool of herself by dropping the fork on the ground. "It's okay, Auntie. I'll ask the waiter to bring another one." After a while, the waiter brought a new set of knife and fork. After eating, melodious music sounded in the restaurant and many guests stopped eating to enjoy the moving music. Some people even applauded from time to time to appreciate the moving music. Seeing Su Zhe enjoying himself, Zhou Dio couldn't help but sneer, "Mr. Su, do you also like to listen to foreign music?" Kai Lanfen was frightened and stammered, unable to speak. It was Yun Tianyi who looked at Su Zhe and said, "What are you going to do?" Su Zhe withdrew his gaze and left the restaurant directly. And Yun Tianyi also said to Kai Lanfen, "Mom, let's go too." "What about Dio? Who cares what he does now? I want to vomit when I see him." Yun Tianyi pulled Kai Lanfen out of the restaurant. Outside the restaurant, Yun Tianyi caught up with Su Zhe and said to him, "Su Zhe, my mother was wrong in this matter, don't take it to heart." Su Zhe had a smile on his face, "I didn't take it to heart." "That's good." Yun Tianyi breathed a sigh of relief. Zhou Dio caused another scene in the restaurant and was finally sent back home by the police who arrived. After sobering up the next day, Zhou Dio remembered what happened yesterday. He caused a scene in the restaurant and finally took off his clothes and pants, leaving only his underwear. He was completely humiliating. Now the whole city is full of news about him and it cannot be suppressed at all. "Su Zhe, you made me look like a fool. I will never let this go." Zhou Dio's face was cold. On the other side, Su Zhe and the other two returned home. Yun Ruoqing came home from get off work and saw the three people coming back, so he asked, "What happened?" "Don't mention it." Kai Lanfen just felt extremely tired. "Is he a bad person?" Yun Tianyi said angrily, "That dandy boy has played with 100 women abroad and vowed to play with 1,000 women when he returns home." "Ah." Yun Ruoqing was a little surprised and said hurriedly, "I didn't expect it to be such a person. It's all thanks to Su Zhe this time, otherwise your daughter would have been pushed into the fire pit by your dear wife." "Susie." "Yes, Su Zhe drank with him, and the men got drunk, and he told the truth after drinking." Yun Tianyi said with a smile. "I'm doing this for your own good." Kai Lanfen complained. "You are the only one who is doing good for Tianyi, but you are not a decent person. Why am I so bad at this? You can only judge a person by his appearance, but not by his heart. Everyone makes mistakes sometimes. If this one doesn't work, then find another one. I don't believe that such a beautiful daughter of mine can't find a good family." Although Su Zhe can speak foreign languages and play the piano, Kai Lanfen still has no change in her opinion of Su Zhe. In her eyes, he is still a waste and a vagrant. "Okay, let's not talk about this anymore. My brother just called me and said we're having a get-together tonight and Tsai Tsai is back." Kai Lanfen frowned. Isn't her husband unable to leave because of something? Maybe everything is done. I heard that he got promoted, and Mom wants to go too. Kai Lanfen obviously didn't want to go, because every time she went she would be ridiculed and mocked by the Yun family, and she would be furious every time she came back from each gathering. "You guys go, I'm not going." "Then let Tianyi and Susie go." I have something to do at the company tonight. Yun Tianyi did not object, because she didn't know why she had a strange feeling in her heart, as if she would feel safe when Suze was by her side. Maybe it was because Suze exposed Zhou Dio in the morning. Suze naturally nodded in agreement. Yun Tianyi gave Suze 20,000 yuan and asked him, "Go buy a decent gift." Suze also agreed readily. Yun Shankong of the Yun family passed away 3 years ago, and since then, Shi Ranlian has been in charge of the Yun family's assets. The 3 sons of the Yun family also hold positions there. The eldest son, Yun Ruoqin, is the president of the company. The second son, Yun Ruohai, is the general manager of the real estate project, and Yun Ruqing is the deputy manager of the medical department. Real estate projects have the most money, which is why Kai Lanfen has been criticizing Yun Ruoqing for being incompetent for so many years. The medical project had just started, and he was only the second in command and had no say in anything, so apart from dividends every year, he only received a little salary. In Rongqing, the Yun family can barely be considered a second-rate family. There are many companies that are stronger than the Yun family, and the Zhou group is one of them. In the evening, Suze accompanied Yun Tianyi to Yun Ruoqin's home. Yun Ruoqin's residence is much more magnificent. It is a large independent villa not far from the city. It cost tens of millions to buy it. Now if you calculate it, you can't get it without 20 million. When they arrived at the place, Yun Tianyi looked at Suze and asked, "Where are the things you prepared?" "Here it is." Suze took out an object from his arms. "What's this?" "Good stuff," Suze said with a smile. Yun Tianyi took it and looked at it. It was just a broken jade covered with rust. "You bought this for 20,000 yuan. This thing costs more than 20,000 yuan. What Suze said was true. This thing would definitely be worth a lot of money if taken out. The reason why he gave this jade pendant was that when he came to the Yun family, everyone called him a waste, except Yun Tianyi and Yun Caicai. However, Yun Caicai's husband is the same as Yun Tianlang and the others, and he often makes fun of Suze. The reason why the old lady did not come back for her 70th birthday was because she was running for the position of director of the Land and Resources Bureau, and I heard that she was successful. Yun Tianyi felt a headache. Why would she be so stupid as to give Suze 20,000 yuan to buy things? In her opinion, Suze must have gone to the antique market again and bought such a broken jade for 20,000 yuan. I was lucky last time and chose a genuine product, picking up a priceless small lamp. How could I be so lucky this time? I really regret it. Yun Tianyi wanted to slap himself twice. But now that they were here, it was too late to prepare gifts, and she even wanted to drive back. But at this moment, someone knocked on the car window. Yun Tianyi rolled down the car window and saw that it was Yun Tianlang. She immediately looked unhappy. Yun Tianlang smiled and said, "Sister Tianyi, you are here. Where are third uncle and the others? My dad has to go to a meeting, and my mom isn't feeling well." "Oh, I wonder what good things you are planning to give this time." "None of your business. Let me guess, you will definitely give Grandma another priceless antique. After all, you gave Grandma a small lamp worth 50 million last time, so you can't go wrong this time." Yun Tianlang is a typical villain. He mocks Yun Tianyi all the time and takes pleasure in suppressing her. This is no wonder. When Yun Shankong was still alive, the person he loved the most was Yun Tianyi, otherwise he would not have let her marry Suze. But now Yun Shankong is gone, and Shi Ranlian has never liked Yun Tianyi, so this group of people never get tired of mocking Yun Tianyi. "Get off the car. There's no need to bother with this kind of stuff." "Suze, what do you mean?" Yun Tianlang said angrily. Suze didn't even look at Yun Tianlang, he just grabbed Yun Tianyi's hand and walked into the villa. The atmosphere in the villa was quite festive, with the Yun family members all chatting and laughing in the living room. The table was also filled with various snacks, which were dazzling and rich. "Tianyi is here." Yun Caicai came over to greet her immediately, and said, "Tianlang, you are here too." Yun Tianlang carried a large gift box and handed it to Yun Caicai. "I haven't heard much," Suze replied. Zhou Dio sneered, "I think Mr. Su is just pretending to be intoxicated by it." "Pretend? Why should I pretend?" Suze asked back. Then tell me, what is the name of this song and who sang it? Joe Dio asked immediately. Suze looked disdainful. Everyone knows this well-known song, Lisite's Dream of Love. Joe Dio didn't expect Suze to know it, so he could only smile and say, yes, this is indeed a very famous song. Suze stood up at this moment and walked towards where the piano was being played. Suze, what are you going to do? Yun Tianyi didn't understand Suze's intention and was afraid that he would make a fool of himself. You can't just walk around this place casually. That would be very ungentlemanly. Joe Dio said with sarcasm on his face. However, Suze walked up to the pianist, and after the song was finished, he bowed slightly to him and said, "Dear sir, can you let me play a song?" The man was slightly stunned, but then smiled and said, "There are a lot of people here." "No problem." "Okay." The pianist stood up and gave his seat to Suze. "What is he going to do?" Kai Lanfen asked in confusion. Joe Dio laughed and said, "I think he was drunk and wanted to play a tune." Yun Tianyi hurriedly said, "Suze, come back soon. Those who come here to eat are all well-known upper-class people. If this gets messed up, it will be no small matter." However, Joe Dio was very happy. Since Suze wanted to embarrass himself, he would naturally help him. Just let him play. I want to hear what his level is. Suze sat down and plucked the piano with his fingers, making a crisp sound. He hadn't played it for almost a year, though he had played it a few times before. Suze meditated for a moment, then began to play with both hands, and the moving music immediately filled the entire restaurant. The people who were having dinner were a little angry, but after hearing this, they suddenly quieted down. The music is sometimes exciting, sometimes soft, sometimes rhythmic, and sometimes like a gurgling stream, and many people are intoxicated by it. Yun Tianyi was stunned. She had no idea that Suze could play the piano, and so beautifully. All you can do is play the piano. What's there to brag about? Kai Lanfen said disdainfully. After the song ended, Suze stood up and expressed his gratitude. Everyone stood up and applauded Suze, even the pianist was impressed. Suze returned to his seat, looked at Joe Dio and said, "I heard that you are very knowledgeable about music. So, can you tell me what song I just played?" Joe Dio thought for a moment, then said, "Rachmaninoff, Rhapsody on a Theme of Paganini." Suze shook his head. "Mozart, Piano Concerto No. 21. Suze shook his head again. Yun Tianyi couldn't help but ask, "What song are you playing?" Suze smiled and replied, "I played it temporarily." "Impossible." Joe Dio immediately retorted. "If you don't believe me, you can write down the song and look it up slowly when you get back." Suze poured himself a glass of wine and drank it in one gulp. Yun Tianyi's eyes changed when she looked at Suze. Suze was not a good-for-nothing. He could speak Spanish and play the piano, which made her look at him with new eyes. And the most important thing is that she saw light in Suze's eyes. There was no light in Suze's eyes 3 years ago. Joe Dio's face was cold. He wanted to show off himself and suppress Suze at the same time. As a result, Suze stole the limelight. He looked at Suze and said coldly, "I think Mr. Su can drink quite well. Generally." Hearing this, Joe Dio laughed immediately. "Then I'd like to compete with Mr. Su in drinking. Comparing drinking capacity." "That's right, Mr. Su, don't you dare." "Why not? I'm happy to accompany you." "Good." Joe Dio immediately asked the waiter to bring a few bottles of red wine. They both filled a glass and drank it all in one gulp. After 3 cups of wine, Suze remained calm. To him, the red wine was just like plain water. Joe Dio is also a frequent visitor to the bar, so 3 drinks are no problem for him. The two continued to drink, drinking cup after cup. Yun Tianyi frowned when she saw this, but she couldn't dissuade them. After drinking a few bottles, Suze's face remained the same, while Joe Dio's face was already red and he was a little drunk. "Is Mr. Joe drunk?" Suze asked. "How could I be drunk? I can drink 1,000 cups without getting drunk." In the end, Suze and Joe Dio blew directly into the bottle and drank the expensive red wine as if it were beer. After drinking 2 more bottles, Joe Dio couldn't hold on any longer and almost vomited. No, don't drink it. Suze advised. A man can't say no. Joe Dio drank another bottle but vomited before he finished it. As he vomited, Joe Dio actually started crying, which was unexpected for Yun Tianyi and the others. Even the people in other seats looked over and talked about it. Mr. Zhou, you must be thinking about something sad. Just say it out. It will make you feel better. Suze patted Joe Dio on the shoulder. I'm impotent. Zhou Dao said suddenly, which shocked Yun Tianyi and Kai Lanfen. Kai Lanfen hurriedly said, Dio, you are drunk, don't talk, I will help you go home. Zhou Dao broke free from Kai Lanfen's hand and continued, I indulged myself too much. I have seen many famous doctors, but none of them could cure me. Woo woo woo. Kai Lanfen's face suddenly turned ugly. Suze, on the other hand, was laughing happily. Look, Tianyi, the truth comes out when one is drunk. What I just said is correct, isn't it? Yun Tianyi also had a look of disdain on her face. She didn't expect Zhou Dao to be such a mean and vulgar person. This was all thanks to Suze, who exposed his true colors. If he had really been dating Zhou Dao, he would have been dragged into trouble. Yun Tianyi said softly, thank you. Why are we talking about this between husband and wife? Suze, look at what you have done. Kai Lanfen was so angry that her stomach hurt. After much difficulty, they found a wealthy family for Tianyi, but the plan was ruined by Suze. How can you blame me? He wanted to drink on his own initiative. Suze spread his hands. Zhou Dio still didn't calm down at this moment and kept yelling. I found 2 girls yesterday, but they were done in 5 seconds. I used to be able to take half a minute. Woohoo! I have played with 100 big foreign horses abroad, I must not fall down, I want to kill 1,000 people in China. Zhou Dio spoke passionately, and people around him were pointing and talking. The waiter also came over at this moment, not knowing how to deal with the situation. Kai Lanfen looked at Suze and couldn't help but yelled, if anything happens to him, it will be your responsibility. My responsibility? Suze's face turned cold. He didn't blame Kai Lanfen for looking down on him and mocking him, because he felt guilty towards Yun Tianyi and could endure it. But to have him blamed for something that was not done was something no man could tolerate, let alone a dignified god of war. Suze stared at Kai Lanfen with cold eyes. I'll be there first. My dad and the others will probably be there for another 10 minutes. Just come, why bring a gift? Despite saying that, Yun Caicai still accepted the gift box. At the same time, she looked at Tianyi and said, Tianyi, where are your parents? Yun Tianyi put the jade pendant into his pocket, too embarrassed to take it out. She forced a smile and said, something happened at the company, my dad can't leave, and my mom is not feeling well. Oh, then I'll go see third mom some other day. Yun Ruokan was playing chess with his father-in-law, and the two were arguing, accusing the other of cheating. At this time Yun Ruohai arrived at the villa and brought Shi Ranlian with him. Mom is here. Grandma. Yun Caicai immediately ran over and gave Shi Ranlian a big hug. Shi Ranlian laughed so hard that her dentures almost fell out. Let me take a good look at you. I haven't seen my Caicai for a long time. She has lost weight. The two chatted for a few words, and Shi Ranlian asked, what about Yao Hui? I heard he won the election. Yao Hui is taking care of something upstairs and will be down soon. As soon as he finished speaking, Yao Hui walked down. He is about 1.75 meters tall, has short hair, wears a pair of glasses, and looks quite elegant. Hui has also lost weight. Shi Ranlian quickly held Yao Hui's hand. I've been too busy recently, and it's mainly because of Caicai. She sends me delicious food every day, so I haven't lost much weight. Look at Hui. He's already a director now. His future is limitless. Shi Ranlian glanced at Yun Tianyi and Suze, and said with displeasure, our Yun family recruits talents, but some people are not so good. Although Suze gave Shi Ranlian a priceless little lamp, it did not change Shi Ranlian's mind. Everyone thought that Suze was just lucky and got lucky. In their eyes, Suze is just a waste, a loser without a professional job. Now that he has come back, he must be unable to make it in the north. He wants to cling to Yun Tianyi for nothing. Fortunately, the Yun family gives him free food and drink. Since everyone is here, let's go to the restaurant, Yao Hui said. Yao Hui booked a private room at a famous restaurant nearby. Nowadays, parties and guests are usually eaten out. Everyone drove to the hotel. In the private room, everyone sat down according to seniority, and it was only at the end that we discovered there was a missing seat. It was obvious that someone did this on purpose, just to embarrass Suze. Suze didn't say anything, but Yun Tianyi stood up and said, "Sit here with me." Yun Caicai then said, "Is there a seat missing? I'll ask the waiter to get it." After taking their seats, the family chatted happily. Hui, Mr. Gu played an indispensable role in your success in becoming the director. You must visit him often in the future, Yun Ruikan said. Dad, don't worry. Mr. Gu has been very kind to me. I will definitely not forget it. Yao Hui said hurriedly. To be able to sit in this position at the age of 30, you really have a bright future. No matter what, our Yun family has an official. Yun Ruahai said happily. That's right, don't you see whose brother-in-law he is? Yun Tianxiao's tail was about to lift up. From the day I started working, I vowed to live up to the country and serve the people. I didn't think about my future, Yao Hui said at this moment. High awareness, drink a cup. Everyone raised their glasses and drank it all. Yun Tianlang looked at Yun Tianyi and Suze and said, "We haven't seen my brother-in-law for so long. We gave him a small gift when he came to visit us. What does your family mean?" Yun Tianyi knew this would happen and there was no way to avoid it. She didn't want to take out the broken jade because it would be embarrassing. Suze said, "Of course we are prepared. Back then, only Sister Caicai and Tianyi didn't say I was a waste. I will never forget this kindness." As he spoke, Suze took the jade pendant from Yun Tianyi and handed it to Yun Caicai. Yun Caicai said with a smile on her face, "Xiao Su is thoughtful." Everyone else looked at the jade pendant and immediately showed curiosity. "Let me see it, sister." Yun Tianxiao took the jade pendant and took a look at it, and immediately showed displeasure. "This is all you gave me. This is clearly a broken piece of jade, covered in rust. Even a rag picker wouldn't want it." The others immediately smiled mockingly. Yun Caicai said hurriedly, "I really like this jade pendant, the rest is not important." But Yao Hui said, "I like it, but I am sincere. Suze, if you are short of money, you don't have to give it to me, but what's the point of giving me a piece of broken jade?" The originally festive atmosphere was gone. Suze said calmly, "Who said it was a broken jade? It is a priceless gem." "Bao Yu, haha." Yun Tianlang laughed out loud, "You think you are so lucky to get a bargain again. You were lucky last time, and you want to repeat the same trick this time. Do you think we are all fools?" Yun Tianxiao also said. "Enough, today is to celebrate Hui's promotion, don't say such discouraging words." Shi Ranlian looked dignified. "For Tianyi's sake, I won't bother with you." Yao Hui glared at Suze. Then he clapped his hands, and a waiter came over with a gift box. "I was not able to attend Grandma's birthday, which was a pity. I must give her a birthday gift when I come back this time." Shi Ranlian smiled and said, "Grandma is already very happy that you can come back, why would she need to give me a birthday gift?" "Grandma, this is a gift from us," Yun Caicai also said. As he spoke, the waiter opened the gift box, revealing its true appearance. A flawless jade pendant. "This is the purest Hetian jade." Shi Ranlian couldn't stop smiling and said quickly, Hui and Caicai are so thoughtful. You don't know until you compare. You'll be shocked when you do. They're like heaven and earth apart. Yun Tianxiao said sarcastically. "Yes, my brother-in-law's gift is worth a fortune, but Suze's gift, I estimate, is no more than $5. Yun Tian also said. "Haha, I guess he bought it at the $2 store." Yun Tianlang continued. Yun Tianyi's face was burning with anger. He lowered his head and didn't dare to speak at all. Suze sneered. He didn't want to cause trouble today, but this group of people insisted on coming up to him and asking him to slap them in the face, so he didn't mind giving them a swollen face. Suze looked at Yao Hui and said, "Gifts should be given with care. Have you been infected by Yun Tianxiao and the others and also like to give fake gifts?" As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's expression changed. Yun Tianxiao and the other two were immediately furious. "Suze, what do you mean?" Yun Tianxiao asked. "What else can I mean? You can't even understand this. Are you still in kindergarten? You are deliberately looking for trouble," Yun Tianlang said angrily. Yao Hui, who was originally smiling, now looked cold and looked directly at Suze. "Today, if you don't explain this matter clearly, it will not be over." Suze's questioning was like a soul torture, leaving Yao Qing speechless. When he looked at it, he did see some clues, but this jade pendant was given to him by his son, so he didn't even think about it and just said it was real. But he didn't expect that Suze actually broke the jade pendant, which directly proved that the jade pendant was a fake. Yao Cheng's face was burning, he lowered his head and said nothing. Yao Hui, who was originally extremely angry, now had an ugly expression on his face. As for Yun Tianxiao and the others, they had just jumped incredibly high, and now they all had incredible looks on their faces. They couldn't understand why Yao Hui would send fake goods. They gave fake goods before, which was simply because they had wasted all their money and were passing off inferior goods as good ones. But Yao Hui is different. He has just taken office and has a bright future. If he offers a generous gift at this time, he will be able to win Shi Ranyan's favor. With the financial support of the Yun family, his rapid rise to prominence is just around the corner. Shi Ranlian and Yun Rukin felt mixed emotions at this moment and were very upset. Yun Tianyi was the only one in the audience who was very happy and had a smile on her face. Before, she had been terrified, witnessing Suze constantly committing suicide, and even getting the situation to a point where it was completely out of control. But Suze was not afraid at all, and his counterattack was so beautiful. At this moment, Suze even looked handsome in her eyes. Faced with everyone's silence, Suze smiled slightly. "Tianyi, let's go. In this situation, it is naturally impossible to eat, and it is best to leave now." Yun Tianyi nodded and stood up. The other members of the Yun family were like eggplants hit by frost, wilted and unresponsive. Just as Suze and Yun Tianyi stepped out of the door, a man came towards them. It was Zhang Lao. Mr. Zhang knew Yun Tianyi. Zhang Lao looked at Yun Tianyi and said, "Are you the little girl from the Yun family?" Yun Tianyi hurriedly said, "Hello, Mr. Zhang, I am Yun Tianyi." "Oh, what are you doing here?" Yun Tianyi was too embarrassed to speak. Although Suze had just fought back, it was still very unpleasant. At this moment, Suze said, "A small gathering of the Yun family." "Little gathering, is the old lady here too?" "Exist." Zhang Lao smiled and said, "That's great. I have some good news to tell him." As Zhang Lao said this, he walked towards the box and said to Tianyi, "You and your brother come in as well. This is related to you as well." The Tibetan veteran Suze mistook Yun Tianyi's younger brother. After all, he had rarely seen Yun Tianyi. Yun Tianyi frowned, she obviously didn't want to go in again. But Suze said, "Let's go in and take a look." The two also entered the box. The box was dead silent, and no one could see a smile on their faces. But when they saw Mr. Zhang coming, they could only force a smile. "Mr. Zhang, why are you here?" Shi Ranlian stood up. "I happened to be here discussing business with someone, and I saw Tian Yi and Nanizi, and then I heard that you were having a gathering here." "Yes, Yao Hui just became the director of the Land and Resources Bureau of Sishui City, so let's celebrate a little bit. You didn't even inform me of such a big happy event." There was a look of complaint on Zhang Lao's face. "I don't want to make a big fuss, after all, I'm afraid of the bad impact." Yao Hui also smiled. "You young men have a bright future, you are really an outstanding person, and you have picked up a good grandson-in-law." Mr. Zhang praised him without hesitation. But Shi Ranlian couldn't be happy. After all, Yao Hui had just given her a fake jade pendant, so she could only put on a forced smile. Seeing that something was wrong, Zhang Lao couldn't help but say, "Old lady, I have good news for you." "What good news?" "You don't know, someone offered 100 million to buy that Juanyao purple-spotted small cup." 100 million. When the people present heard this, they all gasped. When Zhang Lao estimated the value of the painting at 50 million, they thought it was worth that price. Later it was said that the auction could even reach 100 million, but no one took it seriously. But today, Mr. Zhang directly said that someone was willing to pay 100 million to buy the small purple-spotted June kiln cup, which naturally shocked everyone. 100 million, that's an astronomical figure. Even the Yun family group only makes 200 million in profit a year. However, the old lady was not happy because the small bowl was given by Suze. But Yun Tianyi was very happy, which showed that Suze was not the waste that these people said. Suze had a calm expression on his face and didn't take anything seriously at all. If we really want to talk about the value of the small lamp he gave, it is definitely more than 100 million, because Tan Lang spent a lot of effort to get it. Old lady, please think about it. Zhang Lao was not in a hurry for Shi Ronlian to reply. Shi Ronlian nodded, and her face gradually recovered. At this moment, Zhang Lao saw the jade pendant on the table, which was broken by Suze. He took a look at it and couldn't help but sneer. The counterfeiting methods are getting more and more sophisticated nowadays. It's hard for ordinary people to distinguish this thing. The others were ashamed, and Yao Hui simply lowered his head. Yun Tianxiao, who was standing by, was so angry that he directly handed the other jade pendant on the table to Zhang Lao. Master Zhang, take a look at this jade pendant. This jade pendant was given to Yun Caicai by Suze. The jade pendant is covered in rust. Yao Qing has just appraised it and said it is worth no more than 1,000 yuan. Yun Tianxiao did this because he wanted Zhang Lao to belittle the jade pendant so that everyone would feel better. Yun Tianlang laughed and said, for such a rusty jade pendant, to be honest, $1,000 is a bit of a compliment. That's right. I won't buy it even if you give me hundreds of dollars. Yun Tian also curled his lips. There is no aesthetic sense at all. This kind of thing has no value at all. Yun Rukan also said. I am ashamed to give such things as gifts, and even call them priceless. Yun Ruahai mocked directly. This group of people all spoke in a derogatory manner about the jade pendant in order to make fun of Suze. After all, it was Suze who said it was priceless. But their words were extremely pale, because the jade pendant Yao Hui gave them was not as valuable as this. Mr. Zhang took the jade pendant, looked at it carefully, and his eyes suddenly focused. He rummaged through his pockets, slapped his forehead and said, I forgot to bring my magnifying glass. I have it. Yao Qing handed it over immediately. Thanks. Mr. Zhang took the jade pendant and looked at it carefully with a magnifying glass for 7 or 8 minutes, as if he was looking at a priceless treasure. Everyone felt something was wrong. Was a piece of broken jade worth looking at for so long? Shi Ronlian felt even more uneasy because Zhang Lao felt the same way when he looked at the small bowl that Suze gave her. After watching for 10 minutes, Mr. Zhang carefully put down the jade pendant with excitement on his face. His voice trembled as he said, to say it is priceless is an insult to it. This jade pendant is simply one of a kind. Zhang Lao's eyes even turned red. I will die without regrets if I can see such a treasure in my lifetime. The whole audience was shocked when he said this. They opened their mouths wide and were speechless. Yao Hui was the director after all, but he actually said that the birthday gift he gave to his grandmother was a fake. Wasn't this a slap in his face? If this gets out, it will be so embarrassing and may even affect his career. So Yao Hui absolutely cannot tolerate Suze's slander against him. Of course Yao Hui was also a little unsure because the jade pendant was not bought by him but given to him by someone else. But he still pretended to be angry and stared at Suze with his eyes fixed. Everyone was blaming Suze, even ridiculing and mocking him, looking at him with disgust. But Yun Tianyi didn't. She said at this moment, I'm sorry, Suze just speaks his mind. The first thing that came to mind was to apologize. Apart from apologizing, Yun Tianyi couldn't think of any other way. But Suze said coldly, Tianyi, why are you apologizing? I am telling the truth. What was supposed to be a happy gathering was ruined by this loser. All the joy is gone. Shi Ronlian knocked the ground with her cane, her face full of anger. You said that what Hui sent was fake, then show us the evidence. That's right, show us the evidence. Yun Tianxiao also responded. Yao Hui looked at Su Zhe and said again, if you don't produce evidence, then kneel down and apologize. Su Zhe smiled coldly, without any panic. Give me the jade pendant. Yun Tianxiao handed the jade pendant to Su Zhe. Su Zhe held the jade pendant and said, it's actually very simple to get evidence. There are 2 ways. Which 2 methods? Someone asked. Find a professional appraiser who can tell the authenticity at a glance. There is another method that I think you may not accept. Where can we find a professional appraiser at this time? Yun Tianxiao looked at Su Zhe angrily and said, I think you are deliberately making trouble. No, I remember that Lao Yao seemed to be a professional appraiser. Yun Ruahai said at this moment. Everyone looked at Yao Hui's father, Yao Cheng. Yao Cheng is a well-known jewelry appraiser in Sishui City, and he came here with Yao Hui tonight. Yao Cheng said at this moment, I am indeed a jewelry appraiser, but this was given to me by my son. If I were to appraise it, I'm afraid some people would not accept it. While speaking, Yao Cheng did not forget to glance at Su Zhe. However, Su Zhe said, it's okay, you can identify it. Since Su Zhe has said so, Uncle Yao, please help to identify it. Yun Tian said with a smile, I'll see what else he has to say then. In that case, I will identify it. Yao Cheng first took the jade pendant given by Su Zhe, and then looked at it carefully with a magnifying glass. After looking at it for a few minutes, Yao Cheng shook his head and said, I can't tell what this jade pendant is made of. It's made of ordinary material and has spots of rust. It's not worth much. Many people smiled immediately and looked at Su Zhe with contempt. How much is the jade that Su Zhe gave you worth? Someone asked. I estimate it to be $1,000 at most. 1,000 yuan, this price actually exceeded everyone's expectations. After all, they thought this thing was only worth a few dollars. But this is completely different from what Su Zhe said. But Yun Tianxiao sneered and said, some people say it's priceless. It turns out that something worth $1,000 is priceless. Their vision is too low. There's nothing I can do. After all, he's a poor guy. 1,000 yuan is probably a huge sum of money for him. Yun Tian was also sarcastic at this moment. Enough. Yun Caicai stopped at this moment. Uncle Yao, please take a look at the jade pendant that Brother Hui gave you. Yun Tianxiao said impatiently. Yao Cheng took the jade pendant, looked at it carefully, and frowned. Just when everyone was feeling uneasy, a smile appeared on Yao Cheng's face. This is a top-grade piece of Hetian jade. That's what I said. How could Brother Hui send fake goods? Yes, some people give cheap things to others and slander them. Su Zhe, why don't you apologize to Brother Hui? However, Su Zhe sneered and looked at Yao Cheng and said, are you sure this is top-grade Hetian jade? Of course, I'm a professional. Yao Cheng said in a loud voice, I didn't want to tell you the price, but this jade pendant will cost at least hundreds of thousands. When Shi Ranlian heard this, her face immediately broke into smiles and she became even more satisfied with Yao Hui. But Su Zhe smiled even more and looked at Yao Cheng with contempt. You want to protect your son? I knew you would say that. Yao Cheng said disdainfully. Su Zhe, you are still being stubborn. Yun Tianlang clenched his fists and looked at Su Zhe unfriendly. Everyone knows this. How could Brother Hui send fake goods? I don't know what kind of person Yao Hui is. I believe Sister Caicai, but it's also possible that they were all deceived. What do you mean? Yao Hui looked at Su Zhe with his anger still unabated. I think this jade pendant was given to you by someone else. Nonsense. Let's not worry about whether this jade pendant was bought by you. Bring it here and I will prove its authenticity. Su Zhe's face suddenly darkened. Yun Tianyi pulled Su Zhe, but Su Zhe ignored her. Give it to him. I want to see what he can do. Su Zhe took the jade pendant, looked at Yao Cheng and said, this jade is indeed top-grade Hetian jade, but there is something fishy about it. What's the trick? Yao Cheng said disdainfully. It's a patinated jade. As soon as Su Zhe spoke, Yao Cheng's expression changed immediately. Others were puzzled. What is patina jade? I seem to have heard that it is made of some different jade material and is an extremely rare species. Yun Ruokan said in a deep voice. Isn't that worth more? Suze smiled. Of course the naturally formed ones are more valuable, but this is artificially faked. Artificial. This jade pendant is just a piece of ordinary stone. Someone wrapped it with Hetian scraps, then polished it, and finally carved it, passing it off as a good piece. What evidence do you have? Yao Cheng asked immediately. It's easy to prove it. Suze smiled. At the same time, the jade pendant in his hand fell directly to the ground. Everyone turned pale on the spot, but it was too late to remedy the situation. Bang. With a crisp sound, the jade pendant fell to the ground and broke into two pieces. What a waste of resources. Shi Ranlian's body trembled with anger. Suze, I'm going to kill you. Yun Tianxiao was even more furious. But Suze ignored the anger of the group of people, picked up the jade, and the smile on his face became even more intense. You can take a look at this cross-section. Suze handed the jade pendant to Yao Cheng. Yao Cheng took a look at it, his face turned pale, and he slumped down in the chair. Seeing Yao Cheng like this, the group of people also changed color, and Yao Hui became even more uneasy. The cross-section can clearly prove everything. This is just a jade pendant worth a few hundred yuan. I think ordinary people can't see it, but as a professional jewelry appraiser, can't you see it? It was too shocking, and everyone's face was filled with shock. I originally thought that Suze's jade pendant was not worth mentioning, but I was slapped in the face on the spot. Yun Tianlang said weakly, well, Mr. Zhang, did you see it wrong? Take a closer look. Yes, how could such a shabby jade pendant be unique? Yun Tian also found it difficult to understand. Zhang Lao was furious and glared at the two of them. You are juniors, I won't bother with you. Shi Ranlian stood up and looked at the jade pendant in Zhang Lao's hand, but couldn't make any sense of it. Master Zhang, is this thing really extremely precious? Old lady, this thing is not only precious, it is something many collectors dream of seeing. Ah. This is a royal item, worn by a famous princess in history. Mr. Zhang explained, you laymen only see that it is extremely modeled, but you can't see its actual value. For a moment, everyone was silent, and some even lowered their heads. After all, they had just mocked Suze in every way and belittled the jade pendant to be worthless, but now they were slapped in the face on the spot, and everyone's face was burning. Especially Yao Cheng, if there was a crack, he would want to crawl into it. I don't know who this jade pendant belongs to. I want to buy it. Mr. Zhang said frankly. When the people present heard this, their color changed. Even Mr. Zhang wanted to buy it. It was definitely the genuine article and the price was right. Ben still held out a glimmer of hope, but it was now completely shattered. This is a gift from Suze to Sister Tsaitsai. Yun Tianlang said in a low voice. Yun Tsaitsai was also stunned for a long time. She didn't expect Suze to give her such an expensive gift. This is Suze's. Yun Tsaitsai said immediately. She couldn't accept such a valuable thing. Suze quickly said, it has been given to Sister Kai Kai, so it belongs to Sister Kai Kai. I'm willing to pay 50 million to buy it. Zhang Lao said in a crisp voice without any hesitation. 50 million. Yun Tianlang was speechless. Everyone present was completely shocked. They opened their mouths wide, wanting to say something but not knowing what to say. It's all up to Sister Tsaitsai. Suze smiled. Seeing Suze's sincerity, Yun Tsaitsai could only say, I won't sell this thing. After all, it was a gift I had just given her, so I naturally couldn't sell it. That's a pity. You must keep it well. Mr. Zhang looked regretful. Yun Tsaitsai nodded vigorously. Yao Hui looked unhappy. He wanted to show off at this party, but ended up letting Suze steal all the limelight. Suze looked at Yao Hui at this moment and said with a smile, didn't you just tell me to kneel down and apologize? Yao Hui had a cold face and said nothing. Yun Tianyi hurriedly advised. For the sake of Sister Tsaitsai and Tianyi, I won't bother with you. Under normal circumstances, Suze would have punished such a person long ago. Mr. Su, where did you get this jade pendant? I just bought it casually at the antique market. Suze said calmly. Yun Tianlang and others were so envious and jealous. This luck was simply too good. But how could Mr. Zhang believe it? How could such a precious thing be found in an antique stall? Suze did not tell the truth. However, Mr. Zhang also knew that Suze must have his reasons for not telling the truth. I would like to invite Mr. Su to my humble abode for a chat. Shi Ranlian was shocked. It was absolutely unprecedented to receive an invitation from Mr. Zhang. Over the years, Mr. Zhang has only invited 3 people, 2 of whom are national heroes, and the other is a major leader in the Southwest. Suze frowned and said, "I'm afraid it won't work. I've been busy lately and can't get away." Shi Ranlian said angrily, "Master Zhang personally invited you, this is a great honor, and you dare to refuse." Zhang Lao said hurriedly, it's okay, we can talk again when Mr. Su has time." Suze didn't say anything else. He had achieved his goal and didn't want to stay here any longer. "Tianyi, let's go." Yun Tianyi nodded. She hasn't come to her senses yet and didn't expect this result at all. Suze once again took out the priceless antique. But she didn't think much about it and just thought Suze was very lucky. However, this made her feel a little different towards Suze. At least the Yun family was humiliated, and she was very happy. Yun Tianxiao, who was standing aside, had a cold expression on his face. He said a few words to Yao Hui and then left the box. Yun Caicai hurriedly said, "Tianyi, Suze, the meal hasn't started yet, let's eat first." Yun Tianyi was a little hesitant. Suze stood aside, looked at Yun Tianyi, and said softly, "Everything is up to you. It was all my fault just now. We are a family after all. We shouldn't make things unpleasant for trivial matters." Yun Caicai had already apologized, and Yun Tianyi had no choice but to stay. Mr. Zhang did not stay, after all, he also had social engagements. He said a few words to Shi Ranlian and then left. At this moment, Yun Tianxiao went to the bathroom and took out his phone. "Brother Shui. Tianxiao. There's something I want to ask you for help with. What's the relationship between us? No need to be so polite. Just tell me what you want to say. Help me teach this guy a lesson and cripple one of his legs, and I'll give you 100,000. Where are you? I'll be right there. Cloud City Hotel." After hanging up the phone, Yun Tianxiao returned to the box. "Tianxiao, everyone start eating." "It's okay." Yun Tianxiao sat down, glanced at Suze, and a hint of coldness appeared on his face. He wanted to see how Suze would respond this time. Everyone seemed to have forgotten the previous unpleasantness, chatting, drinking old wine and eating delicious food. After 3 rounds of drinks, everyone started talking and the party became even more lively. At this moment, a van stopped at Yinqing Hotel and 7 or 8 people got out of the van. The leader was a fat man wearing a big gold chain. He was the brother Shui mentioned by Yun Tianxiao. Brother Shui is quite famous in this area, and many people don't dare to provoke him. "Brothers," Tianxiao said, "that if you can cripple that man's leg, you will give us 100,000. The group of younger brothers were all excited. 100,000 was not a small amount of money. It was enough for them to live a carefree life for several days. "Brother Shui, don't worry." A group of people holding baseball bats walked directly into the hotel and ran towards the 3rd floor. One of the younger brothers kicked the door of the private room open with a fierce look on his face. "Who among you is called Suze?" the younger brother asked viciously. Originally, the atmosphere in the box was extremely festive, with everyone drinking and eating, but this sudden scene caught no one off guard. Suze looked calm and said to the men, "It's me." Brother Shui walked in and looked at Suze with a smile on his face. "I'm sorry, brother, someone is willing to pay to break one of your legs." "You guys." Yun Tianyi's face changed. "Believe it or not, I'll call the police. It goes without saying that these are definitely a group of thugs who are here to cause trouble." "Call the police. Then I'll see if you have the courage." Brother Shui was not afraid at all. "Tianyi, the police are busy. Why do they need to take action against these little hooligans themselves?" "But..." Yun Tianyi was still uneasy. "Don't worry, I can handle it." Somehow, Suze's smile made Yun Tianyi feel inexplicably at ease, and she put the phone she had taken out back into her bag. The others were also a little scared. They didn't know that Brother Shui and the others were invited by Yun Tianxiao. Only Yun Tianxiao sat there, continuing to drink his wine and eat his snacks, looking very calm. Suze looked at Brother Shui and asked, "I just want to know, who paid to cripple my leg? Don't you know who you have offended?" Brother Shui said angrily. "I've only been back for a few days, and I really don't know who I offended." "Brother Shui, there's no need to waste time talking to this guy. Just get the job done, take the money and leave," said a younger brother. Brother Shui nodded and winked at his two younger brothers. The two of them immediately rushed into the box. "Don't worry, we have professional ethics. We will only break this kid's legs. You guys get out," Brother Shui said to the others. The Yun family all breathed a sigh of relief and quickly ran out of the box. Suze and Yun Tianyi were the only ones left in the box. Yun Caicai still had a worried look on her face, and said outside the box, "Why don't we call the police? These guys are not easy to mess with." Yun Tianxiao curled his lips and said, "Sister, Suze didn't even allow me to call the police, why are you worrying about it?" "Yes, this is what they call, you reap what you sow." Yun Tianlang looked happy. He must have offended someone, and now someone wants to take revenge on him. We'd better not meddle in other people's business, so as not to bring trouble upon ourselves. Yun Tian also said. For a moment, the Yun family gave up the idea of calling the police. After all, Suze had just embarrassed them, and they were happy to make Suze suffer a little. In the box, Shui Ji's two younger brothers rushed towards Suze. Suze said to Yun Tianyi, "Tianyi, go to the side." Although Yun Tianyi had no feelings for Suze, she couldn't let this group of people really cripple Suze's leg. She stopped in front of Suze and said, "I have practiced taekwondo and can help you." Suze felt warm in his heart, but still said, "Don't worry, these thugs can't really hurt me." Two younger brothers wielded baseball bats and attacked Suze. Suze immediately went to meet him. In a flash, Suze made several moves. Before the baseball bat landed on Suze, the two younger brothers flew backwards and hit their heads against the wall of the box. The two men fell to the ground, wailing in pain, obviously no longer able to fight. Seeing this, Brother Shui was filled with anger. "Good boy, you dare to fight back. Come on, everyone. Break one more of his arms." 5 younger brothers rushed towards Suze, each holding a baseball bat. Yun Tianyi didn't dare to look anymore and her body was shaking. Bang bang bang. With a few noises, Suze knocked Shui Ji's 3 younger brothers away with one punch each. The remaining 2 people's faces changed. They never expected Suze to be so powerful. But they still swung their baseball bats and hit Suze on the head. But in Suze's eyes, their speed seemed like slow motion and he easily dodged them. "Such a slow pace, doesn't your boss give you food?" Suze smiled and punched the 2 men directly in the face. The 2 men immediately had bruised noses and swollen eyes, tears and blood flowed out, and they fell to the ground in pain. When the Yun family members outside heard the noise inside, their faces changed. However, Yun Tianxiao and his companions were all smiling. "It feels so good that he has come to this day." Yun Tianlang couldn't help but say. "Tianyi is still inside." Yun Caicai was very worried. "Sister, don't worry. Didn't that person just say that he would only deal with Suze?" Yun Tianxiao explained. But Yun Caicai was still uneasy. After all, Suze had just given her such an expensive gift. If anything happened to her, she would definitely feel bad. "No, we can't let this group of people do whatever they want." Yun Caicai took out her cell phone. Yao Hui grabbed her hand at this moment and said unhappily, "Don't mind your own business." He was also unhappy with Suze, and of course he was happy to see Suze being beaten and even about to have one of his legs broken. But there is no but. This is all his own fault. If he doesn't provoke others, why would others ask someone to destroy him? However, the scene inside the box was quite different. 7 or 8 of Shui Ji's younger brothers fell to the ground, wailing, and some were seriously injured with blood at the corners of their mouths. Brother Shui was completely confused, and his expression changed completely when he looked at Suze. He never dreamed that Suze would be so powerful. 7 or 8 of his younger brothers were beaten down. He cursed Yun Tianxiao 18 times in his heart for not telling him in advance that he was so strong. 100,000 yuan. Even if you give him 1 million yuan, he won't come. Suze looked at Brother Shui and smiled. Brother Shui, come here and break my legs. Brother Shui gave a bitter smile and said hurriedly, Brother, this is all a misunderstanding. Misunderstanding? Suze said exaggeratedly, I have already knocked your little brother down, what should I do? No. It's okay. They brought this upon themselves. Blame it on themselves. Brother Shui couldn't remain tough anymore and had to give in. Oh, so, then you have to blame yourself. Brother Shui's face changed drastically, and he looked at Suze and said, Brother, please leave some space for us so that we can meet again in the future. Who is your brother? You want to break one of my legs? Come on. Suze shouted. Brother Shui's face turned cold. He knew that giving in wouldn't work, so he had to resort to force. You are a good fighter, but in today's society, being able to fight is not enough. Threatening me. Suze grabbed Shui Ji's collar and lifted him up. This time, Shui Ji's face completely changed color and his whole body began to tremble. He never expected Suze to be so terrifying that he lifted him up with one hand. Brother, I was just joking. Just kidding. Suze smiled even more. Tell me who asked you to come. Yun Tianxiao. How much did he give you? 100,000. I'm giving you a chance now. As long as you let me go, I will do it. Go and cripple Yun Tianxiao's leg. Suze said coldly. Ah. Brother Shui looked surprised. Either I'll cripple one of your legs, or you decide. Brother Shui immediately said, Of course, we will destroy him. Suze let go of Shui Gu and helped him straighten his collar. Go ahead. Brother Shui nodded quickly. If he didn't give in now, his legs would be crippled. The other brothers also followed Brother Shui out of the box, crawling and tumbling. After dealing with this group of thugs, Suze's face returned to calm and he walked in front of Yun Tianyi. How is it? Are you okay? Suze asked gently. Yun Tianyi shook his head and said, I'm fine. She was extremely shocked. She had never expected Suze to be so powerful and such a good fighter. She felt even warmer in her heart. Suze knew that Yun Tianyi was confused and explained, I used to be a soldier, so dealing with this group of people is not a big deal. Yun Tianyi nodded without thinking much about it. However, there has been a slight change in her heart. Although not much, at least Suze is no longer a useless waste in her heart. Brother Shui and his younger brothers walked out of the box, looking listless, no longer as majestic as before. Seeing Brother Shui coming out, Yun Tianxiao was the first to greet him and couldn't help asking, Brother Shui, what's going on? He wanted to know the result so badly, and wanted to know whether Suze's leg was broken, so he did not avoid suspicion. The other members of the Yun family also wanted to know the result, and no one paid attention to Yun Tianxiao's strange behavior. Brother Shui took a deep breath and looked at Yun Tianxiao with anger on his face. Well, I'll tell you now. Brother Shui slapped Yun Tianxiao, making him spin twice. Yun Tianxiao was stunned by the slap. He covered his face and looked at Brother Shui and said, Brother Shui, why did you hit me? The other members of the Yun family were also very surprised. Yun Ruikan said, How dare you hit my son? I'm going to hit your son. Not only will I hit your son, I'm also going to break one of his legs. Brother Shui had no choice. It was either his own legs or Yun Tianxiao's legs. Of course he chose the latter. He had seen how powerful Suze was, so he dared not disobey him and could only listen to Suze. Brother Shui ordered the younger brother behind him, break one of his legs for me. Several younger brothers immediately walked towards Yun Tianxiao. No, don't break my son's legs. Yun Tianxiao's mother said hurriedly. Yun Tianxiao was also completely confused. He clearly asked Brother Shui to cripple Suze's leg, but Brother Shui wanted to cripple his own leg instead. Brother Shui, you can't break my legs, you can't. Brother Shui didn't even look at Yun Tianxiao. Brother Shui, I gave you 100,000. Yun Tianxiao said in a low voice. How dare you say that? Didn't you say that he was just an ordinary person? An ordinary person could lift me up with one hand. Brother Shui didn't want to waste time talking to Yun Tianxiao anymore. Several of his younger brothers immediately rushed towards Yun Tianxiao and attacked him with baseball bats in their hands. Yun Tianxiao screamed in pain, and his thigh was deformed. After crippling Yun Tianxiao's leg, Brother Shui turned around and looked at Su Zhe, who had just come out, and said respectfully, Mr. Su, is this okay now? Su Zhe nodded. Then I'll leave. Go away. Brother Shui and his younger brothers left quickly. Yun Tianxiao was in so much pain that he was almost dying. It was all his own fault. He not only lost his wife but also his army. But the other members of the Yun family didn't think so. Yun Ruokan looked at Su Zhe and angrily said, Did you order that thug to beat my son? I didn't expect that you have become a bad person after not seeing you for 3 years. It turns out that group of people were not here to deal with you. Yun Ruahai also said. Su Zhe sneered, looked at the Yun family and said contemptuously, You can ask him who called this group of people here. Shi Ranlian looked at Yun Tianxiao, her face full of heartache. Tianxiao, tell grandma what's going on. Yun Tianxiao was sweating coldly from the pain and didn't dare to say a word. He could only swallow his anger and accept the situation. Don't say too much for now, just call 120. Yun Caicai was extremely anxious. Yes, call 120 quickly. You are still a little naive to play these little tricks with me. Su Zhe walked closer, looked at Yun Tianxiao and said, If it weren't for the fact that you are a member of the Yun family, it would not be as simple as breaking one of your legs. After saying that, Su Zhe no longer paid attention to the Yun family and left with Yun Tianyi. Too arrogant. Seeing Su Zhe leaving, Yun Ruokan clenched his fists in anger. That's right, he doesn't take us seriously at all. A useless orphan dares to be so arrogant. This matter is not over yet. Yun Tianxiao's mother also said. Don't worry, I will definitely make him regret it then. Yao Hui also said in a cold voice. On the road, Yun Tianyi was driving quietly. Yun Tianyi couldn't help but ask, What on earth has happened to you in the past 3 years? Yun Tianyi began to become curious about Su Zhe. Su Zhe said calmly, Nothing, just exercising every day at the border. What about the year after retirement? I walked around and looked around. That's how I learned foreign languages. Su Zhe didn't want to tell Yun Tianyi the truth because the time was not right. Even if he told Yun Tianyi everything, she would definitely not believe it. After all, it was too bizarre. What happened to Su Zhe in the past 3 years was simply beyond the imagination of ordinary people. 3 years ago he was an ant on the ground, and 3 years later he has become an eagle in the sky. At the same time, Su Zhe also wanted to fulfill his promise. He said that he would give Yun Tianyi a world, and it would not be too late to talk about it when he conquered the world. The two returned home and saw Kai Lanfen and Yun watching TV. Seeing the two of them coming back, Kai Lanfen asked, Did Su Zhe not embarrass himself this time? Yun Tianyi shook his head. That's good, otherwise it would be embarrassing for us again. Tianyi, what gift are you giving this time? Yun Ruoqing asked. I didn't give you anything. Yun Tianyi evaded the question. She didn't want the two of them to know about the banquet. I heard that Caicai's husband has been promoted to director of the Land and Resources Bureau of Sishui City. If you get sent away, how can you ask others for help in the future? Yun Ruoqing said with some blame. Yes, I told you when I went there, why didn't you take it seriously? Kai Lanfen also said. At this time, Yun Ruoqing's cell phone rang. It was Yun Ruokan calling. On the phone, Yun Ruokan scolded Yun Ruoqing harshly. After hanging up the phone, Yun Ruoqing looked at Su Zhe and angrily said, Did you break Tian Zhao's leg? Yun Tianyi hurriedly said, Su Zhe is not to blame for this. Don't talk, let him talk. Su Zhe said calmly, He called people to beat me up, but maybe we didn't agree on the price, so I got beaten up by the people he called. Why did he call for someone to beat you up? You're jealous of my handsomeness. Su Zhe spread his hands. Yun Tianyi explained. Yao Hui gave Grandma a fake jade, and Suze exposed it. Kai Lanfen put her hands on her hips and said angrily, "Why are you meddling in other people's business? I shouldn't have let you go." "Mom, it's really not Suze's fault. They brought this upon themselves." Yun Tianyi couldn't bear it anymore. She had to tell the truth and tell him everything that happened at the party. Yun Tianyi said a lot, but Kai Lanfen only heard one sentence, which was that the jade pendant given by Suze was worth 50 million. "What did you say?" "The jade pendant you gave me is worth 50 million. Mr. Zhang wanted to buy it on the spot, so it should be worth that much money. What a wasteful thing. Last time he gave me a small bowl worth tens of millions, and now he gave me a jade pendant worth tens of millions. What a wasteful thing." Kai Lanfen was extremely heartbroken and her hatred for Suze increased. Suze looked indifferent. If Kai Lanfen didn't look down on him, he could actually give her a few of these things. "Suze, go back to your room." Yun Tianyi winked at Suze. Suze nodded and went back to the room. That night, Kai Lanfen's chattering was all over the place, and it never stopped. The next morning, Suze stood on the balcony, supporting himself with one hand, doing handstand push-ups. He had strong muscles all over his body and sweat dripped down his muscles. He did this every day and was used to it. After exercising, Suze took a hot bath and changed into clean casual clothes. Boom boom boom. Suze knocked on Yun Tianyi's bedroom door. "Tianyi, are you awake?" Yun Tianyi opened the door and asked, "What's the matter?" She didn't sleep well that night because Kai Lanfen kept nagging her. "There's a summit in the city today. Please go with me." "Summit?" Yun Tianyi was puzzled. "It seems to be quite lively, so I want to take you to see it." "Are you talking about the city's business forum summit?" Yun Tianyi asked hurriedly. "That's right." "Suze, are you stupid? This is an event that only city leaders and business tycoons can attend," Yun Tianyi said unhappily. In fact, Suze was not willing to go because he had asked Bajun to go in his place. But Bajun called him last night and asked him to be there because the leader of the Southwest military wanted to discuss important matters with him. There was no way, Suze could only agree. "Don't you trust me at all?" Suze curled his lips. "It's not that I don't believe you. I already knew about that summit. Even my dad is not qualified to attend. Not even the dean of our second hospital is qualified. The worst qualified one has to be a director, or have a net worth of hundreds of millions." Yun Tianyi explained. "I got 2 admission tickets through my comrades." Suze had 2 more summit admission tickets in his hands, with the scenery of Chengdu printed on them. Yun Tianyi took it and looked at it carefully, then said, "Is it really an admission card?" "Of course it's true, how could I lie to you?" "Tianyi, I left without saying goodbye before, which caused you a lot of harm, so I want to make up for it now." The reason why Suze said this was because Yao Hui boasted at the party last night. He is the director of Surabaya City and is just qualified to attend the summit. In addition to bringing 1 family member, he can also bring 2 other people. At that time, Yao Hui specifically asked Yun Tianxiao and Yun Tianlang to go, but later Yun Tianxiao broke his leg, so Yun Tian replaced him. Suze saw it all, and when Yao Hui said this, Yun Tianyi was very envious. After all, it is a summit attended by many leaders and business tycoons. Everyone wants to go and see the world, and even make friends with some important people. Therefore, Suze asked Bajun to get 2 admission tickets, intending to take Yun Tianyi with him. "Let's not talk about the past." Yun Tianyi held the admission ticket, hesitated for a moment, and finally agreed. Suze immediately smiled and said, "Let's go then." The 2 left home and drove towards the venue of the summit in the city. In the car, Suze called Bajun and asked him to put Yao Hui on the blacklist. Isn't this just showing off in front of him? Then he wants to see what will happen if Yao Hui and the others can't get in. At this time, Yun Tianxiao was lying on the hospital bed, looking as if he had lost all hope in life. Yao Hui visited Yun Tianxiao and went to the summit with Yun Tianlang and others. "Brother-in-law, this time it's all thanks to you, otherwise I might never be able to go to such a summit in my life," Yun Tianlang said excitedly. Yao Hui smiled and said, It's a small matter. If I hadn't just taken office, I could have brought a few more people with me. You don't know how envious Yun Tianyi was last night. What's the point of her being envious? She is not qualified to go anyway. Yun Tian said with a smile, she just wants to go in and make friends with the nobles so that she can be transferred from the second hospital to the first hospital. Suze embarrassed us yesterday. Even if he had extra admission tickets, he would not give them to Yun Tianyi. Yun Tianlang said coldly. You're right. I will definitely settle this account, and I won't let Tianxiao's leg go like this. Yun Caicai frowned. Suze is not to blame for what happened yesterday. It was Tian Xiao who called him. This kid is really worrying. Sister Caicai, why are you speaking for that loser? Even if it was the person brother Tian Xiao called, he shouldn't have let that person break brother Tianxiao's legs. Yun Tianlang disagreed. That's right, Suze doesn't consider us as relatives. It's almost time, so let's not talk about this unhappy thing anymore. Yao Hui said. Yun Tianlang and others nodded. At this time, the venue of the Chengdu summit was already quite lively, with people appearing in the venue one after another. In the highest level area of the venue, a man in military uniform was pacing back and forth, looking extremely anxious. Pajuan was standing next to him, and he was also a little anxious. When will Marshal Long come? Asked the man in military uniform. Pajuan replied, the boss said last night that he would come, but I don't know how long it will take. Only he can solve such an important matter. The man in military uniform frowned even more. Don't worry, since the boss said he would come, he will definitely not break his promise. The man in military uniform nodded and said, you will go up and speak at the summit later. Pajuan nodded. The man in military uniform also knew why Suze didn't want to show up. He just didn't want more people to know. After all, Suze's identity was somewhat special. Suze parked the car on the side of the road and got out with Yun Tianyi. Let's go. Suze said, holding Yun Tianyi's hand. Yun Tianyi hesitated, is your admission notice real? Of course it's true, how could I lie to you? I still can't believe how your comrade could have gotten the admission ticket. Although my comrade in arms is not a big leader, he still has some connections. He helped me because I have a close relationship with him. What if it's fake? Then we will be embarrassed. Believe me, it's absolutely true. Suze said patiently. At this moment, Yao Hui's car also stopped on the side of the road. Yao Hui and a few others walked down, and were stunned when they saw Suze. Isn't that Suze and Yun Tianyi? Why are they here? Yun Tian asked puzzledly. Just go over and ask and you'll know. Yun Tianlang walked over. Isn't this Tianyi and Suze? Yun Tianlang deliberately raised his voice. Yao Hui also came over, looked at Yun Tianyi and asked, why are you here? Suze replied, of course we came here to see the summit. Watching the summit? Yun Tianlang laughed. Are you kidding me? Do you know who can enter? Yao Hui also said. I don't know who can get in, but it's okay as long as I can get in. How shameless. Yao Hui's face turned cold. To be eligible to attend the summit, you must be at least a director, or a local businessman with assets exceeding 100 million. Yun Tianlang immediately responded, Suze, you don't hold an official position, are you an entrepreneur with assets exceeding 100 million? As soon as he finished speaking, he started laughing, and Yun Tian beside him also laughed. Yun Tianyi frowned and couldn't help but hold Suze's hand tightly. Suze also held Yun Tianyi's hand to reassure her. Whether I am an entrepreneur with assets exceeding 100 million yuan or not, what does it have to do with you? Suze looked at Yun Tianlang and asked back. Yun Tianlang was unable to retort for a moment and could only glare at Suze. Yao Hui said at this moment, Kai and I are very satisfied with the jade pendant you gave me before, but let's be honest, this is not the place for you to act wildly. Yao Hui's voice suddenly turned cold, and his eyes became extremely serious as he looked at Suze. You can come, but I can't. You are really overbearing. I'm not being overbearing, this is a serious matter, do you think it's funny? It's not funny, but we have admission tickets, why can't we come here? Don't think you can be complacent just because you have 2 fake entry tickets. The security check here is very strict. Once they find out that your entry ticket is fake, it's not as simple as not letting you in. Oh, is there any other trouble? Of course, this is illegal, and you can be locked up for a few days. I am a law-abiding citizen. How could I do such a thing? Suze smiled faintly. You really won't cry until you see the coffin, Brother Yao Hui. Just let him make a fool of himself, and don't bother with him. Yun Tianlang said coldly. Yun Tian also said, yes, this kind of people will never listen to advice. They will only know the shame after trying it. Yun Caicai also advised, Suze, this is a very serious place, you and Tianyi should go back. Suze shook his head. I promised Tianyi that I would take her in. How could I break my promise? Okay, I want to see how you bring her in. Yao Hui folded his arms, looking like he was enjoying a good show. Suze looked at Yun Tianyi and said, Tianyi, let's go. Yun Tianyi was very nervous, but when she saw Suze's determined look, she decided to trust Suze once. The two walked to the security check area and 2 security guards came over immediately. Please show us your admission tickets. Suze handed 2 admission tickets to the security guard. The security guard took a look and scanned it, and the identities of Suze and Yun Tianyi were immediately displayed on the computer. Yun Tianyi's identity was very ordinary, so naturally she did not attract the attention of security. But Suze was different. There was no information about Suze on the computer, but 4 red S's were displayed. The security guards rubbed their eyes, thinking they had seen it wrong. Participants in the summit have their own level. Merchants are generally A and S, and the highest is SS. In the officialdom and the military, the lowest rank is S, but the highest is no more than SSS. They have never seen SSSS security before, but even a fool knows what SSSS stands for. It is definitely the highest level and cannot be neglected. The 2 security guards quickly saluted Suze. Can we go in? Suze asked. Of course. A security guard replied quickly. Suze pulled Yun Tianyi in. During the examination, Yun Tianyi's heart almost jumped out of her throat and she was extremely scared. I even thought about the scenario of being rejected and how to deal with it. But she didn't expect to pass. Suze didn't lie to her. I told you I wouldn't lie to you. Yun Tianyi nodded and changed her opinion of Suze. Yao Hui and others' faces suddenly changed. They never expected this result. They were waiting for Suze to make a fool of himself, but Suze actually passed the test. Yao Hui walked over and said to the 2 security guards, did you see it wrong? A security guard said coldly, are you questioning us? No, look carefully, he is not qualified to enter at all. Yao Hui explained. The machine showed they were eligible to go in. The machine won't break down, will it? Even if it's broken, the admission ticket is real. The security guard replied coldly. Suze's entry post is different from others, and there are also 4 S's on the back, which cannot be fake. Suze looked at Yao Hui and said, don't think so badly of me. I still have comrades. You're lucky. Yao Hui looked at Yun Tianlang and said to him, give them the admission tickets. Yun Tianlang nodded and handed the admission ticket to the security guard. Security checked it and then scanned it with a machine. Yun Tianlang's identity information was immediately displayed on the computer, but there was an extra red X below it, which was extremely eye-catching. A security guard said directly, you can't go in. Yun Tianlang was confused, why can't I go in? You're on the blacklist. Blacklist. Not only Yun Tianlang was confused, Yun Tian was also confused because she couldn't go in either. Yao Hui looked at the 2 security guards with a cold face, I want to bring them in. They are on the blacklist and are not allowed to enter, the security guard replied in a deep voice. Yao Hui's face turned black. This was obviously a lack of respect for him. Very good, very good. Yao Hui looked at the 2 of them coldly. Suze laughed and said, so it's you who can't come in. Yun Tianlang and Yun Tian felt ashamed and their faces were burning. Yao Hui also said with a dark face, you 2 should go back first. The 2 of them suddenly wilted and could only nod. At the same time, Yao Hui also submitted his admission ticket. A security guard said to Yao Hui, "You can't go in either." "What?" Yao Hui was a little confused and asked angrily, "Why can't I go in?" Yun Caicai also said, "You guys are mistaken. You're also on the summit's blacklist," the security guard explained. "Impossible, how could I be on the blacklist? There must be something wrong." Yao Hui said anxiously. "We don't know about that, but you are indeed on the blacklist and are not allowed to enter. Take another look, there must be something wrong." Yao Hui was anxious. Many high-ranking leaders will be attending this summit, and Yao Hui hopes to get to know that group of leaders this time. If we can't get in, it will be a big loss. The security guard shook his head. "Impossible, how could I be on the blacklist? You must have made a mistake." Yao Hui's voice became very loud. Suze laughed and said, "So you can't come in either. It was really interesting to hear you lecture me like that just now." Yao Hui clenched his fists, and he even wanted to punch Suze. "I'm the director of Sishui City." This was all Yao Hui could say about his identity. "I don't care who you are as director. You can't go in if you are on the blacklist," the security guard said angrily. He didn't care about Yao Hui's identity. He only recognized the list. This is a blacklist drawn up by the higher-ups themselves. If they let Yao Hui in, they will lose their jobs. Seeing that Yao Hui was still not giving up, the security guard said coldly, "If you cause trouble here again, we will have to notify the soldiers. If the soldiers come, it won't be such a simple matter. They have guns and are specially responsible for maintaining order and safety at the summit." Seeing that the security guards are really here, Yao Hui's face turned pale. He had just taken office and something like this happened. If this were to get out, it would be a laughing stock. But he couldn't do it by force, as he couldn't afford the consequences. So Yao Hui said to Yun Caicai and the others, "Let's go." Several people left without looking back. It would be even more embarrassing to stay any longer. On the way back, Yao Hui couldn't understand why he was put on the blacklist. "Brother-in-law, there must be a misunderstanding here. You are the director, how could you be on the blacklist?" Yun Tianlang looked puzzled. "There must be something fishy about this." Yun Tian said, "Could it be Suze's doing? I'm not overestimating him. If he can put me on the blacklist, I'll eat shit in front of him." Of course Yao Hui didn't believe that it was Suze's doing, because in his eyes Suze didn't have that ability at all. After thinking for a while, Yao Hui muttered, "Could it be that I didn't take care of the leaders when I came to Chengdu, and made them unhappy?" After hearing this, Yun Caicai and the other two nodded. "You can't neglect the ways of the world, you know, human relationships." Yun Caicai frowned. "Don't go back yet. Come with me to pick out some gifts. After the summit is over, I'll come to your house and apologize." The more Yao Hui thought about it, the more scared he became. He had finally become the director and didn't want to be fired so soon. Good. On the other side, Suze felt extremely happy when he saw Yao Hui leaving. He is so arrogant for being a mere director. If Yao Hui had his status, he would be so proud of himself. "Suze, what is going on?" Yun Tianyi was a little confused. Suze smiled and said, "It's a character issue. The summit is about to start, let's go in." Yun Tianyi was still confused, but she still entered the venue with Suze. Inside the venue, all the important figures were sitting on the arranged chairs, all with serious looks on their faces. At the beginning, it was nothing more than some leaders giving speeches, talking about the development and construction of various urban areas, etc., and praising the national policies. In recent years, Chengdu and the surrounding urban areas have indeed developed very well. The city's environmental protection and construction, and the well-connected roads and railways are all visible to everyone. After saying this, the host on the stage took the microphone and said to everyone, "The summit is over here, but there is still one very important thing. Yes, I think everyone has heard the news that our Chinese god of war, Lord Long Shuai, has arrived in Rongcheng." After these words were spoken, everyone sat up straight with a look of awe on their faces. I won't introduce the god of war in detail. He was once the dragon marshal. Even a 3-year-old child knows that his high status is unparalleled. It is our honor to have him come to our Rongcheng. Now, let's give our most enthusiastic applause and invite our Long Shuai to come up to the stage and speak. There was thunderous applause from the audience, one wave higher than the other, rising and falling, and lasting for a long time. Backstage, a tall and strong man in military uniform walked out. He walked with a vigorous step, his eyes were fierce, and he stood upright, giving people an aura as immovable as a mountain. He is Pajiwan, and he comes to replace Su Zhe. Is this Long Shuai? What a heroic figure, worthy of being our Chinese hero. The god of war has made countless contributions, and his deeds are spread everywhere. It is an honor to meet him today. Many people were talking about it. Yun Tianyi looked at Pajuan on the stage with a look of admiration. A man who defends his country should be admired by everyone. But she had a question in her mind: what exactly was the god of war? She didn't understand. Su Zhe, what is the god of war? Yun Tianyi asked. Su Zhe said calmly, the god of war, that is a person who is invincible and unstoppable, and is hailed as a mythical existence. He was not bragging, he was just telling the truth. In the past few years, whether in the northern border, the western border, or abroad, Su Zhe fought no less than 100 times and never lost a single battle. And anyone he wants to kill will definitely not live beyond the deadline he sets. The soul of China must be punished even though he is far away, that's him. You mean very powerful in combat, very formidable. That's right. It's just a mortal body, it's also afraid of modern weapons. Yun Tianyi muttered. Of course he's afraid of missiles, but firearms can't hurt him at all. Even bullets can't hurt you. Yun Tianyi was a little shocked. Of course, when the hardness of the muscles reaches a certain level, even bullets can't penetrate them. What Su Zhe said was not a lie. Although it sounds unbelievable, it is indeed true. Isn't this kind of person scary? It depends on whether the other party is an enemy or one of ours. Su Zhe said with a smile. Don't talk nonsense to me. What level is this person? Yun Tianyi was a little curious. What level? Su Zhe thought for a moment, then said, he once made a contribution, and the military district leader wanted to confer the title of prince on him, but he refused. Ah. Yun Tianyi opened his mouth in surprise. This is just one time of merit, but there are at least 100 times of merit that can be called a god of war. Su Zhe smiled even more. Yun Tianyi could no longer imagine what kind of person such a person was. No wonder he was hailed as the soul of China. Fortunately, he is a good man who protects the people. Yun Tianyi felt a little relieved. If he was an enemy, it would be too scary. How do you know so much? Yun Tianyi asked again. Well, I was also a conscript for 2 years, so I know all this. After all, he is also my idol. No wonder. Su Zhe was relieved, he almost got exposed. At this moment, Pajuan on the stage was holding the microphone, looking at everyone, without any fear and with a solemn expression. Let me make it clear that I am not Marshal Long. I am his subordinate, and I am attending this summit on his behalf. Isn't he Long Shuai? If it weren't for Long Shuai being so heroic, wouldn't Long Shuai be even more unimaginable? What a pity. I thought I saw Long Shuai in person. There was a lot of discussion in the audience. The host on the stage coughed twice and said, although Long Shuai didn't come, it doesn't affect his position in our hearts. Many people nodded vigorously, especially those in the army, whose admiration for Marshal Long had reached an unprecedented level. I brought a message from Marshal Long. He said that as long as he is here in Rongcheng, he can keep everyone safe. Pajuan's voice was sonorous and powerful, like a subwoofer, and the sound echoed throughout the entire venue. Many people were so moved that they almost cried. Applause, thunderous applause, even louder than before. Even Yun Tianyi was infected and became even more curious about this so-called dragon god of war. She has always had a wish in her heart, that is, she hopes her men can be so great, a man of steel who can defend his country. Su Zhe saw respect, admiration, and even envy in Yun Tianyi's eyes. That's right, it includes envy. Yun Tianyi was very envious, not of the god of war, but of the god of war's woman, even jealousy. She was jealous of the woman for having such an outstanding man. All women are like this. They like to compare in all aspects and everyone wants their men to be the best. Tianyi, are you envious? Su Zhe asked. Yun Tianyi said frankly, yes, I do envy him. To have a man like him is definitely a blessing earned through 10 lifetimes of cultivation. Don't worry, I will work hard. One day, I will make you the envy of others. Suze said seriously. Yun Tianyi shook her head. You and I have no feelings for each other. We are entangled together because of family disputes. If you really want to maintain this marriage, you just need to work hard and make progress. Yun Tianyi doesn't have high expectations for Suze. As long as he works hard and makes progress, that's good. She didn't beg Suze to be a wealthy man, nor did she beg Suze to be a god of war, because she didn't even dare to think about it. For so many years, Yun Tianyi has been living for her family, and she doesn't have anyone she particularly likes. If Suze can really do it, this marriage can be maintained. Suze nodded fiercely. Don't worry. Pajuan on the stage saluted everyone and prepared to leave. But the host on the side said, please stay. Pajuan turned around, looked at him, and asked, is there anything else? The god of war has finally come to Rongqing and has protected us. We must thank the god of war in any way. No need to thank me, this is what the god of war should do. You can't say that. We still need to thank you, the host insisted. Pajuan saw that he couldn't refuse, so he could only say, then I'll pass it on for you. Pajuan thought that these people would say some words of thanks or something, and he could take this opportunity to have a good talk with Suze. But the result was something he never expected. Everyone in the audience stood up, carrying large and small bags of things in their hands, all of which were expensive and valuable items. After all, there are many wealthy businessmen attending the summit, so it is not surprising to give these things. This is the finest century-old ginseng. Use it to nourish the god of war. This is the best Tianshan snow lotus. It can also be used to nourish the god of war. This is a famous painting from the Song dynasty, given to the god of war. This is fine ancient porcelain, given to the god of war. This is a golden Buddha, given to the god of war. Thank you for your hard work. This is a golden dragon, given to the god of war. All kinds of expensive items and rare medicinal materials were placed on the table one by one, and soon they piled up into a small mountain. Pajuan was completely stunned. Looking at the items piled up like a mountain, his face turned black. He thought he was sending some words of blessing but ended up sending gifts. If Suze knew about this, he would definitely skin him alive. Pajuan glanced at the audience and saw Suze's cold eyes. He couldn't help but shiver. He just felt his mouth dry and hurried to the backstage. Everyone sent gifts and had made preparations early on. Yun Tianyi was a little panicked. She had no idea the situation would turn out like this. She came in such a hurry and had no preparation at all. Suze, what should we do? Yun Tianyi asked anxiously. People were looking at them and starting to point fingers. I didn't bring anything. Yun Tianyi's voice was full of anxiety. Being stared at by so many people, she wished she could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. Suze was not in a hurry at all, and said calmly, I brought it. You brought it. Yun Tianyi was pleasantly surprised. What did you bring? Give it to me now. Suze took out 2 bottles of Rongqing liquor. Chengdu liquor? Yun Tianyi asked in surprise. Yes, Rongqing liquor is very famous, although it is very cheap. Yun Tianyi's face turned black, and he couldn't help but say, why did you bring soju? This is a gift for the god of war. This is the gift for the god of war. Suze said. Yun Tianyi's face darkened even more. When he got angry, he couldn't help but pout. You mean to give these 2 bottles of Rongqing liquor to the god of war? That's right. Chengdu liquor costs 10 yuan a bottle. Aren't you making a fool of myself? The god of war is not a greedy person. Rongqing Shaojiu is definitely the god of war's favorite. Suze said confidently. Of course Yun Tianyi didn't believe it. She just felt a headache. She shouldn't have had any hope in Suze. I thought Suze gave 2 priceless gifts and got an admission ticket to the summit, so he seemed to be quite capable. But now everything has revealed its true colors, and it is like mud that cannot be helped. I shouldn't have counted on you. Yun Tianyi held his forehead with his hand, not daring to look at the eyes around him. Everyone gave gifts, and the gifts piled up on the table became higher and higher, reaching more than one person's height. The host on the stage also looked at Suze and Yuntiani at this moment, and couldn't help but say, "I wonder what these two are going to give to the god of war." Yuntiani's face turned pale instantly and he clenched his hands, not knowing what to do. Suze pulled her and said, "Hurry up and take it up. Look, the host is getting anxious." Yuntiani shook her head. If she took this thing up, she would be embarrassed in front of everyone. She, Yuntiani, would probably become famous in Rongcheng. This thing can't be taken up there, Yuntiani said firmly. But when the host asked another question, many people looked over. The person sitting next to Yuntiani laughed and said, "Could it be that these two are not prepared? You are not honest in front of the god of war. I don't know how you got in. I don't think these two people look like wealthy businessmen. I am a little suspicious. He's definitely not an official. How could a merchant wear something like this? Could he have sneaked in?" Faced with more and more discussions, Yuntiani felt more and more pressure in her heart. She even regretted coming here with Suze. But there was no way to regret it now, because she had agreed to come on her own. Suze held Yuntiani's hand and said, "Tiani, believe me, it's right to listen to me. But that's Rongcheng liquor. Wouldn't it be even more embarrassing to take that thing out?" Yuntiani's voice trembled a little. "How is this embarrassing? Rongcheng liquor is very famous in Rongcheng, and so many people drink it. But on this kind of occasion, look at what others give. Believe me, the god of war doesn't like anything given by this group of people. He only likes Rongcheng liquor." Suze looked at Yuntiani with sincere eyes. The host was urging again. Yuntiani had no choice but to take the liquor. "Suze, I will definitely be killed by you this time. Believe me." Suze encouraged Yuntiani. Yuntiani took 2 bottles of Rongcheng liquor and walked towards the stage. Walking closer, she put the 2 bottles of soju directly into the pile of gifts, and then wanted to escape back to her seat. But the host called her, "Miss, please wait a moment." Yuntiani closed her eyes, but still couldn't escape. She turned around, looked at the host, and tried hard to keep smiling. "This lady's gift is quite special. I'd like to take a look at it." The host walked towards where the gifts were piled. Yuntiani wanted to kill him. Why did he have to be so mean to her? The host picked up the gift box sent by Yuntiani, took a closer look, and a smile immediately appeared on his face. "Chengdu Xiaojiu," the host's voice was loud. The people in the audience immediately started talking and it was very lively. "What? Send Chengdu liquor?" Someone had an exaggerated expression on his face. "Ha ha ha, isn't Rongcheng liquor only a few dozen yuan a bottle? That's pretty impressive. It's not that expensive. I heard it's about 10 yuan a bottle, and that's the retail price. If you go wholesale, it's probably only a few yuan a bottle." "Oh, I am dying of laughter. Such a gift is acceptable for an occasion like this. I don't know what you were thinking, it's so shabby. If you don't want to spend money, don't give it. Yeah, it's really embarrassing." Faced with everyone's pointing and criticizing, Yuntiani's face turned red, and she lowered her head completely, not daring to look at the people around her. She hated Suze in her heart, but also blamed herself. She knew she would be laughed at for sending Rongcheng liquor, but she still rushed into the trap. Even in ordinary occasions, no one gives Chengdu liquor as a gift now, as it is an old thing from 20 or 30 years ago. The host couldn't help but say, "Miss, you are so beautiful, there is no need to be so shabby." Yuntiani opened her mouth but couldn't say anything. The host continued, "Even if you don't want to give anything, you can't give this thing. Do you look down on the god of war?" The host's words were full of ulterior motives, and contained a hint of blame. A company CEO stood up with a smile on his face. "I remember this person. Isn't she the most beautiful girl in Chengdu?" "The most beautiful girl in Chengdu?" Many people looked at Yuntiani. I have to say that Yuntiani is indeed impeccable and can be described as a disaster to the country and the people. My eyes have never stopped staring at her since I came in. Could it be Yuntiani from the Yun family? It's her. I recognized her. How did she qualify to attend the summit? Yes, even her father is not qualified, unless he is the eldest son of the Yun family. The head of the Yun family is Yun Ruokan. He is the president of the Yun group and is qualified. But I was busy this time, so I didn't come, otherwise I would have come with Yao Hui. Could he have sneaked in? Someone made a bold guess. One stone caused 1,000 ripples, and many people began to doubt. The director of the health bureau even stated that Yun Tiany's visit to the summit had nothing to do with them, and his words even hinted that he wanted to deal with Yun Tiany. Yun Tiany's expression changed even more. At this moment, he was like a frightened little rabbit, feeling full of uneasiness. I was looking forward to coming to the summit because I wanted to get to know the people in the health bureau and show them that I was qualified enough to be transferred to the first hospital. With all the commotion going on now, I'm afraid I can't stay in the first hospital, let alone the second hospital. Just when she couldn't cope with the situation, a pair of warm hands grabbed hers. That's right, it's Suze. Don't be afraid, I'll take care of everything. Suze pulled Yun Tiany back to her seat. Facing everyone's words, Suze remained silent and remained calm and composed. Seeing this, Yun Tiany felt a little relieved and couldn't help but hold Suze's hand tightly. After all, women have a weak side, which is even more obvious in such a grand occasion. But the people around him did not calm down, instead they became even more excited. Who is that man? Isn't that Jiangzhou's famous loser? Suze, Yun Tiany's husband. It's that thing, how did he get in? Someone asked angrily. It seems that these two people came in on Yun Ruokan's behalf. Tisk, TSK, sending soju, now the Yun family will probably become even more famous. Many people used sarcastic words without any scruples. Even the host was looking at everything with a smile on his face. It's no wonder the host acted like this, these gifts are for the god of war. If the god of war saw something as cheap as liquor, he would be angry. If the god of war gets angry, that's no small matter. Even the provincial leaders would tremble. If you don't have anything to give, don't give it. Giving soju will only make the god of war unhappy. The host threw the soju directly off the stage with a look of disgust. Yun Tiany lowered his head, not daring to refute at all, only regret in his heart. Suze still held her hand and said, "Don't worry, soju is definitely the favorite of the god of war." The reason why Suze is so confident is very simple, because he is the god of war. At this moment, 3 figures appeared in the summit venue. That's right, it's Yao Hui, Yun Tianlang, and Yun Tian. Yun Caicai went back for something. Yun Tiany had never expected the 3 people to appear, after all, they were not allowed to pass just now. Even Suze was a little surprised. Could it be that these 3 people had sneaked in? Yun Tianlang looked at Suze and Yun Tiany and sneered, "You didn't expect us to be able to come in." Yao Hui looked at the people present and said loudly, "I am Yao Hui. I want to make it clear that Suze and Yun Tiany cannot represent the Yun family, and my father-in-law has never asked them to attend on their behalf." As Yao Hui finished speaking, the merchants around him started talking even louder. So what's going on? Yes, they are not replacing Yun Ruokan. How did the 2 of them get in? Could it be that he really sneaked in? I feel like they sneaked in with some benefits. Everyone was talking and pointing fingers at Suze and Yun Tiany. Some people even said they called the person in charge of the venue. If something like this happens, it is the responsibility of the person in charge. How can they let unqualified people in? Yun Tianlang and Yun Tiantian's faces were filled with smiles, and the gloom from before was instantly swept away. Suze, you didn't expect that we could still fight back. Yun Tianlang looked arrogant. Trash is just trash after all. He will be laughed at wherever he goes. Yun Tian cursed bluntly. Yao Hui looked at Suze and said, "This is just the beginning. Tian Zhao's broken leg is not over yet." Yun Tiany didn't dare to say anything. The accusations from everyone were like a flood and a beast, making it difficult for her to bear. Suze was calm and composed, without a trace of panic on his face. He held Yun Tiany's hand tightly all the time, giving her warmth and a sense of security. "Tiany, these people's faces will definitely turn 180 degrees in a moment." Yun Tiany lowered his head and said, "How is that possible? After all, we didn't come in officially." Yun Tiany was very worried, scared, and uneasy. This incident had obviously affected the normal progress of the meeting. The person in charge of the venue ran out from the backstage at this moment, with anger on his face. He looked at Suze and Yuntiani and said angrily, "Give me your admission tickets." Suze handed the admission ticket to the person in charge. "Brother Yao Hui, the show is about to begin," Yun Tianlang said excitedly. He was so embarrassed just now, and now he wants Suze to have a taste of the same feeling, in front of so many people. By then, Suze and Yuntiani will probably become even more famous. Suze is not only a waste in Jiangzhou, he will probably become a waste in Rongqing as well. The person in charge handed the admission ticket to the staff, who checked it immediately. "Suze, if you are honest now, you may be able to get leniency. Privately attending the summit is no small matter," Yun Tianlang said with a smile. "Really? It wasn't me who went to the summit privately, but you," Suze said calmly. "You won't cry until you see the coffin," Yao Hui said coldly. "When you are caught, don't expect me to help you." The person in charge at this moment frowned, because the inspection was correct, Suze and Yuntiani were qualified, and the admission tickets were authentic. Just then, the person in charge's cell phone rang. When he saw the caller, his face changed and he quickly answered the call. "Leader, do you have any instructions?" A cold voice came from the other end of the phone. "Do you know who is in front of you?" The person in charge glanced at Suze and asked in confusion, "I haven't seen him. These two people are not on the admission list, but his admission note is real." This is what the person in charge is confused about and does not understand. Of course you haven't seen him, because he is the god of war. The person in charge's face turned pale immediately and he began to tremble with fear. He could never have imagined that Suze was actually the god of war. He had actually offended the god of war. The person in charge glanced at Suze and suddenly cold sweat broke out on his forehead. He was already shrouded in fear. The person on the other end of the phone said again, "Hurry up and apologize to the god of war." The person in charge reacted and looked at Suze with awe. "I'm sorry, it's our fault for doubting you." As soon as these words were spoken, the whole audience was in an uproar. What's going on? Why did the person in charge apologize? This person in charge is a billionaire. This kind of summit is usually funded by businessmen, and the leaders just show up to show their support. After all, if the business is prosperous, the local GDP will be higher, which is what the leaders are happy to see. Yun Tianlang was also confused. This sudden change made her unable to react at all. Yao Hui couldn't help but ask, "Are you mistaken? How could he be qualified?" The person in charge looked at Yao Hui, his face turned cold, and he said in a cold voice, "Give me your admission tickets." A trace of panic flashed through Yao Hui's mind, and his face became a little unnatural. At this kind of summit, all kinds of businessmen would curry favor with them, but this was the first time he felt so uneasy. But he still handed the admission ticket to the person in charge. There must be someone who made a mistake in the blacklist. How could he not be qualified to enter? The person in charge had someone check it out, and then said to Yao Hui and the other two, "You are not qualified to enter the venue at all. How did you get in?" The people around were even more shocked. This change was too big. They hadn't reacted to the previous change yet, and now there was another change. "I never thought it was the thief crying, 'Stop thief.'" Yao Hui and the other two were completely panicked. This was embarrassing themselves once again in front of so many people. Just then, a middle-aged man stood up. He was the leader of Surabaya. "I let them in," the man said. "You?" The person in charge frowned. "He is the director of our city. How could he be unqualified? How could he be on the blacklist?" The man was a little angry. The person in charge was not aware of this matter either. The blacklist was not made by him, but by the senior leader who called him. Compared with this leader, the person who called him was much more distinguished. The person in charge couldn't help but say, "This involves a lot of things, so please follow me to the backstage to investigate." The person in charge walked up to the leader of Sishui and whispered a few words. The man's face immediately changed and he nodded quickly. "Okay, I'll go with you." Just like that, Yao Hui and others were taken away, put into a police car, and went for investigation. Everyone in the audience was in an uproar, and it took a long time for the noise to die down. Yun Tianyi looked at Suze, and all her uneasiness and fear suddenly disappeared. Pajuan had been backstage just now, but now he walked onto the stage with a cup of water. When he saw the mountains of gifts on the stage, his face became even darker. He secretly glanced at Suze, and when he saw Suze's eyes, he immediately understood what to do. "Sir, these are all our kind wishes. I hope you can pass them on to the god of war," the host said with a smile on his face. Pajuan's face turned dark and he snatched the microphone. He took a deep breath, looked at everyone, and said angrily, "How outrageous." These two words made many people's eardrums hurt and their faces changed drastically. Who do you think the god of war is? A greedy person? Faced with Pajuan's questioning, the host's legs went weak and his face turned extremely pale. He stammered, "Sir, that's not what we meant. We just want to thank the god of war." "Yes, we sincerely thank the god of war. He has protected China over the years and sacrificed his life. It is only right for us to do this," a CEO also explained. "You don't understand the god of war at all. You are insulting him. Take these things back." Pajuan's voice became even colder, his eyes full of majesty. Many people's faces changed and they realized the seriousness of the problem. The scene was frozen and the host didn't know what to say. Pajuan roared again, "Didn't you hear what I said?" This roar made many people tremble all over and realized the horror of Pajuan. They all walked onto the stage and took back the gifts they had given. Yun Tianyi also walked onto the stage, but she felt relieved. Fortunately, the god of war did not want these gifts, which made her even more curious about the god of war. Such a man is truly impeccable. But when she was about to go back with the liquor, Pajuan stopped her. "Wait a moment, young lady." Yun Tianyi stopped and looked flustered. Pajuan approached, looked at the 2 bottles of Rongqing liquor in her hands, grinned and said, "You can't take your things away." "Ah." Yun Tianyi was puzzled. Not only him, but others also looked puzzled. Pajuan laughed and said, "Is this Rongqing Xiaojiu?" Yun Tianyi nodded, her face suddenly turned red, and she felt uneasy. The others laughed and waited for the show. "The god of war doesn't want gifts, but you can't insult him with liquor either." "That's right, this woman is in big trouble. She's going to be in big trouble." Facing many people's discussions, Pajuan said loudly, "I will collect this liquor on behalf of the god of war because it is his favorite." "Ah." Yun Tianyi couldn't help but exclaimed. "It was so unexpected and beyond my expectation that I was completely stunned. How could a dignified god of war like liquor?" Yun Tianyi's mind was full of question marks. Not only her, everyone present had a dumbfounded expression. They thought Pajuan would blame Yun Tianyi and vent his anger on her, but the result was the exact opposite. The god of war actually likes Rongqing Xiaojiu, which costs 10 yuan a bottle. Many people were shocked and immediately felt extremely regretful. If they had known earlier, they would have sent soju as well. This was a great opportunity to curry favor with the god of war, but it was missed. Giving other things instead aroused the dissatisfaction of the god of war, which made them feel that they lost more than they gained. The host reacted and said hesitantly, "Sir, did you make a mistake?" He still couldn't believe that the god of war didn't like those precious medicinal herbs and antiques, but instead liked the extremely cheap Rongqing liquor. This is not what normal people like. "What did I do wrong?" Pajuan said dissatisfiedly. "That's not what I meant. I just think it's a little weird." The host wanted to say the great god of war, but he didn't say it when it came to his lips because he was afraid of offending Pajuan. Pajuan's face turned cold and his eyes widened. He looked around and said, "The god of war was once a soldier." "What is a soldier?" "He is a man of steel, dedicated to serving the motherland, protecting the motherland, and guarding the people." Pajuan's voice was so powerful that many people felt shaken in their hearts and had an inexplicable sense of shock. "A few years ago, I first met the god of war. At that time, like you, I thought he was just an ordinary person, but after meeting him, I realized how great he was. In the border area, supplies were scarce. What kept us going was liquor, and only liquor. The god of war is not the money-grubbing person you think he is. The things you take are an insult to him. Pajuan's words shocked many people and made them feel ashamed, and they all lowered their heads. Indeed, taking these gifts would be an insult to Suze. How could Suze want these things? What's more, Suze has no shortage of these. Someone helps him make a fortune every day. In his eyes, money is just a string of numbers. Ignorance is not a crime. I hope this is the first and last time, Pajuan said with a warning look on his face. At the same time, he looked at Yuntiani with a smile on his face. Miss, I will accept your things on behalf of the god of war. Yuntiani nodded quickly and said, it's my honor. When there's a chance, I can take you to meet the god of war. Yuntiani covered her mouth, unable to believe it. Not only her, but everyone around her was stunned. What a great honor it was. The Rongqing Health Bureau and the hospital, which had previously distanced themselves from the matter, now said to the people around them, this is an excellent attending physician from our second hospital. It's completely different from what happened just now. Pajuan took 2 bottles of Rongqing liquor and left. Others also left. Yuntiani took the initiative to pull Suze and walked out of the venue. Seeing Yuntiani's happy expression, Suze also smiled. He was happy as long as Yuntiani was happy. You really didn't lie to me. The god of war really only likes Rongqing Xiaojiu. I'm a soldier too, maybe this is what it means to be sympathetic to one another. Let me compliment you. You are so proud of yourself. The difference between you and the god of war is like heaven and earth. If you can be hairier than him, I will not divorce you. The two left the venue. Suze made an excuse to go to the bathroom and asked Yuntiani to wait for him in the car. Suze returned the same way, arrived at the venue, and went straight inside. When Pajuan saw Suze, he immediately straightened his back and looked respectful. Boss, I didn't do anything wrong this time, did I? Well, you didn't do anything wrong this time, so I won't blame you. Pajuan breathed a sigh of relief. You know, he had been worried before, afraid that Suze would blame him. Take me to see the governor of the Southwest. Yes. Under the leadership of Pajuan, Suze arrived at a secret place, which was full of soldiers armed with nuclear bombs and real guns. With layers of defense, not even a fly could fly in. In the room, a man in military uniform, about 50 or 60 years old, was pacing back and forth with an anxious look on his face. Seeing Pajuan coming, he immediately asked, Is Long Shui here? Coming. Pajuan stepped aside and Suze walked into the room. The man looked at Suze, walked up to him and held Suze's hands. It's just as I thought. He's so heroic and majestic. He's worthy of being called Dragon Marshal. Even the governor of the Southwest has to flatter Suze. Suze nodded calmly and said, I wonder what the governor wants to see me about. Since you are visiting our Southwest, I must do my best to be a good host. If people from other places knew that I neglected you, they would definitely skin me alive. The governor is worrying too much. I am hosting a banquet at the state guest house. I hope Marshal Long will come. Suze frowned and said, I'm sorry, but you should know that I never attend official banquets. The governor gave a bitter smile, knowing that what the god of war had decided could not be changed. I came to the Southwest and intend to live here permanently. Everything is normal. Don't pay too much attention to me. Suze said. The governor nodded. Don't worry, if there's anything I can do for you, I'll definitely do my best to help you. When the governor heard this, a serious expression appeared on his face and he saluted Suze. The two shook hands and Suze left immediately. Looking at Suze's departing back, the governor couldn't help but sigh and nodded repeatedly, his admiration for him growing even stronger. Pajuan naturally followed Suze. After leaving the venue, Suze looked at Pajuan and asked, Why are you following me? Wherever the boss goes, I will go there. Suze's face turned cold. I want to go home with my wife, you're coming with me. Pajuan scratched his head and said with a smile, Boss, you can say that I am your comrade in arms. Are you a pig? You were on the stage just now, and everyone knows that you are a subordinate of the god of war. Suze looked at Pajuan like an idiot. Yes, I have been on stage. Pajuan slapped his forehead, feeling full of regret. Remember, don't meet me in public in the future, especially in the Yun family. Pajuan could only nod repeatedly. Suze returned to the car, and Yuntiani couldn't help but ask, "Why did you take so long to go to the bathroom? The toilet is a bit far away." Suze smiled apologetically. Yuntiani didn't say much and drove towards home. Suze took out his cell phone, checked the time, and a hint of coldness appeared on his face. Including today, it is already the 4th day. Tomorrow he will go to Jiangzhou to offer sacrifices to Jiangsun. At the same time, in Jiangzhou, in a luxurious villa, Lin Miao Miao sat next to Zhang Kai, hugged his arm, and had an unhappy look on her face. "Kai, this is already the 4th day." Zhang Kai kissed Lin Miao Miao and asked, "What's wrong? Have you forgotten what Suze said that day?" "How could I forget that my leg is still injured? He won't really come to see us tomorrow, right?" Lin Miao Miao was full of anxiety. Zhang Kai's face turned cold, and he couldn't help but say, "If he doesn't come to find me, I will go to find him." "What's the meaning?" "Of course I will repay you double for this blow." When everyone reached the river, the Unimog steel behemoth stood in front of them, blocking their way. "Whose car is this? It's so cool. This doesn't seem to be an ordinary car, is it a military one?" "No, I think it's a pirated copy." "How could it be parked here if it's used by the military?" "It's just a pirated, modified car." After many people discussed it, they no longer paid any attention to it. Everyone was on the roadside, waiting for Zhang Kai. Zhang Kai and Lin Miao Miao arrived later. They got out of the car and many people came to greet them. "Mr. Zhang." Zhang Kai nodded and said with a smile, "You all came here to give me, Zhang Kai, face. I will definitely remember this." "Mr. Zhang is being polite. We would have come even if you hadn't told us." "Yeah, I haven't gotten over the bad feeling from before." "That's right, that idiot Suze is too arrogant. Today I want to see how he makes us kneel down and repent in front of Jiang Sun's grave." Zhang Kai's expression remained unchanged as he spoke, "I understand how you feel. I want to crush Suze to death more than anyone else. After all, my leg is still injured." Hearing the noisy sound on the roadside, Pajun walked up to Suze and said, "Boss, I'm afraid Zhang Kai and the others are here." Suze nodded. Mr. Hua on the side said with some concern, "I'm afraid Zhang Kai brought a lot of people this time." "It's okay," Suze said lightly. Zhang Kai and others walked into the woods and came to Jiang Sun's tomb. He immediately saw Suze, with extreme coldness in his eyes. "Suze, we meet again." Zhang Kai said coldly, "I remember the revenge of that knife attack every second. The knife is yours. You can only say that it is your own fault." Suze replied. "You've brought this upon yourself." Zhang Kai's face became even colder. "Don't think you can act arrogantly in Jiangzhou just because you know a few tricks. I tell you, you were a waste before, and you are still a waste now." "Oh, really?" Suze said calmly, not angry. "Today, I want to see how you can turn the tide." Zhang Kai's words seemed difficult to understand and I didn't know what he was going to do. But Suze didn't try to understand it at all and just treated it as nonsense. Zhang Kai took out his cell phone and made a call. In just a few minutes, several cars drove towards the riverside, along with a large excavator. Seeing such a scene, even Lin Miao Miao and others were a little surprised and didn't understand what Zhang Kai was going to do. "Suze, have you seen the excavator on the side of the road?" Zhang Kai said coldly. Suze said nothing. "I bought this land 3 days ago, which means I have the right to develop it." Lin Miao Miao immediately understood. No wonder Zhang Kai was so confident before. It turned out that he had planned everything in advance. If we buy this riverside land, Jiang Sun's grave will no longer be preserved. But being able to buy this land is not something that ordinary people can do, but Zhang Kai is not an ordinary person. "Suze, I want you to see with your own eyes that Jiang Sun's grave is razed to the ground, leaving his soul without a place to return to." Zhang Kai sneered. Pajun clenched his fists, a fierce look appearing on his face. Suze patted Pajun, signaling him not to act rashly. "I guess it cost a lot of money to buy this place," Suze said. Of course, but I have to tell you one more thing. I didn't buy this place alone. I bought it with someone else. Zhang Kai clapped his hands. A person was walking on the side of the road. It was Yun Ruoken. Yun Ruoken walked up to Zhang Kai with a cold look on his face. You never thought of that. Zhang Kai smiled even more. Suze was not angry, his expression remained calm. He really didn't expect Yun Ruoken to get involved, but that didn't matter, he could just deal with him together. Suze, at the gathering at my house that day, you embarrassed my entire family. I remember it clearly. Yun Ruoken said in a cold voice. So the eldest son of the Yun family is so petty, I understand. You. Yun Ruoken's face became even angrier. Didn't you let me hit you in the face that day? Now you blame me. Yun Ruoken's face was extremely cold, and he angrily said, Tian Zhao's leg, Yao Hui's embarrassment at the summit, these are all your faults. Mr. Yun, why waste time talking to him? Let's just plan the development of this land. Zhang Kai said. Yun Ruoken nodded. The reason why he appeared here and bought this place with Zhang Kai was partly for profit. Yunjia Group is involved in many industries, among which real estate is the mainstay. Everyone knows the preciousness of this land. It can be said that many real estate developers in Jiangzhou and even the surrounding areas covet it and regard it as a big piece of fat meat. However, this piece of land has always been a park land and cannot be used to build villas, which makes many people jealous. However, Zhang Kai bought the land through some unknown means and invited Yun Ruoken to have a share of the profits. Of course Yun Ruoken was willing. Yun Ruoken nodded and said, this piece of land can be used to build a high-end villa area. Any one of them will cost at least tens of millions. Zhang Kai nodded and said with a smile, Boss Yun and I have exactly the same idea. I also want to build this area into the best villa area in Jiangzhou. What else is there to say? Let's get started quickly. Yun Ruoken said anxiously. If this piece of land is developed, the Yun Group will definitely make a fortune, and the Yun family will then have the opportunity to become a first-class family in Chengdu. There is a grave there, it's not easy to deal with. Zhang Kai said with a smile. What's so bad about a grave? Just flatten it. The worst that can happen is you have to pay $1 million. Hearing this, Mr. Hua's face suddenly changed, and he hurriedly said, the grave cannot be pushed, this is Sunner's resting place. If you say you don't want to push it, then don't push it. I spent billions to buy this land. Zhang Kai said angrily, if you know what's best for you, get out of here. Several excavators drove in a mighty manner, knocking down the trees along the way and forcing a road out. The excavator was parked in front of the grave. With just Zhang Kai's order, the grave could be easily flattened. Mr. Hua stood in front of the excavator and said angrily, if you want to flatten Sunner's grave, run over me first. Old Hua looked as if he was ready to die. He was determined to protect Jiang Sun's grave even if it meant his death. This was what the Jiang family had asked him to do, so naturally he had to do it. Zhang Kai said angrily, old man, do you think I dare not? Everyone else looked like they were enjoying the show, and some even felt a little excited. Mr. Hua closed his eyes, with no intention of retreating at all. At this moment, Suze's face turned cold and he stopped in front of Mr. Hua, try to move. His voice was extremely cold and carried a deathly threat that actually made people feel fearful. Zhang Kai sneered and said, just give it a try. There is nothing I dare not do in Jiangzhou. Zhang Kai yelled at the driver of the excavator, drive it over. I'll be responsible if you kill me. The excavator driver immediately started the excavator and drove it towards the cemetery. Zhang Kai's face was distorted because of excessive anger. Lin Miao Miao's expression also changed, and she couldn't help but ask, why are you causing trouble for him? She knew how powerful Suze was, so when he slapped her in the face, she didn't react at all. Zhang Kai looked at the night outside the window, and his distorted face slowly relaxed. He said, didn't he ask us to kneel in front of Jiang Sun's grave? Then I will just make sure there is no grave in that area. Lin Miao Miao still had a puzzled look on her face. She was actually very smart, but because of Suze, she was always panicking and had lost her ability to think. The next day, Suze got up early. Yun Tianyi also got up very early and dressed up specially, wearing a black floral dress, like a black rose. Perhaps because she was in a good mood, Yun Tianyi hummed a song from time to time while eating breakfast. Yun Ruoqing also got up very early. The company has been very busy recently and he has to run back and forth. Yun Ruohai's affairs were also thrown to him. I'm going to the company, Yun Ruoqing said, and left the villa with his briefcase. Suze looked at Yun Tianyi and said, Tianyi, I have something to do too. I need to go out for a while. Yun Tianyi nodded and said nothing. Kai Lanfen spoke with disdain, what can a jobless vagrant do? Yun Tianyi explained, Suze may be out looking for a job. Looking for a job? Kai Lanfen was still disdainful. What does looking for a job have to do with you? Anyway, you still have 28 days, and you can get divorced by then. Mom, stop talking. I know everything. It's only been a few days and you're already turning your elbow outward. What are his advantages? Kai Lanfen raised her voice even louder. Suze didn't want to quarrel with Kai Lanfen, so he said to Yun Tianyi, I'm leaving. For Yun Tianyi, he could ignore Kai Lanfen. After leaving the Yun family, Suze walked out of the community. 1 kilometer outside the community, a Unimog steel behemoth was parked there. Seeing Suze coming, Pajuan got off the car. Boss, where are we going today? Pajuan asked. Suze replied calmly, Jiangzhou. Good. After getting in the car, Pajuan drove towards Jiangzhou. No conversation along the way. When they arrived in Jiangzhou, Suze and Pajuan got off the car. Jiang Sun was buried on the bank of Jiangzhou River, which was the place found by Jiang Sun's old housekeeper. Suze looked around. It was very quiet and empty. Pajuan showed anger on his face, Boss, Zhang Kai and the others didn't come. Suze nodded and said, they will come. The two walked towards the river and arrived at Jiang Sun's grave. It was a very simple grave, just made of some mud, with a carved tombstone that read Jiang Sun's tomb on it. Candle. Pajuan quickly handed it over. Suze lit it with a lighter and stuck it in front of the grave. Incense, paper. Lighting incense and burning paper are ways to commemorate the dead. Looking at the burning flames, Suze poured a bottle of Rongqing liquor into the fire, making the fire even more intense. In the woods by the river, leaves were falling, and just like before, they were shattered before they landed on Suze. Boss, someone is coming. Suze looked at the tombstone without saying anything. A figure appeared and saw 2 people in front of the grave, with a look of confusion on his face. Who are you? The person who came was Mr. Hua, the butler of the head of the Jiang family who cried out for justice in front of the building that day. Suze turned around, looked at Mr. Hua, and said softly, I am Suze, Jiang Sun's brother. Suze. Mr. Hua was stunned for a moment, then he remembered, are you also here to see Master Sun off for the last time? Suze nodded. Why is the worship ceremony scheduled for today? Because today is Jiang Sun's birthday, he is 24 years old, the same birthday as Suze. From now on, I won't have a birthday, only Jiang Sun's death anniversary. Suze said lightly, looking at the tombstone. Suze, Zhang Kai and the others didn't do anything to you that day in the building, right? Suze said disdainfully, what can they do to me? But do they dare? Hearing this, Mr. Hua felt much more relaxed and nodded repeatedly, if you could come back earlier, Master Sun might not have died. He was sad, but there was a hint of blame in his words. Jiang Sun grew up under his care. He was the housekeeper of the Jiang family and had taken care of Jiang Sun since he was a child, treating him like his own son. Suze looked at Mr. Hua with an apologetic look on his face, I am indeed responsible for Jiang Sun's death. But it's not all Suze's fault. He had important matters to attend to at the border, and it's far away from Jiangzhou, so he couldn't get any information. Even after Jiang Sun's death, he didn't know about it until a few days later. The person is dead. What's the point of saying all this? I just hope the murderer can be brought to justice. There was endless anger in Mr. Hua's eyes. Suze immediately said, don't worry, Mr. Hua, I won't let anyone who has harmed Jiang Sun go. After Suze finished speaking, there was endless coldness in his eyes. Then I'll leave it to you. Mr. Hu didn't actually blame Suze, he was just too sad. "Boss, what should we do next?" Pajuan asked. "As long as Suze gives the order, Pajuan can directly bring the heads of Zhang Kai and Lin Miao Miao." Suze said, "Don't worry, he will definitely come later. After all, he can't bear the vengeance of that day." Suze put his hands in his pockets, his expression returned to indifference, and he stood in front of the tomb, motionless. At this moment, Zhang Kai and Lin Miao Miao also left the villa. "Brother Kai, are we really going to the riverside?" Lin Miao Miao actually didn't want to visit Jiang Sun's grave. After all, Jiang Sun's death was related to her. She has been having nightmares these days, and every time she dreams about Jiang Sun coming to take her life. "Of course I will go. I want Suze to see Jiang Sun's grave being flattened and his ashes being scattered. Moreover, Zhang Kai will use legal means to deal with Suze, so that Suze will not be able to find any loopholes. He has thought of all this. In Jiangzhou, nothing can stop Zhang Kai. Even if the King of Heaven comes, he has to stop him, because he is the young emperor of Jiangzhou." Not only Jiang Sun, but all the guests in the building headed towards the river that day. Jiang Sun notified everyone of everything. He wanted everyone to watch the show, because good things should be shared with everyone. In fact, this group of people were reluctant to go at first, but they could not resist Zhang Kai's soft and hard tactics, so they had to go there reluctantly. Of course, many people went there voluntarily. They also wanted to see Zhang Kai teach Suze a lesson. After all, Suze was too arrogant that day and looked down on everyone. Not only Zhang Kai can't tolerate such people, they can't tolerate them either. After all, he is a waste who has been despised and ridiculed for a long time. Suddenly he starts to ride on their heads and act wildly. Who can accept this? The waste should be kneeling down, never able to stand up, should continue to be laughed at and humiliated by them, trampled and crushed to death by them, crawling like a dead dog. They did not allow Suze to turn over, because the Su family could not turn over, not to mention that Suze made Long Shui unhappy. At the same time, Pajuan's figure flashed and appeared in front of several excavators. He picked up a few branches from the ground and inserted them into the excavator's wheel, and the excavator was unable to move. Zhang Kai's face became even colder when he saw this. "You're trying to stop me from developing this place." Yun Ruokan also said, "Suze, believe it or not, I will send you to the police station right now. Blocking development is illegal." Suze ignored what the two said and said, "If you dare to touch a piece of soil in this place, I will bury your whole family with you." Hearing this, Lin Miao Miao couldn't help but feel a chill in her heart. This was not just a verbal threat. She could feel an invisible wave, as if she moved a piece of soil in this place, her life would be in real danger. Yun Ruokan was also shocked and didn't dare to speak. He didn't expect that Suze, such a waste, could have such a tough side. But Zhang Kai's face was still cold, without any fear. "Suze, I knew you would do this. You are a good fighter, but did you think I wasn't prepared today?" As soon as Zhang Kai finished speaking, dozens of thugs rushed out of the woods, all holding baseball bats, electric batons, and the like, with unfriendly looks in their eyes. "I knew it would be difficult to develop this place, so I hired these guys to help me sort it out. Aren't you, Suze, good at fighting?" Zhang Kai called dozens of people over. He wanted to see how Suze could fight. He still didn't believe that Suze could defeat dozens of people. Dozens of people pressed towards Suze, hitting their palms with baseball bats. Mr. Huo was so frightened that his face changed drastically. No one could be afraid of such a scene. However, the group of people who came with Zhang Kai were even more excited. "Mr. Zhang is really powerful. He wants to teach that loser a lesson. Do you really think you can do whatever you want just because you have some basic skills? Teach him a lesson and see how arrogant he can be. Break both of his legs." Zhang Kai held a crutch in one hand and held Lin Miao Miao in the other. "Did I do well this time?" Lin Miao Miao kissed Zhang Kai on the face and said with a smile, "You are really excellent." Facing dozens of people surrounding him, Suze remained calm and not afraid at all. Pajuan looked at Suze and said, "Boss, let me deal with these bastards." Suze nodded. Pajuan suddenly grinned and twisted his body to move. It just so happens that I haven't exercised much during this period, so I'll use you to practice. Who is that big guy? Lin Miao Miao had been keeping an eye on Pajuan. He might be a useless comrade in arms, good-looking but useless. Kill him. Zhang Kai shouted. Brothers, beat him. He dares to underestimate us and will pay a heavy price, the leader roared. This group of thugs had no more scruples and rushed towards Pajuan. The baseball bat was swung towards Pajuan's vital points, and the electric baton was also used everywhere. Pajuan showed contempt on his face, grabbed a baseball bat and crushed it. The thug was completely stunned. A baseball bat as thick as this was crushed in one blow. What kind of strength did that take? Before he could react, Pajuan picked him up and threw him several meters away. The thug crashed into a tree, fell to the ground, spitting blood and howling in pain. When the others saw this, their faces became even more ruthless and they couldn't help but increase the strength in their hands. But Pajuan punched them one by one and no one could stop them. A baseball bat fell on Pajuan, and with a click, the baseball bat broke into two pieces. The thug trembled all over and a look of shock appeared on his face. Pajuan turned around, his eyes widened, grabbed him by the neck and threw him away. After a few rounds, Pajuan had knocked down more than 20 people, and none of them could survive a single move from him. This group of people also realized that something was wrong. Pajuan was too powerful and they couldn't get close to him at all. The sticks landed on him several times because Pajuan was caught off guard. Keep coming. Pajuan shouted at the group of people. The leading thug's face turned cold and he shouted angrily, "Brothers, get your weapons." A group of thugs threw away baseball bats and electric batons and took out machetes. I want to see how strong you are. You are not afraid of a knife, the gangster leader said angrily. Pajuan grinned and said, How do you know I'm not afraid of a knife? Court death. A group of people rushed towards Pajuan again, with murderous intent in their eyes. Yun Ruikin's face turned pale, as he was afraid that this would make things worse. But seeing how calm Zhang Kai was, the words on the tip of his tongue were ultimately kept from him. The machete was chopped towards Pajuan, but Pajuan's punch broke the blade and the machete shattered. Suze said from the side, Don't play with them. Pajuan immediately replied, Okay, boss. As soon as he finished speaking, Pajuan's figure was incredibly fast, like a flash of lightning, moving in front of this group of thugs. In just a dozen seconds, Pajuan appeared again, stood in front of the group of thugs, and whispered one word, Fall. A group of thugs suddenly fell to the ground, some with broken arms or legs, groaning on the ground. Only the gangster leader was left. He looked at his brothers lying on the ground around him, and his face finally changed, full of anxiety and fear. He didn't expect Pajuan to be so powerful, simply to the point of being terrifying. Pajuan walked up to him and looked down at him, still fighting. The gang leader shook his head and said, No. I won't fight anymore. No, that won't do. Pajuan threw a punch, causing the gangster leader's nose and eyes to be swollen and blood to flow. Pajuan only used a little bit of strength. Normally, he could kill this group of people in an instant. Since Suze didn't let him have the intention to kill, he naturally wouldn't kill anyone. After knocking them all down, Pajuan returned to Suze's side. Zhang Kai, who had been calm at first, now showed a look of shock on his face. He never expected that the big guy next to Suze was so powerful. He was so brave that he was beyond the ordinary people. He had planned everything, but he had never expected that Suze had such a powerful person. What other tricks do you have? Use them all. Suze looked at Zhang Kai and said. Suze, don't think you can rest easy just because you have a capable fighter by your side. Zhang Kai said coldly, I have determined the location of Jiang Sun's grave today. He never changed his decision, and no one could make him change it. If the hard approach doesn't work, try the soft approach. In this society, what's the point of being able to fight? You're just a reckless man. This is the age of money and power. As he spoke, Zhang Kai took out his cell phone and made a call. Is that Director Wang? Director Wang on the other end of the phone replied, Mr. Zhang. Yes. Zhang Kai smiled. Didn't I buy this piece of land by the river? I wanted to start construction and development as soon as possible, but someone stopped me from starting construction on the first day. Director Wang angrily said, "Is there such a thing?" Zhang Kai added fuel to the fire. "Director Wang, you don't know, my excavator was destroyed by them, and the migrant workers I hired were also beaten by them." When Director Wang heard this, he was so angry that he smashed the cup in his hand to pieces. "Mr. Zhang, I'll be right over. I will definitely handle this matter properly." Wang Zhu was a man named He Su, formerly known as Wang Kai. He was in charge of land contracts in Jiangzhou. Although he did not have as much power as the director of the Land and Resources Bureau, all contracts had to go through his hands. Without his signature, no contract can take effect. He is the first person under the director. Originally, this piece of land on the banks of Jiangzhou River was used by the city as an ecological demonstration zone and was not allowed to be sold to developers for building construction. But because of Zhang Kai's father, and because Zhang Kai gave him a lot of benefits, Director Wang secretly signed and sold the land to Zhang Kai. Of course he has to take care of something like this. Wang Kai rushed to the river without stopping. Zhang Kai looked at Su Zhe and smiled. "What's the use of being able to fight? I have a backer." "Can you still fight against Director Wang?" Lin Miao Miao felt relieved. As long as Director Wang came, everything could be solved. There was no way Su Zhe could stop her. "If you dare to stop me again, you will be breaking the law." The others also smiled again and looked at Su Zhe with a teasing look. Yun Ruokan also laughed at this moment. "You are still a little naive. You have been a soldier for 2 years and have been isolated from the world. Do you think this is a world ruled by fists?" Of course Yun Ruokan hated Su Zhe. His son and son-in-law had both suffered at Su Zhe's hands, and he wanted to pay him back double. "Ah." Zhang Kai sighed at this moment, "Seeing the grave of my best brother being pushed, what a feeling that is. I can't wait." Lin Miao Miao also said, "Trash is trash after all, and can never defeat a dragon." She compared Zhang Kai to a dragon, which was a sign of her praise, admiration, and even liking for him. Su Zhe looked indifferent and let the group of people talk continuously. Pajun on the side had a dark face, all because Su Zhe did not give the order, otherwise he would have torn these bastards to pieces. Old Hua's face was filled with uneasiness. He had been through a lot and knew that since ancient times, the people have never fought against the officials, and the poor have never fought against the rich, because that would be like an egg hitting a stone. "Su Zhe, why don't we move Sunur's grave?" Without waiting for Su Zhe to speak, Zhang Kai sneered and said, "It's too late to move the grave." He looked at Su Zhe and the other two, and sneered even more. "I tell you, I will push the grave today and scatter Jiang Sun's ashes." A hint of coldness flashed in Su Zhe's eyes. The trees around him moved without wind, and the fallen leaves were all shattered. However, this group of people did not notice these changes. All they had eyes on was Su Zhe, waiting to watch the show. Su Zhe's face returned to normal. Of course, he could easily kill Zhang Kai, but how could he be fair to Jiang Sun by doing so? He wanted Zhang Kai to die in despair, 100 times more desperate than Jiang Sun. After a while, Director Wang drove to the riverside and went straight into the grove. "Who is stopping us from starting work?" Director Wang shouted as soon as he arrived. Zhang Kai immediately went up to him, looking aggrieved. "Director Wang, you have to help me. I'm facing an evil force." "Don't worry, Mr. Zhang. I'll support you in everything. Today I want to see who dares to stop me." Lin Miao Miao walked over and said, "Director Wang, look at my excavators, they are all destroyed. Look at the people lying on the ground, either with broken legs or arms." Although Director Wang knew that these people were not migrant workers, he was still furious and could not help shouting, "This is outrageous. How can such a lawless world be so lawless? It's these three." Zhang Kai pointed at Su Zhe and the other two. Director Wang looked at Su Zhe, still cold. "You did all this?" Su Zhe nodded. "That's right. You are very courageous. Do you know how serious a crime it is to block development, destroy private wealth, and hurt others? How old? For what you have done, you can easily be imprisoned for several years." Director Wang said coldly. He was not lying. Given his identity, it was too easy to accuse Su Zhe of a crime. What's more, Suze did destroy several of Zhang Kai's excavators and injured so many people. Hearing this, Zhang Kai became excited and sneered at Suze. You want to fight me? You overestimate your own abilities. Now you can only watch me push down Jiang Sun's grave. Lin Miao Miao also laughed and said, he didn't even know that I cheated on Jiang Sun, and he didn't even know that I lost money in the company, and he was still so nice to me. He's such an idiot. Jiang Sun is Wu Dalong, but you, Suze, are not Wu Song. Lin Miao Miao and Zhang Kai deliberately provoked Suze, but Suze's expression remained calm. Director Wang said at this moment, now you stay still. After saying that, he looked at Zhang Kai and said, let the excavator push. Zhang Kai nodded, and immediately asked his men to get the excavator ready and drive towards the grave. If you dare to take a step forward, you will all be buried with you. Pajun couldn't help but said angrily. He had murderous intentions. If this group of people took one more step, he would definitely kill them all. Arrogant. Zhang Kai said disdainfully, do you think I was brought up by fear? Director Wang also said, since he is so ungrateful, let him compensate for all the losses and kneel down to apologize. Director Wang's suggestion is quite good. Zhang Kai smiled brightly. Pajuan took a step forward and looked at Director Wang with wide eyes, who are you asking to kneel down? Director Wang was startled, but still said stubbornly, you big fool, you want to scare me. I can tell you that this piece of land has been moved today. I have the final say on the land in Jiangzhou. Oh, really? Suze smiled. At this moment, the water on the river surface suddenly split open and rushed to both sides. A huge cruise ship came quickly, and the sound of its horn was deafening. Zhang Kai looked furious, and shouted at his men, hasn't this area been blocked off for a long time? How come a cruise ship is coming here? The subordinate also looked confused and replied, it is indeed blocked. I don't understand how the cruise ship got in. The cruise ship docked, and there stood a man on it, who was none other than Lai Changyue, director of the Jiangzhou Land and Resources Bureau. Lai Changyue looked at Director Wang with a gloomy expression and shouted at him, Wang Kai, you are so brave. Director Wang's face changed drastically and his whole body began to tremble. You have the final say over the land of Jiangzhou, so do I have to listen to you? I'll just let you sit in this seat. Director Wang's face turned extremely pale, and the arrogance he had just shown was gone. Not only him, Zhang Kai also had a gloomy face and clenched his fists. He finally tried to take a soft approach and used his backers, but Suze actually called Director Wang's immediate superior. It can be said that he was completely defeated in the 3 encounters with Suze. Director Wang reacted from his shock and looked at Lai Changyue and said, Director Lai, please listen to my explanation. This is all a misunderstanding. Misunderstanding. Lai Changyue was furious, do you think I'm as blind as you? Director Wang could no longer hold on, his legs went limp, and he fell to the ground. It turns out that the young man in front of me is related to the director. I'm in trouble this time. He knew that there was no way to resolve the issue amicably because he knew Lai Changyue too well. He was known to be ruthless and impartial and would not tolerate any injustice. Your job will definitely be over, and you may even be held accountable. Wang Kai, the Bureau will definitely get to the bottom of your case. Lai Changyue's voice was low, like a verdict. At the same time, he walked off the cruise ship and walked towards Suze. When he got close to Suze, a look of respect appeared on his face. Dragon. Suze shook his head and signaled Lai Changyue not to say it. Lai Changyue also understood immediately and changed his words, I'm sorry to make you laugh. This rat shit is too hidden. If you hadn't let me watch the show, I would still be in the dark. It's not too late to know now. How do you think this thing should be handled? Everyone present saw how much respect Lai Changyue had for Suze, and their eyes almost popped out of their heads. Isn't Suze a waste? He has only been a conscripted soldier for 2 years. How can he be so respected by Lai Changyue? This is unscientific. While it was unscientific, this group of people also felt extremely uneasy. Some beads of sweat appeared on Zhang Kai's forehead, and Lin Miao Miao held his arm tightly. Suze thought for a moment and said, just deal with it as it should be dealt with. Lai Changyue nodded. Director Wang was completely desperate. If this really happened, he would be doomed. Wang Kai, you have brought all your actions upon yourself. You should spend the rest of your life in jail repenting for your sins. Director Wang knelt on the ground and begged for mercy. Director Lai, please forgive me. I have parents and children to take care of. Please forgive me this time because I have been doing my duty and serving you diligently all these years. But Lai Changyue's face remained cold and he ignored Director Wang's plea for mercy. Two police officers appeared behind him, took out handcuffs, handcuffed his hands, and dragged him onto the cruise ship. Lai Changyue looked at Zhang Kai at this moment, his face still cold. Zhang Kai, explain it. Zhang Kai's eyes swirled around, and after thinking for a while, he said, Director Lai, this has nothing to do with me. Director Wang kept all this from me. He said this area could be developed, so I bought it. In this situation, he naturally wanted to shirk responsibility and put all the blame on Wang Kai. This is called self-preservation. Even if it was an investigation, he was not afraid. If Wang Kai dared to speak nonsense, his family would definitely be very sad. Lai Changyue had no choice, knowing that Zhang Kai would say so. After all, he had no evidence. Now make these excavators and people disappear immediately and restore the crushed trees. Director Lai, don't worry, I will do as you say. Lai Changyue also returned to the cruise ship, and then the cruise ship sailed away. Suze, I didn't expect you to know Lai Changyue. You're being ruthless this time. Let's wait and see. Zhang Kai was about to leave. But Suze said, are you just leaving like that? Zhang Kai said coldly, why, you can still stop me. Jiang Sun's sacrifice has not yet begun, no one can leave. Zhang Kai laughed, do you still want us to kneel down and repent? That's right. You're dreaming, idiot. Pajun is a good fighter, but Zhang Kai is not afraid of him. If Pajun dares to touch a hair on his head, he will be in trouble. Because he is Zhang Kai, the son of Zhang Dingfa, no one in Jiangzhou dares to touch him. Suze had injured his leg before, but he didn't tell his father because he wanted to settle it privately. But now he knew that a private settlement might not work, so he planned to go back and ask his father to get rid of Suze. Pajun! Suze shouted. Pajun rushed out immediately and kicked Zhang Kai directly. Zhang Kai immediately fell to the ground, blood oozing from his legs and screaming in pain. If you dare to hit me, I will make you live a life worse than death. Lin Miao Miao also said angrily, Suze, last time Zhang Kai's father lost face in front of all the celebrities in Jiangzhou, he was extremely angry. If you dare to touch him again, you will bear the consequences. It is a threat, but it is not actually a threat. However, Suze said nonchalantly, oh, really? Aren't you afraid of death? Lin Miao Miao stared at Suze. Pajun kicked Lin Miao Miao on the leg again at this moment, and Lin Miao Miao fell to the ground. Suze looked at everyone present and said coldly, you only have two choices now, kneel down and repent or die. Suze's voice was extremely cold, with an extreme chill that made everyone's face change drastically. The group of people looked at each other. Zhang Kai and Lin Miao Miao had both knelt down, so how dare they not kneel down? At once, everyone knelt down. Yun Ruokan's face turned pale. He didn't expect that Suze would have such means. This was something he had not expected. He wanted to leave, but was stopped by Suze. You kneel down too. What did you say? Yun Ruokan was furious. Kneel down. In name only, I am your uncle, how dare you threaten me? I never threaten anyone. Pajun walked towards Yun Ruokan, who immediately became intimidated and knelt down. Yun Ruokan's face turned pale. He knew that Suze was just relying on Pajun and Lai Changyue to bully others. He would definitely repay the humiliation double this time. Looking at Yun Ruokan who was kneeling down, Suze said, considering that you have never harmed Jiang Sun, kowtow 3 times and leave. Yun Ruokan kowtowed 3 times and left with an indignant look on his face. Suze looked up at the sky and asked Pajun, is it time? Pajun nodded and said, it's exactly 12 o'clock. 12 o'clock is the best time to offer sacrifice. Just then, the sound of cruise ship horns was heard on the river, and there was more than one. Everyone was attracted and looked towards the river. As the sound got closer, everyone opened their mouths wide, because 20 large cruise ships appeared on the river. These cruise ships are just like the one just now, each one is like a giant beast. White flowers were hung on every cruise ship, and people were constantly throwing white petals. At the same time, large banners were hung on the cruise ship, most of which contained words of remembrance and mourning. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Bang bang bang. Fireworks were set off, rushing into the sky from the cruise ship, as if the entire sky was covered with fireworks. Not only that, at this moment, there were dozens of planes flying low in the sky, dropping wreaths and hanging banners, which were extremely eye-catching. On the roadside, rows of black luxury cars formed a long queue and drove towards the river, all honking their horns in a moment of silence for Jiang Sun and in memory of him. Zhang Kai and the others were completely stunned, their faces filled with disbelief. He had never seen such a scene before. Not only him, Lin Miao Miao and Yun Ruken were also shocked, and everyone else was shocked. Deploying dozens of planes, dozens of cruise ships, and countless luxury cars is something that ordinary people cannot do. Even for an extraordinary person, it would be difficult to do it. Such a grand sacrifice made the people present extremely pale, and at the same time they also began to doubt Su Zhe's identity. Is this still the garbage they call for? Being able to have such a powerful Pajun as his subordinate and dispatching 20 large cruise ships, dozens of airplanes, and dozens of luxury cars, is this still Su Zhe who is useless? This is not something that ordinary people can do, and it is not something that can be achieved just by having money. Zhang Kai and his friends are not stupid. Those planes and luxury cars are not something that ordinary people can use. They all have special logos. Zhang Kai knelt on the ground. The pain in his thigh was somewhat numb, but he did not dare to stand up. The shock Su Zhe gave him was too terrifying. There were countless luxury cars on the roadside. When the honking stopped, a group of people walked towards the woods with wreaths in their hands, and the entire grave was filled with wreaths. Su Zhe, who are you? Zhang Kai couldn't help but ask. Su Zhe smiled and responded, someone who can make you desperate and scared. Zhang Kai clenched his fists. He felt very regretful in his heart. He underestimated Su Zhe. If he had known earlier, he should have asked his father to step in. Su Zhe poured another bottle of Rongqing liquor, then faced the grave and said, Jiang Sun, today is your birthday. I have held a sacrifice for you. Those who have harmed you, bullied you, and cheated you should kneel in front of your grave and repent. Pajun immediately shouted angrily, repent. Zhang Kai and the others didn't dare to hesitate, and immediately kowtowed, apologizing and begging for forgiveness. They had no doubt that if they did not do as they were told, Pajun might really kill them. Pajun is an existence that absolutely cannot be provoked. I told you before that you had to kneel here in advance, but you didn't. A hint of coldness flashed in Su Zhe's eyes as he looked at Zhang Kai and others. I'll give you a chance to repent. 500 kowtows for 8 hours. If anyone refuses, I'll chop his head off. As soon as the words fell, the leaves around him rustled and fell to the ground, shattering in midair and turning into debris. Seeing this scene, the group of people's faces turned pale and they were all in disbelief. Zhang Kai now understood that he had really hit a tough nut to crack. The thugs he brought with him were no match for him. Pajun is very powerful, definitely a martial arts master. This group of people kept kowtowing and begging for forgiveness, and they did not dare to stop even though their scalps were bleeding. Just then, a Maybach drove up and stopped on the side of the road. A man got out of the car, wearing a martial arts uniform, followed by 2 men in black suits. He walked towards the woods and saw Zhang Kai kneeling on the ground. His face suddenly turned cold. When Zhang Kai saw this person, his originally desperate face suddenly became extremely excited. Uncle Zhou. The man's name was Zhou Chenglong, a very powerful figure in Jiangzhou. He opened a martial arts school and was very skilled in kung fu. He was also the son of Mr. Zhou. It can be said that in Jiangzhou, Zhou Chenglong can walk sideways. As soon as he heard his men say that Zhang Kai was bullied, he rushed here immediately. Who told you to kneel down? Zhou Chenglong said angrily. Zhang Kai immediately pointed at Su Zhe, his face full of grievance. Uncle Zhou, it's him. Zhou Chenglong looked at Su Zhe, a cold look flashed across his eyes. I don't ask why, nor do I care about the process. I only care about the result. If you can cripple one of your arms now and kneel down to apologize to my nephew, I will spare your life. Zhou Qinglong's voice was magnetic, and sounded more like a command. Su Zhe smiled. Pajun on the side shouted, "Who do you think you are? How dare you make my boss kneel down?" Humph, in Jiangzhou, there are definitely only a handful of people who dare not listen to me, Zhou Qinglong. Really? Then I am that number. Su Zhe said calmly. Very good, very good. Just when Zhou Qinglong was about to get angry, a helicopter hovered in the air, attracting everyone's attention. There had been many planes flying over before, but none of them were helicopters. The helicopter hovered for a moment, then descended. A man walked out from there, wearing a military uniform, looking very proud, with sparkling eyes. Zhou Qinglong's face changed and he hurried forward. Isn't this Commander Lin? Why are you here? Zhou Qinglong said with great respect. Lin Ming is considered a big shot in Jiangzhou. Even the arrogant Zhou Qinglong has to be respectful when he meets him. Why are you here instead of staying at home to take care of the old man? Lin Ming said unhappily. The old man is still strong and playing cards with the others. I'm here to take care of some things. What is it? Someone bullied my nephew, so of course I have to help him get back at him. Zhou Qinglong looked at Su Zhe and said coldly. Zhang Kai was even more delighted at this moment. He didn't expect that Zhou Qinglong knew this person. Now Su Zhe was definitely dead. Su Zhe, you didn't expect that my backing is much stronger than yours. Zhang Kai said as he stood up. Do you think you can win just by knowing Lai Changyue? My uncle Zhou can kill a few of these small shrimps every day. Zhou Qinglong also said, I gave you a chance just now, but you didn't cherish it. Now don't blame me for being ruthless. Zhou Qinglong just wanted to humiliate Su Zhe and help Zhang Kai regain his face, but Su Zhe remained indifferent, which made him want to kill him. Su Zhe still had a calm expression on his face and didn't take what the two said seriously at all. I think he won't cry until he sees the coffin. Uncle Zhou, please kill him. Zhang Kai said coldly. Who to kill? Lin Ming spoke at this moment. Zhou Qinglong explained, Commander Lin, you don't know how arrogant this kid is. He actually asked my nephew to kneel down and repent to a dead waste. Oh, there is such a thing. Humph, I'll make him completely regret it today. Just when Zhou Qinglong was about to make a move, Lin Ming walked up to Zhou Qinglong and raised his hand. Bang. After a loud slap, Zhou Qinglong's face suddenly felt hot and 5 fingerprints were clearly visible. Faced with this sudden slap, Zhou Qinglong was stunned and it took him a few seconds to react. Captain Lin, why did you hit me? Because you deserve a beating, Lin Ming shouted angrily. Zhou Qinglong became even more confused. Do you know who he is? Lin Ming said angrily. Zhou Qinglong glanced at Su Zhe and said, Isn't he just the waste of Jiangzhou? Do you know why I'm here? Zhou Qinglong shook his head. It was Tuan Yo who asked me to come here. All those planes and cruise ships were sent here by Tuan Yo. Ah. Zhou Qinglong's face changed drastically and cold sweat immediately broke out on his forehead. What a person Yo Tuan is, he is more respected than his father. Zhang Kai standing by was so frightened that he peed his pants. He felt a warm current in his crotch and his legs, which were originally standing, went limp again. Lin Ming ignored the two and looked at Su Zhe with respect on his face. Are you satisfied with the sacrifice just now? Su Zhe nodded and said, I'll take my deceased brother with me, thank you. You are too modest. These are what I should do. Lin Ming said quickly. At the same time, he looked at Zhou Qinglong, kicked him directly, and said angrily, Why don't you apologize now? Zhou Qinglong no longer dared to be arrogant, and immediately knelt down in front of Su Zhe, apologizing continuously. I'm sorry, I didn't know you were so great, it's my fault that I didn't recognize you. Su Zhe said calmly, For Chief Lin's sake, I can let bygones be bygones this time. Get lost. Su Zhe knew that Lin Ming intended to protect Zhou Qinglong, otherwise he would have directly let Pajun deal with Zhou Qinglong. He was just doing a favor, Zhou Chenglong was not his target. Zhou Chenglong felt as if he had been pardoned. He thanked the men quickly and ran away. Zhang Kai's face was as pale as paper, completely bloodless. He didn't expect that Su Zhe actually knew such a big shot. How dare he offend that kind of person? That would be courting death. He now regrets it extremely. Zhang Kai could only kneel down and kowtow continuously, not daring to even look at Su Zhe. Not only him, Lin Miao Miao and others were also frightened and kept kowtowing. Lin Ming looked at Su Zhe and said, "Niu Tuan sent me a message saying that he would hold a banquet tonight to welcome you." Su Zhe shook his head and said, "I don't like these, so let's skip the banquet." After all, he didn't even go when the governor of the Southwest invited him. Lin Ming smiled bitterly and said, "Niu Tuan's guess was correct. He said you definitely won't go. I just happened to help him a small favor back then. I am very grateful for what he did today. It's still a small favor. After all, if it weren't for you, Niu Tuan would probably be bedridden." "Well, now we're even." Lin Ming shook hands with Su Zhe, then said, "Then I'll be leaving first." After Lin Ming left, Su Zhe looked at Zhang Kai and the others and said coldly, "Keep your kowtow faster." The group of people were so frightened that they quickly sped up their pace and kowtowed like pounding garlic. From noon to afternoon, and then to evening, Zhang Kai and others worked non-stop. 500 were finally completed, and there was still an hour left before 8 hours. Zhang Kai felt that his legs were not his own and he knelt on the ground without any feeling. His entire thigh was stained red with blood oozing from the wound, but he didn't dare to get up. But he was hiding a huge rage in his heart. Lin Ming's arrival had made him despair, making him feel that he could not compete with Su Zhe at all, not even his father could. But Su Zhe's words gave him hope. The reason why Lin Ming came was entirely because Su Zhe helped Niu Tuan with a small favor, and the big scenes before were also because Niu Tuan was grateful to him. Now that both of them are clear, there is no more relationship. To put it bluntly, Su Zhe is not a big shot, he is just a useless person who takes advantage of the power of others. From the beginning to the end, Su Zhe did not show his real strength. He relied on Pajun for his martial arts and luck for his backing. But Zhang Kai is different, he is the son of Zhang Dingfa. Zhang Dingfa is the richest man in Jiangzhou, nicknamed Zhang Banshan. As long as he is not dead, he must avenge himself. Su Zhe glanced at the setting sun and nodded to Pajun. Pajun immediately brought Lin Miao Miao to the front of the grave. When Lin Miao Miao saw Jiang Sun's grave, she trembled all over. Su Zhe said coldly, "Jiang Sun once regarded you as the most important person, but you betrayed him. He gave you everything without reservation, but you treated him like an idiot, like a whore, and conspired with others to kill him. You even compared him to Wu Dalong." Su Zhe enumerated Lin Miao Miao's crimes one by one, with anger in his voice. Lin Miao Miao was hunched over, with endless fear filling her whole body. She regretted it. "I'm sorry. I'm sorry." Lin Miao Miao kept apologizing and repenting. "It's all my fault. I'm sorry to Jiang Sun. I'm the one who hurt him." "That's good to know," Su Zhe said in a cold voice. "But please forgive me because Jiang Sun once loved me," Lin Miao Miao begged. "If I spare you, you have to go and ask Jiang Sun whether he agrees or not." Su Zhe became even more indifferent. Lin Miao Miao was extremely frightened. She looked at Zhang Kai and said hurriedly, "Brother Kai, help me, save me." She already felt uneasy and threatened by death. How could Zhang Kai dare to speak for her? Although he had hatred in his heart, he didn't dare to show it now. He had to endure and let Su Zhe let him go, and then he could settle everything. Seeing Zhang Kai indifferent, Lin Miao Miao's eyes showed despair. "I do this for you. When disaster strikes, everyone runs away," Zhang Kai said mercilessly. "When disaster strikes, everyone runs away. Do you think he will let you go? You're dreaming." Lin Miao Miao's tears fell, her heart already filled with regret. But what's the use of regretting? Jiang Sun is already dead. Su Zhe didn't want to listen to Lin Miao Miao's nagging anymore, and said to Pajun, the blood splattered 3 feet, to comfort Jiang Sun's spirit in heaven. Pajun nodded, and a knife appeared in his hand without him noticing. The knife came out, blood splattered, and Lin Miao Miao's head fell to the ground. Suze closed his eyes and the anger in his heart was relieved. Today I will hold a memorial ceremony for you and kill the prostitute in front of your grave. I hope you can rest in peace. The others were so frightened that their pants got wet, and Jiang Kai was so frightened that he peed and shit. Lin Miao Miao tricked me into doing all this. Otherwise, I wouldn't have touched Jiang Sun's company. After all, my family owns several listed companies. I know I was wrong this time, please forgive me. Jiang Kai kept begging for mercy. Suze walked up to Jiang Kai, looked at him and sneered, "Don't worry, I won't kill you now. I will keep your life for a while." If we kill Jiang Kai now, Jiang Sun in the afterlife would probably not agree. He wanted Jiang Kai to die in despair and helplessness, so that he could comfort Jiang Sun's spirit in heaven. At this moment, the afterglow dissipated and the surroundings began to be surrounded by darkness. 8 hours passed with great difficulty. Suze looked at the kneeling men and said coldly, "Go away." Everyone felt as if they had been pardoned and wanted to stand up, but their legs were completely unresponsive. No matter how hard they tried, they couldn't stand up because they had been kneeling for too long, blood circulation was cut off, and their legs were numb. But they didn't want to stay here for a moment, so they all started crawling towards the roadside. Suze looked at this group of ants crawling like dogs and a trace of disdain appeared on his face. After everyone left, Suze and Pajun walked out of the forest. "Let's go back to Rongcheng." Pajun nodded and drove towards Rongcheng. There was no conversation along the way. When they arrived in Rongcheng, Suze asked Pajun to stop the car in the downtown area. He got out of the car and looked at the busy scene of traffic and people coming and going. He felt a little lost in his heart and thought of the scene with Jiang Sun. They were best friends, born on the same day. He was a few hours older than Jiang Sun, and they were orphans from the same village. But now they are separated by life and death. "Don't worry, Jiang Sun. I will protect your family for the rest of their lives." Suze walked aimlessly on the street, and as he walked, a bar appeared in front of him. The lights in front of the bar were flickering, as if to blind people's eyes, and loud music was coming from inside. Suze stayed at the door for a few seconds, then walked in. Being rejected by Zhao Yaxin again, Wang Long was furious. He couldn't understand how he could lose to such a loser. It was absolutely impossible. He is Wang Longxin, a rich second generation from Chengdu, worth tens of millions. How could he lose to a loser? Thinking of this, Wang Longxin looked at Suze with a colder look in his eyes. "Boy, you dare to snatch the woman I like, do you know who I am?" Wang Longxin's face turned fierce, no longer as friendly as before. Just now he just wanted to leave a good impression in front of Zhao Yaxin, but now he just wants to drive Suze away. As long as Suze is gone, he has 100 ways to bring Zhao Yaxin to justice. A little girl, if soft tactics don't work, she'll use hard tactics. Hearing Wang Longxin's words, Zhao Yaxin's face suddenly changed, and she said angrily, "Who is your woman? Don't talk nonsense." Wang Longxin ignored Zhao Yaxin and looked at Suze and said, "Boy, if you want to snatch a woman from me, you should at least show some real skills." Suze said nonchalantly, "I didn't compete with you for the woman, and I'm afraid you won't be able to bear it if I show you my true ability." "Ha ha." Wang Longxin laughed, "You are really awesome. Do you know how famous I am in this generation? Everyone has to call me Brother Wang. I think it's more appropriate to call you Brother Dog. Don't let a dead dog hang around in front of me." Hearing this, Wang Longxin became furious. "Do you really want to offend me?" He looked at Suze with icy eyes. "You are just a loser, what can you compare with me?" Suze shook his head and casually took out a card from his pocket, a rose gold card. To own this kind of card, you need to deposit at least 100 million yuan. It is a commemorative card specially issued by Rose Company. There are only 10,000 of them in the country. Even Wang Longxin doesn't have such a card. With that little money he has, he's not qualified to own one. Not to mention that even those with assets worth hundreds of millions may not be able to own one. When he saw the rose gold card, Wang Longxin's angry face suddenly showed surprise. Not only him, but also Zhao Yaxin next to him was surprised. Her guess was correct. Suze was an excellent person and not a loser at all. But Suze doesn't pay attention to any famous brands or luxury goods. People of his status only pursue what is suitable. As long as the clothes fit and are clean and tidy, it's fine. After all, he had worn a pair of clothes that were so tattered that they couldn't be any more worn out when he was at the border. Check out the bill, and settle this lady's bill as well. Suze thought about it and decided to help Zhao Yaxin get married. After all, as a man, he should not be too stingy. I have just bought the bar and haven't handed it over yet, so I won't have to go through so much trouble in the future. I can drink whenever I want and do whatever I want. Wang Longxin opened his mouth, speechless. He slapped himself in the face. But he was unwilling to give up like this. What's wrong with being rich? Even if you are rich, you don't know where you are. If you offend Wang Longxin, no matter how rich you are, you will fall. Do you want to leave just like that? Wang Longxin stretched out his hand to stop Suze. Suze raised his eyebrows and said, "Otherwise, do you want to have a drink with me?" "Drink a fuck." Wang Longxin said angrily, "Do you think you can beat me just because you have a couple of lousy bucks? Today I'm going to teach you a lesson. You can't pick up my woman. Kneel down and apologize to me now, and I will let you leave this bar." Zhao Yaxin said angrily, "Wang Longxin, don't go too far. Women, don't interfere in matters between men." Suze's expression became indifferent. He ignored Wang Longxin's words and completely treated him as air. "Didn't you hear what I said?" Wang Longxin said loudly. Suze held the wine glass, took a sip, and looked at the resident singer who was singing wildly on the stage. Completely ignored, as if transparent. Wang Longxin felt humiliated, and in front of the person he liked. He must teach Suze a lesson and let him know how powerful he is. If Wang Longxin meets him in this place, he will have to lie down. "It seems you won't cry until you see the coffin." Wang Longxin clenched his fist and punched Suze. But when his fist was just an inch away from Suze, Suze easily caught it. Suze exerted a little force, and Wang Longxin's expression changed immediately. Let go," he screamed, his face distorted in pain. Suze let go of his hand, and due to inertia, Wang Longxin took several steps back and fell to the ground. Wang Longxin stood up from the ground, looked at Suze and said angrily, "You are looking for death." He immediately picked up the wine bottle next to him and smashed it directly on Suze's head. The faces of the people around changed, realizing that a fight had broken out, and they all stepped aside. This situation is not uncommon in bars, and no one is overly panicked. When the wine bottle was just a few inches away from Suze, Suze punched it, breaking the bottle, and his fist hit Wang Longxin's face. Suddenly, Wang Longxin flew backward several meters, knocked over several tables, and fell to the ground. Wang Longxin was hunched over, his face twisted in pain, and blood was flowing from the corners of his mouth. The broken pieces of the wine bottle even pierced his body, causing him to grimace in pain. Suze looked at Wang Longxin with contempt. He didn't want to pay any attention to this clown, but he insisted on making things uncomfortable for him. Seeing this scene, Zhao Yaxin was a little shocked. She didn't expect Suze to have such a trick. She just felt that Wang Longxin deserved it. Now she felt even more how outstanding Suze was. He was rich and could fight. This kind of man was simply the male god in the hearts of women. He was totally inferior to the rich second generation like Wang Longxin. "I like you," Zhao Yaxin said shyly. Suze almost spit out his wine. He was just killing time out of boredom, but ended up attracting wildflowers, who actually fell in love with him. "You don't have to answer me so quickly. Tell me when you've made up your mind." Zhao Yaxin's eyes were full of stars. "Even if you reject me, I won't give up easily. I really am a married man." Suze was speechless and regretted coming to the bar. "If I hadn't come to the bar, I wouldn't have met Zhao Yaxin, and there wouldn't be a little jerk like Wang Longxin. It's all my fault for being too handsome. I'll try to avoid going to these places in the future, and if I do go, I'll wear sunglasses or a hat." After saying that, Suze walked out of the bar, but Wang Longxin stopped him. "Boy, if you have the guts, just wait for me. I'll go get some help." Of course Wang Longxin was not convinced. He had to get back at himself for being so humiliated in front of the person he liked. Suze looked disdainful and said, "Okay, I'll wait here." He wanted to see what kind of people Wang Longxin could call over. He didn't mind dealing with them all at once. This would also eliminate his worries. What he feared most was constant trouble and wasting time. "Okay, if you're a man, wait for me." Wang Longxin covered his forehead with his hands and did not leave the bar, but walked towards the bar box. The people around were talking about it. The blasting music, the shining lights, the enchanting and sexy women and the crazy young men were constantly venting their passions. This place was always a place of carnival for men and women. A famous bar in Chengdu, Night Wolf. Suze found a dark corner and asked the waiter for a glass of strong liquor. After years of boring and monotonous life, Suze became somewhat unfamiliar with bars. The only reason he came to the bar was because Yun Tianyi was still at work. After all, he is the chief of surgery at Chengdu Second Hospital. He is very busy most of the time, and it is not uncommon for him to work overtime until dawn. Suze swayed the red wine in his hand and took a sip. This bar is nice and not far from the hospital. Suze thought about it and asked Pajuan to call the owner of the bar. He wanted to buy this bar and turn it into a lounge, where he could listen to music and wait for his wife to get off work. Night Wolf Bar is a relatively large bar in Chengdu, earning at least 100 million yuan a year. It is not easy to buy it, but for Suze, it is extremely easy, as the last thing he lacks is money. But after a while, an old man in his 60s ran over in a hurry, looked at Suze and said respectfully, "Master Su, I have signed the contract. The Night Wolf Bar is yours from today." Suze nodded. "Has the money arrived?" It's arrived, thank you, Mr. Su." The old man left happily. Not long after the old man left, a young and beautiful woman came over. "Hey handsome guy, can I sit here?" Suze nodded and did not refuse. "My name is Zhao Xinya." The woman took the initiative to say, "You look like you are worried about something." Suze neither nodded nor shook his head, his face expressionless. Zhao Yaxin continued, "I guess you are waiting for your girlfriend." Suze smiled and ignored it. He has always been rather cold towards women, but it's not that he can't. He never gets involved with women he has no feelings for, otherwise he could easily have a harem that stretches around the world. At present, there is only one person in his heart, that is Yun Tianyi. Yun Tianyi is his heaven. When Suze first knew that Yun Tianyi was a steamed bun girl, he was grateful and liked her. But now, he is very satisfied with his wife, the most beautiful woman in Chengdu, with a good figure and a pretty face. It was enough for her to carry on his family line, and Yun Tianyi's personality was very much in line with his standards for a spouse. Unconsciously, my liking for him developed into love. Seeing that Suze didn't reply, Zhao Yaxin looked a little embarrassed and said again, "You don't have a girlfriend?" "Sorry, I have a wife," Suze said lightly. "Ah." Zhao Yaxin was surprised, but she recovered quickly. Although she was not a prostitute, she was a frequent visitor to the bar and thought Suze was just being naughty and telling lies. The reason why she came over to chat up Suze was simply because Suze's appearance attracted her. In fact, most women nowadays put appearance first. Only when you get married will you place more importance on financial power. Although Suze was a little cold towards her, Zhao Yaxin did not give up. She was never a person who gave up easily. "Can I add you on WeChat?" Zhao Yaxin asked. "Why add WeChat? I don't use my phone often," Suze said indifferently. Just then, a man came over. He had a ramen-like haircut, wore a small suit, a pair of black drop-crotch pants, and a pair of shiny leather shoes, which made him look quite different. Nowadays, alternative dressing is fashion, and when it reaches the extreme, it is art. "Yaxin, you are here too." The man's name is Wang Longxin. He is a crazy pursuer of Zhao Yaxin and a rich second generation. He had been sitting nearby and accidentally saw Zhao Yaxin. Seeing her sitting with Suze, he suddenly felt unhappy and couldn't help but run over. Wang Longxin stared at Suze with eyes full of hostility and provocation, but it was fleeting, and most of it was disdain. Because he saw that Suze's clothes were too ordinary, not brand names at all. This showed that Suze was just an ordinary person, a person with not much financial resources. He was a little unhappy with this kind of person just now, but now it seems ridiculous because he thinks Suze can never be his competitor. Do I need to report to you where I am? She was already unhappy because of Suze's cold treatment, and now she met a follower, so she was naturally the punching bag. Of course not. Wang Longxin said quickly. Seeing Zhao Yaxin drinking, Wang Longxin said again, Yaxin, how can you drink such rubbish? I'll order you a bottle of Lafite. Zhao Yaxin refused. I'll just drink this. Brother, we are at the bar after all, so why don't you treat our Yaxin to this? Seeing that Zhao Yaxin was not buying it, Wang Longxin began to direct his criticism at Suze. It's simply unbelievable that a loser like this dares to date his girl. Suze said calmly, I never said I would buy her a drink. Suze just likes to tell the truth. Although such words are not liked by others, especially women, he doesn't care. After all, he already has Yuntiani, so he doesn't care about these things. Wang Long paused for several seconds. He didn't expect Suze to not play by the rules. He had seen all kinds of people in the bar, rich and poor, but he had never seen anyone as shameless, honest, as Suze. There was a beautiful woman sitting next to him, but he couldn't even buy her a drink. But he smiled with a hint of sarcasm on his face, you are so poor that you can't even afford such crappy wine. He directly mocked Suze, saying that he was a poor loser. Suze was not angry. He didn't take people like Wang Longxin seriously at all. He came to the bar just to wait for Yuntiani to get off work. Looking at the time, there was still some time before the end of get off work. He just continued to drink. Seeing that Suze didn't say anything, Wang Longxin thought that Suze had nothing to say, and a look of arrogance appeared on his face. Yaxin, what's there to talk about with this loser? Let's go to the box. Zhao Yaxin shook her head, I like being here. Suze seemed to have a magical power that attracted her very much. It might be hormones, or it might be other factors. In short, she didn't think Suze was a loser at all, because Suze's every move and even the tone of his voice were not what a loser could do. She concluded that Suze was most likely just hiding his abilities. Such a man is definitely excellent, and Zhao Yaxin will not be wrong about him. Because Zhao Yaxin studied psychology and was very good at judging people, she concluded that Suze was the ideal man in her mind. She knew Wang Longxin's character very well, so she had always ignored him, treated him coldly, and even hated him. She naturally looked down on a playboy like Wang Longxin, who was not worthy of her trust at all. At most, he would treat her as one of his concubines. You'd better leave quickly. He knows some people in society. Zhao Yaxin said with some concern. Don't worry about it. What worries Suze is Zhao Yaxin. He doesn't want Zhao Yaxin to bother him. If Yuntiani finds out, it will cause a big misunderstanding. At the same time, he felt regretful in his heart, wishing he had known not to let Zhao Yaxin sit. I will never dare to get close to a woman again. Women are hard to mess with. Looking at the time, it was just past 7 o'clock. Suze was not in a hurry because Yuntiani had said on the phone before that she might not get off work until 8 o'clock. The hospital is very close to the bar, only a few minutes walk away, and the matter has not been completely resolved yet. I'm serious. Wang Longxin must have gone to call for help. If you don't go there, you'll be in trouble. I'm just doing this once and for all. Otherwise, he will definitely come looking for me again in the future. You. Zhao Yaxin was even more anxious. In some things, confidence is wise, but in some things, confidence is stupid. At this time, Wang Longxin arrived at a private room behind the bar. Two men in black suits stood outside the box, like two bodyguards. I want to see Brother Wu. Wang Longxin said to the men in the suit. A man said in a deep voice, wait, I will go and report. The men entered the box, which was quite luxurious and filled with beautiful music. Sitting in the middle of the sofa was a bald man wearing a big gold chain. The men said respectfully, Brother Wu, someone is looking for you. Brother Wu was holding two beautiful young women in his arms, singing with ecstasy. When he heard his men's words, he asked impatiently, who is it? It seems to be Wang Erdai. Wang Longxin. Yes. Let him in. As soon as Wang Longxin entered the box, he said pitifully, Brother Wu, you have to help me. A boy beat me up. When Brother Wu saw the wound on Wang Longxin's face, anger appeared on his face. Who dares to hit our master Wang? He is in the bar, and he is still drinking as if nothing happened. Wang Longxin said angrily. What? Brother Wu pushed away the two beauties beside him and stood up. Brother Wu, this is your territory. That guy is so arrogant. He hit on my girl and beat me up. Wang Longxin said with exaggeration. There is such a thing. Brother Wu became even angrier. What I said is true. I dare not lie to Brother Wu. Take me to see it. Brother Wu's face was as gloomy as water. He is the security captain of this bar and is fully responsible for the order and safety of the bar. Not to mention this bar, even in the whole street, Brother Wu is famous and no one dares to mess with him. Second-generation people like Wang Longxin spend a lot of money, and he has some connections with Wang Longxin's father, so he naturally can't just sit back and watch. Wang Longxin hurriedly led the way, and Brother Wu and several of his men followed. At this moment, Su Zhe was sitting in a chair drinking with a calm expression. Zhao Yaxin kept admonishing him, but it was of no use. Seeing Wang Longxin coming over, Zhao Yaxin's face changed drastically, and she said to Su Zhe, hurry up, he's coming. Just come if you want to. Su Zhe said lightly. He called Brother Wu. Zhao Yaxin didn't come to the bar often, but she knew Brother Wu, who was very famous in this area and no one dared to provoke him. Once, a stranger came to the bar to cause trouble, and the next day someone found his body in the river. Su Zhe glanced at Wang Longxin and the bald Wu Ge with contempt in his eyes. Wang Longxin brought Wu Ge to Su Zhe and looked at Su Zhe with anger in his eyes. Good boy, you didn't leave after all. In fact, Wang Longxin was also afraid that Su Zhe would run away, so he ran all the way out of the box to lead the way. After all, if Su Zhe ran away, Brother Wu would be stood up and he would be in trouble. Why should I leave? Su Zhe asked back. Wang Longxin pointed at Su Zhe and said, very good. I hope you can stay strong. He turned to look at Brother Wu and said, Brother Wu, you've seen it all, this kid is still so arrogant now. One of his men brought a chair to Brother Wu, and Brother Wu sat down leisurely. The bar, which had been extremely noisy, suddenly became quiet. Everyone's face suddenly changed. They were about to curse, but when they saw Brother Wu, they swallowed back the words. Brother Wu, what happened? Someone asked. Wu Ji's men replied, there was a small incident at the bar, and Wu Ge needs to deal with it. Many people's faces changed. It was definitely not a small matter that Brother Wu could come forward. Generally speaking, if there is a fight in a bar, Brother Wu's brothers can easily resolve it. Of course, people not far from Su Zhe knew what had happened, and they all looked like they were enjoying a good show. Who provoked Brother Wu? Someone asked in a low voice. It seems that Wang Longxin has been provoked, and Wang Longxin went to find Brother Wu. Is it that guy? I seem to see him beating someone up badly just now. It's that kid. He's in trouble now. Many people were talking about it. Brother Wu stretched out his hand, and his men immediately handed him a cigar and a glass of fine whiskey. Brother Wu took a sip of whiskey and took a puff of his cigar. He looked at Su Zhe and said in a deep voice, explain it and tell me how to solve it. Su Zhe held up the wine glass, took a sip, looked at Brother Wu and said, what do you want to explain? How do you solve it? Wang Longxin immediately said angrily, boy, you just beat me up and forgot about it, and you're still trying to pick up my girl. Zhao Yaxin stood next to Su Zhe and angrily said to Wang Longxin, who is your girlfriend? Don't talk nonsense. Hearing this, Wang Long became even angrier and said to Brother Wu, if you can just help me deal with this guy, I'll give you 500,000. Brother Wu grinned. Mr. Wang, you are being too polite. If someone causes trouble in this bar, let alone you, even if it offends other people, I will still intervene. Wang Longxin also revealed a sneer and said to Su Zhe, if you have the guts, keep jumping now. My patience is limited, don't challenge my patience. Brother Wu looked at Su Zhe, and the coldness on his face deepened a little. But Su Zhe remained very calm, sipping the liquor, not in a hurry at all, and looking leisurely and contented. This person is so calm. Someone was surprised. He's just pretending to be calm. I think he's really nervous. Don't you see who that is? It's Brother Wu. If you mess with Brother Wu, you'll end up in trouble. Everyone was talking about it, and they were all pessimistic about Suze, and guessing what Suze's fate would be. Zhao Yaxin was extremely panicked and stood in front of Suze. Brother Wu, can you? Before he could finish his words, Brother Wu interrupted him. Go away, little girl, don't get in the way. Yaxin, please don't interfere. Wang Longxin said warmly, that's Brother Wu. Suze looked at the time. It was already 7:30. It was just the right time to pick up Yuntiani and buy her a cup of her favorite milk tea. Suze stood up, but Wu Ji's men stopped him. What? You want to leave before everything is resolved? Brother Wu's voice became a little louder. He thought Suze wanted to slip away. Brother Wu, this kid must have been scared by you, so he wants to run away. Wang Longxin sneered even more. I'm a person who never speaks 3 times, but today you made me speak 3 times. You succeeded in making me angry. As soon as Brother Wu finished speaking, the men behind him walked towards Suze. How did he hit you just now? Brother Wu asked Wang Longxin. He almost broke my hand, and my face is also injured. Wang Longxin replied, Brother Wu, you have to help me teach him a lesson, otherwise it will damage your dignity. Well, cripple one of his hands. Wu Ji's voice was clear and crisp, reaching everyone's ears and causing everyone to change color. Zhao Yaxin's face changed drastically, and her heart was filled with nervousness and anxiety. Brother Wu, that's not the case. It was clearly Wang Longxin who provoked him. Zhao Yaxin explained. But Brother Wu ignored Zhao Yaxin and started smoking his cigar. Several men in suits walked towards Suze, all with unfriendly looks, and one of them even pulled out a shiny knife. Brother Wu is in a good mood today, so I will only cripple one of your hands. If it were any other day, I'm afraid your legs would also be crippled. After hearing this, many people became even more awed by Brother Wu and at the same time felt great pity for Suze. But Suze was not panicked at all and stood in front of Zhao Yaxin. Brother Wu, are you sure you really want to cripple my hand? Brother Wu nodded and said, who told you to mess with my brother? What if I say you can't be abolished? Brother Wu laughed, his eyes full of contempt. Wang Longxin sneered, you are probably too confident. There is nothing that Brother Wu can't do in this bar. Stop talking nonsense and kill him quickly. Brother Wu urged. You will regret what you said. Suze looked indifferent. Ha ha ha, you really made me laugh. You are the first one who is not afraid of me. Wu Ji's men rushed towards Suze, and one of them even held a knife, waiting for the others to subdue him and then cripple one of Suze's hands. Zhao Yaxin's face turned even worse, but there was nothing she could do. However, this group of people approached Suze, but they couldn't touch Suze at all. Suze's speed was like a ghost. He easily avoided this group of people and moved among them. When he stood up, he had a few more belts in his hands. The pants of Wu Ji's men suddenly fell down and they looked very embarrassed. Seeing this, Brother Wu flew into a rage, a bunch of useless people. The 2 people behind him walked towards Suze. They were obviously much stronger than these people. But before the 2 men could make a move, a man walked into the bar. It was the old man who had just sold the bar to Suze, Liao Guiqing. Liao Guiqing ran over and saw that the music in the bar had not been played and everyone was gathered around. He couldn't help coughing a few times. When Brother Wu saw Liao Guiqing, he quickly stood up and went to greet him. Boss, why are you here? Can't I come? Of course, of course. What happened? Why is there no music in the bar? Asked Liao Guiqing. It's a small problem. I'll fix it right away. It won't affect the bar's business. Facing Liao Guiqing, Brother Wu had no temper at all. After all, this was his boss. He could be so powerful because Liao Guiqing made him the security captain of the bar. You 2, hurry up. Brother Wu urged his 2 men. The 2 men nodded quickly and walked towards Suze. At this moment, Liao Guiqing also saw Suze and hurried over. Master Su, I've been looking for you everywhere. Liao Guiqing already knew Suzai's identity because he recognized the ring on Suzai's finger, which was only owned by people in the Dragon King Palace. The Palace of the Dragon King is the most mysterious organization in China, and no one dares to offend it. What's more, Suzai did not let him sell the bar at a low price, but bought it at a premium, and Liao Guiqing was happy with it. This is the bar's roster. The bar's management and waiters are all on it. This was what Liao Guiqing gave as a gift when he came back. Suzai nodded, took the roster, and began to flip through it. Everyone present was stunned instantly, including Brother Wu and Wang Longxin. Brother Wu walked up to Liao Guiqing and whispered, "Boss, what's going on?" Liao Guiqing explained, "I have sold the bar to Master Su. Now Master Su is the owner of this bar. You will listen to Master Su and help him manage this bar." "Su, Master Su." Brother Wu's face changed drastically. He glanced at Suzai and beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. Not only him, Wang Longxin never dreamed that Suzai would actually buy the bar and become the bar owner. But he still humorously went to Brother Wu for help and asked Brother Wu to deal with his new boss. Liao Guiqing saw that something was wrong and couldn't help asking, "Xiao Wu, what's wrong with you?" Brother Wu didn't hear anything at all. His face was extremely pale and he was extremely uneasy inside. Suzai smiled at this moment, "He wants to cripple one of my hands." "What?" Liao Guiqing was furious and raised his hand to slap Brother Wu. "You dare to cripple Master Su's hand? You are tired of living." Faced with Liao Guiqing's anger, Brother Wu didn't dare to say a word, and completely lost his previous arrogance. He was feeling so regretful now. What a coincidence. He might lose his job. At the same time, he was full of hatred towards Wang Longxin. All this was because of Wang Longxin, otherwise he would not have offended his new boss. Well, please let me explain." "Explain? Do you still need to explain?" Liao Guiqing said angrily, "Do you know who Master Su is? Killing you is as easy as crushing an ant." Suzai also smiled, "Hurry up and cripple my hand." Brother Wu quickly shook his head, "I dare not, I dare not." Suzai flipped through the roster, took a look, and said, "Your name is Xie Wu, right?" Yes. Suzai drew an X directly with a pen. "From today on, you don't have to come to work." Suzai closed the roster. Brother Wu knelt down and begged, "Master Su, please forgive me this time. He can't lose this job, otherwise he will lose his prestige in this street. I'll spare you. I'm showing you mercy by not breaking your arm." Suzai said in a cold voice. Liao Guiqing also said, "Master Su is magnanimous in expelling you. If it were me, I would definitely destroy you." Brother Wu kept apologizing, but it was of no use. "Get out of here now, or I'll kill you," Liao Guiqing said impatiently. Brother Wu's eyes were filled with despair and he could only leave the bar dejectedly. Liao Guiqing looked at Suzai and apologized, "Master Su, this is all my fault. I didn't expect to recruit such a blind person." Liao Guiqing was very clear about Suzai's high status. He could not offend him at all, otherwise he would be killed without a burial place. If Suzai was annoyed by this matter, he would be in big trouble. Suzai said calmly, "This matter has nothing to do with you, just fire him." Suzai didn't take it seriously. The most important thing now was to buy milk tea for his beloved wife. Zhao Yaxin on the side was still in shock. Just now she was still worried about Suzai's safety, but now Brother Wu was kicked away like a wild dog. Come to think of it, Suzai has bought this bar, how can a mere Wuge compete with him? This made Zhao Yaxin like Suzai even more. She had never seen such an outstanding man before, and she had already made up her mind that such a man must not be let go. Suzai stood up and said to Liao Guiqing, "I just took over this bar. I don't have time to manage it yet. You can manage it for me for a few days. I will ask someone to take over when the time comes. Master Su, don't worry, I will take good care of the bar and do a major cleanup to get rid of all the garbage." Suzai picked up his coat and walked out of the bar. Zhao Yaxin hurriedly followed. "Wait for me." Suzai looked at Zhao Yaxin with a helpless look on his face, "Can you please not follow me? My legs are on my body, why can't I follow you?" Zhao Yaxin said playfully. "My patience is limited. I don't want to say it a second time. Suzai's voice became a little colder. Zhao Yaxin lowered her head and said, "You are so outstanding, I know you don't like me, please go." Of course Suzai did not hesitate and immediately took a taxi away. He was afraid to walk, and Zhao Yaxin would continue to follow. After getting in the taxi, Suzai told the driver the place, and the driver glared at him. "It's only a few hundred meters in a straight line. Do you still want to take a ride?" Suzai took out $100 bill, and the driver immediately shut up. With a step on the accelerator, the car arrived at the second hospital. Suzai got out of the car and went into a milk tea shop. There are quite a lot of people in the milk tea shop. After all, this area belongs to the business district, with office buildings everywhere and hospitals, so the flow of people is very large. Suzai waited in line patiently, took out his cell phone and called Yun Tianyi. "Tianyi, are you off work?" Yun Tianyi had just taken off his white coat and replied, "Just got off work. I'm in the milk tea shop downstairs, please come down." "Didn't I just tell you that I will go home by myself?" "How can that be possible? My wife has worked hard all day and still has to drive. I am worried about her." Yun Tianyi felt warm in her heart for no reason and said, "Okay then, I'll be down right away." After hanging up the phone, Suzai also moved to the front of the line. 2 cups of bubble tea, 1 watermelon flavor and 1 mango flavor. 50 in all. Suzai scanned the code to pay and stood aside waiting. Just then, there was another person next to him. That's right, Zhao Yaxin. Suzai thought that after getting rid of her, Zhao Yaxin would go home by herself, but he didn't expect that Zhao Yaxin would also come here. The two looked at each other. Suzai's eyes were full of complicated expressions, while Zhao Yaxin's face was full of joy. "Is this fate?" "No fate. You took a ride away, but we still met again. This must be fate." Zhao Yaxin insisted. "Hello sir, your milk tea, your girlfriend is so beautiful." The female clerk in the milk tea shop smiled, mistaking Zhao Yaxin for Suzai's girlfriend. Suzai quickly explained, "She is not my girlfriend, we just met once." "Then you should seize the opportunity. I guess the mango milk tea is for this pretty lady." Zhao Yaxin smiled and said, "You are so sweet." At the same time, she took the milk tea without hesitation and took a sip. Suzai's face was full of black lines. Mango milk tea was Yun Tianyi's favorite. "Another cup of mango milk tea," Suzai said to the waitress. "Another drink. I bought the mango milk tea for my wife." "I'm sorry sir, I'll do it for you right now." The female clerk stuck out her tongue, knowing that she had guessed wrong. Suzai looked at Zhao Yaxin and said, "This cup of milk tea is my treat. There is no need for us to meet in the future." "You really have a wife?" Zhao Yaxin didn't believe it at all. "I've been married for 3 years." Suzai told the truth. 3 years. How old are you now?" "My birth year." Zhao Yaxin was speechless, and after a long while she managed to squeeze out a sentence, "Marry at a young age." "In that case, I'll give up." Zhao Yaxin's disappointment was written all over her face as she turned around and walked out of the milk tea shop. But after taking a step, she walked back and said to Suzai, "Can I hug you? This is my only request." Seeing Zhao Yaxin's expectant eyes, Suzai couldn't refuse. The two hugged each other, but Zhao Yaxin held Suzai tightly and was unwilling to separate. "Your wife must be the happiest woman. I haven't seen her, but I'm already envious and jealous of her." Suzai had no answer and could only remain silent. But when the two were hugging, Kai Lanfen happened to pass by the door of the milk tea shop. She also wanted to go to the hospital to pick up Yun Tianyi because she had been tinkering with something recently and had met a very wealthy young man whom she wanted to introduce to Yun Tianyi. When she was about to pass by the milk tea shop, Kai Lanfen inadvertently glanced at the milk tea shop and walked in. Yun Tianyi likes mango milk tea, and Kai Lanfen knows that, so she went to the milk tea shop just to buy a cup for Yun Tianyi. But as soon as she entered the milk tea shop, she saw Suzai. Because he was facing away from her, she wasn't sure if it was Suzai. Kai Lanfen hurriedly walked inside, wanting to see if it was Suzai. At this moment, Suzai said to Zhao Yaxin, "Let go quickly, this will have a bad impact." He was mainly afraid that Yun Tianyi would see it, and then he wouldn't be able to wash himself clean even if he jumped into the Yellow River. But he didn't expect that Yun Tianyi didn't see it, but Kai Lanfen did. "Suze!" Kai Lanfen roared. Suze's face changed and he quickly pushed Zhao Yaxin away. Kai Lanfen came over, pointed at Suze's nose and said, "Good, Suze, you actually found a mistress behind Tianyi's back." Suze quickly said, "You misunderstood, she is just my friend." "Friend, you are fooling fools." Kai Lanfen looked even angrier. "I was hugging her and you still call me friend." Suze's face was full of black lines, and he didn't know how to explain it. Zhao Yaxin said at this moment, "You really misunderstood, he is indeed very good, and I also want to be his woman, but he only loves his wife. If you can't get it, you have to let it go." Zhao Yaxin is not a woman who will cling to others. What she said in the bar was to impress Suze. Knowing that Suze really had a wife, she had already given up. Shameless thing. Kai Lanfen scolded Zhao Yaxin. Zhao Yaxin's face turned red and she wanted to explain, but the people around her had already started pointing fingers. "What's going on?" someone asked. "Don't you know clearly?" The man was caught by his mother-in-law while drinking milk tea with his mistress. TSK, this is really bloody. Facing the discussions of people around him, Suze frowned. He said to Zhao Yaxin, "You go back first." Zhao Yaxin looked at Suze. "I'm sorry." "Don't say that. This is just a misunderstanding. The innocent will be cleared." Zhao Yaxin hurriedly ran out of the milk tea shop, but Kai Lanfen grabbed her. "You want to run now, but can you come with me to the hospital? I want Tianyi to see me and I'll divorce you right away." Kai Lanfen was happy in her heart. She had caught Suze doing bad things, so there was no need to worry about the divorce. Suze's face turned cold. "Don't be unreasonable here, this matter is just a misunderstanding, I will make it clear to Tianyi." "You're talking bullshit, you think I will believe you, you two have to go with me." Kai Lanfen pulled Zhao Yaxin and walked towards the hospital. People around have taken out their cell phones and started taking pictures. Suze ignored these people and left the milk tea shop with Kai Lanfen. On the way, he pulled Zhao Yaxin away and asked her to walk quickly. Zhao Yaxin didn't dare to stay any longer. She was so frightened that she ran away immediately. "Do you think it's okay if she runs away? I recorded it all." Kai Lanfen walked into the hospital with her cell phone in hand. Suze stopped him and said coldly, "Don't challenge my bottom line again and again." "Bottom line? What bottom line do you have for a loser like you? Divorce Tianyi right now and go find your mistress." Suze raised his hand. Bang. A slap landed on Kai Lanfen's face. Kai Lanfen was completely stunned. She covered her face and looked at Suze for a long time. You dare to hit me." She never thought that such a loser would dare to hit her. "I didn't want to hit a woman. I didn't bother with you because of Tianyi, but you kept calling me a waste and making a fuss about it. This slap is to teach you a lesson. From now on, I have the final say in this family." Domineering and tough. This is Suze's character, otherwise how could he become the master of the Dragon King Palace, how could he become the Chinese god of war, and the Dragon Marshal in the army? He has been tolerant, but at this point, there is no need to be tolerant anymore. People like Kai Lanfen will not stop unless she suffers. Okay, you dare to hit me, you're getting cocky, I'll make Tianyi divorce you right away, and get out of our house." Kai Lanfen was extremely excited and ran towards the hospital. "Divorce is impossible." Suze regained his composure and followed. At this moment, Yun Tianyi had already left the operating building and was about to walk towards the milk tea shop. Thinking of Suze taking the initiative to pick her up, she felt inexplicably touched. What happened before made her change her mind about Suze. How could a useless person be able to do so many things and make Yun Tianxiao and the others fail every time? Anyway, she was very happy because she had been ridiculed and mocked by Yun Tianxiao and others in the past 3 years. But just as she walked out the door, she received an emergency call from the nurse. "Director Yun, a patient suddenly felt unwell and has been pushed into the emergency room. Please come and take a look." Yun Tianyi ran towards the hospital emergency building without saying a word. At this moment, Kai Lanfen also arrived at the emergency building. When she saw Yun Tianyi, she ran over immediately. Tianyi. Yun Tianyi was a little surprised to see her mother. Mom, why are you here? Tianyi, you don't know, Suze actually dared to hit me. Kai Lanfen said in tears. Why would Suze hit you? Yun Tianyi was a little surprised. Because I caught him secretly meeting his mistress. I wanted to tell you, but he wouldn't let me, and then he beat me up. Look at my face. Kai Lanfen looked pitiful, completely different from her lively appearance just now. The finger marks on Kai Lanfen's face were clearly visible, and it was certain that she had been beaten. Mom, let's talk about this when we get back. I have an emergency patient right now. Tianyi, you must divorce him. Yun Tianyi comforted Kai Lanfen with a few words and then ran towards the emergency room. The most important thing now is to give emergency treatment to the patient, and everything else can be dealt with later for her. However, Kai Lanfen's words still changed Yun Tianyi's mind. Her mind was full of doubts and confusion. Why is this happening? Wasn't Suze waiting for me buying milk tea? How could he be meeting with the mistress in secret? How could Suze hit his own mother? She felt that this matter was not simple and there might be a misunderstanding. After interacting with Suze these few days, Yun Tianyi felt that Suze was not the kind of person. But if Suze really had a mistress, she would divorce him without hesitation. At the same time, if Suze really hit her mother, she would not forgive him. Kai Lanfen has many faults, but she is the one who gave birth to her and raised her. Yun Tianyi was a little confused. After changing into surgical clothes and disinfecting herself, she went to the operating room. Kai Lanfen stood outside with anger still on her face. Suze also came over at this moment. When Kai Lanfen saw him, she immediately said, I have already told Tianyi that she will definitely divorce you. Forget about the slap just now. What? You still want to hit me? Kai Lanfen's face suddenly changed and she took a few steps back. That slap was to teach you a lesson. Don't take advantage of your seniority to act recklessly and do whatever you want. In fact, Suze wanted to teach Kai Lanfen a lesson during that blind date. He and Yun Tianyi were not divorced, but he dragged Yun Tianyi to a blind date. No one could tolerate this. But Suze endured it for Yun Tianyi. But he found that endurance was useless and would only make Kai Lanfen worse. In this case, there is no need to endure it any longer. It is time to make some changes in this family. Who says you have to feel cowardly and depressed when you visit someone's house? Suze was the first one to disagree. He wanted to be the boss and make Kai Lanfen obey him completely. Because he knew that if Kai Lanfen was not subdued, the situation would never be peaceful, and then he and Yun Tianyi would also be in trouble. A red light came on in the operating room, indicating that the operation had begun. Kai Lanfen sat on the chair. As long as Yun Tianyi came out, she would immediately take Yun Tianyi to divorce Suze. She didn't want to delay for a moment. She had always looked down on Suze because the Su family was in decline and Suze was a waste with no money and no skills. If she keeps it, her family will always be dependent on her in the future. She wants to find an excellent and wealthy partner for her daughter. Suze also sat on the chair and waited patiently. The mango milk tea in his hand was a little cold, so he put it in his underwear pocket to warm it with his body temperature to prevent it from getting cold. The two waited patiently outside the operating room without saying a word. Yun Tianyi was rescuing a patient at the moment and was not at all panicked. After all, she had performed hundreds of operations. A woman who is only 23 years old has performed so many surgeries and is also the director of a hospital. It can be said that she is quite outstanding. There is only one such person in the whole Chengdu. Under normal circumstances, a 23-year-old may not have graduated yet, and those who are older may just be doing an internship. The gap is obvious. After waiting for about an hour, the lights in the operating room went out. The patient was wheeled out of the operating room. The family members hurried over and inquired about the situation. Upon learning that the patient was out of danger, the family members were extremely excited and expressed their gratitude immediately. Yun Tianyi smiled tiredly and said, "This is what we should do." This is something she often says, but every time she says it, it is extremely sincere. Shaoli, push the patient back to the ward, take good care of him, and observed the situation carefully. The nurse named Xiaoli nodded quickly and pushed the patient away. Yun Tianyi took off her mask. She had performed 5 operations that day alone, and her physical strength and energy were stretched to the limit. She even felt a little dizzy and quickly sat down on a chair. Kai Lanfen went over, took Yun Tianyi's hand and said, "Tianyi, let's get a divorce right away." Yun Tianyi frowned and said, "Mom, don't be so anxious. Let's figure things out first. Isn't it clear? Suze was secretly meeting his mistress, and I caught him. He even slapped me." Kai Lanfen spitted, "Look at my face, there's a red mark." Suze walked over and asked with concern, "Are you okay?" Yun Tianyi shook his head. He held Yun Tianyi's hand, and a force was transmitted into Yun Tianyi's body. Yun Tianyi immediately felt that his strength had recovered a lot, the dizziness disappeared, and he felt much better. "Don't be so tired in the future. The surgery is not just for you," Suze said. Yun Tianyi looked at Suze and asked, "What on earth is going on?" Misunderstanding. Kai Lanfen got excited. "I saw it with my own eyes, don't try to argue, and you slapped me, and just based on this slap, Tianyi will divorce you." "Why did you hit my mother?" Suze said calmly, "Because she took you to a blind date, and because she tarnished our relationship." "No matter what, you shouldn't hit my mother," Yun Tianyi said angrily. At least she confirmed one thing, Suze really beat Kai Lanfen. Suze didn't say anything. He did hit Kai Lanfen, there was no doubt about that, but he thought she deserved it. Don't you want an excellent man? If a man is constantly mocked and humiliated by his mother-in-law and doesn't even respond, will you still like him? This left Yun Tianyi speechless for a long time. She also knew that Kai Lanfen was going too far. She had only been back for a few days, but she had heard the word waste many times. "Mom, you and Suze go back first, leave me alone." "No, you must divorce him immediately." "Mom, this is a hospital, please stop making trouble." "Why did I make a fuss? Did I get that slap in vain? I have video evidence of him having a secret meeting with his mistress." Kai Lanfen turned on the video on her mobile phone and handed it to Yun Tianyi. Yun Tianyi took a look and frowned. But she still said, "Mom, it's already 9 o'clock. Is the Civil Affairs Bureau still working overtime?" Kai Lanfen said, "If it's not possible today, then tomorrow. Anyway, if you don't divorce him, I won't live anymore." "Mom, go back first. I'll talk to Suze." Seeing that Yun Tianyi was very serious, Kai Lanfen could only nod. After Kai Lanfen left, Yun Tianyi looked at Suze and said, "Can you wait until we're divorced before looking for a mistress?" Suze hurriedly said, "Didn't I tell you that it was a misunderstanding? I've only known that woman for an hour, how could she be a mistress? Then my mom has taken the video." "Tianyi, think about it, if I was having a secret meeting with my mistress, why would I come to pick you up and wait for you in the milk tea shop?" Suze said. "This really doesn't make sense. Let's put aside the matter of the mistress. I won't forgive you even if you hit my mom. No matter what, no matter right or wrong, Yun Tianyi will never forgive Suze." Suze was speechless for a moment. He didn't know what to say. He did hit Kai Lanfen. Just as the two of them were sitting in silence, a voice came from the end of the corridor. "Doctor, please save my old man." I saw a middle-aged man in a suit running over, panting. Behind him, there were several young men escorting an old man, who also followed. Yun Tianyi asked quickly, "What's wrong?" "I fell accidentally and vomited a lot of blood," the man said. Yun Tianyi recognized this man, Wang Dehai, a famous entrepreneur in Chengdu. The market value of Dehai Group was over 2 billion, which was much stronger than the Yunjia Group. "You must save my old man," Wang Dehai said again. "Don't worry, we will do our best," Yun Tianyi said. She checked the patient and said to the nurse who came over, "The patient has a sudden cerebral hemorrhage, is in a coma, and has symptoms of vomiting blood. He may also have other symptoms. Send him to the operating room immediately for emergency treatment." Simple words, yet they sum up everything. This is ability, this is strength, being fearless in the face of danger, without a trace of panic. When the dean learned about this, he immediately sent several experienced doctors to assist in the treatment. "Director Yun, you have performed 5 operations today. Let us do it this time," said a male doctor wearing glasses. Yun Tianyi did not refuse. She was indeed very tired. If it weren't for the spiritual power that Suzai sent her, she would probably have to lie down now. "I have a general understanding of the patient's condition, but you still need to learn more about it. In any case, rescue him first." "Good." Just as the nurse was about to push the patient into the emergency room, Suzai stood up. "The patient cannot be resuscitated." Suzai's voice was not loud, but it spread throughout the corridor and reached everyone's ears. Many people's expressions changed and they looked at Suzai. Wang Dehai was even more angry. "What did you say?" A doctor also said, "Who are you? Don't talk nonsense." The patient did have a sudden cerebral hemorrhage and fell into a coma, but surgery now would cause a drop in internal pressure, which would be really dangerous. Yun Tianyi frowned and said, "What nonsense are you talking about? Go back quickly." Suzai is not a doctor, so how can you take his words seriously? "I'm telling the truth. If the patient undergoes surgery, his condition will be even more dangerous, and he may even die." Wang Dehai glared at Suzai. "Who do you think you are? Are you a doctor?" Suzai shook his head. "You're not a doctor, what are you talking about? If you delay my old man's treatment, I'll kill you." A doctor said, "Isn't this Director Yun's husband? Could it be that loser Suzai?" "It seems so. He is a well-known loser in Jiangzhou. I remember when the Su family was in decline and old Master Su was murdered, this kid didn't even dare to fart. You don't know shit, yet you dare to come here and talk nonsense." After recognizing Suzai, this group of people continued to mock and denigrate Suzai. Yun Tianyi also frowned and said to Suzai, "Go back quickly." When these people talked about Suzai, they were actually talking about her, which made her feel ashamed. Suzai ignored the taunts and took out the cup of mango milk tea from his arms. "I was afraid it would get cold, so I put it in my underwear. You can drink it while it's hot." Yun Tianyi likes to drink hot milk tea. Her body is a little cold and she can't eat cold things. Seeing milk tea, Yun Tianyi's expression changed slightly, but he still said, "You go back first. I'll wait for you outside." Suzai put the milk tea back into his underwear pocket. Wang Dehai was extremely angry and stared at Suzai with his eyes fixed. Several subordinates behind him also looked at Suzai with unfriendly eyes. "If anything happens to our old man, you, a useless piece of shit, can't escape responsibility," Wang Dehai's wife also said. Suzai shook his head and said, "Good intentions are not rewarded, just pretend I never said anything." He could give advice, even if it was the old man's good fortune, but if he didn't listen to him, there was nothing he could do. "Humph, I didn't say that. Do you think I, Wang Dehai, can be easily provoked?" In this situation, saying something like, "He will die," would be an unlucky remark, and Wang Dehai certainly couldn't tolerate it. "So what do you want?" "Just wait here. I will let you go if my old man is fine. Otherwise, you will be dead," said Wang Dehai. Several men behind him immediately surrounded Suzai and prevented him from leaving. It is simply wishful thinking for these people to want to keep Suzai. But Suzai didn't want to leave. He still had to wait for Yun Tianyi, so he just sat there. The old man was pushed into the emergency room, and Yun Tianyi and a group of doctors also rushed into the emergency room. Dean Li ran over at this moment and asked with concern, "Boss Wang, how is the old man now?" "Just taken to the emergency room. I have called all the experts from the hospital, so don't worry." "Thank you, Dean Li. This is what we should do." Many people were waiting anxiously outside the emergency room, and Suzai was also waiting patiently. According to his previous observations, the old man's condition was not simply cerebral congestion. There was no problem with surgery for cerebral congestion, but surgery could not be performed randomly for vomiting blood. At that time, he would like to see how this group of doctors and Wang Dehai would respond. Time passed and it was already 11 o'clock at night. The medical profession can be said to be extremely hard, and they have never slacked off since they started studying medicine. Of course, there are always bad people in any industry, but we cannot deny the entire industry or other excellent doctors just because of a small number of rubbish. At this moment in the emergency room, a group of doctors were performing the operation in an orderly manner. "Director Yun, let me do it," said the male doctor wearing glasses. Yun Tianyi nodded and said, "Okay, I'll watch from the side. The old man has intracranial hemorrhage and needs a craniotomy. At the same time, we need to follow up on the examination report to see if the old man has any organ disease, digestive tract disease or vascular disease. Heavy bleeding generally occurs in these three situations." A group of doctors nodded. "This old man is Wang Dahai's father. We must be careful with him," said a doctor. Yun Tianyi immediately corrected him, "No matter who it is, we must be attentive. In our eyes, all patients are the same." The doctor apologized quickly. "Open the skull." The male doctor with glasses nodded and started the operation. Everything went on in an orderly manner. They were all very experienced doctors and nothing would go wrong. "There is an 8 centimeter blood clot, clean it up now." 8 centimeters is already a very large blood clot. It can be said that the old man's life is in danger at any time. Ordinary doctors would not dare to perform such an operation, but these doctors' expressions did not change at all. "Clear the blood clots and deliver a 1,000 cubic centimeters blood bag," said the male doctor with glasses. The nurse immediately delivered blood. "The medical report is here. The old man's vomiting blood was not caused by cerebral congestion. It must be gastrointestinal bleeding. Perform surgery immediately," said the male doctor with glasses immediately. Yun Tianyi said, "The old man is already old, and there are great risks in doing this. It is recommended that he recover first, and then discuss the gastrointestinal surgery." The bespectacled male doctor said, "Director Yun, it's okay. I have performed this type of surgery many times." Yun Tianyi wanted to say something, but the male doctor with glasses had already picked up the scalpel and began preparing for the operation. She had no choice but to give up. The gastrointestinal surgery was very successful and the old man stopped vomiting blood. The male doctor with glasses took off his mask, and all the doctors in the emergency room breathed a sigh of relief. "Director Yun, am I doing okay?" asked the man with glasses. Yun Tianyi did not answer, but just looked at the heart rate monitor with a frown. "Director Yun, you are excellent, but you are not the king." At the same time, the operation not only saved the old man's life, but also solved the problem once and for all. The male doctor with glasses was a little arrogant. He had always been dissatisfied with Yun Tianyi. "Pay attention to the examination and send him to the ICU first." The operation was very successful. The old man's vital signs are very stable. There's no need to send him to the ICU. A regular ward will do the trick. The man with glasses retorted. "He just had surgery and is old. I don't think his vomiting blood is caused by a gastrointestinal problem." Yun Tianyi expressed his doubts. "That's enough, Director Yun, don't think you are the only doctor, don't think everyone has to revolve around you, and don't think you are the only one who can perform surgery." The man with glasses said angrily, "You should go and accompany your useless husband as soon as possible." Yun Tianyi's face showed anger. "Please speak with more respect. Am I wrong? Everyone knows your useless husband." The man with glasses laughed. The other doctors hurriedly dissuaded them, and the two gave up. After leaving the emergency room, Yun Tianyi looked unhappy. Anyone would be angry if they heard this. "Tianyi, what's wrong?" Suze hurried over and asked with concern. Yun Tianyi shook his head. The man with glasses said at this moment, "Director, Mr. Wang, the operation was very successful." Dean Li nodded. "Xiao Wang did a good job this time." "Thank you, Dr. Wang." Wang Dahai took the red envelope and wanted to give it to the man with glasses, but was rejected. The old man was pushed into the general ward, and Yun Tianyi's face was full of worry. "Let's go back," Suze said. Yun Tianyi hesitated for a moment, then nodded. As soon as the two went down the stairs, they heard the nurse in the ward screaming. At the same time, a nurse shouted loudly, "Oh no, the patient is vomiting blood again." Hearing this, Wang Dahai, who was shaking hands with Dean Li, shook his hand and ran towards the ward. He ran into the ward, his face anxious and his eyes filled with anger. The old man was lying on the bed, coughing up blood constantly. There was blood all over his body, bed, and even the ground. The scene was horrifying to watch. The nurse was terrified and stood there at a loss with a look of horror on her face. Several doctors' faces were also changed wildly by this sudden turn of events, and they were even trembling in their hearts. This is Wang Dahai's father. If something goes wrong, something big will happen. It's definitely not as simple as blaming them. Even losing your job is a minor matter. In this area, who doesn't know Wang Dahai? He has been in society for decades and knows everyone from white to black. What's going on? How could my dad do this? Wang Dahai said angrily. A doctor said in a trembling voice, "It was fine just now, but the patient suddenly started coughing up blood. We don't know what happened." You don't know what's going on. Wang Dahai became even more angry. Aren't you doctors? Dean Li, who followed, was also shocked. Fortunately, he was experienced and relatively calm. Boss Wang, please calm down. This is not the time to blame anyone. The most important thing is to save the old man. Just one sentence made Wang Dahai's anger dissipate a little. If anything happens to my old man, you can't open your hospital. Wang Dahai warned, and his warning was not just talk. Dean Li broke out in sweat on his forehead and looked at Dr. Wang, whose face turned pale with fear. Wang Qingquan, what on earth is going on? Dean Li called out his name, his voice tinged with anger. You know, a minute ago, Dean Li kept praising Wang Qingquan for his superb medical skills and said he was already able to take charge of his own practice. He even wanted to promote him to deputy director of surgery. After all, he was the son of the vice dean. But now, the attitude has completely changed 180 degrees. Wang Qingquan said quickly, the operation was very successful. I have sutured his intestines and stomach. It is impossible for him to vomit blood again. Hurry up and go to the blood bank to get some blood bags and rescue the patient. Dean Li ordered. The other nurses and doctors rushed to do it. It took 10 minutes to get the old man's heart beating again. Many people were exhausted, panting, with sweat on their foreheads, but they felt relieved in their hearts. Director Li, I am very disappointed with your hospital. Wang Dahai said angrily. He regrets it now. If the situation had not been urgent and the second hospital was closer, he would have sent the old man to the first hospital. Don't worry, Mr. Wang, we will definitely ensure the safety of the old man's life. Wang Qingquan also said, I am personally taking care of it here now. In this way, Wang Dahai's anger dissipated, and he sat aside and looked at his old man. Yun Tianyi and Su Zhe also walked into the ward at this moment. What's going on? Yun Tianyi asked. Tianyi is here. Dean Li smiled. Come and take a look. The patient is vomiting blood again. Fortunately, he was rescued at the last minute. Yun Tianyi looked at the patient and frowned. Su Zhe sneered at this moment. Just as he expected, the old man vomited blood again. It was already very lucky that he was rescued, but he still couldn't hold on for long. Naturally, he wouldn't say anything else. After all, this group of people had just laughed at him, so why would he bother to curry favor with them? This shows that the patient's condition is very complicated. I'm afraid it's not as simple as just gastrointestinal bleeding. After all, Yun Tianyi was not the surgeon, and there was no abdominal examination report, so it was difficult for her to make a judgment. Wang Qingquan said at this moment, this is abdominal bleeding and intracranial hemorrhage. The operation was very successful, but the old man is old and his blood vessels may be a little thin. What should we do now? Wang Dahai said. It should be fine now. The old man has stopped vomiting blood, which means the wound has healed. After all, I was the one who sutured it. Wang Qingquan said confidently. But as soon as he said this, the old man lying on the bed vomited blood again, even more seriously than before. Wang Dahai stood up, blood sprayed all over his body, his eyes were full of anxiety and worry. What's going on? Wang Dahai was furious. Everyone changed color on the spot. Vomiting blood again was a slap in Wang Qingquan's face. Yun Tianyi hurried over, checked it carefully, and frowned even more. Even though she had never seen such a situation before, it was too bizarre and she couldn't figure out the reason for it. Almost all the blood that was transfused was vomited out. The old man now has very little blood left in his body. It can be said that he may die at any time. Impossible, how is this possible? Wang Qingquan's face turned pale. If the old man really died, he would be finished. He had worked hard to climb up from an intern to the position of attending physician, and now he finally had a chance to be promoted to deputy director. He absolutely could not let his efforts fall by the wayside. Wang Dehai grabbed Wang Qingquan's collar and punched him in the face, causing his cheek to swell up immediately. If anything happens to my dad, you'll be buried with him. Wang Qingquan was so scared that he was shaking all over, and quickly pointed at Yun Tianyi. Don't blame me, it was Director Yun who asked me to do it. He began to shirk responsibility, only in this way could he save himself. Dean Li frowned and asked, weren't you the one who performed the old man's surgery? I was the lead surgeon, but I performed the surgery under the guidance of Director Yun. I did whatever she said. Who could have known that this would be the result? After the intracranial surgery, I said that the old man was too old and it would be very risky to perform gastrointestinal surgery, but Director Yun insisted on letting me do it. The old man's heartbeat was slowly decreasing, which undoubtedly made the atmosphere in the ward even more tense. Wang Dehai looked at Yun Tianyi and said angrily, is he right? Yun Tianyi never thought that Wang Qingquan would confuse right and wrong. It was clearly her who was worried during the operation, and Wang Qingquan insisted on performing the gastrointestinal surgery. Now he said it was her idea. She knew very well that Wang Qingquan was shirking responsibility and putting all the blame on her, and this would cause trouble for her. He's talking nonsense. Yun Tianyi, you are the director of the hospital. How dare I not listen to you when performing the operation? Wang Qingquan stared at Yun Tianyi. You are experienced, but you can also be careless. I think President Wang will understand. Wang Dehai's face turned dark and his eyes stared at Yun Tianyi. You quack, I'm going to kill you now. Wang Dehai was furious and slapped Yun Tianyi. But Su Zhe stood directly in front of Yun Tianyi and held Wang Dehai's hand. He said in a cold voice, you dare to hit my woman, do you want to die? Su Zhe's eyes were extremely cold and murderous. Yun Tianyi was his weak spot and could not be touched. Wang Dehai's face suddenly changed. Su Zhe's eyes actually frightened him. He saw a fierce and bloodthirsty murderous intent in Su Zhe's eyes, which made his heart tremble involuntarily. You have to know that Wang Dehai has been in the underworld for decades. He has seen all kinds of people and knows who can intimidate him. He always keeps a low profile when you see him on weekdays. But Su Zhe made him feel uneasy and scared. You. Although Wang Dehai was trembling in his heart, he still said coldly, do you think you can protect her? No one can stop me from killing anyone I want. Then you can try it. You are a waste, and you are a quack. Today, I will make you two pay for my father's life. Wang Dehai said angrily. The men behind him all drew their pistols. Su Zhe was not afraid at all. He exerted force with his hands, and Wang Dehai's palms made a sound of bones touching. Wang Dehai's face suddenly turned pale, and the pain caused cold sweat to break out on his forehead. The person who threatened me should either kneel down and apologize, or he should no longer be in this world. Wang Dehai's hands were a little deformed, and this was even though Su Zhe didn't use much strength. If he used a little more force, it would not be surprising that Wang Dehai's hands were twisted into twists. Knowing how terrible Su Zhe was, Wang Dehai could only beg for mercy. I was wrong, my hand is almost broken. All his men put away their guns, not daring to move even the slightest bit. Su Zhe also stopped. But as soon as he withdrew his hands, the guns of his men were pointed at his head. Are you tired of dealing with me? Wang Dehai looked at Su Zhe coldly. Do you think you can be arrogant in front of me just because you have a little strength? I will take your life now. You dare not. Su Zhe said lightly. I have killed at least 8 people, if not 10. How could I not dare? Wang Dehai was so angry that he laughed. Dean Li advised at this moment, peace is the most important thing. Don't be like this. Wang Qingquan said, Boss Wang, you should kill them both. Your father is like this because of them. He lied just now, of course he wanted Yun Tianyi to die, so that there would be no evidence. Su Zhe said calmly, if you kill us, your father will surely die. Wang Dahai looked at Suzai with a cold face. What do you mean? Your father's heart rate is now at 50 and is still dropping. I estimate that he can only hold on for another 5 minutes at most. Hearing this, Wang Dahai became even angrier. But I can save him. Suzai's next words made Wang Dahai's face uncertain. Boss Wang, don't listen to his nonsense. He is just a waste. How could he? Before Wang Qingquan could finish his words, Wang Dahai slapped him in the face and he was stunned. Don't talk nonsense. He looked at Suzai. Are you telling the truth? Certainly. Well, you saved my father. If you lie to me, I will not only kill you, but also implicate your family members. Yun Tiany's face changed. She had never expected things to develop like this. She was not at fault, but now not only was she in danger, but her family was also in danger. Suzai looked at her and smiled. Believe me. After saying that, Suzai walked towards the bed and glanced at the old man lying on it. Everything is under Suzai's control. As long as the person is not dead, he can revive him. Yes, he has the ability to bring the dead back to life. Suzai said to a group of doctors, take away all these instruments. What? Many doctors were stunned. If the system was removed, the old man would die immediately. Mr. Wang, I said he is a waste and just wants your father to die quickly. Wang Qingquan said again at this moment. Wang Dahai looked at Suzai with a frown. Even if he didn't remove the equipment, he knew that his father wouldn't be able to hold on for much longer, so he might as well take a gamble. If it didn't work, then let Suzai and Yun Tiany be buried with him. Withdraw. Under Wang Dahai's orders, the doctors had no choice but to do as they were told. After the equipment was removed, the old man's breathing suddenly became weak, his heartbeat dropped rapidly, and he vomited blood from his mouth again. But Suzai didn't show any sign of anxiety, he just put his hand on the old man's chest. He was wearing a ring on his finger, a meteorite ring. This is the symbol of the Lord of Dragon King Palace and the supreme honor. In the Dragon King Hall, every member can get a ring, like Pajuan has a bronze ring. It was also because of this ring that Suzai made rapid progress in recent years and became the Chinese god of war and the Lord of the Dragon King Palace. A faint green light emanated from the ring, rushing directly towards the old man and instantly penetrating into his body. No one around saw all this. After all, they were just ordinary people and couldn't see the green light at all. The green light entered the old man's body and instantly rushed towards the wound, healing the wound and clearing the blood clots in the body. This process is invisible, but Suzai can feel it because the green light is his power. If you don't have gastrointestinal surgery, there is actually no need to do this. The old man was too weak, and the operation caused an irreversible condition, which affected his spleen, where there was a large tumor. The green light will naturally remove and isolate the tumor, and then it can be easily removed during surgery. After doing everything, Suzai did not stop, but asked someone to bring silver needles and insert them into several acupuncture points of the old man, and beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. The silver needles are of no use, but Suzai couldn't let everyone think that he saved the old man by touching his chest, as that would lead to doubts and speculation. Put an oxygen mask on him. He wiped the sweat from his forehead, turned to look at Wang Dahai and said, "It's okay." "Are you okay?" Wang Dahai asked with a face full of doubt. In their eyes, Suzai just had a few needles and that was it. This was too much to ask. Deanly frowned. How can you treat it so lightly? This is a matter of life and death. Yun Tiany also showed despair on her face. When Suzai said that he believed in him, Yun Tiany felt relieved for no reason, but in the end she overestimated Suzai. I'm not a doctor, so how can I cure a critically ill person? It's ridiculous for me to still hold on to hope. It must be fate. Yun Tiany let out a breath and planned to plead with Wang Dahai to spare her family. Wang Qingquan was furious at this moment. Boss Wang, this is obviously a prank on you. Wang Dahai stared at Suzai with his tiger eyes, but what he saw were a pair of very calm eyes, without a trace of panic. Just when Wang Dahai was about to get angry, the instrument was connected and his heartbeat and other signals became visible. The heartbeat is rising, the nurse exclaimed excitedly. 50, 55, 60, 65. Many people were shocked and looked in disbelief. Some even thought that the nurse had installed the equipment incorrectly and checked it several times. Not only that, the old man no longer vomited blood, and his previously pale face actually had a hint of redness. Are you kidding? Suze used the power in the meteorite ring, so saving a dying patient is easy for him. Wang Dahai's face was full of excitement at this moment, and his whole body was shaking as he looked at his heartbeat. Finally he knelt down and said, "My benefactor, you have brought me back to health with your magic hands." Seeing Wang Dahai kneeling down, Dean Li and others' faces suddenly changed. Wang Dahai is such a great man, but he actually knelt down and called Suze his benefactor, which shows his gratitude to Suze. Since the person who saved his father is a benefactor, he should be thanked. This is what Wang Dahai feels in his heart. Suze's face remained calm as he looked at Wang Dahai and said, "It's just a small favor. Besides, if we don't save your old man, you will kill us, right?" Wang Dahai slapped himself and said, "I deserve to die. It's all my fault. I wrongly blamed my benefactor." He remembered everything only now. Suze had good intentions from the beginning to the end, but he kept blaming him wrongly. This was much more useful than all these quack doctors present. "Get up." Wang Dahai stood up and was very respectful to Suze. The most shocked person was Yuntiani. If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, she would not have dared to believe that all this was true. Just a few injections and the patient was saved. It's incredible. Yuntiani looked at Suze, puzzled, and asked, "How did you do that?" Suze did not directly answer Yuntiani's question, but said to Wang Dahai, "The old man has a tumor in his pancreas, right?" Wang Dahai thought for a moment and said, "I had it 5 years ago, but it was removed. The culprit for the recurrence and vomiting of blood is the tumor. The tumor recurred, and an accidental fall caused cerebral hemorrhage." But Wang Qingquan thought it was gastrointestinal bleeding and performed a second operation. "Don't worry, just stay in the hospital for a few days and once your body recovers, we can remove the tumor." "Thank you, benefactor." Suze turned and looked at Wang Qingquan, who looked uneasy, with cold eyes. "Dr. Wang, right?" Wang Qingquan nodded. "Did Tianyi mean to have a gastrointestinal surgery?" "Yes, I always listen to Director Yun." Of course Wang Qingquan didn't dare to tell the truth. "You're lying." Suze's voice turned cold. "It was you who insisted on having the gastrointestinal surgery, and Tianyi tried to stop me." "No, you are slandering me," Wang Qingquan said anxiously. "There are so many people in the operating room. Do you think everyone else is deaf and blind?" But no one testified for Yun Tianyi, because Wang Qingquan is the son of Vice President Wang, and testifying would offend Vice President Wang, and it would be difficult for them to stay in the hospital. "Can you tell me what happened at that time?" "At that time, the operation was indeed led by Director Yun," said a doctor. The other doctors nodded. Wang Dahai said at this moment, "It doesn't matter anymore. My dad is lucky to be alive. I still want to thank you." Suze shook his head. "The truth of this matter must be revealed, otherwise my wife would have been wrongly accused in vain." Yun Tianyi's eyes were red and there were tears in them. Of course she felt wronged, but she also knew Wang Qingquan's identity and knew that she could never win a fight with him. "Suze, forget it," Yun Tianyi said. "We can't just let it go like this." Suze insisted, "Don't worry, I will make them clear your name." Wang Qingquan sneered at this moment. With these people giving false testimony for him, what else did he have to worry about? "Although you saved the old man, there is no need to slander me like this." Suze sneered, "Your face is on your butt, no wonder you are so shameless." "You." Wang Qingquan clenched his fists. "You are a doctor. Don't you know whether the patient has gastrointestinal bleeding during the operation?" "What do you mean?" Wang Qingquan's face was extremely cold. "You should know very well what I mean." Suze's voice suddenly rose. "Boss Wang, don't listen to his nonsense. The surgery I performed was flawless. They can all testify to that. They are just afraid of your father and have to tell lies. You might as well ask the old men instead of them." Wang Dahai asked doubtfully, "My dad is still in a coma." He didn't understand what Suze meant. Even if the old man woke up, he wouldn't be able to know what happened during the operation. The operation is performed under general anesthesia, which makes the patient unconscious, just like falling asleep. Suze smiled and said, when I said ask the old man, I didn't mean ask a question. Then Wang Dahai became even more confused. Not only him, Yun Tianyi and others also looked confused. I'll give you a chance. If you admit it yourself, Mr. Wang might be able to forgive you. Suze said to Wang Qingquan. Wang Qingquan said angrily, you are talking nonsense and slandering me. You just want to clear your wife of the wrongdoing because I performed the operation. I didn't do anything wrong, I have nothing to say. You are still stubborn. Suze stared at Wang Qingquan. You performed gastrointestinal surgery and sutured the old man's intestines, right? Of course it needs to be sutured, and my suturing skills are among the best in the hospital. Wang Qingquan said confidently. Dean Li also nodded. I didn't say anything about your suturing skills. I said the old man didn't have any bleeding in his stomach and intestines. You didn't sew them at all. Suze hit the nail on the head and looked directly at Wang Qingquan. Everyone present changed their expression and looked at Wang Qingquan. Wang Qingquan hurriedly said, you are talking nonsense. I clearly sutured the old man's intestines and stomach. If you insist on blaming me, then I can't do anything about it. Mr. Wang, you can blame me. Wang Dahai didn't know what to say for a moment. But Suze became angry. Wang Qingquan, you are so good, I thought you were just hiding it, but I didn't expect you to be so cruel. These words made everyone even more confused. But Wang Qingquan's expression changed and he felt uneasy. The old man didn't have any bleeding in his stomach, which means there was no wound. You said you sewed it up, which means you cut the wound yourself. When these words were spoken, the whole audience was shocked. There was a sudden fire in Wang Dahai's eyes and he looked at Wang Qingquan. Wang Qingquan's forehead was covered with cold sweat, and he said hurriedly, if you want to accuse someone, you can always find a pretext. Do you think I would say this without evidence? Suze sneered, there is a big difference between a wound caused by heavy bleeding and a wound caused by a scalpel. You only need to use a gastroscopy to check and you will know. Suze said to a nurse, go get a gastroscope. The nurse nodded quickly and ran out of the ward. At this moment, Wang Qingquan's eyes were filled with fear, and cold sweat broke out not only on his forehead, but all over his body. He didn't know why Suze knew everything so clearly. Was he still the famous waste in Jiangzhou? This was simply a peerless genius doctor who seemed to be able to see through people's bodies. The nurse brought a gastroscope and handed it to Suze. Suze looked at Wang Qingquan with a sneer on his face, do you need to check? Wang Qingquan's legs went weak and he fell to his knees. He looked at Wang Dahai with an apologetic face and said, Boss Wang, this is all my fault. It's all my fault. Please forgive me this time. Wang Dahai kicked Wang Qingquan directly, knocking him to the ground. Wang Qingquan lay on the ground and continued to beg for mercy, Boss Wang, it's my fault. I was bewildered. I wanted to make a contribution too much. Wang Dahai was still furious, his eyes looked terrifyingly cold. Wang Qingquan operated on his father and almost killed him. Not only that, he also slandered and framed Yun Tianyi. This kind of person is simply a scum and a scourge. Having trash like you in the hospital is simply a disgrace to the hospital. Dean Li was so angry that he was shaking all over. Mr. Wang, please, for my father's sake, spare me this time. I am willing to pay compensation, 1 million, no, 2 million. There was only fear left on Wang Qingquan's face. Who the hell is your dad? Wang Dahai's wife said angrily. Give me money. I'll give you 5 million and let me operate on your whole family. How about that? Wang Dahai became even angrier and kicked Wang Qingquan in the stomach again. Blood was oozing from the corners of Wang Qingquan's mouth and his stomach was in great pain, but he didn't dare to scream and could only endure it all. He brought this upon himself. He violated his conscience, violated medical ethics, and framed others. Such a person deserves to die. Wang Dahai ordered his men, take him away. Wang Qingquan's face turned pale and he said hurriedly, Boss Wang, please forgive me. He knew very well that if he was taken away by Wang Dahai, he would definitely die. But Wang Dahai ignored Wang Qingquan's words and looked indifferent. Wang Qingquan was taken away, and no matter how he struggled or begged for mercy, it was of no avail. Wang Dehai looked at Suze with a smile on his face. "It's my fault, Wang Dehai. I wronged you too today." He apologized sincerely. After all, he had indeed wronged Suze and Yuntiani before. "It's okay," Suze said lightly. "This is my business card. If you have any questions, you can come to me. I will go through fire and water for you." "Mr. Wang, you are too polite," Suze said, but still accepted the business card. The other doctors and nurses also lowered their heads at this moment, not daring to look at Suze. They thought Suze was a loser, but he slapped them in the face. They were so embarrassed that they didn't dare to look at the two of them. Yuntiani glanced at the old man on the bed and said to Suze, "When will these silver needles be removed?" "Oh, you can take it any time." As he said that, Suze walked to the bedside and casually took out the silver needle. "Don't worry, his condition is no longer serious. The silver needles have already isolated his pancreatic tumor. You only need to remove it when the time comes." In fact, Suze could have let the tumor dissolve on its own and then be excreted from the body, but if he did so, he would have no way to explain it and it would have made Yuntiani suspicious. Even so, Yuntiani looked at Suze and asked, "When did you learn acupuncture?" "When I was in the army, I went to open up land and met an old herdsman from the north who was very good at acupuncture. I learned it from him." "Then how did you know that the old man had a pancreatic tumor?" Dean Li asked curiously. Suze replied, "Well, his symptoms are very similar to those of several of my comrades. Because the environment of the land they are cultivating is harsh, it is easy to cause pancreatic problems. Besides, the amount of bleeding is so heavy that it can almost be concluded that it is a tumor." After this explanation, many people suddenly understood, and their respect for Suze seemed to decrease a little. "It's not that magical, it's just good luck." But Yuntiani frowned. Suze's explanation seemed too far-fetched and too coincidental to her. Combined with the gifts he gave before, Suze's luck was simply too good, all good luck, which made her suspicious. But she didn't ask any further questions. The old man's condition has stabilized. We'll leave now. With that, Suze and Yuntiani left the hospital. Wang Dehai personally went out of the hospital to see him off. Even though Suze was lucky, he saved his father's life after all. This kindness will be unforgettable forever. Wang Dehai's family was very poor when he was a child. He entered society at a very young age and was deceived and schemed against in many ways. When he was in despair, a kind-hearted person saved him, which led to his current situation. Therefore, he attaches great importance to doing good to others. After leaving the hospital, Suze took out the milk tea in his arms and handed it to Yuntiani. "You've been covering it up. Drink it and replenish your energy." Yuntiani took the milk tea but didn't drink it. "I was too busy and nervous just now, and didn't think about Suze and Xiao San at all." Now she looked at Suze and said, "I won't ask about the mistress's affairs. After all, we still have 20 days to go. But you hit my mother, and this matter is not over yet." Suze stared straight at Yuntiani and said, "I have explained everything that needs to be explained. If I didn't like you, why would I do all this? I could just find a place to live outside, wait for 20 days, and then we can get divorced. There are so many women pursuing him that it can be said that there are more than one around the world, but he only likes Yuntiani." When he first came back, he was just grateful to Yuntiani for the steamed buns she gave him that year, but after more than 10 days of contact, he found that he really fell in love with Yuntiani. "Then don't go home." After saying that, Yuntiani threw the milk tea to Suze, drove away, leaving Suze to breathe the exhaust fumes. Suze had a bitter look on his face. He didn't expect that Yuntiani would really abandon him. He could only walk aimlessly on the street. It was already 12 o'clock in the night and there were almost northwest people on the street. The night breeze blew by, making Suze feel a little chilly. Yuntiani drove the car back and a smile appeared on Suze's face. "You can't bear to leave me on the street. Open the door quickly. The wind is so cold." But Yuntiani said, "You wish, I just came here to get milk tea." Snatching the milk tea from Suze's hand, Yuntiani stepped on the accelerator and disappeared instantly, leaving Suze disheveled in the wind. There was no way. It seemed that this incident really annoyed Yun Tianyi. He actually knew very well what Yun Tianyi was thinking. Beating the mother-in-law is a small matter, but the mistress is a big matter. Yun Tianyi may have said the opposite on purpose, and she is probably jealous. Suze sat on the stone steps by the roadside and called Pajuan, asking him to pick him up. Just after he hung up, his cell phone rang. It shows that I was pulled into a WeChat group. Suze clicked on it and saw that it was a group of sons-in-law, which made him confused. When I opened the son-in-law group, there were quite a few people, more than 300 people. New members will receive red envelopes when they join the group. Newcomers join the group and reveal their measurements and photos. What a bunch of perverts. They're not women. Suze. Let me introduce to you all, this is Rongcheng, Suze, said the group leader, whose title is the number one son-in-law Wang. A man nicknamed, the first son-in-law of Yunqing, said, Suze, I heard that you slapped your mother-in-law. Is this true? Beat my mother-in-law. The number one son-in-law in Donghai was shocked. Is this true? Zhonghai's number one son-in-law sighed 3 times. Yunqing's number one son-in-law was completely confused. I can only be beaten by my wife. I dare not even think about beating my mother-in-law. I pour out the foot-washing water every day, but my wife says I don't even deserve to be beaten. The number one son-in-law in Donghai sent 3 bitter face emojis. Oh, you don't know until you compare. Once you compare, you'll be shocked. Zhonghai's number one son-in-law felt ashamed when he thought of kneeling down to the men who cheated on him. Jiangqing's number one son-in-law, I'm actually not angry about this, but I promised my mom that I would endure it for 3 years, and the deadline is only 3 days away. Come on, you're just a mama's boy. Shangjiang's number one son-in-law said disdainfully. You're not much better than me. You can't even afford the money for your own daughter's medical treatment. Suze finally figured out what was going on. This was a group of useless sons-in-law. He was not a coward, so he just left the group. But after a few seconds, he was invited back. Why did you quit? Asked the first son-in-law of Donghai. You are a big alliance of losers. Even if you have made a comeback, it is because of your family's wealth. I am different from you. Suze has worked hard on his own to achieve what he has achieved. Everything he has achieved is the result of his own efforts. He is fundamentally different from this group of people, and he is not a loser. Don't be anxious. We pulled you in here just to get you to tell us how to get rid of the title of loser, asked the group leader. It's simple, go back and slap your mother-in-law. Suze said concisely. Ah. A group of people started to question again. Who would dare to do that? If I slap my mother-in-law, her whole family will be in an uproar. I might even have to kneel on the washboard for 10 days. The number one son-in-law in Donghai made several crying faces at the same time. Me too, I don't dare at all. I have already told you the method. It is up to you whether to do it or not. Suze didn't have the mood to make trouble with this group of people right now. His mind was full of thoughts about how to get back to the Yun family. Pajuan was driving and parked on the side of the road at this moment. Boss, why are you still out so late? Of course Suze would not tell the real reason, so he could only lie. I just did something, and I went to the Yun family so late, and I was afraid of disturbing Tianyi's rest. Pajuan nodded and said, then I'll take you to the villa halfway up the mountain. Suze nodded and got in the car. Banshan Villa is a very famous villa area in Chengdu, and any one of them costs more than 10 million yuan. Villas in good locations can cost tens of millions or even hundreds of millions. The villa that Suze asked Pajuan to buy was the king of villas halfway up the mountain. Yun Tianyi returned home with the milk tea still in her hand. Although it was cold, she did not throw it away. As soon as I got home, Kai Lanfen came to greet me. Where's Susie? He didn't come back. It's just right that he didn't come back. From now on, he won't be able to set foot in our house. Mom, it's so late, why haven't you rested yet? Yun Tianyi didn't want to talk about this matter anymore. Her mind was already in a mess. She even ran a red light without paying attention when she came back. How can I sleep? He almost made me sick, and my face is still hurting. Mom, no matter what, you can't call me trash every day. You are also wrong in this matter. What have I done wrong? He is just a waste. Everyone in Jiangzhou knows that he is a waste. Kai Lanfan's voice suddenly became louder. Yun Ruoqing also walked out of the bedroom at this moment. Tianyi, your mother was a little wrong in this matter, but Suze shouldn't hit her anyway. I think you and Suze are still not suitable. Dad, I know how to do this. Get a divorce. Your mother has found a good one for you. Kai Lanfan immediately took out a photo. The photo showed a man in a suit, about 30 years old, with average looks but great temperament. This is Qian Kungqun, the son of the Qian family in the West District. He is 30 years old and has already opened several companies. His net worth is at least several hundred million. Kai Lanfan spoke excitedly. This is still secondary. The Qian family group has a market value of tens of billions, and it will definitely be passed on to him when the time comes. Yun Ruoqing is more clear about this aspect. I have inquired about it this time. Qian Kungqun has never been married and does not have any bad habits. He has only dated 2 girlfriends, but they did not work out. Don't worry this time. He's definitely not someone like Zhou Dio. Yun Tianyi suddenly felt a headache. She was already extremely worried, and now she was immediately given a blind date. Mom, I performed several surgeries today and I'm very tired. Let's talk about everything tomorrow. No, you have to agree. I've already made an appointment for you at 8 o'clock tomorrow night. Mom, can you please get my consent? Don't make decisions on your own. I'm not a child anymore. Yun Tianyi had an angry look on his face. Who am I doing this for? For myself. Or so that you can marry an excellent person and marry into a good family. I don't want you to suffer. I have my hands, I can work and earn money, I won't suffer. You work so hard, but you only make so little money a month, not even enough for someone else's meal. I'm too lazy to talk to you. The ideas are different and it doesn't make sense at all. Seeing that Yun Tianyi disagreed, Kai Lanfan took out a fruit knife in a hurry. If you don't agree, I will die in front of you. Mom, could you please stop making a fuss? I have to go to work tomorrow. I'm not kidding you. I'm serious. If you don't go tomorrow, I'll die in front of you. Kai Lanfan put the knife against Yun Ruoqing's neck. Hey, Yun Ruoqing looked confused. Shut up. If you don't agree, your father won't want to live anymore. Yun Tianyi looked helpless and walked straight upstairs. Do you really want us to die in front of you? Kai Lanfan shouted. At the same time, the fruit knife in her hand had already cut a small wound on Yun Ruoqing's neck, and blood was flowing out. For the sake of our daughter, you have to just bear with it. Kai Lanfan whispered to Yun Ruoqing. Yun Ruoqing felt some pain in his neck, so he closed his eyes tightly and frowned. Seeing that Kai Lanfan was serious, Yun Tianyi hurried over and snatched the fruit knife from Kai Lanfan's hand. If you don't agree, your mom and dad will not want to live anymore. Kai Lanfan pretended to grab the fruit knife again. Yun Tianyi had no choice but to say, I promise you, I will go see him tomorrow, please stop doing this, okay? Kai Lanfan immediately said, okay, if you promise, I won't commit suicide. Finally, she added one more sentence. Keep your word. If you don't go tomorrow, I will commit suicide again. Keep your word, Mom, go find the medical kit. Dad's neck is bleeding a lot. A lot of blood. When Yun Ruoqing heard this, he realized that the fake play had become real. He was most afraid of blood and fainted immediately. Dad, are you okay? Yun Tianyi was startled and quickly supported Yun Ruoqing. Kai Lanfan did not dare to delay and hurried upstairs to find the medicine box. The medicine box is here. Kai Lanfan ran down with the box. Yun Tianyi disinfected the wound, then put a band-aid on it and pinched Yun Ruoqing's philtrum. 10 seconds later, Yun Ruoqing woke up. Tianyi, is your father going to die? Dad, it's okay, it's just a small wound. It has been disinfected. Isn't there a lot of blood? We still need to disinfect it. I put a band-aid on it and it's fine. I need to put a band-aid on it. Yun watching was so excited that he almost fainted again. You guys go and have a good rest. I will definitely go tomorrow. Yun Tianyi said helplessly. You should go to bed early that day, and divorce that loser when the deadline comes. Kai Lanfen originally wanted Yun Tianyi to get a divorce tomorrow, but after thinking about it, she realized that it was the last minute and she couldn't break the engagement. She was afraid of being exposed. If Suze used this as an excuse to make trouble and demand compensation from them, it would be a waste of time and effort. Yun Tianyi returned to her room. She didn't sleep well that night and got up early the next morning. In the past, Suze would personally make breakfast for her every morning, including pasta and stomach-warming porridge, and the dishes were almost never repeated every day. Although it has only been more than 10 days, Yun Tianyi has gotten used to it. She didn't eat breakfast much before, because Suze made her get up early every day to eat the breakfast he made. But Suze was not at home, so there was naturally no breakfast. Yun Tianyi glanced at the empty bowl and the steamed buns and fried dough sticks that Yun Watching bought, and lost her appetite at all. Mom and Dad, I'm going to work. Yun Tianyi took off his coat and put it on, then walked out of the house. Let's have breakfast before leaving. Kai Lanfen said. Yes, eat some breakfast, otherwise it's bad for your stomach. No, the hospital is busy. I'll eat there then. After saying that, Yun Tianyi left home. Throughout the day, Yun Tianyi performed 8 operations, more than yesterday. She was so tired that she didn't even have the strength to walk. But she didn't feel tired, because saving lives was the greatest meaning to her. It's not that she had this idea only after she became a doctor, but she has had this idea since she was a child. Yun Tianyi's grandfather taught her all this. She still remembers that snowy night when a little boy was starving and cold and almost froze to death. She took the initiative to give the steamed bun in her hand to the little boy. Think about it, more than 10 years have passed. You are probably about the same age as me now. Yun Tianyi smiled. The nurse next to her asked, Director Yun, what do you mean more than 10 years have passed? Oh, nothing. Yun Tianyi came back to his senses. Director Yun, let's go eat hot pot tonight. No, I'm too tired today, and I have something else to do in the evening. Okay then, let's make an appointment later. After leaving the hospital, Yun Tianyi did not go home but drove directly to the agreed restaurant. A very high-end restaurant in Chengdu, almost the same as the restaurant where I met Zhou Dio before. Arriving at the restaurant, Yun Tianyi parked the car in the garage and entered the restaurant. Hello, do you have a reservation? Asked the restaurant receptionist. Yes, Qian Kungqun. Wait a moment, I'll check. Good. The receptionist looked through the reservation information and said, Dear Madam, the restaurant Mr. Qian has reserved is on the 3rd floor, seat 008. The 3rd floor is naturally the best place, but Yun Tianyi doesn't care about that. She came here out of necessity, just to get the matter over with. If she hadn't come, Kai Lanfen would definitely have tried to commit suicide. When she arrived at seat 008 on the 3rd floor, Yun Tianyi saw the men sitting there, holding a glass of red wine, swaying slightly. The man was Qian Kungqun. When he saw Yun Tianyi, he immediately stood up. Hello, Yun Tianyi. Hello. The two shook hands. A smile immediately appeared on Qian Kungqun's face. At just one glance, he was very satisfied with Yun Tianyi's appearance and there was almost nothing he could find fault with. Miss Yun is worthy of being the most beautiful girl in our Rongcheng. After seeing her today, I can see that her reputation is well deserved. Qian Kungqun praised. It's all nonsense. I'm sorry to make you laugh, Mr. Qian. Qian Kungqun took the initiative to move a chair for Yun Tianyi, which was very gentlemanly. After the two of them sat down, Qian Kungqun asked, What would Miss Yun like to drink? I'll have a glass of warm water. Miss Yun, you are joking. In a place like this, with such a dazzling view outside, shouldn't Miss Yun have a glass of red wine? I'm not comfortable drinking. Yun Tianyi was still very cautious. After drinking, some things might be out of control. After all, it was the first time they met, and Yun Tianyi didn't know who Qian Kungqun was. If he was someone like Zhou Dio, it would be very dangerous if he drank. Qian Kungqun said, It's okay to drink a little. I'll ask the waiter to bring a milder red wine. Yun Tianyi still insisted, sorry, I really can't drink. If Qian Kungqun insisted on asking her for red wine, she would leave immediately because she didn't want to go on a blind date in the first place. Qian Kungqun was not angry, and snapped his fingers, give this lady a glass of warm water. Okay. The waiter replied. Miss Yun, you can order whatever you like. Well, give me a medium rare steak, and some seasonal vegetables and mango salad. Good. The dishes were served and Yun Tianyi took the knife and fork and started eating. Qian Kungqun said at this moment, let me introduce myself. My last name is Qian, and my first name is Kungqun. My parents gave me this name because I caught a golden ring when I was a child. Yun Tianyi smiled and said, Mr. Qian is very outstanding, there must be a lot of people chasing after him. I won't get in touch with vulgar women. To be honest, I've only had 2 girlfriends, but we didn't end up together because we were not suitable. I think Mr. Qian is also aware of my situation. Of course I know. After all, Miss Yun's wedding was a sensation in Rongcheng. Family matters are always like this. Miss Yun is a person who values love and friendship, but she also has rules. To be honest, you attract me very much. Qian Kungqun looked at Yun Tianyi affectionately and said, I'm sorry, I'm not divorced yet, so I don't want to think about this. I came here entirely because of my mother. I hope Mr. Qian can forgive me. Qian Kungqun's expression changed slightly, but it disappeared in a flash. Let me treat you to this meal as an apology to Mr. Qian. It was a very straightforward and simple refusal. I think Miss Yun should give it more thought. I really admire you. Feel sorry. Qian Kungqun stood up and hugged Yun Tianyi. Tianyi, although this is the first time you meet me, I have actually known you for a long time. I really like you, and I really want to marry you. What's so special about that loser? I will treat you like a princess. Mr. Qian is drunk. I'm not drunk, I really like you, I didn't get married just to wait for you. Qian Kungqun started to act dishonestly and started to touch Yun Tianyi. Even though this was a restaurant, Qian Kungqun didn't care and directly grabbed Yun Tianyi's arm. Tianyi, I really like you, be my wife, I will love you forever. Yun Tianyi struggled, but Qian Kungqun was very strong and she couldn't get free. Mr. Qian, I hope you can respect me. Yun Tianyi said with a cold face. Seeing Yun Tianyi's cold face, Qian Kungqun let go of her hand, his face full of regret. Tianyi, I was rude and lost my composure. As he said that, Qian Kungqun picked up the wine glass and drank it all in one gulp. One glass was not enough, so he poured another one and drank it in one gulp. I'll drink 3 cups as punishment. After the 3rd cup, Qian Kungqun felt extremely hot all over, his chest was hot, and the heat in his abdomen was even more unbearable. He had to take down Yun Tianyi. After all, he had spent so much effort and bought so many luxury goods for Kai Lanfen. Tianyi, please forgive me. I'm really, really sorry. Seeing Qian Kungqun apologizing continuously, people around him looked over and pointed. Yun Tianyi didn't want to make a big deal out of it. Forget it. I don't care. Thanks. Qian Kungqun smiled. But this meal was definitely not edible. Yun Tianyi no longer had any good feelings towards Qian Kungqun, and was even filled with disgust. Mr. Qian, I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. As he spoke, Yun Tianyi headed downstairs. Qian Kungqun paid the money and hurriedly chased after him. Tianyi. Qian Kungqun grabbed Yun Tianyi and said sincerely, I have been working in society for more than 10 years, and nothing bad has ever happened to me. I have always been calm and composed, but today I offended you. I don't know why this is happening. I grew up in a privileged family, received a top-notch education, and countless women want to sleep with me, but I've only had 2 girlfriends so far, both of whom were my classmates. I can swear that I am not a bad person. I just lost my composure because I saw you, the goddess in my dreams. Yun Tianyi looked very unnatural, and her heart seemed to soften a little after hearing what was said. No one is perfect except saints. Mr. Qian, I'm not angry about what happened today, and you don't have to mind it. It's just that we are not suitable. When he heard the word inappropriate, a hint of coldness flashed across Qian Kungqun's eyes, but it disappeared in a flash. Tianny, even if we are not suitable, let me give you a ride. Qian Kungqun said sincerely, if I let you go back alone, Aunt Kai will definitely scold me, and I will also be worried. No, I have my own car. Let me take you back as an apology to you. Yun Tianny hesitated for a moment, but finally agreed. Of course it wasn't Qian Kungqun who was driving, after all, he was drunk. A top-of-the-line luxury car stopped in front of the restaurant, and the driver immediately got out and opened the door. Yun Tianny and Qian Kungqun got in the car and it drove away immediately. Don't worry, I've asked a designated driver to drive your car back for you. Qian Kungqun said. Yun Tianny nodded, sat in the corner of the car, and tried to keep a distance from Qian Kungqun. However, nothing good will happen if you get into a stolen car. As soon as the car left the downtown area, Qian Kungqun's true appearance was revealed. He took out a handkerchief and covered Yun Tianny's mouth. Yun Tianny struggled for a few times and then fainted. Drive to the villa halfway up the mountain. Qian Kungqun said to the driver. The driver nodded and turned towards the villa halfway up the mountain. After entering the community, Qian Kungqun carried Yun Tianny into the villa and placed her on the sofa. Then he poured a glass of boiled water and sat there waiting for Yun Tianny to wake up. About an hour later, Yun Tianny frowned and slowly opened his eyes. What she saw was an unfamiliar scene, which immediately made her alert. She wanted to get up, but found her whole body numb and she had no strength at all. She tried several times but failed. Awake? Qian Kungqun asked with a smile, holding a cup of water. Yun Tianny was startled, and stared at Qian Kungqun with her beautiful eyes wide open. You have charmed me. Qian Kungqun laughed and said, that's right. What do you want to do? Let me go back, or I will call the police. Call the police. Do you still have the strength to pick up the phone now? Qian Kungqun was not panicked at all. Yun Tianny frowned, his heart already filled with uneasiness. She regretted very much why she didn't insist and why she took Qian Kungqun's car. None of these rich second-generation young men are good people. Yun Tianny, do you know how much I like you? You don't appreciate it. Then I can only do this. Qian Kungqun stared at Yun Tianny. Everything I said in the restaurant before is true. I'm not a playboy, but you fascinated me, made me crazy, and made me do this. I don't like you, and what you're doing is illegal. If it's illegal, you can sue me then. I'm afraid your reputation will spread throughout Rongcheng. Qian Kungqun sneered. Also, I bought hundreds of thousands of luxury goods for your mother. Are you going to let it go like this? Serve me well tonight and make me feel comfortable. I will also buy you a lot of luxury goods. Yun Tianny's face changed color. She didn't expect that her mother would actually accept other people's things. This made her very angry. Is this still her biological mother? She is simply selling her daughter. Qian Kungqun put down the cup, walked towards Yun Tianny, and tore her coat into pieces. The white skin was revealed, so delicate that it seemed to be broken by a baby's, and even whiter than a baby's. Yun Tianny screamed, but her weakness made her scream sound like a moan. Her screams only made Qian Kungqun more excited and more crazy. Go ahead and scream. The louder you scream, the better. Ha ha ha. What a rare beauty. No wonder she is known as the most beautiful woman in Chengdu. I heard that you and your useless husband have never had sex together. So you are still a virgin, perfect. Qian Kungqun's eyes turned bloodshot, as ferocious and terrifying as a wild beast. Yun Tianny wanted to struggle and escape, but because of the drugs, she was so weak that she couldn't even stand up. Only consciousness was restored. Somehow, the image of Su Zhe appeared in her mind. That's right, she thought of Su Zhe. It was Su Zhe who exposed Zhou Dio during the last blind date, otherwise she would have been in danger. There were also gift-giving and going to the summit, plus what happened in the hospital yesterday. All scenes emerged in Yun Tianny's mind. How she hoped that a miracle would happen and Su Zhe would rush into the villa and rescue her. But this is just hope, it is not realistic at all. She was destined to be insulted by the beast Qian Kungqun and had no way to escape. Thinking of this, a tear welled up in Yun Tianny's eyes. If she was really defiled, she would definitely not live in this world and she would seek death. Although she is a woman, she is very strong-willed and will not tolerate anyone tainting her. Qian Kongqun was already impatient, holding Yun Tianyi's arm tightly, wanting to kiss Yun Tianyi's cheek. But Yun Tianyi kept dodging, so Qian Kongqun failed to succeed. You little girl, you are still quite shy. Do you think it is as simple as a kiss between a man and a woman? There will be physical contact later, and it will be like a burning fire. Qian Kongqun sneered repeatedly. He was not in a hurry because Yun Tianyi was already a cooked duck and there was no way she could fly away. Tonight is going to be a great night for him. He looked at Yun Tianyi with fiery eyes, and the hormones in his body were on the verge of exploding. I can't stand this anymore. Qian Kongqun took off his coat, underwear, and hurriedly took off his pants. Tianyi, I really like you. Qian Kongqun walked towards Yun Tianyi. If you come one step closer, I will commit suicide in front of you. Yun Tianyi said weakly. Commit suicide? Qian Kongqun laughed. Do you have the strength to do that? You are just a pile of mud now, let me trample on you. Don't worry, I will take good care of you. It will be a wonderful experience. Yun Tianyi's cheeks were already covered with tears, and she couldn't help but shout, Suze, Suze. At the most dangerous moment, the only thing she thought of was this man. Because apart from this man, no one else could protect her, not even her parents, not to mention that it was Kai Lanfen who pushed her into the fire pit. In a villa halfway up the mountain, Suze stood on the balcony, looking at the starry night sky, and of course his mind was full of Yun Tianyi. He was thinking about how to apologize to Yun Tianyi. Wasting time like this was not a solution. After all, the divorce is in 20 days. If he doesn't work hard to make Yun Tianyi feel good about him now, they will really get divorced by then. Just when Suze was frowning, Pajun came over. Boss, it's an emergency. Speak. Suze regained his composure. When I came back just now, I found a luxury car at the gate of the community. It seemed that someone was sitting in it, sitting. Who's sitting there? It seems to be Yun Tianyi. Suze shouted, don't talk nonsense. Why would Tianyi come to this place? I just took a look, I'm not really sure. Pajuan's voice was much lower and less confident. At this moment, Suze felt a sudden pain in his heart, which made his face change. There was no reason for the pain, no signs. It was impossible for his body to have such a condition, and there was no way he had any disease. Then there is only one possibility, and that is a bad premonition. Where is the car parked? Outer Villa Area 3 to 215. Go and have a look. The two walked towards 3 to 215, and Qian Kongqun's car was parked at the door. Because he was in a hurry, he did not park the car in the garage. Suze took a look and used his spiritual sense. The smell in the car could not escape his spiritual sense at all. It's Tianyi. Suze's expression changed and his eyes became cold. Sir. Pajuan's face also turned cold. Without saying a word, Suze walked straight to 3 to 215. When he reached the door, he rang the doorbell. Qian Kongqun was preparing to take off Yun Tianyi's clothes at the moment. When he heard the doorbell, he felt very unhappy. Who would come at this time? Besides, he doesn't live in this villa often. Qian Kongqun naturally ignored it. My beauty, can't you wait any longer? I will undress you right now. As he spoke, Qian Kongqun wanted to take off Yun Tianyi's white shirt. Suze pressed the button 3 times, but when no one opened the door, his eyes became even colder. He clenched his fist and punched the door. Boom. The entire door collapsed with a loud bang, raising a cloud of dust. With such a big commotion, Qian Kongqun naturally couldn't ignore it. He turned around and saw that his door was broken, and he was furious. Suze and Pajun walked in. Qian Kongqun said angrily, "What are you doing?" Suze looked indifferent and asked, "Did you bring back a woman?" Qian Kongqun was furious, "I am asking you a question, answer me." "I asked you if you brought back a woman." Suze's voice became even colder. Seeing Suze's cold eyes, Qian Kongqun shuddered for no reason, and a trace of fear appeared in his heart. It was clearly these two people who broke into the residence, but now they have become the hosts and are questioning him. "Do you know who I am?" Qian Kongqun said angrily, "Believe it or not, I will find someone to kill you. Suze no longer paid attention to Qian Kongqun, looked around, and walked straight inside. Qian Kongqun became even angrier and punched Suze. But his fist didn't even touch Suze, instead he was slapped to the ground by Suze. After entering, Suze found Yuntiani lying on the sofa, and his eyes suddenly became extremely cold. He hurried over, took off his coat and covered Yuntiani's upper body. Tiani! Suze shouted. Yuntiani opened her eyes and saw that it was Suze. She thought she was seeing things. She closed her eyes, opened them again, and saw that it was still Suze, and knew that this was real. Tears suddenly welled up in my eyes and couldn't stop flowing. Suze, you're here. Yuntiani's voice was trembling, but more of it was excitement and excitement. At this moment, Qian Kongqun, who was slapped to the ground, crawled up. Half of his face was swollen and several teeth were missing. He covered his face and said coldly, "You dare to hit me, you are tired of living. I'm telling you, I'm Qian Kongqun from the Qian family." Pajun roared, "You are so powerful that even a hot wheel won't work. How dare you bully my boss's woman? I will kill you." As Pajun said this, he punched Qian Kongqun on the chin, tearing his entire jaw apart, bleeding profusely, and Qian Kongqun trembled in pain. Pajun stepped on Qian Kongqun's body, and the floor cracked. Just when Pajun was about to kick Qian Kongqun to death again, Suze spoke. "Pajun, stop. Boss, this kind of person requires me to kill him, otherwise how can I get rid of the anger in my heart?" Pajun was very angry, very, very angry. Suze looked at Qian Kongqun, who was lying on the ground like a dead dog, with murderous intent in his eyes. "It's just a dead dog, it's easy to kill him." But Suze didn't want him to die like this, because this punishment was not enough for Suze. "If you dare to bully his wife, you will touch his weak spot. Destroy him for me and make sure he will never be able to touch a woman in his life." Suze's voice was extremely cold. Pajun nodded and said, "This is a good idea. The nature is so perfect that it can be cured forever." Qian Kongqun was so frightened that he felt a chill down his spine and begged for mercy quickly, but his jaw was torn and he couldn't speak at all, he could only whimper. Pajun was not going to listen and grabbed him as easily as picking up a chicken. At the same time, Pajun had a dagger in his other hand. The dagger flashed with a cold light, and Qian Kongqun's crotch was immediately stained with blood. Qian Kongqun only felt a pain below, and his most important thing was lost. "Ah!" he screamed, wailing in pain and unbearable agony. Now that his life force is gone, he is completely ruined. Seeing Qian Kongqun screaming, Suze's face remained cold, without a trace of mercy. He hurriedly circulated his spiritual power and patted it towards Yuntiani's heart. Yuntiani's eyes widened. If she wasn't completely powerless, she would have slapped Suze. Suze said in a deep voice, "Don't move, I'm helping you get rid of the drug." Seeing how serious Suze was, Yuntiani was skeptical and stopped struggling. But she still found it hard to accept in her heart, and her face even blushed. After all, it was a private part. Suze didn't care about the softness of his hand. He was concentrating on helping Yuntiani get rid of the effects of the medicine. There was a steam filling his entire palm. After a few minutes, Yuntiani felt that the weakness in his whole body had eased a lot, and the feeling of discomfort was slowly subsiding. At this time Suze withdrew his hand, then took a small medicine bottle from Pajun and poured out a black pill. "Swallow this." Yuntiani took the pill and swallowed it without hesitation. After the pill entered my stomach, a cool feeling spread throughout my body. I felt very comfortable and all the previous discomfort was relieved. Only after finishing everything did Suze breathe a sigh of relief. Pajun was standing next to them. Suze then realized it and hurriedly blocked Pajun. He said to Pajun, "Hurry up and go." Pajun also reacted and hurried out of the house. Yuntiani did not see Pajun's face, otherwise he would have been exposed. She rested for a while and recovered. I thought Yuntiani would throw herself into my arms and express gratitude, but that didn't happen. Yuntiani looked at Suze with some embarrassment and asked, "You just wanted to take advantage of me?" Suze was stunned and said quickly, "I was just trying to help you get rid of the drug effect, I didn't take any advantage." "You're still saying no?" Yun Tianyi felt some pain where Suze had touched her. The antidote is clearly the pill you gave me. Yun Tianyi had a look on his face that showed he knew everything. Suze suddenly felt like he couldn't get rid of the feeling even if he jumped into the Yellow River. Let's not talk about this for now, let's get out of here first. As he said that, Suze carried Yun Tianyi and left Qian Kongqun's house. When he passed by Qian Kongqun, Suze did not forget to kick Qian Kongqun in the crotch, causing him to howl in pain. People like this deserve this kind of punishment, making them spend the rest of their lives in regret. After leaving the villa, Suze hailed a taxi outside the community and got in with Yun Tianyi. In the car, Yun Tianyi slowly recovered. Thinking about what had just happened, he felt extremely scared. If Suze had not arrived in time, she would have definitely been defiled by Qian Kongqun. The two of them didn't speak in the car for at least 10 minutes, and Yun Tianyi spoke first. Thanks. Suze touched Yun Tianyi's face, helped her tidy up her hair, and said, I'm your husband, why are you saying thank you? Hearing this, Yun Tianyi's heart was moved and his eyes couldn't help but turn red. I said I would protect you and make you the happiest woman in the world. If I can't do this, then what kind of man am I? Yun Tianyi has always been strong, hardworking, and outstanding. Why do this? Just to make everyone shut up. Over the past 3 years, she has been accustomed to ridicule and sarcasm, which is unbearable for anyone, but she persisted. She always wanted to have a shoulder to lean on, but no one gave it to her. This incident made her feel lonely and even scared, as even her own mother was obsessed with money. She wanted to talk and vent, otherwise it would be too uncomfortable to keep it in her heart. So, along the way, Yun Tianyi blamed Suze in various ways and even kept slapping him, but Suze accepted it calmly. It was indeed all his fault. He owed her and he had to repay the debt of love. Don't worry, I will spend my whole life to repay you. I don't know what to do. Why would my beloved mother introduce such people to me? I don't want to go, and they threatened to commit suicide. I am so miserable. Hearing this, Suze's eyes suddenly turned cold. He initially thought that Qian Kongqun had tricked or kidnapped Yun Tianyi, but it turned out to be Kai Lanfan's fault. This matter absolutely cannot be let go like this. Yun Ruoqing and Kai Lanfan cannot be the ones making the decisions in this family. When they arrived home, they got out of the car and entered the community. Suze rang the doorbell, and after a while, Kai Lanfan opened the door. When she saw Suze, anger suddenly appeared on her face. How dare you come to our house? Kai Lanfan wanted to close the door as she spoke, but Suze blocked her way. Shameless thing, why are you still coming to our house? Mom, can you let me go in first? When she saw Yun Tianyi, Kai Lanfan's face changed and she quickly opened the door. Suze helped Yun Tianyi into the house. Why are you with him? Didn't you go to see Kongqun? Kai Lanfan asked. Yun Tianyi really wanted to speak, but for a moment she didn't know how to say it. You're really going to piss me off to death. Why are you still involved with him? What good is this loser like him? Yun Ruoqing also walked out of the bedroom, and when he saw Suze, anger appeared on his face. Suze, you dare to come back? After all, he beat his wife, of course he was angry. Tianyi, was he drugged by you? Yun Ruoqing asked. Yun Tianyi couldn't help but say, I wasn't drugged by Suze. Instead, I was drugged by Qian Kongqun, who you all call an excellent person. What nonsense are you talking about? Kai Lanfan scolded, Qian Kongqun is such an outstanding person, I can entrust my life to him. Yes, after you marry him you will be a wealthy lady and you won't have to do anything. Yun Ruoqing agreed. Suze, I don't care how thick-skinned you are or what kind of spell you cast on my daughter, just get out of here now. Kai Lanfan said coldly to Suze. Suze didn't say anything and just listened to what the two of them said. You didn't hear me, right? Get out of my house, you piece of trash. Kai Lanfan's voice was extremely sharp. Yun Ruoqing also said angrily, tomorrow, divorce my daughter tomorrow. I have never recognized you as a son-in-law. You really want to be a toad eating swan meat, but you don't even take a piss and look at yourself. Kai Lanfan said sarcastically. Yun Tianyi opened her mouth and wanted to speak, but no words came out. Suze raised his head and looked at the two of them coldly. Seeing Suze's bad look, Kai Lanfen couldn't help but said, "What do you want to do? Do you want to hit me?" "You're right." Suze raised his hand. Bang. A heavy slap landed directly on Kai Lanfen's face, causing her to lose balance and stumble to the ground. Kai Lanfen's teeth fell out, and she quickly covered her face with her hands and screamed in pain. "Oh my God, someone's been beaten to death." Kai Lanfen kept screaming and grabbing Suze with her hands like a shrew. Yun Ruocheng was so angry that his face turned red. He clenched his fists and punched Suze. Suze pushed Yun Ruocheng casually, and he fell flat on his face. At the same time, he held Kai Lanfen's head and let her scream. Yun Tianyi was frightened by the sudden slap and stared at Suze. "How could you hit my mother? No matter what, she is her mother, and you can't hit her even if she does something wrong." But Suze said coldly, "She deserves to be beaten. Is she still a mother? She is willing to sell her own daughter for luxury goods." Hearing this, Kai Lanfen, who had been making a lot of noise, suddenly became quiet, with an unnatural look on her face, because Suze had exposed her shortcomings. If she had really found an excellent person, I wouldn't be so angry, but she only found scum and beasts. Kai Lanfen hurriedly said, "You are talking nonsense. The person I am looking for is 100 times, 1,000 times, 10,000 times better than you. Qian Kungqun owns several companies and is worth hundreds of millions. His family's business is worth billions. What do you have? You don't even have a job." Suze looked at Kai Lanfen with a cold face. "He is rich, but do you know how he treated your daughter?" Kai Lanfen was stunned and looked at Tianyi, feeling that something was wrong. Normally, Yun Tianyi would definitely be with Qian Kungqun, but she came back with Suze. She suddenly thought of something, and her face became even angrier. "I know, it must be you who ruined their date again." Suze said coldly, "Bullshit, it was Qian Kungqun, the extremely excellent one in your eyes, who wanted to harm Tianyi and drugged her. If I hadn't arrived in time, the consequences would be disastrous." "You're talking nonsense, do you think I'm a fool?" Kai Lanfen obviously didn't believe it. But Yun Tianyi said, "Mom, it was Suze who saved me." "Ah." Kai Lanfen's face changed, she was extremely shocked. What on earth happened? Yun Tianyi told Kai Lanfen everything, and her expression became more and more ugly. Yun Ruocheng, who was originally extremely angry, was now like a deflated ball. His hatred for Suze disappeared, and he began to have opinions about his wife. Kai Lanfen sat down on the sofa. She had never expected this to happen. She once again experienced the fact that one can never judge a person by his appearance. "I'm slapping you on behalf of Tianyi. This slap is also for the slander and humiliation you just gave me. I have been not arguing with you for Tianyi's sake, but I find that doing so will only make you worse. From today on, I have the final say in this family." Suze's voice was sonorous and powerful, with a strong aura, which actually stunned Kai Lanfen. Of course, Kai Lanfen also knew that she was in the wrong and it was her fault. "Tianyi, I'm sorry, it's Mom's fault." Kai Lanfen looked at Yun Tianyi and asked for forgiveness. "Mom, please return all those luxury items." Kai Lanfen nodded. "Suze is not as bad as you think. You can't say that about him anymore." Kai Lanfen was silent, and Yun Ruocheng was speechless. This time it was indeed Suze who arrived in time, otherwise the consequences would be unimaginable. They were in the wrong and could only remain silent. "Mom and Dad, you guys go and have some rest. Suze, come with me." Yun Tianyi stood up and walked towards the bedroom. "Tianyi." Kai Lanfen wanted to ask how she could let Suze go to the bedroom, but she didn't say it in the end. Of course Suze was happy. Yun Tianyi actually took the initiative to ask him to go to the bedroom. Did she want to do something? Entering the bedroom, Yun Tianyi closed the door and sat on the bed. She looked at Suze and couldn't help but said, "Why do I feel familiar with that tall guy in Qian Kungqun's villa?" "Tall guy?" Suze pretended to be confused. "Is that the person who broke into the villa with you?" "That one, it was just a security guard who tried to stop me." "Security?" Yun Tianyi looked unconvinced. "Why does that man look like the war god's subordinate I met at the summit? How is that possible? The two are not connected at all." Suze said with a smile. Yun Tianyi nodded, thinking that maybe he had seen it wrong. But she added, "You've ruined Qian Kongqun, he definitely won't just let it go, his family is a big family after all." She expressed her worries. She had not thought about them just now, but now she felt more and more uneasy. "Don't worry, you don't have to worry about this matter. If Qian Kongqun dares to cause trouble again, I don't mind twisting his head off and kicking it like a ball." Of course what Suze said was not a lie. If Qian Kongqun really wanted to die, he certainly wouldn't mind killing him. "I'm serious." Yun Tianyi frowned. "I'm serious too. Anyone who bullies my wife will have no chance of survival." However, Suze added, "Don't worry, I will protect you every step of the way from now on." Hearing these heartwarming words, Yun Tianyi couldn't help but blush. "You were too harsh just now. After all, she is my mother," Yun Tianyi said with some blame. "If you don't do it, your mother won't learn her lesson. She went too far this time." "You can't do that, your teeth will fall out." Yun Tianyi felt distressed. "It's okay, just patch it up. I know my limits. There's no damage to the root. At most your face will be swollen for a few days." Suze said seriously, "I will really be the boss of this family from now on. Otherwise, they will sell you off. I even doubt whether you are their biological child." "Are you the boss of this family?" Yun Tianyi looked unfriendly. "Of course you are the one who makes the decision, and I am second and responsible for protecting you." Suze immediately changed his words. "Loquacious. Tianyi, let's not get divorced, okay?" "No, you don't have a job now, so you still have to get a divorce." Yun Tianyi is not the kind of person who despises the poor and loves the rich, but she hates incompetent people. "I don't want to be rich or make a fortune, but at least I have to have a decent job." "That's easy. I'll apply for the job tomorrow." "Then wait until you find a job." Yun Tianyi thought for a while and said, "As for the engagement, I can extend it for a month, and we'll see then." The two talked for a while, and then Suze stood up and prepared to go back to his bedroom. "Where are you going?" "Go back to sleep. Go back to sleep wherever you want. Sleep here. Sleep here." Suze was stunned, feeling that happiness came too suddenly. "You said you would protect me at all times. Of course you can't leave this room." "Okay, I won't leave." As he said that, Suze walked towards the bed. "What are you doing?" "Of course, sleeping." Suze smiled. "Sleep on the floor." Zhang Kai had an evil idea in his mind, and he couldn't help but said to Zhang Dingfa, "Dad, when the time comes, catch Suze and his wife. I will ravage his wife in front of Suze. Only in this way can the anger in my heart be eliminated, and only in this way can Suze be made to suffer." Zhang Ding laughed and said, "As expected of my son, this is a good idea. By the way, Dad, Uncle Zhou was here that day, too." "Zhou Chenglong?" "Yes, he was also defeated that day, and he must be holding a grudge against Suze. You can let him participate as well." "Okay, I'll find him." After leaving the hospital, Zhang Dingfa said to his secretary, "Call Zhou Chenglong." "Good. I want you to regret hurting my son." Zhang Dingfa's eyes were extremely gloomy, with a sense of murderous intent. Zhou Chenglong was playing chess with his old men at home. This was the most boring thing for him, but he had to play along. At this time his cell phone rang. "Dad, I need to take a call." Zhou Chenglong stood up and walked out of the room. "Who is it?" Zhou Chenglong asked. "I'm Chairman Zhang's secretary." "Chairman Zhang?" Zhou Chenglong asked doubtfully. "Zhang Dingfa." The secretary explained. Zhou Chenglong frowned, then immediately smiled and said, "It turns out to be Brother Zhang." He knew that he couldn't avoid it, and what happened that day must have been known to Zhang Dingfa. "Mr. Zhou, please come to the company now." "Okay, I'll come now." After hanging up the phone, Zhou Chenglong said hello to the old man and went out. Dingfa Group, Chairman's office. Zhang Dingfa stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, looking at the scenery outside with a thoughtful look. There was a knock on the door. "Come in." "Chairman, Mr. Zhou is here," said the secretary. Zhou Chenglong walked in and shook hands with Zhang Dingfa. "Hurry and sit down." The secretary poured 2 glasses of water and stood aside. "Brother Zhang, are you looking for me because of Xiaokai's matter?" Zhou Chenglong asked directly. Zhang Dingfa nodded, "That's right. I can't do anything about this matter. The other party has the support of Niu Tuan." Zhou Chenglong explained quickly. "I don't mean to blame you." Zhang Dingfa picked up the water cup and took a sip. "I just came back, Xiaokai told me everything." Zhou Chenglong felt that something had changed and waited for further developments. Xiaokai said that Suze and Niu Tuan only had one friendship. Since he helped him, he is even with Niu Tuan now. Zhou Chenglong's eyes suddenly lit up. "So, Niu Tuan is not his backer at all?" "That's right." "That's great." Zhou Chenglong said excitedly, "I have always been afraid of this." Zhou Chenglong lost face yesterday and must be hating Suze in his heart. He looked at Zhang Dingfa and said, "Brother Zhang, leave this matter to me. I will definitely make that loser Suze regret it." Xiaokai said there is a powerful person around him. Zhang Dingfa frowned. "I've seen that big guy before. He's quite powerful, but he'll die just as if he got shot." Seeing Zhou Chenglong's gloomy face, Zhang Dingfa nodded. "Well, I'll leave this matter to you, but you must bring it back alive. Don't worry about it. Killing him like this would be too easy for him. Also, Xiaokai said he has a very beautiful wife, bring her along as well." "Okay." The 2 men stood up, shook hands, and Zhou Chenglong left Dingfa building. The secretary came over and asked, "Chairman, can Zhou Chenglong do it?" "It doesn't matter whether it succeeds or not. I don't rely on him anyway. Do you have any other ideas?" "Humph." Zhang Dingfa sneered, "Of course I have other ideas." Yunjia Group, Yun Ruoken went to inspect the company as usual. But he looked very unhappy. After all, what happened yesterday made him lose face. Of course, he would not tell anyone. But he hated Suze so much in his heart that he wanted to skin him alive. His son was injured and hospitalized, his son-in-law was investigated and had a stain on his reputation, and he himself was taught a lesson by Suze. The most important thing is that the cooperation with Dingfa Group has fallen through. Although he later learned that the area was not allowed to be developed, if it weren't for Suze, it would probably have been developed and the Yun family group would have been able to get a piece of the pie. "Suze, just wait for me, I will never let you go." Yun Ruoken swore secretly in his heart. When I arrived at the company, the assistant jogged over with an anxious look on his face. "Boss Yun, something happened." Yun Ruoken asked, "What happened?" "The Zhou Group wants to terminate cooperation with us." "What's going on?" The Yun Group and the Zhou Group have been cooperating for many years, and both sides have always been friendly and mutually beneficial. The cooperation is suddenly terminated. Something must have gone wrong. The assistant shook his head and didn't know the situation. "Call Mr. Zhou of Zhou Group." "Good." After getting through the phone, Yun Ruoken asked straight to the point, "Mr. Zhou, I just received a message from my assistant saying that your Zhou Group is going to terminate its cooperation with us." "That's right." A cold voice came from the other end of the phone. Yun Ruoken hurriedly asked, "What happened? Haven't we always been working together well? Don't you know what happened?" Zhou Huihuang of Zhou Group's voice was still cold. Yun Ruoken looked confused, he really didn't know what had happened. When he wanted to ask, the other party had already hung up. Before Yun Ruoken could figure out what was going on, the assistant said, "Boss Yun, Baoqian Group is also going to terminate its cooperation with us." "What?" Yun Ruoken's face changed. If the Zhou Group terminates the cooperation, it can only be said that the Yun Group loses a channel, but the Baoqian Group is different. The market value of Baoqian Group is several billion. It is a first-class group in Chengdu, much larger than Zhou Group. The Yun Group and Baoqian Group have many cooperative projects, and the Yun Group can earn tens of millions every year from the Baoqian Group. If the cooperation is interrupted, the Yun Group will immediately fall into crisis or even go bankrupt. Realizing the seriousness of the problem, Yun Ruoken immediately asked his assistant to call Baoqian Group. "Mr. Qian, I'm Yun Ruoken from Yun Group." Yun Ruokan introduced himself with a smile on his face. Yun Ruokan, you still dare to call me? I tell you, from now on, all cooperation between our two companies will be terminated. You, the Yun Group, can only wish you good luck. After saying this, Qian Debao of Baoqian Group hung up the phone, leaving Yun Ruokan with a confused look on his face. What on earth happened? Yun Ruokan was extremely anxious. Notify everyone above the manager level to come to the office for a meeting. Such a big thing must be made clear, and the cooperation between Baoqian Group and Zhou Group must not be interrupted. Yes, Mr. Yun. The assistant hurried to do it. But at this moment, Yun Ruokan had sweat on his forehead. This was a big deal, the biggest deal he had ever encountered since he took office. Is someone trying to destroy my Yun Group? I thought happiness came too suddenly, but it turned out I was just wishful thinking. Seeing Yun Tiany's alert look, Suze could only nod and say, okay, I'll sleep on the floor. Although they didn't sleep in bed, Suze felt that it was pretty good. At least they were in the same room and it wouldn't be long before sparks flew. As for feelings, they need to be cultivated slowly. At least now I have left a good impression in Yun Tiany's heart, and Yun Tiany will definitely accept me slowly. Of course, Suze also knew very well that he had to find a way to make things clear for Zhao Yaxin, otherwise Yun Tiany would definitely always have a grudge in her heart. He had not had much contact with women, but he understood women's psychology very well. After all, he once spent a month studying human psychology. Suze took the quilt from the room and spread it on the floor. Seeing that Yun Tiany had already crawled into the bed, he turned off the lights and lay down as well. Lying in bed, Suze couldn't fall asleep and felt restless. Although he heard Yun Tiany's weak breathing, he knew that Yun Tiany was not asleep and was just pretending. However, Suze did not point it out. He smelled the body fragrance emanating from Yun Tiany, suppressed the restlessness in his heart, and slowly fell asleep. The next day, Suze woke up on time, but Yun Tiany was still sleeping soundly. It goes without saying that Yun Tiany might have slept late last night. After all, she had experienced the previous danger, and Suze was by her side, so it was impossible for her to sleep like usual. Suze quietly opened the door, then went to the kitchen to prepare breakfast for Yun Tiany. Half an hour later, Yun Tiany woke up and saw that Suze was not lying on the floor. She knew that Suze must have gone to prepare breakfast. Tiany, are you awake? Suze asked in a low voice at the door. Yun Tiany didn't answer and got into bed. I made some mango porridge, how about trying it? Suze brought the porridge into the bedroom and placed it on the bedside. Seeing Yun Tiany closing her eyes, Suze smiled and closed the door. A few seconds later, Yun Tiany got up from the bed, picked up the mango porridge and started to wolf it down. Coincidentally, Suze walked in again at this moment. The scene was awkward for a moment. Yun Tiany stopped and looked at Suze. Get out. I'll tidy up the floor mat and be out right away. Get out now. Okay, I'll go out now. Suze obediently left the bedroom. In Jiangzhou People's Hospital, Zhang Kai was lying on the hospital bed with a look of despair on his face. After kneeling at the grave for 8 hours, the wound on his leg split open and the doctor had to sew more than a dozen stitches. Zhang Dingfa was not in China a few days ago. He went abroad to discuss business and just came back today. As soon as we got off the plane, we drove to the hospital. Chairman, the young director is at the People's Hospital, said the secretary. Did he go out and cause trouble? Zhang Ding asked angrily. This time it's very serious. The wound on my leg has split open. Cracked. Zhang Dingfa's face changed color and anxiety appeared on his face. Don't worry, Chairman. Young master is not in danger of death. He just needed a dozen more stitches. Who did it? Zhang Dingfa's face was extremely gloomy. Suzy. Suze. Zhang Dingfa's face turned cold. Of course he remembered this person, that good-for-nothing Suze from Jiangzhou, the former orphan of the Su family, who had embarrassed him in front of all the celebrities from all walks of life in Jiangzhou. That bastard dared to hurt my son. Zhang Dingfa was extremely furious. Suze is not as useless as the rumors say. Young master has met him twice and was completely defeated each time. Zhang Dingfa didn't say anything and kept a cold face until the car arrived at the hospital. After getting out of the car, Zhang Dingfa walked quickly towards the hospital, and his secretary and a group of bodyguards followed him in. Arriving at the VIP ward, Zhang Dingfa walked in and saw Zhang Kai lying on the bed, his face full of heartache. He only has this one son, so naturally he loves him very much and has never hit him since he was a child. Yet this time he was bullied like this. Son. Zhang Kai was extremely excited when he saw his father coming. Dad, you are finally back. The two hugged each other and Zhang Kai even shed tears. Dad, you don't know that Suze was too arrogant, he almost broke my leg. Zhang Kai complained like a child. Also, he killed Lin Miao Miao. Lin Miao Miao was good-looking and great in bed. Now that she is gone, Zhang Kai naturally feels sad. Tell me clearly, what is going on? Jiang Sun is his brother. Everything he did was to avenge Jiang Sun. He also said that he would not let me go and would make me despair and unable to live or die. Zhang Dingfa's face was so gloomy that the secretary next to him was frightened. He followed Zhang Dingfa almost all of the time on weekdays, and had never seen Zhang Dingfa so angry. Don't worry, this matter won't just end like this. If he hurts you, I want him to pay with his life. In Jiangzhou, Zhang Dingfa's words were like imperial edicts. He never boasted and never told lies. Chairman, I sent someone to investigate before. That Suze knows Niu Tuan from Jiangzhou. Niu Tuan. Zhang Dingfa's face changed. He, Zhang Dingfa, is the richest man in Jiangzhou, nicknamed Zhang Banshan, but in front of Niu Tuan, he is just a small ant who can be stepped on to death at any time. After all, businessmen can never be compared with officials. Isn't he a loser? How does he know Niu Tuan? Zhang Dingfa felt that this matter was a bit tricky. If they were really Niu Tuan's men, he probably wouldn't dare to make a move, and he might not be able to avenge his son. Zhang Kai quickly said, Dad, he was just lucky. He helped Niu Tuan once before. This time, Niu Tuan helped Jiang Sun organize such a big sacrificial ceremony, so we are even. Really? Zhang Dingfa's face lit up with joy. He said it himself. I was there. In that case, Niu Tuan is not his backer at all. He is still a waste. But there's a mighty man next to him who's very good at fighting. The dozens of thugs I summoned couldn't beat him. The person Zhang Kai feared the most was Pajun. Pajun's attack that day was so shocking that it stunned everyone. He is just a reckless man, nothing to worry about. Zhang Dingfa didn't take Pajun seriously at all. In today's society, how far can you go and how many people can you beat with just your fists? One bullet can easily do the job. Just stay here and take care of your injuries. I will handle this matter. Zhang Dingfa said to Zhang Kai. Zhang Kai nodded and said, Dad, if you catch him, can you let me deal with him? Zhang Kai's hatred for Suze was extreme, so he naturally wanted to torture Suze himself to vent his anger. Of course you can. You can torture him however you want. Zhang Ding said coldly, it's a pity that he is just an orphan now. Zhang Kai certainly understood what his father meant, and said, he may be in Chengdu now. I heard that he married the most beautiful woman in Chengdu. The most beautiful woman, just these 4 words were enough to make Zhang Kai's heart beat fast, and he couldn't wait to see Yun Tianyi's elegance. Suze, who had been waiting outside for a few minutes, entered the bedroom. Have you finished eating? Suze asked. Eat, I'm done. Yun Tianyi felt a little embarrassed. Suze came closer and smiled, you eat so cleanly, do you need some more? Yun Tianyi shook her head. Even though the mango porridge was delicious, she couldn't eat it, otherwise she would get fat. Women care just as much about their weight as they are about men cheating on them. Suze took the dishes to the kitchen to wash them. After being slapped by Suze, Kai Lanfen went to the hospital early in the morning. After all, I have lost several teeth and I have to get them replaced as soon as possible. Suze's slap was quite effective. At least Kai Lanfen didn't nag me at all last night, and it was a lot quieter. Of course, it is also possible that his face hurts so much that he dares not speak. Yun Ruoqing walked out of the bedroom at this time, wearing a suit. When he saw Suze, he frowned and said nothing. Suze didn't say anything and went straight to Yun Tiany's bedroom. Seeing Suze go in, Yun Ruochen clenched his fists and muttered, "Since you saved Tiany once, I won't mind it, but when the deadline comes, we still have to divorce." He would not acknowledge Suze as his son-in-law unless Suze made a lot of money. Yun Ruochen looked in the mirror, then left home with his briefcase. At this moment, the company conference room at the Yun Group headquarters was full of people. All shareholders and even managers of various departments were present, and everyone was talking about the topic. "What happened? Do we need to hold an emergency meeting?" asked a shareholder. "I don't know. I came here as soon as I was notified." The assistant sounded very serious. Another shareholder frowned. "I seem to have heard some news that a company is going to terminate cooperation," said a manager in charge of logistics. Interruption of cooperation is a big deal. Many people frowned. Seeing Yun Ruochen walk in, the group of people shut up tactfully. Yun Ruochen glanced at everyone, and seeing that they were all present, he sat in the first seat. He signaled his assistant to pass the document down. The shareholders and managers received the documents and started reading them. But after a while, a shareholder shouted, "Zhou Group wants to terminate cooperation with us. This is a big deal. What on earth happened? Why did they unilaterally terminate the cooperation?" "Manager Liao, you are in charge of the cooperation project with Zhou Group." "What happened?" a shareholder said angrily. Manager Liao was so scared that he stood up quickly and said innocently, "Nothing happened. It was fine the day before yesterday. It's just that the other party suddenly became unfriendly to us yesterday. I was a little confused at the time." At this moment, a bald shareholder said with eyes wide open, "Baoqian Group is also going to terminate cooperation with us." Many people's faces changed drastically, filled with shock. Yun Ruochen has always been personally in charge of the cooperation with Baoqian Group, and now everyone is looking at Yun Ruochen. "Let me tell you, our cooperation with Baoqian Group was normal before, and nothing happened." Yun Ruochen changed the subject, "But today I received such a document. I just called Mr. Qian of Baoqian Group." A shareholder asked hurriedly, "What did Mr. Qian say?" "Mr. Qian is furious and tells us to fend for ourselves." Just a simple sentence made everyone change color again. What this shows is that the company has completely fallen into crisis. "Mr. Yun, what should we do now?" someone asked in panic. "I called you to this meeting to find a solution." Yun Ruochen said with a serious face, "Find the problem first." Many people lowered their heads. They didn't know the problem and felt a little confused. At this time, Manager Tang of the medical project stood up and said timidly, "Boss Yun, I know something about that." "Speak." Yun Ruochen said coldly. Manager Tang looked embarrassed and was a little hesitant to speak. "Tell me everything, or I'll fire you now." Yun Ruochen became even angrier. Manager Tang was startled and said quickly, "I seem to have heard that Deputy Manager Yun's daughter went on a blind date with Zhou Dao, the son of Zhou Group, and Yun Tiany humiliated him on the spot." When everyone heard this, they were immediately shocked and started talking. Yun Ruochen frowned. He had no idea about this and was skeptical. This incident caused a big stir at the time, and it was suppressed only by the Zhou Group spending money. Manager Tang handed the phone to Yun Ruochen. Yun Ruochen opened it and took a look, his brows furrowed even more. "By the way, I happened to meet Yun Tiany and the young master of Baoqian Group yesterday. They went to a restaurant, and then Yun Tiany got into the young master's car. Later I heard that the young master of the Qian family was injured. This caused an uproar and more discussion among the people. I guess Yun Tiany can't stand the loneliness anymore. She actually met with 2 young masters in private. That loser Suze must be cuckolded forever." Seeing this group of people talking non-stop, Yun Ruochen's face turned furious. After all, this was the Yun family's private matter, and being talked about by these people would bring shame to the Yun family. "Shut up." Yun Ruochen said angrily, "Now is the time to resolve the company's crisis." Everyone shut up wisely. Both things point to Yun Tiany. Maybe she has something to do with him. Someone said seriously. "Yes, Mr. Yun, you should go and ask. This is a serious matter." Yun Ruochen said coldly, "Of course I have to ask clearly, and you all should also check to see if there are any problems in any aspect of the company. A group of people nodded quickly. After a while, Yun Ruokin called Manager Tang. Manager Tang, is what you just said true? Manager Tang said hurriedly, every word is true, I dare not say anything nonsense. Well, go get Yun Ruoching for me. Okay, I'll go right away. Manager Tang did not dare to delay and hurried back to his office. Yun Ruoching had just arrived at the company. As usual, the company employees greeted him. Just as I sat down in the chair and had no time to deal with the documents, my assistant walked in. Deputy Manager Yun, Manager Tang wants to see you. What do you want from me this early in the morning? It seems like something urgent, you should go. Yun Ruoching frowned. He and Tang Daqiang had always been at odds with each other, and he regarded Tang Daqiang as a thorn in his side. Because he was always under pressure, he had no control over things in any aspect and became an idle person. Yun Ruoching stood up and walked towards Tang Daqiang's office. When he opened the door, Manager Tang was pouring tea, which surprised Yun Ruoching. The sun is rising from the west, and Manager Tang is still thinking of pouring me tea. Yun Ruoching said with a smile. Pour you some tea. I think you haven't woken up yet. Tang Daqiang picked up the teacup and took a sip. Yun Ruoching curled his lips. He knew that Manager Tang couldn't be so kind. What do you want from me? I'm busy. Of course I'm looking for you for something important. Manager Tang said. What's the big deal? Yun Ruoching frowned. But he was thinking in his heart that Tang Daqiang must be trying to suppress him again, which was why he was so jumpy. Tang Daqiang took a breath and said seriously, do you know what happened in the company? Seeing that Tang Daqiang didn't seem to be joking, Yun Ruoching also became serious. What happened? Big news, a very big news. Tang Daqiang said angrily, Zhou Group and Baoqian Group have terminated their cooperation with us. Ah. Yun Ruoching's face changed drastically. Everyone knows the seriousness of this and the impact it will have on the company. What on earth happened? Why did this happen? Yun Ruoching asked with a puzzled look on his face. He was just an idler who was in charge of medical equipment matters. The cooperation between Zhou Group and Baoqian Group was basically about real estate, and he didn't know the truth. Keep pretending. Tang Daqiang said coldly, I want to see how long you can keep pretending. What am I pretending to be? The two major groups terminated their cooperation with us because of you. Yun Ruoching's face changed, and he hurriedly said, Tang Daqiang, don't talk nonsense. I know you've always disliked me, but don't slander me over such a big thing. It's ridiculous that it has anything to do with him. How can he take on such a big thing? Tang Daqiang sneered, I just went to the headquarters for a meeting. I have already told the chairman everything. The chairman asked me to come and call you. What did you say? Yun Ruoching said with a cold face. Tell me the truth. Tang Daqiang said with a smile, your daughter is dating the son of Zhou Group and the son of Baoqian Group. You must know that. What does this have to do with cooperation? Of course it's related, because Zhou Dao and your daughter had a very embarrassing blind date, and Qian Kungqun was injured. Tang Daqiang raised his voice a lot, they must be angry about this, so they want to retaliate against the Yun Group. Yun Ruoching's face changed. Thinking about it this way, it was indeed very possible. He had never taken it seriously before. After all, he wasn't the one who did all this. It was Kai Lanfen and Yun Tianyi who were in charge, so he wasn't very clear about it. Yun Ruoching, hurry up and come with me, otherwise the chairman will get anxious and will be furious. You don't have to tell me, I'll go too. He must explain this matter clearly, otherwise there will be big problems. The two arrived at the company headquarters. Tang Daqiang knocked on the door of the chairman's office. Come in. Yun Ruokin's voice came from inside. The two of them walked in. Yun Ruokin sat on the chair, looking at the two of them with a rather unhappy expression. Tang Daqiang, go back. Okay. Tang Daqiang nodded quickly. The Yun Ruokin brothers were the only ones left in the office. Yun Ruohai looked at Yun Ruoching and said, Third brother, please explain it to me. Yun Ruoching said, I don't know anything about this matter. Why do you blame Tianyi and me? Humph, we have already investigated, this matter is related to your family. Yun Ruahai threw out some information and a tablet. Take a good look at it. Yun Ruocheng quickly picked up the document and started reading it. When he finished reading it, he realized that such a big thing had happened during Tianyi's blind date. Kai Lanfen had been hiding it from him, and Yun Tianyi did not elaborate. But he knew that the culprit for this situation was Suze. Yes, it was Suze. You don't have any excuses now, right? Yun Ruahai looked at Yun Ruocheng. Tell me what we should do. Because of your family's private affairs, the company is now being retaliated against and is facing a huge crisis. Yun Ruocheng, who had been silent the whole time, said with a cold face, I am talking behind closed doors because we are brothers. Otherwise, I would have taken you to the meeting room directly, and those shareholders and managers would have skinned you alive. This happened for a reason. It's not my family's fault at all. You mean you want to blame us? Yun Ruahai said angrily. Isn't it normal for Tianyi to go on a blind date? But who knew that these second young masters were just a bunch of beasts? They deserve to be humiliated. Yun Ruocheng didn't think Yun Tianyi did anything wrong. People like her should be humiliated and taught a lesson. After all, she was his daughter, so he naturally loved her. Humph. Yun Ruahai was even more furious. You guys are so straightforward, but now the company has to bear all the anger. The most important thing now is how to resolve this matter and see if there is any room for recovery. Yun Ruocheng said with a serious face. Ruocheng, I'm not targeting you. I think the culprit in this matter is that Suze. Yun Ruocheng nodded and said, yes, he did it to protect my daughter. Nonsense, he just wants to bring down the Yun family. Yun Ruocheng said angrily. Of course he hated Suze a lot, and now that something like this had happened, his hatred naturally grew even greater. Let Tianyi divorce him quickly. We can't have such a person in our Yun family. Yun Ruocheng nodded and said, I know that. We will get divorced when the wedding date comes. You're still waiting for the wedding date, are you stupid? Yun Ruocheng was furious. Do you know what crisis the company is facing now? It may go bankrupt. I know. Yun Ruocheng's voice was much lower and he lacked confidence. The most important thing now is to recover the losses and let the two companies continue to cooperate with us. I'll let Tianyi and Suzy divorce right now. Yun Ruahai said at the side, I'm afraid this won't work. I heard that the young master of the Qian family seems to be useless. Yun Ruocheng had a cold face, thought for a while, and looked at Yun Ruocheng. In order to solve the problem once and for all and to show his sincerity, he had no choice but to do this. If it succeeds, don't say we are heartless. It's a matter of life and death, and we have no choice but to do this. Yun Ruocheng felt uneasy and asked hurriedly, Brother, what do you mean? Yun Ruahai threw out a document and said, the company will now directly dismiss you. You will no longer have any connection with the company. Ah. Yun Ruocheng couldn't believe it. Does Mom agree? Of course Mom agrees. The survival of the company is the most important thing. Yun Ruahai said ruthlessly. Ruocheng, don't blame us for being cruel. In this situation, the only one you can blame is Suze. Yun Ruocheng wanted to plead for mercy, but when he saw Yun Ruocheng's frosty face, he knew it was useless. After leaving the office, Yun Ruocheng was in a daze. He was fired from the family business and became unemployed. Yun Ruocheng stood in the square of the building, with the scorching sun above his head. He felt dizzy and almost fell to the ground. Yun Ruocheng, ah Yun Ruocheng, you have come to this day, ha ha ha. Do you know what you will face? The mortgage for the villa, the expenses for the family, the cost of your son's study abroad. Thinking of this, Yun Ruocheng completely lost control and couldn't help crying. It wasn't that he was a coward, it was that he couldn't accept the fact that he was fired. Most of the family's income depends on him. Now that he has lost his income, the family will face big problems. Yun Tianyi's monthly income was not much, but it was enough for normal living, but their family lived in a villa. Kai Lanfen opened a small wholesale store and her monthly income was about the same as Yun Tianyi's. Thinking of this, Yun Ruocheng found it even harder to accept and couldn't face the future. The Yun group was in crisis, and now his eldest brother and second brother had put him in crisis. No, I have to go find my mom. Yun Ruoqing took a taxi and went to the family's old house. Shi Ranlian was chatting and laughing with Yun Caicai. When she saw Yun Ruoqing coming, the smile on her face stopped abruptly. In the Yun family, Shi Ranlian disliked her third son the most and always rejected him. But when Mr. Yun was alive, Yun Ruoqing's family was the most favored. However, the old man did not live long and passed away 3 years ago. Mom. Yun Ruoqing walked closer and shouted. Shi Ranlian said with a gloomy face, "What's the matter with you coming to me?" "Mom, I was fired by my eldest brother." "Fired?" Shi Ranlian showed surprise on her face. Although he didn't like his third son very much, he still gave Yun Ruoqing a lot of company dividends and salary. In fact, what Shi Ranlian was unhappy about was that Yun Tianyi married Su Zhe. Yun Tianyi was known as the most beautiful woman in Rongqing and was simply a cash cow. If she married a rich young man, she could bring a lot of wealth to the Yun family. It is because of this that Shi Ranlian dislikes Yun Ruoqing's family. "What's going on?" Shi Ranlian asked. Yun Ruoqing was about to speak when the phone rang. It was Yun Ruoqing calling. "Ruoqing, what's the matter?" "Mom, the third child is with you." "Right. I knew he would come to you. It was my decision to fire him because he put the company in crisis." "What's going on?" Shi Ranlian's face changed. Yun Ruoqing explained everything in detail on the phone, and Shi Ranlian's face turned completely cold by the end. "Ruoqing." Shi Ranlian looked at Yun Ruoqing and said angrily, "You still have the nerve to come to me." "Mom, I..." Yun Ruoqing's face suddenly changed. "The good thing you did has put the company in crisis and may even go bankrupt. Do you know how many people point their fingers at the company and dismiss you as a minor offense? I even want to expel you from the Yun family." Shi Ranlian was so angry that her body started to tremble. Yun Caicai quickly advised, "Grandma, don't be angry, it will hurt your body." "Can I not be angry? The company may go bankrupt now." Shi Ranlian picked up the cane and gave it directly to Yun Ruoqing. Yun Ruoqing looked aggrieved and said, "It's not my fault for this matter. It's not the Zhou group and Baoqian group that I offended. If it's not you, then who else could it be? Could it be me?" Shi Ranlian waited for Yun Ruoqing. "How dare you offend the sons of the Zhou family and the Qian family? How did you educate your daughter?" Yun Ruoqing retorted, "Tianyi did nothing wrong. Those two beasts wanted to hurt Tianyi. Can't Tianyi protect herself? Yun Ruoqing is a coward, but he is still very tough on this point. I'm too lazy to talk to you, go away, I don't want to see you." Yun Caicai also advised, "Uncle San, you should go back first." Yun Ruoqing had no choice but to leave the old house and wander outside. Shi Ranlian was still angry. She was very aware of the seriousness of the matter, as it concerned the life and death of the Yun family. "Grandma, don't be angry, otherwise you will hurt yourself and it will not be worth it." Yun Caicai continued to persuade. "No, if Ruoqing and the others can't handle this matter well, we'll go to the company." Shi Ranlian went to the company accompanied by Yun Caicai. Yun Ruoqing and Yun Ruohai were both surprised to see Shi Ranlian coming. "Mom, why are you here?" Yun Ruohai was quite surprised. "Such a big thing happened, can't I come?" On weekdays, Shi Ranlian would not take care of the company's affairs, and would only show up when some important decisions were to be made. "Mom, this matter is not easy to handle." Yun Ruoqing said with a bitter face, "I called the CEO of Baoqian Group many times, but he didn't answer." Shi Ranlian said with a sullen face, "Let's not worry about the Zhou Group for now. The most important thing is the Baoqian Group. If we don't resume cooperation, the company won't last more than a month." They both nodded, helpless. "Prepare the car, I'm going to Baoqian Group," said Shi Ranlian. Yun Ruoqing nodded quickly and asked his assistant to do it. After a while, Shi Ranlian and others arrived at Baoqian Group. They are all in the business circle of Chengdu, only a few tens of minutes drive away, not far away. Looking at the Baoqian Group building, Shi Ranlian took a deep breath and walked inside. After entering, the receptionist came over immediately and asked, "Excuse me, who are you looking for?" Yun Ruoqing replied, "We are from the Yun Group, and we are here to see your CEO Qian." The receptionist immediately said, "Our CEO Chen said that he will not see anyone from the Yun Group." Yun Ruokan and others' faces changed. It was useless even if they went there in person. What should they do? It's all the third brother's fault. If it weren't for the trouble his family caused, this wouldn't have happened. Yun Ruahai said angrily. What's the point of saying this now? Yun Ruokan said helplessly, I thought that if I fired him, the Baoqian Group's boss would calm down, but I thought it was too simple. Shi Ranlian said at this moment, just wait here. This is the only way and the only hope. Yun Ruokan and Yun Ruahai could only nod and help Shi Ranlian to the waiting room. The receptionist didn't say anything. After all, the Yun Group was not a small company. I waited like this for about 3 hours, and then a black car stopped in front of the company. 2 people got out of the car. The one in front was Qian Debao, the president of Baoqian Group. As soon as Qian Debao entered the company, Shi Ranlian hurried to greet him. Mr. Qian, I'm Shi Ranlian. Shi Ranlian smiled. Qian Debao glanced at Shi Ranlian and the others, his face as gloomy as water. What are you doing here? Mr. Qian, please calm down. We feel very guilty about what happened and we fired Yun Ruoqing immediately. Yun Ruokan said. Fire him. I want to kill him now. Qian Debao was extremely cold. Shi Ranlian asked, Boss Qian, I don't know how Ruoqing offended you. Tell me so I can make amends. What compensation? That little bitch Yun Tianyi ruined my son. Terminating cooperation with you is just the beginning. Qian Debao said coldly, I have already informed other companies, they will no longer cooperate with you, and your Yun Group can just wait for bankruptcy. After saying that, Qian Debao greeted a few security guards and left immediately. Several security guards surrounded him with unfriendly expressions. Get out. No outsiders are allowed to stay here, a security guard shouted. If they could cooperate with the Dewan Group, it would naturally help the Yun family overcome the crisis and even help the Yun family move to a higher level. But is this possible? It is simply a fantasy in everyone's mind. Yun Tianxiao burst into laughter on the spot. Suze, you are kidding me, why don't you mention cooperating with Wanda? Wanda's market value is hundreds of billions. In my opinion, he is just talking nonsense. He is just afraid that we will send him to the Qian family. Yun Tianlang thought he saw through Suze. Yun Tian also said, Grandma, Suze is a waste, what good ideas can he come up with? You should send him to the Qian family. No matter whether it works or not, at least give it a try. Everyone else nodded. Only Yun Tianyi frowned and still disagreed. You, Yun Tianyi, have no say in this matter. You have to agree even if you don't want to. Yun Tianxiao said angrily, if it weren't for you, would our Yun family be in such a miserable state? That's right. In the past 3 years, our Yun family has made so many jokes. When I go out, I'm afraid that others will know that you are my sister. Facing everyone's ridicule and sarcasm, Yun Tianyi clenched his fists. She looked at Shi Ranlian and said, Grandma, please say something. Shi Ranlian looked at Suze for a long time before saying, do you really have a way to cooperate with the Dewan Group? Although it sounds incredible, Shi Ranlian has no other choice. What if Suze really has a solution? Suze smiled and said, if I don't have a way, will I tell you? It's easy to talk big, but as an orphan, how can you make the Dewan Group cooperate with us? Yun Ruahai said contemptuously. All you need to know is that I can make the Dewan Group and the Yun Group cooperate. Grandma, he has been talking nonsense. You can't indulge him like this. Let's think of other ways. Yun Tian fanned the flames. Shi Ranlian knocked the ground with her cane and said in a deep voice, do I need you to tell me what to do? Yun Tian was shocked by these words and he quickly apologized. Shi Ranlian stood up, looked at Suze and said, today, right here, in front of everyone in the Yun family, if you can get Dewan Group to cooperate with Yun Group, I will no longer care about your mistakes. Suze showed confidence on his face, don't worry, I can definitely get Dewan Group to cooperate. I haven't finished speaking. Shi Ranlian's face turned cold, if you lie to me, you should know the consequences. Suze nodded, of course I know, then you can send me to the Qian family. Well, I'll only give you 3 days. No need, just give me 1 day. Suze looked confident. 1 day. Yun Tianlang laughed. You are really boasting without thinking. It is notoriously difficult to make an appointment with Dewan Group. Just 1 day. Shi Ranlian hoped that the time would be as short as possible. But I have a request. Explain. If I win the cooperation with Dewan Group, Yun Tianyi will be the helmsman of Yun Group in the future. As soon as Suze finished speaking, the Yun family members immediately attacked him. Your spring and autumn white dream. Why don't you take a piss and look at yourself? You still want Yun Tianyi to be the helmsman. How dare you say such a thing? You are so shameless. Yun Ruokan was even more furious. You want to take my position. It's wishful thinking. Suze was not angry, he just looked at Shi Ranlian and waited for her reply. Mom, you can't be bewitched by him. Yun Ruokan said anxiously. Shi Ranlian sighed. Don't you know what the Yun Group is like now? Things have already happened. If we can't find a new partner, the group will definitely go bankrupt. Everyone opened their mouths, but were speechless because there was no way to refute. Shi Ranlian looked at Suze and said in a deep voice, if you can win the cooperation, Tianyi can be the one at the helm. Naturally, no one else could change Shi Ranlian's decision, and there was no point in being anxious. Suze nodded, then wait for our good news. After saying that, Suze pulled Yun Tianyi out of the house. In the car, Yun Tianyi was driving and Suze was sitting lazily in the passenger seat. Yun Ruoqing and Kai Lanfen sat in the back. Not long after the conversation started, Yun Tianyi said, Suze, are you crazy? You actually made such a bet with Grandma. Because in Yun Tianyi's opinion, all this is simply impossible and complete nonsense. Kai Lanfen couldn't help but say, Tianyi, can't you see what his intention is? He just wants to drag you down with him. Yun Ruoqing also said, it's impossible. They just want to use you as a shield. Suze glanced at the rearview mirror and his eyes turned cold. Kai Lanfen and Yun Ruoqing immediately shut their mouths and behaved very honestly. Kai Lanfen's face was still swollen after being slapped twice by Suze, so she naturally didn't dare to be arrogant anymore. Yun Ruoqing didn't dare to say anything, fearing that he would end up like Kai Lanfen. To deal with this family, only a slap in the face is effective. Talking to them nicely is useless. This is what Suze concluded. Yun Tianyi didn't want Suze to drag her into this or anything like that, because she believed that Suze was not that kind of person. What's more, this matter was caused by her. In fact, Suze was somewhat wronged. If he didn't save her, he would not be blamed by the Yun family. The Dewan Group is one of the most prestigious companies in Chengdu. How could you possibly get the contract? Suze smiled and said, since I dare to make such a bet, I can certainly win it. Seeing Suze looking confident, Yun Tianyi didn't know where his confidence came from. That's the Dewan Group, not a small company. Tianyi, don't worry, I never break my promise, right? Yun Tianyi was stunned, and after thinking about it, he realized that it was indeed the case. Tomorrow, you just need to meet with the CEO of Dewan Group. Don't worry about anything else. Me. Yun Tianyi was a little surprised. Why should Tianyi go? It was you who made the bet, so of course you should go. Kai Lanfen immediately objected. Suzili ignored her and looked at Yun Tianyi and said, yes, you should go. After all, you will be the head of the Yun family in the future, so it will be helpful for you to get in touch with these things. But I don't know anything about these. I only know how to use a scalpel to operate on patients. Don't worry, it's very simple. You just need to treat the CEO of Dewan Group as your patient and follow the procedures. You are very good. This is not difficult for you. When she got home, Yun Tianyi was still extremely nervous. After all, she had no experience in this area. Talking about business or asking for cooperation projects were all unrealistic. But things have come to this. If she doesn't go, the Yun family will definitely make trouble for Suze, and even for her father. Thinking of this, Yun Tianyi made up his mind that he would give it a try even if it meant going through mountains of swords and seas of fire. The security guard urged him and had a bad attitude. Mom, let's go first. Yun Ruokan said. Shi Ranlian sighed and could only nod. After returning home, Shi Ranlian gathered all the family members, including Yun Ruqing's family, and Su Zhe was also called to go. Yun Tianxiao's leg is still recovering, but he has also been discharged from the hospital. Dad, what exactly happened? Grandma actually wants to gather everyone together. Yun Tianxiao was a little reluctant. After all this trouble, his legs started to hurt again. Yun Ruokan said coldly, just shut up, you will know when the time comes. Seeing Yun Ruokan like this, Yun Tianxiao curled his lips and stopped asking questions. All the members of the Yun family are present. Yun Ruoqing looked distraught. Seeing Su Zhe, he could not help but angrily asked, what are you doing here? If you trace the root of this matter back to Su Zhe, it was Su Zhe who ruined Qian Kongqun. Although Su Zhe wanted to save Yun Tianyi, that was not enough. I asked him to come. Yun Ruokan said. Yun Ruoqing then gave up. Kai Lanfen also looked unhappy. She found it hard to accept the fact that Yun Ruoqing had been fired. Thinking about the expenses at home, I felt anxious. Brother, Ruoqing is a member of the Yun family after all. It's too cruel of you to fire him like this. Kai Lanfen couldn't help but spoke up. Don't show any mercy. I'm lucky I didn't break his legs. Yun Ruokan was very angry because he was under tremendous pressure and it seemed that the Yun group was in danger. What's going on? Yun Tian asked puzzledly. What your sister did was to embarrass Zhou Dao and ruin Qian Kongqun. Qian Kongqun. Yun Tian was shocked, isn't that the young master of Baoqian group? That's right. I just realized it now. I have cut off someone's life. Yun Tianlong's face changed, then Baoqian group will blame us. They've gone beyond blaming us, they've already cut off cooperation with us, and are planning to join other companies in boycotting us. If what Qian Debao said was true, it would have been a luxury for Yun Ruokan to last a month, and he probably wouldn't even be able to last 10 days. Yun Tianxiao looked at Su Zhe and said angrily, this must have been done by Su Zhe. Yes, it's him. Yun Ruohai also said, ever since he appeared in our family, all kinds of troubles have continued. First, Tianxiao broke his leg, then Yao Hui was summoned for questioning, and now our company is about to be ruined by him. Yun Tianyi immediately retorted, you brought this upon yourselves. You wanted to laugh at Su Zhe but got slapped in the face instead. You hurt Qian Kongqun just to save me. If I save you, then why does he want to cut off someone's life? Yun Ruohai asked. That kind of person deserves it. Yun Tianyi's eyes were a little red. She didn't think Su Zhe had done anything wrong. Yeah, he deserves it. He caused the trouble, and now our Yun family has to bear the consequences. At this time, Shi Ranlian came out, tapped her cane, and looked serious. Enough, what are you arguing about? Everyone shut up. In a family crisis, shouldn't we unite and solve the difficulties together? Grandma, of course we want to solve the problem, but there is no way now, said Yun Tianxiao. If there is no solution, find a way. The culprit is Su Zhe. I think it would be better to hand Su Zhe over to Baoqian group. In this way, Baoqian group might let us go. Yun Tianlang suggested. When everyone heard this, they all showed joy on their faces. Yun Ruohai said excitedly, Tianlang's suggestion is good. The person Qian Debao hates is Su Zhe. If we hand Su Zhe over to him, he won't blame us. Yun Tianyi looked anxious and said hurriedly, Grandma, Su Zhe is not to blame for this. If not him, who else can I blame? Shi Ranlian said angrily, if he doesn't cut off the man's life, will our Yun family be retaliated against? That's right, he is a troublemaker. We are in trouble if he comes to our Yun family. Yun Tian added fuel to the fire. Mom, Tianlang is right. Hand him over to Qian Debao, and then we plead for mercy. Maybe Qian Debao will show leniency. Yun Ruokan wanted to kill Su Zhe. Su Zhe hurt Qian Kongqun just to save me, you can't do this. Yun Tianyi stood in front of Su Zhe, looking like she wanted to protect him. Regardless of whether she and Su Zhe have feelings for each other or not, she must insist on this matter because she will never forget the scene of Su Zhe rushing into the villa in her life. I just said that this is not an excuse. It is a fact that he hurt Qian Kongqun. Kai Lanfan also grabbed Yun Tianyi and said, "Why are you still helping him? It's already like this." Yun Tianyi couldn't help but said, "Mom, if anyone is to blame, it should be you. It was you who asked me to go on a blind date, and all these things happened. How can you say that about your mother?" Yun Ruoqing's face showed anger. Suze didn't say anything, but he felt very warm in his heart because Yun Tianyi was willing to stand by his side, even in front of everyone in the Yun family. Just when Yun Tianyi felt aggrieved and her eyes were red, Suze patted her shoulder. "It's okay. I'll take care of everything." Yun Tianyi heard this sentence several times, and every time Suze kept his promise, which made her feel at ease. "Old lady, I think you are very clear about the situation. I am lucky that I didn't kill that beast in human form." "You." Shi Ranlian pointed her cane at Suze and said angrily, "You still want to kill him? Are you going to kill our Yun family? In fact, you know very well in your heart that even if you hand me over to the Qian family, your Yun family will not survive the crisis." "Bullshit, if we hand you over to the Qian family, they will definitely forgive us," Yun Ruoqing said hurriedly. Suze ignored Yun Ruoqing's words and looked at Shi Ranlian and said, "You are a smart person. You know who Qian Debao is. He wants your Yun family to go bankrupt, and no one can change that." Shi Ranlian was trembling all over, and her eyes couldn't help but turn red. "The Yun group is your grandfather's hard work, you can't let it fail in my hands like this." When the Yun family heard this, they all looked sad and no one could accept it. Because the whole family depends on the Yun group for their livelihood, if it goes bankrupt, they will lose their jobs. But there is no way now, no hope at all. The Baoqian group is too huge and there is no way to resist. Just when the group of people were silent, Suze spoke. "Old lady, I do have a way to bring the Yun group back to life." Shi Ranlian looked at Suze and asked excitedly, "What's the solution?" "It's simple. Find new partners." Yun Tianxiao immediately retorted, "What are you talking about? The Qian family is going to unite many companies to sanction us. Who will cooperate with us?" Suze sneered, "Dewan Group." Dewan Group. Everyone's expression changed. You know, Dewan Group is a first-class group in Chengdu, with a market value of nearly 10 billion, much larger than Baoqian Group. Yun Tianyi's face changed. She didn't expect that the CEO of Dewan Group was actually a pervert. She quickly broke free from Zheng Kai's hand and said coldly, "Boss Zheng, I'm not that kind of person." "If it's not that kind of person, then what kind of person is it? Aren't you here to seek cooperation?" "I am here to seek cooperation, but it is mutually beneficial and substantive business cooperation. Mr. Zheng should be a cultured person." "Ha ha ha, you're talking to me about self-cultivation." Zheng Kai stared at Yun Tianyi and said, "Do you think I don't know what the Yun family is like now? They are on the verge of bankruptcy. This matter has long been spread in the business circle." Yun Tianyi's face turned pale. This cooperation might fail and the Yun family might really be finished. "You have offended the Baoqian group. Who would dare to cooperate with you, unless they also want to go bankrupt?" A look of despair appeared on Yun Tianyi's face. But Zheng Kai changed the subject and said, "But our Dewan group is different. We don't care about the Baoqian group. We can cooperate with whoever we want. Of course, cooperation always comes at a price. It's not that easy to cooperate." Zheng Kai approached Yun Tianyi and said, "Whether we can cooperate depends on Miss Yun's sincerity." After saying that, Zheng Kai burst into laughter. Obviously, if she wanted to cooperate with Dewan Group, she would have to spend one night with Zheng Kai, but Yun Tianyi could never agree to this. "Ms. Yun, my patience is limited. If you weren't so beautiful, I wouldn't waste so much time with you. Mr. Zheng, I come here with sincerity. As long as you can cooperate with us, we can give you a lot of benefits." Yun Tianyi tried hard to restrain himself and make his voice normal. "Benefits? How much can your Yun group generate in a year? What can you do with that little profit? If you just agree to spend one night with me, not only can we cooperate, but I can also give you some benefits. You know the current situation of the Yun group. Whether you can survive depends on your choice." Zheng Kai started to act dishonestly again and touched Yun Tianyi's arm. Yun Tianyi immediately took a few steps back and ran towards the door. Seeing Yun Tianyi running away, Zheng Kai did not chase her. Yun Tianyi was very beautiful, but he couldn't force her to stay. After all, forcing someone to stay was illegal. Moreover, he knew very well that Qian Kungquan of Baoqian Group was abolished in this way. And he was very confident that Yun Tianyi would come back again, unless she wanted the Yun Group to go bankrupt. At this time, Suzay was sitting in the car playing with his mobile phone boredly. When he saw Yun Tianyi coming down, he immediately went to greet her. "Tianyi, has the contract been negotiated?" But Yun Tianyi looked at Suzay with tears in her eyes and said angrily, "You men are so disgusting." Suzay's expression changed, and he asked hurriedly, "What happened? If you hadn't asked me to come here to discuss cooperation, would I have suffered such humiliation?" After saying that, Yun Tianyi pushed Suzay away and ran away alone. Suzay's face turned cold, and he knew without thinking that something had changed. He hurriedly caught up with Yun Tianyi, and after much persuasion, he finally got Yun Tianyi to wait for him in the car. "I didn't expect things to be like this. I'm going to go and cause trouble for him now." Yun Tianyi was indeed feeling aggrieved. She just now couldn't control her anger, but now she has calmed down. "What's the point of you going? President Zheng will definitely not agree to cooperate." "I'll try." "You're wearing those big shorts, and I'm afraid no one will let you in." "It's fine." As Suzay said this, he walked towards the building. Without knocking, Suzay went straight into the chairman's office. How could the security guard at the front desk stop him? Seeing that the person coming was not Yun Tianyi but a stranger, Zheng Kai asked unhappily, "Who are you?" Suzay looked at Zheng Kai with indifference and said in a cold voice, "Did you just refuse to cooperate with Yun Group? So that's what it is. What's the use of refusing? It's her fault for not agreeing to my request." Zheng Kai said disdainfully. "Now, immediately go and apologize to Tianyi and offer her a 500 million contract." Zheng Kai suddenly laughed and looked at Suzay as if he was a fool. When he glanced at Suzay's clothes, his smile became even bigger. "You are here to make me laugh, right? I have to say, you succeeded in making me laugh." Suzay didn't laugh, his face was still cold. "I will only give you 10 seconds, otherwise you will regret it." "Regret? Ha ha ha, I beg you to let me regret it." Zheng Kai treated Suzay as a clown with an indifferent attitude. 10. Suzay has started the countdown. 9. 8. As the number got smaller, Suzay's voice became colder. Zheng Kai's throat moved and he felt a little uneasy when looking at Suzay. 3. 2. 1. After counting 10 seconds, the secretary ran into the office. "Young master, something big has happened." "What happened?" "Jian Gang terminated the cooperation with us." Zheng Kai frowned. Jian Gang is a large enterprise in Lin City. Why would they suddenly terminate the cooperation? "Young Chairman, Xingye Group unilaterally terminated our cooperation." "Young Chairman, Conger Group has unilaterally terminated our cooperation." Several people ran in at once, all of them were extremely panicked. At first, Zheng Kai thought something went wrong with Jian Gang, but when he saw so many people saying they wanted to terminate their cooperation, he suddenly became panicked. "Don't you want to do this anymore? Why are you here talking nonsense?" "It's true, young master. We dare not deceive you," the company employee said hurriedly. "How is it possible that all companies will stop cooperating with us?" Zheng Kai obviously didn't believe it. "We don't know either. It happened so suddenly." Suzay looked at Zheng Kai and asked, "Do you regret it now?" Zheng Kai then remembered what Suzay had just said and stared at him. "You did all this?" "That's right." These things were trivial matters to Suzay, all he had to do was say hello to Pajun. If they dare to refuse to cooperate with the Yun Group and bully his wife, then the Dewan Group will have no chance of survival. Impossible. How could you possibly let so many groups terminate their cooperation with us? Zheng Kai still didn't believe it. Whether you believe it or not, your Dewan Group will be finished in a few days. Suzay walked up to Zheng Kai, raised his hand and slapped it directly on Zheng Kai's face. Bang. Zheng Kai's face suddenly became swollen. This slap is for refusing to cooperate. Bang. The other side of Jing Kai's face was swollen. This slap is for my wife. Bang bang bang. After a few slaps, Jing Kai's face was already horrible. I'm the one who slapped you. Blood flowed from the corner of Jing Kai's mouth and he gasped in pain. He didn't expect that Suze would dare to hit him directly. The secretary and others were stunned, as if they had seen the most incredible thing. The arrogant Jing Xiaodong was beaten up, which was unprecedented, because they usually only saw Jing Kai bullying others. The next day, Yun Tianyi got up early, but she didn't sleep much all night. Suze, on the other hand, slept soundly, even snoring slightly. After getting up, Yun Tianyi dressed herself up and became a typical professional, completely different from the previous Dr. Yun. A white shirt, paired with a black women's blazer and a pair of black tight-fitting cropped trousers, gives her the look of a strong woman. She seldom wears high heels on weekdays, but today she put on the dusty high heels. After putting on lipstick and having a Korean-style hairstyle, Yun Tianyi woke up Suze. Look, what do you think of my outfit? It's not even daybreak yet, why are you up so early? Suze looked sleepy. Please take a look, I'm very nervous. Okay, let me see. Suze rubbed his eyes, took a look, and his eyes suddenly widened. Queen style. Suze didn't expect that Yun Tianyi had changed so much. She is cute and sweet at home, cool and aloof in the hospital, and now she is a queen. She can handle any type of role. Isn't it good? Yun Tianyi said hurriedly. No, it's very good and stylish, that's it. Then you should dress up too. I don't need to dress up. After all, it's you who's going to discuss the cooperation. Suze got into bed again. You won't come with me. I'll be waiting for you downstairs at the Dewan Group building. Believe in yourself, you can do it. Seeing Suze encouraging her, Yun Tianyi nodded. She had no choice but to believe in herself now. The two of them ate some breakfast, said something to Yun watching, and went out. Let me open it. You didn't sleep well last night. Lie down. Yun Tianyi nodded. Not long after the car started, Yun Tianyi fell asleep. Suze took one look at her and liked her even more. Don't worry, this is just the beginning. I will give you everything you want, and I will lift you up to a height that everyone will look up to. When they arrived at the Dewan Group, Suze stopped the car and did not rush to call Yun Tianyi. He called Pajuan. Boss, what instructions do you have? Dewan Group knows, right? Yes, it's a first-class group in Rongcheng, with a market value of more than 9 billion. Pajuan listed them all. They have been trying to cooperate with our Longquan for years, but the company is too small so we ignored it. Give a call to the CEO of Dewan Group and tell him that Tianyi will come to discuss cooperation later. Ask him to give you a project worth 500 million. Okay, I'll do it right away. After hanging up the phone, Suze woke up Yun Tianyi. Are we there yet? Yun Tianyi opened her beautiful eyes and looked around. Well. Suze opened the car door, get in. Yun Tianyi suddenly became extremely nervous and his heart beat faster. Can I really do this? Don't worry, you can do it. But for such a big company, I'm afraid I won't even be able to get in. Don't worry about that. Just go in and tell the front desk that you are Yun Tianyi, and the president of Dewan Group will see you. Really? Yun Tianyi was a little unconvinced. Of course it's true. Come on, let's discuss the cooperation and celebrate. Good. Yun Tianyi got out of the car and walked towards the Dewan Group building. As soon as I entered the door, the receptionist came to greet me and was very polite. Ma'am, what can I do for you? Yun Tianyi tried hard to suppress her inner nervousness and said with a smile, I'm here to see your CEO Zheng. Do you have a reservation? I am Yun Tianyi from the Yun Group. Wait a moment, I'll check for you. Okay. After a few minutes, the receptionist said, Ms. Yun, the chairman's office is on the top floor. Thanks. Yun Tianyi took the elevator to the top floor. Looking at the big words, chairman's office, her heart almost jumped out of her throat. But she still mustered up the courage and knocked on the door. Come in. A voice came from inside. Yun Tianyi walked in. The office is decorated very luxuriously, with bonsai, calligraphy and paintings, and even antiques on display. One has to say that the CEO of the Dewan Group has some taste. In front of the desk, a man in his 30s was sitting on a chair, and a female secretary with a nice figure was standing next to him. She didn't think much about it and thought that this was the CEO of Dewan Group. After all, she didn't know much about real estate. However, Yun Tianyi was a little surprised. He became the boss of Dewan Group at such a young age. He was really outstanding. "Who are you?" asked Jing Kai, who was sitting on the chair. Yun Tianyi quickly said, "I am Yun Tianyi from the Yun Group." Yun Tianyi. Jing Kai frowned and looked Yun Tianyi up and down. The more he looked, the more satisfied he became, and finally a smile appeared on his face. "I'm here to discuss cooperation with your company." "So you're talking about cooperation? What kind of cooperation?" "This." Yun Tianyi suddenly panicked. Suze didn't say anything about cooperation. Jing Kai kept looking at Yun Tianyi, with a hint of passion in his eyes. Yun Tianyi is so attractive, her professional suit highlights her figure perfectly. Although the secretary next to her is not bad, she is far inferior to Yun Tianyi. In a hurry, Yun Tianyi said, "It's about cooperation in real estate." "Real estate?" Jing Kai said with a smile, "Our company has too many real estate projects. I don't know which one you are talking about." Yun Tianyi became a little excited. It was not as difficult as she had thought. She felt there was hope. She also learned some knowledge about real estate last night and is putting it to use now. "Your company is financially strong and powerful. We would be very grateful if you could entrust any project to our Yun Group." Jing Kai finally understood that the man was here to seek cooperation and was not his father's real partner. Under normal circumstances, he would have kicked the person out long ago, but today was different. Standing in front of him was a beautiful woman who made his heart beat faster. "We can discuss the project. I wonder how old Miss Yun is this year." Yun Tianyi did not doubt it and replied, "There is still 1 month left, 23. That's the blooming age." Jing Kai smiled even more widely and sent the secretary beside him away. "There is no comparison with President Zheng. The Yun Group, I seem to have heard recently that it will be sanctioned by the Baoqian Group." Jing Kai said to Yun Tianyi at this moment. Yun Tianyi was shocked and said quickly, "Those are all rumors, don't take them seriously." "Ms. Yun, it's easy for me to get information about this. You don't have to hide it from me." Yun Tianyi's heart tightened and he didn't know what to say. Jing Kai smiled evilly at this moment, "But don't worry, Miss Yun, if you agree to accompany me for one night, you can choose any project you want." Jing Kai was obviously attracted by Yun Tianyi's beauty and wanted to win her over. Yun Tianyi's expression changed, and he hurriedly said, "Please show some respect, Mr. Zheng." "Respect, okay." Jing Kai stood up and grabbed Yun Tianyi's hands directly, "Spend one night with me, and a few contracts are fine." After teaching Jing Kai a lesson, Suze withdrew his hand. Since the cooperation with Dewan Group was not successful, Suze could only think of other ways. He planned to let the Yun Group cooperate directly with the Longquan Group so that his own company would not have these troubles. He didn't do this at first, mainly because he was afraid that Yun Tianyi would find out. After all, he didn't want Yun Tianyi to know his identity yet. His identity is too special. The more you know, the more dangerous it will be. On the other side, Jing Dewan just returned to the company. He was just outside discussing business with a company. After receiving Pajuan's call, I was so excited that I almost jumped up. Pajuan called using Longquan Group's phone number. Longquan Group is the company that Jing Dewan dreams of cooperating with, and they actually took the initiative to contact him. Of course, he took Pajuan's words to heart as if they were an imperial decree. It was just a contract worth 500 million yuan, and Jing Dewan agreed without even thinking about it. Because he knew that since the Longquan Group asked him to cooperate with the Yun Group, they would definitely cooperate with him, and by then they would definitely make more than 500 million. Because of this incident, Jing Dewan even ended the cooperation he was discussing and immediately returned to the company. After entering the company, Jing Dewan said to the secretary who came over, "Have you implemented everything I ordered before?" The secretary nodded and said, "It's all done." "Have the people from the Yun Group arrived?" "Here. Take me to see him now." "Chairman, I think you should go check on the young director first. He's been beaten up. Jing Dewan's face changed and he asked angrily, who hit him? It was a young man in his 20s, and the young boss's face was smashed. Hearing this, Jing Dewan felt so distressed. He usually couldn't bear to beat his son, but today someone dared to beat his son in his company. Take me. Jing Dewan arrived at the office and kicked the door open. When Jing Kai saw his father coming in, he rushed over immediately. Dad, you're finally back. Your son has been bullied. Seeing Jing Kai's face covered with red handprints, Jing Dewan was furious. Who hit you? Jing Kai pointed at Su Zhe and said, he was the one who hit him. You dare to hit my son? Jing Dewan looked at Su Zhe angrily. I'm going to teach you a lesson. I'm in a good mood today. Otherwise, you might have come back to see a dead body. Arrogant, extremely arrogant, Jing De was so angry that he was fuming. You are very good. You are the first person who dares to say this to me. Really? Su Zhe said calmly. At this time, the secretary said something to Jing Dewan again, and Jing Dewan's face suddenly changed. What did you say? More than a dozen companies are going to terminate their cooperation with us. Yes, it was very sudden and caught us off guard. The secretary said, Chairman, this is a big deal. If the cooperation is really terminated, the company will be finished. Why is this happening? Jing Dewan couldn't understand. At this time, Su Zhe smiled and said, I asked them to terminate the cooperation. Jing Dewan looked at Su Zhe and sneered, you don't even take a piss and look at yourself. Jing Dewan, didn't you receive a call from Longquan Group? Jing Dewan was startled and looked at Su Zhe again. How did you know? You know how your son dealt with this? Jing Dewan glanced at Jing Kai and felt that things were a bit complicated. Your son refused to cooperate with the Yun Group and dared to bully my wife. This is what you deserve. Jing Dewan glared at his son, then turned to look at Su Zhe. Even if you refuse, the worst that can happen is that you won't cooperate with Longquan Group. But you bribed my secretary and said that more than a dozen companies had terminated their cooperation with my Dewan Group. Don't you think it's ridiculous? Jing Dewan still didn't believe in the termination of the cooperation. They have been cooperating for so many years, how could they just stop cooperating? Su Zhe was just lying to him. Su Zhe showed a teasing look. Jing Dewan, if you don't believe me, you can go ask those companies yourself and see who dares to cooperate with you now. Just ask. Jing Dewan immediately called the boss of a company. Mr. Hu, are you busy now? Jing Dewan, who have you offended? Our cooperation ends here. After saying that, he hung up the phone. Jing Dewan's face changed and he made another call. Mr. Zhao, I can deliver that batch of goods to you tomorrow. Don't send it. I can't afford your goods. Jing Dewan was startled and asked hurriedly, what happened? You don't even know who you've offended. Let me tell you this, someone has already said that anyone who cooperates with your company will go bankrupt. The phone in Jing Dewan's hand fell to the ground. Everything is true, not false, and it is not that Su Zhe bribed his secretary and company employees. Jing Dewan looked at Su Zhe and said angrily, who are you? His whole body was shaking and a great sense of uneasiness began to envelop him. Su Zhe touched the ring on his finger and a look of surprise appeared on his face. When Jing Dewan saw the ring, his face changed drastically and he said in a trembling voice, Dragon King ring. It seems you still recognize this ring. Sweat broke out on Jing Dewan's forehead, and even his whole body was soaked with sweat. A huge fear enveloped him, making his face extremely pale. Jing Dewan knew very well what the Dragon King ring represented. It was a ring that only people in the Dragon King Palace could own. The Palace of the Dragon King is the most mysterious organization in China, an existence that no one dares to provoke. Whoever offends the Palace of the Dragon King will surely die. He never dreamed that Su Zhe was actually from the Dragon King Palace. Moreover, he felt that Su Zhe's ring was not simple, not an ordinary Dragon King ring, which meant that Su Zhe probably had a high status in the Dragon King Palace. Thinking of this, Jing Dewan's legs went limp and he knelt down in front of Su Zhe. I was blind and didn't recognize the great man, so I offended you. Jing Kai's eyes almost popped out. He didn't know what the Dragon King ring was, so he didn't understand what his father was doing. Jing Dewan ignored his son and looked at Suze and said, "Sir, please be magnanimous and forgive me this time." Suze sat on the chair with a calm expression. "It's not impossible to spare you." Jing Dewan was delighted and said quickly, "As long as the adults ask, I will do it. You and your son must immediately go apologize to my wife and offer her a 500 million contract." Jing Dewan nodded quickly and said, "Don't worry, sir. I will do it now. Also, if she asks, you can say it was the god of war who did it. I will do as you say." Jing Kai was still confused and hadn't figured it out. "Dad, didn't he bribe the secretary? What does this have to do with anything?" Jing Dewan slapped his son in the face and said angrily, "You blind men, you dare to offend me, my lord. Fortunately, you have forgiven us, otherwise we would all be buried with you." It was already this late, but he still had no foresight. Jing Dewan was furious. After being slapped by his father, Jing Kai became quiet and dared not speak anymore. "Don't worry, sir. We'll go now." Jing Dewan took his son and hurriedly left the office. At this time, Yun Tianyi was sitting in the car, feeling very uneasy. It's not that she looks down on Suze, but she thinks this is simply impossible. How could Suze possibly convince the Dewan group? Just when she was anxious, Jing Dewan and Jing Kai came over. When Yun Tianyi saw it, his face suddenly turned flustered. What do you want to do?" Yun Tianyi asked with caution. Jing Dewan walked over and said apologetically, "Don't be afraid, I brought him here to apologize." As he said that, he kicked his son and Jing Kai immediately knelt down. Jing Dewan also knelt down at the same time. Yun Tianyi covered her mouth and looked at the two of them in disbelief. What was going on? The chairman of the Dewan group actually knelt down in front of her. How could she bear it? Yun Tianyi was shocked and stood there in a daze. Jing Dewan said, "Miss Tianyi, I apologize to you on behalf of my son for what he did just now. I hope you can forgive me." Yun Tianyi was still shocked and speechless. Jing Kai also said, "Miss Tianyi, I was wrong, you can hit me and scold me." After a while, Yun Tianyi came back and said hurriedly, You guys should get up quickly. If other people saw this, it would probably spread all over the city. If Miss Tianyi doesn't forgive us, we won't dare to get up." Jing Dewan said. "I forgive you, please get up. After all, they are the father and son of the Dewan group, and they are extremely respected. Although I don't know why they knelt down to her, I still can't afford to offend them." Only after getting Yun Tianyi's forgiveness did Jing Dewan and Jing Kai stand up. "Miss Tianyi, I was not in the company before, so that's when something like that happened. Don't mention what happened before." Jing Kai lowered his head, and the handprints on his face were very conspicuous. Yun Tianyi couldn't help but be surprised, wondering if it was Suze who hit her. Relying on force to temporarily suppress the opponent will not solve the problem, but will instead bring about crazy revenge, so Yun Tianyi became even more uneasy. "Ms. Yun, you came to our company for a project, right?" Jing Dewan said at this moment. Yun Tianyi hummed. "Our company has a 500 million project right now. If you are satisfied, we can cooperate." "Ah." Yun Tianyi was surprised. What on earth happened? Why did their attitude change drastically and they even sent us a project, a big project worth 500 million yuan? Yun Tianyi was panicking and hurriedly said to Jing Dewan, "Boss Zheng, don't take Suze's behavior to heart. He didn't mean it." She was afraid that Suze had forced them to come, and something would definitely happen. In fact, Suze was indeed tough, but Jing Dewan didn't dare to have any other thoughts. The people from the Dragon King Palace had already made him tremble, and what Suze said later about the god of war made him dare not have any other thoughts at all. Yun Tianyi in front of him is now his aunt, and he has to take good care of her, otherwise this matter will definitely not end. "Miss Tianyi, are you dissatisfied?" Jing Dewan continued, "If you are not satisfied, we can still talk." Yun Tianyi said hurriedly, "Satisfied, but..." "Since Miss Tianyi is satisfied, then it is settled. This project will be undertaken by your Yun group. Let's go sign the letter of intent." Yun Tianyi was invited into the company. The secretary immediately brought a contract, a letter of intent for the 500 million project at Hentang Mountain. Miss Tianyi, you just need to sign it, and the Hentang Mountain project will be yours. Zheng Dewan explained. Yun Tianyi felt it was too unreal, but she did not hesitate and signed immediately. She was afraid that Zheng Dewan would go back on his word. This was a great opportunity to save the Yun Group. After signing the contract, the two shook hands. Zheng Dewan breathed a sigh of relief, and Yun Tianyi also breathed a sigh of relief. I hope we can have pleasant cooperation in the future. Zheng Dewan said with a smile. Thank you, Mr. Zheng. Let's sign the formal contract tomorrow, and then your Yun Group can start construction. Okay, I will come on time tomorrow. Finally, Yun Tianyi was full of doubts and couldn't help looking at Zheng Dewan and asked, Boss Zheng, what is going on? Zheng Dewan smiled but didn't say anything. Who on earth asked your company to provide timely assistance at this time? Zheng Dewan thought of Su Zhe's words and couldn't help but say, Miss Tianyi knows the god of war, right? God of war. Yun Tianyi's expression changed. Yes, it was the god of war who asked me to cooperate with you. Yun Tianyi nodded, not expecting that it was the god of war who helped. Back in the car, Yun Tianyi still felt a little dreamy and unreal. Su Zhe came over at this moment and said with a smile, Tianyi, has the contract issue been resolved? Yun Tianyi nodded. Mr. Zheng gave me the Yundingshan project. Oh, isn't that a 500 million project? Su Zhe pretended to be surprised. Mr. Zheng is so generous. Yun Tianyi looked at Su Zhe. Tell me the truth, did you hit Zheng Kai? Su Zhe nodded. He dares to bully my wife, beating him is the least he can do. That's the Kedawin group. Aren't you afraid of their revenge? I didn't think too much about it. I just knew that if he bullied you, you had to fight back. No one can bully my wife. Su Zhe said seriously, the CEO of Dewan Group is very self-aware. He actually signed a contract with you. I said the contract would definitely be negotiated. Seeing Su Zhe's conceited look, Yun Tianyi couldn't help but say, you are just lucky. What does this contract have to do with you? Of course it matters. If I hadn't taught his son a lesson, would he have come out to cooperate with you? Humph. Yun Tianyi snorted coldly. It was obviously the help of the god of war. Mars. Boss Zheng said it was the god of war who asked him to cooperate with me. I see. Su Zhe pretended to be enlightened. As long as we can cooperate, the Yun Group will not go bankrupt. Yun Tianyi nodded, but with some doubts. I don't understand why the god of war would help us. This was her biggest doubt. After all, how could a high and mighty figure like the god of war help ordinary people like them? Su Zhe said nonchalantly, maybe he remembered the 2 bottles of Rongqing Xiaojiu we gave him before. After all, a man like the god of war would never owe anyone a favor. Yun Tianyi then remembered the incident with the liquor, her face flushed, and she couldn't help but say, how dare you be laughed at by so many people that day? Su Zhe curled his lips, no big deal, didn't they all look defeated afterwards? Su Zhe was telling the truth. So many people laughed at them at the summit, but afterwards they were slapped in the face one by one, and they all lowered their heads and dared not speak. He even sent Yun Tianxiao and the others to have some tea. Thank you. Yun Tianyi suddenly expressed his gratitude. Thank me for what? If it weren't for your soju, the god of war would definitely not help us. Hey, who can think that far, it's just a coincidence. Su Zhe said indifferently, besides, you are my wife, this is what I should do. Yun Tianyi did not refute Su Zhe's words this time and tacitly agreed to Su Zhe calling her his wife. The two drove back home. Kai Lanfan and Yun Ruoqing stayed at home, neither sitting nor standing, and were extremely anxious. Although the chances seem slim, we are all very much looking forward to it. When the two came back, Kai Lanfan hurried to greet them. Tianyi, what's the result? Yun Tianyi smiled and said, Dewan Group has agreed to cooperate with us. Ah. Yun Ruoqing jumped up as if his butt was equipped with a spring. You are not lying to us and making us happy for nothing. How could I lie about such a big thing? Mr. Zheng from Dewan Group and I have already signed a letter of intent, and we can sign the formal contract tomorrow. This. Kai Lanfan felt a little unbelievable. How did you get President Zheng to agree to cooperate? This was what confused her the most, and it was also what Yun Ruoqing was most confused about. It's too unreal, the probability of this happening is even smaller than winning the lottery. It was the god of war who helped us. God of war. Kai Lanfen looked puzzled. She didn't know who the god of war was. Yun Ruoqing was shocked at this moment and said, "Could it be that he is the god of war that even the governor of southwest China has to treat with courtesy?" Yun Tianyi nodded. "How is this possible? He is a high and mighty being, how could he possibly help you?" Yun Ruoqing looked incredulous. "It's true," Suze also said at this moment. "Don't interrupt." Kai Lanfen pulled Yun Tianyi, "Talk to Mom." Yun Tianyi told everything that happened at the summit. Kai Lanfen and Yun Ruoqing were full of surprise. The god of war actually likes Rongqing Xiaojiu. Yes, it was Suze who prepared the Rongqing liquor, so Suze also contributed to the conclusion of the contract. "I said 1 day, so it only takes 1 day. Look how proud you are. It was the god of war who helped you, not you." Kai Lanfen rolled her eyes. But she didn't say that Suze was a waste, because she didn't dare. "That's great. We can cooperate with Dewan Group and help Yun Group turn danger into safety." Yun Ruoqing was extremely happy. Kai Lanfen also said excitedly, "Now our Tianyi is the helmsman of the Yun Group." "Tianyi, what project are we collaborating on?" Yun Ruoqing asked. "It's a project at Yunding Mountain." Yunding Mountain. Yun Ruoqing was extremely shocked. "That's a 500 million project." "Yes." "Haha, I have to call Mom and tell her about this happy event." Yun Ruoqing let out a breath, and all the previous pressure was swept away, and he felt relaxed all over. After receiving Yun Ruoqing's call, Shi Ronlian looked cold. "What's the matter with the call?" "Mom, I want to tell you a great piece of news." "What good news?" "Did you reach a cooperation agreement with Dewan Group?" Shi Ronlian's voice was still cold. "That's right. Tianyi and Dewan Group have reached a cooperation agreement and have signed a letter of intent." "What?" Shi Ronlian stood up suddenly, her face full of disbelief. "Don't lie to me at this time." "How dare I lie? I have read the contract and can sign the formal contract tomorrow. The Yun Group is saved." Shi Ronlian was extremely excited. "Mom, do you know what the project is?" "Whatever the project is, it's a good thing." "Haha, it's the Yundingshan project. Not only can the Yun Group be saved, it will also prosper." Shi Ronlian was so scared that she almost fell to the ground. It is unprecedented to be able to cooperate with Dewan Group, even if it means losing money. This is a message that shows that the Yun Group will not go bankrupt. It will also let those boycotting companies know the strength of the Yun Group, and they will definitely lift the boycott at that time. After all, the Dewan Group is bigger than the Baoqian Group, and no one is stupid enough to offend the Dewan Group for the sake of the Baoqian Group. Unexpectedly, it was a 500 million yuan project. She couldn't even imagine it. The profit from it was at least equivalent to the annual profit of the Yun Group. "Mom, I won't say much. Let's wait until Tianyi signs the formal contract tomorrow and then we can celebrate." After hanging up the phone, Shi Ronlian was still in shock. What was even more shocked was Yun Tian beside him, who opened his mouth wide and was unable to speak. After a while, she finally recovered and quickly called her father. "What did you say? Did Yun Tianyi really get the Dewan Group project?" "Yes. And it's a project in Yunding Mountain." "How is this possible?" Yun Ruohai's face was full of disbelief. Uncle Sen even called Grandma. "No, I have to discuss this with your uncle." Yun Ruohai took his son and immediately ran to Yun Ruoqing's residence. As soon as he entered the door, he said directly, "Brother, I have great news." "I already know." Yun Ruoqing said, "Mom just told me. Now our Yun family is saved." Yun Ruohai said excitedly. "Humph, there is hope, but my position is no longer secure." Yun Ruoqing couldn't laugh at all. "I don't know how she got the Yundingshan project. It's unbelievable." Yun Ruoqing looked unwilling. Does the Yun family really want him to be the boss in the future? Yun Tianxiao came over pushing a wheelchair. "Dad, I heard that Jing Dewan of Dewan Group and his son are playboys and play with women everywhere. I'm afraid Yun Tianyi was able to get the contract. Yun Rulang also said, I didn't expect that she usually pretends to be pure, but in fact she is a fickle woman. These are not important things. What's important is that she will become the helmsman of the Yun Group. Yun Ruoken said loudly. Everyone was gloomy. Even though the company was saved, they couldn't be happy. After a while, Yun Tianxiao said coldly, Dad, why don't we take this contract away? What's the meaning? Didn't you just say that Yun Tianyi only signed a letter of intent with Dewan Group, and hasn't signed a formal contract yet? That's right. Then we will go ahead and sign a formal contract with Dewan Group tomorrow. Then it will be our achievement and it will have nothing to do with Yun Tianyi. But will Yun Ruocheng let it go? Why do we care what they do? As long as we have the formal contract, no matter how much they say, no matter how angry they are, it's useless. Yun Tianxiao smiled even more, even Grandma would have to admit that it was our credit. Yun Tianlang nodded, Brother Tianxiao is right. Whoever gets the formal contract will have reached a cooperation agreement with Dewan Group. Yun Ruoken and Yun Ruahai looked at each other and saw smiles in each other's eyes. Yes, your idea is very good. Yun Ruoken's face was cold, she wants to take my position, Yun Tianyi is wishful thinking. Dad, you have to go to Dewan Company early tomorrow morning and make sure to sign the contract in front of Yun Tianyi. Don't worry, I'll drive to the Dewan Group building and wait for you tomorrow morning. Haha, I'll see how arrogant Yun Tianyi can be then. Yun Ruahai also smiled. Killing two birds with one stone. The company has turned from danger to safety, and at the same time, Yun Ruocheng has been driven away. It's really wonderful. Yun Ruoken became happier the more he thought about it. The next day, before dawn, Yun Ruoken drove to the gate of Dewan Group. I took a nap in the car and the sky gradually brightened. Jing Dewan also got up very early because he had to sign a contract with the Yun Group today and there could be no room for any mistakes, so he had to go to the company early and wait. Yun Ruoken noticed it as soon as the car arrived at the company. After Jing Dewan entered the company, Yun Ruoken followed him in. Mr. Zheng. Yun Ruoken shouted. Jing Dewan turned around and looked over, wondering, who are you? Boss Zheng, I'm Yun Ruoken from the Yun Group. Yun Group. Jing Dewan's face suddenly changed. Now the Yun Group is like the boss to him, and no one dares to offend them. If you have anything to say, let's go to the office and talk. Good. After entering the office, the secretary poured 2 cups of tea and stood upright by the side. Jing Dewan looked at Yun Ruoken and said, I wonder why Mr. Yun came so early. Is there something urgent? Isn't today the day to sign the formal contract? I want to sign the contract early so that we can start construction as soon as possible. Jing Dewan frowned and said, shouldn't Miss Yun Tianyi from your company sign the formal contract? This contract is so big, of course I, as the president, should sign it. Seeing Jing Dewan's unhappy face, Yun Ruoken quickly said, Tianyi is a very good child, and I am her uncle. Jing Dewan nodded without any doubt. Okay, let's sign it now. Okay. The secretary brought the contract, and the two signed their names and then exchanged them. The Hentang Mountain project has been officially delivered to the Yun Group. Yun Ruoken's face was filled with excitement, and even his hands were shaking. Even though he had been the president of the Yun Group for 3 years, this was the first time he signed such a large project. Thank you, Mr. Zheng. Yun Ruoken shook hands with Jing Dewan with great trepidation. Jing Dewan smiled and said, Mr. Yun is too modest. I hope you can say a few more good words in front of the god of war. Yun Ruoken was stunned for a moment. He didn't know who the god of war was. After all, he didn't go to the summit that day. But he still nodded and said, sure. Yun Ruoken walked out of Dewan Group, carefully put the contract into his briefcase, and then got into the car. He was so happy that he couldn't help singing a little tune. Mr. Yun, where are we going now? Asked the driver. Go to the ancestral home. After signing the contract, I naturally have to take it to Shi Ronlian and let her look at it, and then the matter will be considered completed. At this time, Yun Tianyi had just got up, washed, had breakfast, and went to Dewan Group with Su Zhe. When they arrived at the company, Yun Tianyi walked in alone. Compared to yesterday's nervousness, today is much better. I look calm and not panicked at all. Arriving at the office, Yun Tianyi met Jing Dewan and said straight to the point, "Mr. Zheng, I'm here to sign a formal contract." Jing Dewan frowned and said, "Hasn't the contract been signed?" Yun Tianyi was stunned and said hurriedly, "Didn't President Zheng say that the contract would be signed today? I just got here." "No, Mr. Yun from your company has already come to sign the contract." "Yun Ruokan." Yun Tianyi's face changed. "Yeah, I was a little confused before why it wasn't you who came, but he said he was the president, so I didn't think much about it." "You're all family, right?" Yun Tianyi's face turned ugly. He knew without thinking that Yun Ruokan had got there first. It's not Jing Dewan's fault for this. If anyone should be blamed, it's Yun Ruocheng. He was too happy and told Shi Ranlian the news, and then Yun Ruokan and the others found out. Yun Tianyi was in a state of confusion. She knew of course that Yun Ruokan had taken the lead just to grab the credit. At that time, all the credit will belong to Yun Ruokan, and the position of the helmsman of the Yun family will not change. Yun Tianyi hurriedly left the office. Back in the car, Suze said, "So fast." Yun Tianyi said hurriedly, "It was not signed." Failed to sign. Anger appeared on Suze's face. How dare Jing Dewan disobey the words of the god of war? "No, it was my uncle who came to sign the contract early in the morning." Yun Ruokan. "Yes, he definitely wanted to take all the credit. I guess he's probably gone to his grandmother's place now." As soon as Yun Tianyi finished speaking, his cell phone rang. It was Yun Ruocheng calling. "Tianyi, Grandma said everyone should go to her place. She has something important to discuss." "Dad, something happened here." "What is it?" "My uncle signed the contract before me." "Ah." Yun Ruocheng's face changed. After all, he was an old hand and knew what this meant. How could he do this? It's so shameless. Yun Ruocheng was extremely angry. After a while, he blamed himself again. "This is all my fault. I leaked the news." "Dad, don't blame yourself yet. Let's go to Grandma first and talk to her. She will definitely do justice." "Good." Suze drove directly to the Yun family's old house. At this moment, Shi Ranlian was sitting in the first seat, Yun Ruokan and Yun Ruohai were sitting next to him, and the younger generations of the Yun family were standing. Yun Ruocheng and Yun Tianyi entered the old house together. When Yun Ruocheng saw the Yun family members in the living room, especially Yun Ruokan, anger immediately appeared on his face. "Brother, did you sign the contract?" Yun Ruocheng remained calm. Yun Ruokan nodded and said, "Yes, I went to sign the contract, but I didn't expect you to know about it." "You guys." Yun Ruocheng's face was filled with anger. "You guys are too shameless." Yun Ruokan immediately said, "What do you mean by shameless? You signed the contract first, just to grab the credit for Tianyi's work." Yun Ruokan shook his head and said, "You think too much. We allow you to find ways and discuss cooperation, but we can't let us work hard as well." Yun Ruohai also said, "Don't think you are so capable, as if the Yun group will not be able to survive without your family." Yun Tianxiao smiled and said, "Uncle San, you are trying hard to negotiate cooperation and help the company overcome the crisis. We are also working hard. To be honest, I also talked to the president of Dewan Group yesterday." Shi Ranlian was becoming more and more disgusted with Suze. He had no ability at all, but always looked so arrogant. What's the use of having such a useless grandson-in-law? He does not benefit the family at all, but the disadvantages are obvious. Yun Tianxiao's eyes lit up. "Grandma, you are right, then Suze can't stay." "Yes, he is the one who made our Yun family a laughingstock, and Sister Tianyi was also dragged down by him." Yun Tian added fuel to the fire. Sister Tianyi used to be such an outstanding person. She was the most beautiful woman in Rongcheng and the most talented woman in Rongcheng. But now, Yun Tianlang sighed. 3 words can make a tiger, and Shi Ranlian's dislike for Suze turned into hatred. Yun Ruokan said at this moment, "Mom, it is right to let Tianyi get a divorce. I think it would be better to match Tianyi with the young master of Dewan Group." Yes, if we can form an alliance with the Dewan group, we will be able to lean on a big tree and enjoy the shade in the future. Yun Ruahai's eyes also lit up. Let's talk about this later. The most important thing for you now is to complete the Yundingshan project. There can't be any mistakes. Mom, don't worry, I will supervise it personally. Yun Ruokan said. Yun Ruahai also hurriedly said, I live in the project department. Okay, let's all go. Shi Ranlian stood up and walked towards the inner room. On the other side, Su Zhe and Yun Tianyi left the old house. Inside the car, everyone was silent, and Yun Ruoqing's face was even gloomy. The atmosphere was very depressing. It's all my fault. Yun Ruoqing slapped himself. Yun Tianyi hurriedly said, Dad, don't be like this. I didn't expect them to be so mean. It's terrible. What should I do with the loan? Tianxi is going to study abroad soon. Kai Lanfen said with a bitter face. She no longer blamed Su Zhe, because there was no use blaming Su Zhe, and she didn't dare to do so anyway. Yun Tianyi frowned and took out a card from her bag. Mom, I still have 200,000 yuan in this card, you can use it first. This is the money Yun Tianyi has saved in the past 2 years. Although he is the director of surgery at the second hospital, Yun Tianyi has no other income and relies entirely on the hospital salary. Sometimes when he encounters patients in need, he has to pay for them out of his own pocket, so he doesn't have much money. Su Zhe, however, had a calm expression and said, Don't worry, they are jumping happily now, but they will fall hard later. What do you mean? Yun Tianyi asked blankly. Within 3 days, they will come to us and beg us for help. Not only Yun Tianyi was confused, but even Yun Ruoqing and Kai Lanfen were puzzled. What nonsense are you talking about? Kai Lanfen said dissatisfiedly, It's already this time, and you're still laughing. Don't worry, I'll take care of everything. Although she didn't know what Su Zhe was up to, Yun Tianyi felt at ease when she heard these words, just like when she listened to a lullaby when she was a child. After driving back home, Su Zhe ran to the kitchen to busy himself, and Yun Tianyi couldn't help at all. To be honest, Yun Tianyi basically didn't cook because she was busy at the hospital, and when she was a child, she had everything she wanted. It can be said that she doesn't even know how to cook now, and even scrambled eggs are burnt. The table was filled with rich dishes that were colorful, fragrant and delicious. Even Yun Ruoqing couldn't help but praise them. I have to say, although Su Zhe has no other skills, his cooking skills are pretty good. Yun Ruoqing took a bite and a smile appeared on his face. Kai Lanfen curled her lips and said, What's the point of being a good cook, being a house husband? Mom, Su Zhe can still find a job as a chef outside. Chef. Kai Lanfen said with a straight face, How much can a chef earn in a month? Mom, don't underestimate the chefs. The salaries of hotel chefs and even famous chefs are not low. He's also a famous chef. He's probably several levels lower than me. Su Zhe didn't say anything. Just kidding, he is a world chef certified by Michelin and can cook delicacies from all over the world with ease. Once, a Middle Eastern prince invited him to prepare a Western meal and asked for 30 million yuan, but Su Zhe asked for 100 million yuan to come and play eagle with him. In the past few years, Su Zhe has grown not only in martial arts but also in various skills. It can be said that he has learned all 360 trades. After dinner, Su Zhe left the Yun family on the pretext of something. He took out his phone and called Pajuan, while giving him some instructions. In the afternoon, Yun Ruokan and Yun Ruahai hurried to Yunding Mountain to investigate the scene. Brother, Yunding Mountain is a really good place to build a villa. Of course. This piece of land was once coveted by many people. Yun Ruokan looked around and thought, it would be great if he had this piece of land. Have the people from the survey and measurement teams arrived? Anytime. Okay, get it done in 2 days, and build it as quickly as possible while ensuring quality and quantity. Yun Ruokan waved his hand with a feeling of swallowing up mountains and rivers. Brother, don't worry. I put my life and property in your hands. If anything goes wrong, I will bring my head to you. Yun Ruahai issued a military order. This project concerns the life and death of the Yun family, so naturally we have to take it seriously. The survey team went directly to Hentang Mountain and began the survey. This is the first step. A project begins by studying the material and topography of the land, and even whether there are any unmovable objects underground. The second step is the work of the surveying team, who measure the coordinates, make drawings, and then the designers start designing. The final step is construction. The surveying team was working in full swing and everyone was very motivated because the boss had said that if the project was completed well, they would get double the bonus. However, a group of people suddenly appeared in the construction site, and they were all from the Dewan group. "What are you doing?" the leader shouted. Yun Ruahai hurriedly stepped forward and handed over the Dachungjio. But the man didn't answer at all, and his face was still unfriendly. Yun Ruahai explained, "We are from the Yun group. We have already signed a contract with the Dewan group and are starting construction now." "Construction? What kind of construction? How come I didn't know you signed a contract?" "This is our contract." Yun Ruahai took out the contract. The men didn't even look at it and said, "I didn't receive a call from the boss, so you can't do the construction." "You." Yun Ruahai was angry, "You will be held responsible for this." "Responsibility, believe it or not, I will beat you to a pulp." Yun Ruakan also walked over at this moment and took out his phone. "Stop arguing. I'll call President Zheng now." When the call was connected, Yun Ruakan said with a smile, "Mr. Zheng, I'm so sorry, I have something that I need you to solve." "What is it?" "Your people won't let us start the Yundingshan project." "Start work?" Zheng Dewan asked coldly, "What work?" Yun Ruakan's expression changed, and he hurriedly asked, "Now that we have signed the contract, do we have to start work?" "Oh, that contract is void." "What?" Yun Ruakan's face changed drastically, and his phone almost fell to the ground. Yun Ruakan said confidently, "I tried every possible way, spent all my words, and even almost knelt down, before Mr. Zheng of Dewan Group agreed to give the Yundingshan project to our Yun Group." "Bullshit, this was clearly the project that Tianyi got." Yun Ruacheng was furious. Even though he is a coward in normal times and cannot compete with Yun Ruakan and Yun Ruahai for anything, it is difficult for anyone to accept this situation. Kai Lanfan also said anxiously, "You are obviously talking nonsense and trying to take credit for my Tianyi's work." Yun Tianyi was so angry that she was shaking all over. She had never thought that her uncle would do such a thing for the sake of credit and profit. "Enough!" Shi Ranlian shouted at this moment. Everyone kept their mouths shut. Shi Ranlian was the boss in this family. Because the largest shareholder of the Yun Group is Shi Ranlian, as long as there is no change, the entire Yun family has to listen to her. "Every time I come here you guys are always noisy, can you please be quiet for a while?" "Mom, I came here to give you good news, but someone is jealous and insists that I am taking all the credit," Yun Ruakan said meaningfully. "Show me the contract." Yun Ruakan quickly handed over the contract. Shi Ranlian read it carefully, and a smile appeared on her face when she finished reading it. God bless our Yun family. She didn't sleep at all last night, and the tremendous stress caused her hair to turn a lot whiter. The Yun Group is the hard work of the Yun family. If it really fails in her hands, then she will be a sinner. "Mom, you should make the decision on this matter," Yun Ruakan said. Shi Ranlian glanced at everyone in the Yun family and said in a deep voice, "As your elder, I always hope that you can live in harmony. Can you please not quarrel when encountering any problems?" "Grandma, we're not the ones quarreling. Someone is slandering us. They can't ask us to keep silent." Yun Tian curled her lips. "What did I say yesterday?" Shi Ranlian asked. Yun Tianxiao hurriedly said, "Grandma, you made a bet with Su Zhe yesterday. If you can get the contract, you will let him go and let Yun Tianyi be the head of the group." Shi Ranlian nodded and looked at Yun Tianyi. "The contract is in the boss's hands now, which means you haven't fulfilled the agreement." Yun Tianyi's face changed, and she said hurriedly, "Grandma, it's obviously my uncle who got there first. We have already signed the letter of intent." "I don't look at any letter of intent. I only look at the real contract. It says Mr. Zheng from Dewan Group. Whoever is written on it is the one who signed it." It was obvious that Shi Ranlian intended to favor Yun Ruakan. Shi Ranlian made yesterday's bet purely out of desperation and didn't hold out much hope at all. But even though they really cooperated and handed over the Yun group to Yun Tianyi, she was still unwilling. Fortunately, Yun Ruoken was smart and intercepted the opportunity to get the official contract. Yun Tianyi wanted to speak more, but was stopped by Su Zhe. Su Zhe looked at Shi Ranlian and said, "According to you, all the credit belongs to Yun Ruoken." "Of course it belongs to my father. Do you think the president of Dewan Group can give you face?" Yun Tianxiao said disdainfully. "Why don't you take a look at yourself? You are an unemployed vagrant and you want to cooperate with Dewan Group." Yun Tianlang also laughed. Su Zhe's face turned cold and he looked at Shi Ranlian, waiting for the result. This time, Ruokuan has made an invaluable contribution in helping the group overcome the crisis. The position of president is still yours. To reward you, the annual dividend will be doubled. Yun Ruoken and his family immediately expressed their gratitude, overjoyed. At the same time, Yun Ruoken said, "The second brother also contributed a lot. Well, the annual dividend will also increase by 5 million. Yun Ruohai's face was filled with joy and he quickly expressed his gratitude. As for Yun Ruching's family, no one mentioned them, as if they were heir. However, Shi Ranlian looked at Yun Ruoching and said, "Although Tianyi didn't get the contract, she did her best. Your family's merits and demerits offset each other. Ruoching should continue to work in the company in the future." Yun Ruoching couldn't be happy. His daughter could have become the helmsman and the president of Yun Group, but in the end, she got nothing and ended up becoming a dowry for others. She knew that it was useless to make a fuss because the name on the official contract was Yun Ruoken's and it could not be changed at all. Yun Tianyi also understood that even if she was unwilling, she had no choice but to accept the reality. But Yun Ruoken and the others were still not satisfied. Yun Ruohai said, "Mom, I'm afraid it's not appropriate to resume my position now." "What's wrong?" "Although we have cooperated with the Dewan Group, it is only the Dewan Group. If the third brother resumes his position, it will definitely anger the Baoqian Group even more." Shi Ranlian frowned. Yun Ruohai's words made sense. "In that case, Ruoching should not go to work for the time being. Let's wait until our contract with Dewan Group is completed before we talk about it." "That's great." Yun Ruoching opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but he felt powerless. "If I can't work, I will have no income and the crisis at home will still exist. You are brothers after all, do you have to take things to the extreme?" Kai Lanfen couldn't help but say. "Aunt San, what you said is not right." Yun Tianxiao said, "We are obviously helping you. Do you really want the Qian family to retaliate against you to feel comfortable?" Kai Lanfen was completely speechless at this remark. "Okay, it's decided. Let's all go," Shi Ranlian said and walked out of the living room. "Mom, it's such a happy event, let's celebrate it and get rid of the bad luck," Yun Ruoken suggested. Yun Ruohai also nodded and said, "Yes, we should celebrate. I hope the Yun Group will get better and better." "Well, let's celebrate. I'll go book a hotel. Ruoching, you and your family can stay as well," Yun Ruoken said with a smile. Su Zhe looked at everyone in the Yun family, and they couldn't hide the smiles on their faces. He comforted Yun Tianyi for a few words, and then said, "Since you have decided this, I don't want to say anything more, but..." "Just what?" Yun Ruoken looked at Su Zhe with disdain. "Just don't regret it later." "Regret?" Yun Tianxiao laughed. Yun Tian curled his lips, "It's obvious that you are still jealous of your father. Alas, he is good for nothing and always thinks that others are the same as him. No wonder people call him a waste." Yun Tianlang teased. Su Zhe grabbed his collar and said coldly, "Say it again if you dare." Su Zhe didn't care before, but now he cares very much, because Yun Tianyi said that she didn't want to hear the word waste again. Yun Tianlang was so frightened that he didn't dare to say a word. "Su Zhe, let him go." Yun Tianyi said, "Let's go back." Su Zhe threw Yun Tianlang to the ground, then left with Yun Tianyi and others. "Mom, you see, it's really shameful that such a person can become a member of our Yun family." Shi Ranlian also said angrily, "Tianyi and Su Zhe must divorce." "Mr. Zheng, you are so humorous, I was shocked." After being shocked, Yun Ruoken smiled, thinking that Zheng Dewan was joking with him. Zheng Dewan said coldly, who is kidding you? The contract is invalid. Didn't you see the email my secretary sent you? Yun Ruokan quickly asked the secretary beside him to check the company mailbox, and sure enough, there was a new email. Contract termination letter. These big words appeared in Yun Ruokan's eyes. Yun Ruokan was struck by a bolt from the blue. He staggered and fell to the ground. Yun Ruohai hurriedly stepped forward to help him up, then took the phone and said, "Boss Zheng, this is an agreed cooperation. Why are you terminating the contract for no reason?" This made Yun Ruohai and Yun Ruokan completely confused, because this was the life-saving contract of the Yun Group. For this purpose, the Yun family is preparing to hold a celebration banquet in the evening. If Shi Ranlian knew about this, she would have a heart attack. Zheng Dewan said indifferently, "We did sign a contract before, but my company checked your company's qualifications and your company cannot undertake the Yundingshan project." How is this possible? We have all the qualifications. We can undertake projects worth 1 billion, not to mention 500 million. I've said what I need to say. I'm a little busy now, so I won't say any more. Zheng Dewan was about to hang up the phone. But Yun Ruokan was unwilling to give in, so he snatched the phone and said, "Boss Zheng, you can't do this." "What's wrong with me?" Zheng Dewan was a little angry. "Our Yun Group depends on this project. You can't take advantage of our misfortune." "Humph." Zheng Dewan said coldly, "You were the one who cooperated with me in the beginning. What's the meaning? I'm glad I didn't hold you responsible for deceiving me. The person I was working with was Miss Yun Tianyi." After Zheng Dewan finished speaking, he hung up the phone. Of course Zheng Dewan was angry. He thought that as long as he did what Suze asked, he would be fine. But at noon he received a call from Longquan Group, and Pajuan scolded him harshly. There was no threat that the Dewan Group could be shut down within 3 days. Zheng Dewan's face turned green with fright and he quickly apologized. "Finally, I asked the reason and found out that the problem was in the signing of the contract. The only remedy is to cancel the contract and sign a new Yundingshan project cooperation contract with Yun Tianyi." At the Hentang mountain construction site, Yun Ruokan had a look of despair on his face, with his legs kneeling on the ground, in stark contrast to his previous high-spirited self. "God is going to destroy my Yun family." Yun Ruokan roared miserably. Yun Ruohai also looked distraught, with his shoulders hunched. The two stayed there for the whole afternoon until dark. Neither of them dared to answer the phone calls from Shi Ranlian or home. This made Shi Ranlian think that something had happened to her 2 sons, so she sent people everywhere to look for them, and finally found them. "Something happened to Ruokan and Ruohai. You didn't even answer my calls." Shi Ranlian had an angry look on her face. Yun Ruohai looked at Shi Ranlian in despair, and finally couldn't help crying. This shocked the Yun family and they didn't know what was going on. "What's going on? Speak." Shi Ranlian said in a cold voice. Yun Ruokan said, "It's over, everything is over." "What's over?" "Hentang Mountain Project." Shi Ranlian was shocked and almost fell down. "What's going on?" "The Dewan Group unilaterally broke the contract and stopped cooperating with us." "What?" Shi Ranlian was struck by lightning. Not only her, but other members of the Yun family also changed their expressions. Yun Tianxiao even stood up and said with great pain, "How is this possible? Why did you suddenly break the contract?" "Yes, we have signed a contract. If they breach the contract, we can sue Dewan Group." Yun Tian said in a tone that sounded very familiar with the law. "How can I sue? The contract states that I can cancel it. The most they can do is to pursue our losses for the labor costs on the site. But that's not a lot of money." Yun Ruohai felt hopeless. After all, it was a contract that was requested, so the content of the contract is naturally dominated by the Dewan Group. Something must have happened. Shi Ranlian frowned. "Did the Dewan Group tell us the reason?" Yun Ruokan thought for a moment and said, "Boss Zheng blamed me, saying that the person I cooperated with at the beginning was not me, but Tianyi." "Tianyi?" Shi Ranlian frowned even more. She understood that this was the problem. It is very likely that the Dewan Group broke the contract because it was not happy that the person signing the cooperation agreement was Yun Ruokan. But this doesn't make sense. How could Amir Yuntiani have such great abilities that the Dewan group values him so much? Seeing Shi Ranlian frowning, Yun Ruokan and others became even more panicked. Mom, what should we do? If this goes on, our Yun family will really be finished. Yun Ruahai shouted. Don't worry. Shi Ranlian said with a serious face, the problem in this matter lies with Tiani. Yun Tiani. Everyone was stunned. That's right. Shi Ranlian stood up. We still underestimated Tiani's importance. She was the one who got the Yundingshan project, and she must have paid a price. What does she have that would make the Dewan group value her? Yun Tianlang said disdainfully. Call Mr. Zheng from Dewan group and I'll ask him. Yun Ruokan quickly dialed Zheng Dewan's number. Didn't I tell you before? Why are you calling? Zheng Dewan said angrily. Boss Zheng, I'm Shi Ranlian from the Yun group, and I want to apologize to you. When he heard it was Shi Ranlian, Zheng Dewan's expression eased a little. After all, he knew her. Boss Shi, this matter is very simple. If the Yun group still wants to cooperate with our Dewan group, then let Yun Tiani come. I only recognize her. After saying that, Zheng Dewan hung up the phone. The whole room was silent, and everyone had a gloomy face. Why is that? Yun Tianlang couldn't help but yelled, how could Yun Tiani be so capable that President Zheng specifically asked for her by name? Yun Tianxiao thought for a moment and said, she wouldn't betray her looks, would she? Yun Tian nodded, that must be the case, otherwise how could someone like Zheng Dewan value her? That's enough. Shi Ranlian shouted, the most important thing now is to resume cooperation with Dewan group. Nothing else matters. Shi Ranlian is very clear-headed and knows that she must resume cooperation with the Dewan group, otherwise the Yun group will not survive. Yun Ruokan also nodded and said, Mom is right, but this is not easy to do. Yes, we mocked her family before, stole her credit, and even prevented the third child from returning to work in the company. Yun Ruahai's voice became smaller and smaller. Everyone was frowning, and only then did they realize what it meant to suffer the consequences of one's own actions. You are the ones who caused this incident, so you should solve it yourselves. Shi Ranlian was also very angry. She also regretted why she didn't seek justice. To put it bluntly, she was also wrong in this matter, being too partial to her eldest and second sons. After Shi Ranlian left, only the two families of Yun Ruokan and Yun Ruahai were left in the room. The eldest brother looked at the second brother, and the second brother looked at the eldest brother. What should we do? Yun Ruahai asked again. Yun Ruokan lit a cigarette and took a deep puff. This is not an easy thing to handle. Yun Ruokan's wife Yang Shuili said on the side. Yes, we offended Yun Ruching's family so much before, they will definitely ignore us. Yun Ruahai's wife Zhou Yang also said. Yun Ruokan crushed his cigarette in the ashtray, looked at everyone present and said, there is no other way to deal with this matter. Everyone was silent because Yun Ruokan was telling the truth. Yun Tianxiao opened his mouth but did not speak. Yun Ruokan looked at Yun Tianxiao and said, son, this matter still depends on you. Depend on me? Yun Tianxiao pointed at himself, how can I do it? You go to the third brother's house and ask Yun Tiani to forgive us, so that we can continue to cooperate with Dewan group. I can't do it. Yun Tianxiao waved his hands quickly. A man can't say no. Yun Tianlang interrupted. Don't interrupt. Zhou Yang pushed his son. Dad, you know that Yun Tiani and I have always been at odds. I used to be sarcastic to her in various ways. There is no way she would forgive me. Yun Ruokan looked at his son and said, you were very smart before, why are you so stupid now? What do you mean? Yun Tianxiao was puzzled. Yun Ruoching and the others definitely don't know about this. I think they are still sulking at home. Brother is right. They must still be angry that we stole their credit. Yun Ruahai frowned. Yun Tianxiao's face suddenly turned bitter, then it's useless for me to go. I'm afraid they won't open the door for me. No, just tell them that your second uncle and I, considering the relationship between brothers, overcame all objections and persuaded Mom to let him return to the company. Yun Tianquan said with a smile, he will definitely be very happy, and I'm afraid he will even treat you as a guest of honor. Brother, this is a good idea. You can take the opportunity to let Yun Tianyi sign the contract. Then we can give it to Mr. Zheng of Dewan Group and continue our cooperation. Yun Ruohai knew Yun Ruokan's idea. That's right. Yun Ruokan lit another cigarette. Will this work? Yun Tianxiao was worried. It will definitely work, but we must block the news. We can't let them know that we were forced to beg them, and we can't let them know that President Zheng of Dewan Group wants to see Yun Tianyi. Yun Tianxiao nodded. There was no other way but to give it a try. Then I'll go tomorrow. Good. The next day, Yun Tianxiao got up early in the morning. With the help of Yun Ruokan, he drove to Yun Ruocheng's home. Outside the community, Yun Tianxiao got out of the car early, leaning on a cane and holding a gift box in his hand, and walked into the community. The security guard knew Yun Tianxiao because he used to come to Yun Ruocheng's house often. Entering the community, Yun Tianxiao came to Yun Ruocheng's home with ease. After ringing the doorbell, Yun Tianxiao waited patiently. Tianyi, there's someone at the door, go and take a look. Kai Lanfen said from upstairs. Yun Tianyi hummed and ran to open the door. When he saw that it was Yun Tianxiao, Yun Tianyi's face suddenly showed anger. What are you doing here? Sister Tianyi, can't I come to see you? Yun Tianxiao tried hard to force a smile on his face. In the past 3 years, it can be said that Yun Tianyi has never seen Yun Tianxiao smiling, especially when facing her. But she didn't want to see Yun Tianxiao now. She must have come to their house to mock them. Bang. Yun Tianyi closed the door directly. Yun Tianxiao was disappointed. He had expected this result a long time ago. In desperation, Yun Tianxiao rang the doorbell again. Tianyi, who is it? Still ringing the doorbell. Kai Lanfen asked again. No one, just the neighbor's dog ran over. It's really annoying. The dog is running over here. Kai Lanfen walked down. Mom, don't worry about it. The dog will go away naturally in a while. The doorbell kept ringing and Kai Lanfen couldn't ignore it. She opened the door and saw that it was Yun Tianxiao, and her face immediately showed displeasure. Tianxiao, what are you doing here? Aunt San, these are the nutritional supplements I brought for you. Yun Tianxiao was very enthusiastic. Kai Lanfen couldn't laugh and said coldly, you are here to see the joke, right? We don't welcome you. After saying that, he was about to close the door. Yun Tianxiao hurriedly said, Third aunt, you misunderstood, I am here to bring you good news. I'm giving you a head, get out of here. Yun Tianyi could no longer bear it. Their family is in such a state, yet they still come to mock them. If Yun Tianyi hadn't endured it, her size 38 shoes would probably have been imprinted on Yun Tianxiao's face. It's true. I'm not lying to you. Yun Tianxiao said hurriedly, after my father and second uncle's efforts, they talked their mouths off in front of Grandma, and Grandma finally agreed to let third uncle continue to serve. Really? Kai Lanfen's face was full of disbelief. Of course it's true. Is this a joke? Yun Tianxiao said, besides, my dad does feel a little sorry for Tianyi. After all, Tianyi has put in so much effort before. Yun Ruocheng was upstairs and heard everything. He was very angry at first, but when he heard that his position was reinstated, he was immediately overjoyed. He walked down, looked at Yun Tianxiao and said, Have you really reinstated my position? Of course it's true, and Grandma also said that considering Tianyi's contribution, her salary will be increased by 200,000 yuan. Not only Yun Ruocheng, but also Kai Lanfen looked surprised. What was originally on the verge of famine has now suddenly become moderately prosperous. Hey, Tianxiao, come in and sit down. What else did you bring? Kai Lanfen's expression changed immediately and she was extremely enthusiastic. But Yun Tianyi couldn't be happy. She always felt that something was wrong. Are Yun Ruokan and Yun Ruohai really that kind-hearted? Didn't they insist on suspending their father from his job? Even if he was reinstated, it wouldn't be Yun Tianxiao's turn to notify him, let alone be a happy notification. This doesn't make any sense at all. Suze walked out of the kitchen at this moment. Seeing that Yun Tianyi was unhappy, he asked, What's wrong? Yun Tianxiao is here. I said they would come. But I feel something is wrong. Yun Tianyi frowned. Of course it's wrong. Listen to me and drive him away directly. No mercy. Really drive them away. Of course, think about how he treated you in the past 3 years. Hearing this, Yun Tianyi's eyes turned red and she ran downstairs immediately. She threw the gift box given by Yun Tianxiao directly out of the house, then grabbed Yun Tianxiao's collar and dragged him out. Yun Tianxiao, you are not welcome in our home, get out. After closing the door, Yun Tianyi felt extremely relaxed, more comfortable than ever before. But Yun Ruoqing and Kai Lanfen were dumbfounded. Why were they kicked out such a distinguished guest? Kai Lanfen looked at Yun Tianyi. Tianyi, what are you doing? Yun Ruoqing said angrily, Tianxiao came to tell me the good news, how could you kick him out? Although Tianxiao was a bad person in the past and always opposed you, he was not wrong this time, Kai Lanfen also said. Yun Tianyi looked at the two of them with anger in her eyes. You can't judge a person's heart by his appearance. How could he be so kind as to send good news? Tianyi, this person will always change. Kai Lanfen wanted to open the door but was stopped by Yun Tianyi. Don't open the door for him. Have you forgotten how they fought over the contract? After these words were spoken, Yun Ruoqing and Kai Lanfen were speechless for a moment. Yun Tianyi was right. They had just snatched the contract and had Yun Ruoqing suspended from his job, and it was Yun Ruoqing and his men who had interfered. But now he comes to report the good news, which makes no connection at all. Yun Ruoqing frowned, looked at Yun Tianyi and said, so what do you mean? This is obviously a weasel paying New Year's greetings to a chicken, with no good intentions. Yun Tianyi was still angry. The fact that he can come to our door means that the sun has risen from the west. The only explanation is that he must have something to ask of us. What did he ask us for? Yun Ruoqing asked puzzledly. I don't know either, but he definitely has bad intentions. Even if Grandma wants to reinstate you, wouldn't it be enough to just make a phone call? Why would Yun Tianxiao come here for no reason? Yun Ruoqing also lowered his head in deep thought, and the more he thought about it, the more he felt something was wrong. After a while, Yun Ruoqing said, Tianyi is right. Tianxiao can't come to us for no reason. Kai Lanfen said, let's open the door and let him in. I want to see what he is up to. Yun Tianyi thought about it and stopping him. Yun Tianxiao was standing outside the house, as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. When he saw the door open, he couldn't help but explain in a hurry. Uncle San, I really just came here to announce the good news. Tianxiao, we wrongly blamed you just now, come in quickly. Yun Tianxiao entered the house. Yun Ruoqing's family remained silent, waiting for Yun Tianxiao to speak. The atmosphere in the room was very awkward, and Yun Tianxiao's expression was very unnatural. After a while, he had to speak up, Uncle San, I have a contract here and I need Tianyi to sign it. Contract? Yun Ruoqing looked at Yun Tianxiao, what contract? The previous letter of intent has been cancelled. Yun Tianxiao pretended to be calm and said, after all, the formal contract has been signed, so the letter of intent is useless. Then it's useless. Why bother signing the cancellation contract? Yun Tianyi asked. I don't know about this. I'm just doing it for the sake of convenience. Yun Ruoqing snorted, then said, show me the contract. Yun Tianxiao handed over the contract. Fortunately, he had already prepared for this and did not get a real cooperation contract. This is just written casually. As long as Yun Tianyi signs on it, just keep the signed page. The secretary took a lot of effort to make the last page almost the same as the cooperation contract. Yun Ruoqing looked at it carefully but didn't see any clues. At this time, Suze came over. Let me see. Suze took a look at the contract and said with a smile, Yun Tianxiao, this is probably not a cancellation of the contract, isn't this the signing contract for the Yundingshan project? Yun Tianxiao's face turned cold, and he said with anger, you don't understand the contract, don't talk nonsense. Oh, really? Suze smiled, I heard that Dewan Group doesn't seem to cooperate with you. You. Yun Tianxiao was shocked, but said angrily, how could you have heard such bad news? Not only did I know that Dewan Group terminated the cooperation, but also said that if we want to continue the cooperation, Tianyi must go. Yun Tianxiao's face suddenly changed and he looked at Suze for a long time without saying a word. If you want Tianyi to sign the contract, ask your father Yun Ruoqin to come. After all, he stole the credit for Tianyi's work. After saying that, Suze directly kicked Yun Tianxiao out of the Yun family, and the crutch was also thrown out by Suze. Yun Tianyi's family was a little surprised and looked at Suze. Suze hurriedly explained, I just learned about it too. It seems that the God of War knows about this and is very angry. God of War. Yun Tianyi was a little shocked that the God of War could still care about her affairs. The God of War said that the favor of Rongqing Xiaojiu must be repaid. Ha ha ha. Yun Ruoqing laughed loudly, God is really helping us. Let's see how they can still be so arrogant. Yun Ruoqing also knew the root of the matter. Without Yun Tianyi signing the contract, it would be impossible for the Yun Group to cooperate with the Dewan Group. On the other side, Yun Tianxiao returned home covered in dust and dirt. Yun Ruoqin looked at him expectantly and said, How is it, son? Yun Tianxiao said with a bitter face, Dad, we've been exposed. They all know about it. What? Yun Ruoqin's face changed. Did you let them know? No, how could I be that stupid? I don't know where they got the information from. Yun Tianxiao looked helpless. Isn't that the end? Yun Ruoqin sat down on the sofa. That loser Suze said he wants Tianyi to sign a contract, but he wants you to go. I'm going. Yun Ruoqin's face sulked, I'm the president of Yun Group after all. Wouldn't it be a complete disgrace if I went? But if you don't go, that bitch Yun Tianyi won't agree to sign the contract, and then our Yun Group will go bankrupt. Yun Tianxiao's face was full of anxiety. Yun Ruoqin was smoking a cigarette with a serious expression on his face. How about letting your second uncle go? He still couldn't afford to lose face. After all, he was the one who stole the credit from Yun Tianyi. It would be so embarrassing to go to her house and ask for reconciliation now. It's probably useless if second uncle goes. That idiot specifically asked you to go. Suze, Suze. Yun Ruoqin was furious, it must be this jerk who ruined our plans. I'm also very curious. How did he know this when he's just an unemployed vagrant? One of us must have secretly told him. Who could that be? Yun Tianxiao guessed, could it be second uncle and the others? That's impossible. It could be the survey and measurement teams. Then fire them immediately. At this time, people are in a panic and we cannot fire them. So what should we do? Yun Ruoqin crushed the cigarette butt and said with a cold look in his eyes, forget it, I'll go for a walk. How about I go with you? Yun Tianxiao said. That's good too. With more people, we can be more prepared when the time comes. Yun Ruoqin had no choice but to bite the bullet and ask for forgiveness. But he felt very uneasy because he no longer had any initiative and everything was in Yun Tianyi's hands. At that time, no matter what request Yun Tianyi made, he would not be able to refuse, because what he was most worried about was his own position. In fact, he knew very well in his heart that once he went to Yun Ruoqing's house, his position as the CEO would definitely be gone. But he had to go, otherwise the Yun Group would be finished. After weighing the pros and cons, Yun Ruoqin decided to consider the overall situation. Besides, it is impossible for him to give up the position of president just like that. After all, he has been in this position for so many years. Can Yun Tianyi, that little girl, stay in power and keep it stable? There is still a long life ahead and there are plenty of ways. In the afternoon, Yun Ruoqin drove with Yun Tianxiao to Yun Ruoqing's home. Seeing his elder brother coming, Yun Ruoqing still opened the door. Ruoqing. Yun Ruoqin walked into the room and held Yun Ruoqing's hands tightly. My second brother and I have been tossing and turning these days, and even had trouble sleeping at night. Yun Ruoqin's face was full of affection. Yun Ruoqing looked indifferent and didn't say anything. What we did before was wrong, and we admit our mistakes. Yun Ruoqing said excitedly, is it useful to admit your mistakes? So I came here in person to apologize, and I hope you and Tianyi can forgive us. Impossible, you should go back and stop bothering us. This matter ends here. I am sincere. I really hope Tianyi can go back and take charge of the situation. We have already seen clearly that the Yun Group has no destiny with us. I also plan to apply for a job tomorrow. The Yun Group is yours now. You can do whatever you want with it. These words made Yun Rukin very anxious. Uncle San, my dad really knows he was wrong, so he came to apologize. My dad is willing to give up the position of president of Yun Group. Yun Tianxiao said from the side. Are you willing to give it up? Yun Ruoqing was a little surprised. Yes, this is what Tianyi deserves. I am the one who got in the way. Yun Ruoqing said seriously, as long as we can continue to cooperate with Dewan Group and prevent Yun Group from going bankrupt, anyone can be the president. Yun Ruoqing was a little shaken. What he said just now was just angry words. Who doesn't want to be the president? But he was still a little wary, thinking that Yun Ruoqing would not be so honest. Seeing that Yun Ruoqing was still not in high spirits, Yun Ruoqing could only use his ultimate move. Third brother, Mom is already 70 years old. When she heard that Dewan Group was terminating its cooperation with us, she almost had a heart attack. She cried all day and said she was sorry to Dad. She wanted to go and apologize to him. Yun Ruoqing's face changed, and he asked hurriedly, "How is Mom now?" "I'm in a very bad state and very sad. The only way now is to resume cooperation so that my mother's condition can get better." Yun Ruoqing suddenly became anxious and went upstairs without thinking about anything else. After a while, Yun Tianyi and Su Zhe came down. When he saw Yun Tianyi, Yun Ruoqing immediately showed remorse. "Tianyi, I am sorry for you. You hit me and scolded me. Please save the Yun Group." Yun Tianyi said coldly, "Uncle, you did this before. The Yun Group has nothing to do with my family anymore." "Tianyi, your grandma is in tears." Yun Ruoqing played the emotional card again. That was her own choice. What Yun Tianyi said was true. On that day in the old house, it was Shi Ranlian who favored Yun Ruoqing and Yun Ruohai and allowed them to snatch the contract. "Yun Tianyi, are you really so cruel that you don't want to save the Yun Group?" Yun Tianxiao couldn't help but said angrily. Su Zhe stood up at this moment, looked at the two of them and said, "You can save the Yun Group, but there is a condition." "What conditions?" Yun Ruoqing asked. "Kneel down and apologize to Tianyi." Su Zhe's voice was cold. "If you dare to bully your wife, you will naturally have to pay a price." Considering that they were members of the Yun family, Su Zhe had already shown some leniency. If it were anyone else, they would have been killed long ago. But when Yun Ruoqing heard this, his face suddenly turned gloomy. Yun Tianxiao was even more furious. "Who do you think you are? You want my dad to kneel down?" Su Zhe looked at Yun Tianxiao, and a cold light flashed, which scared Yun Tianxiao. "Kneel or get out." Even Yun Ruoqing and his wife were stunned by Su Zhe's words. Kneeling was too serious. But Yun Tianyi didn't say anything. Although kneeling was an insult to a person, what happened before was an insult to her. Yun Ruoqing's face turned pale as he looked at Yun Tianyi. "Tianyi, tell me, can you bear it if I kneel down?" Yun Tianyi said coldly, "You kneel down to apologize to me and my parents, it has nothing to do with seniority." Hearing this, Yun Ruoqing's face became even angrier. If he hadn't been at his wit's end, he would have slammed the door and left. "Tianyi, why don't you just forget it? Your uncle has already agreed to let you be the president of the company." Yun Ruoqing advised. "Impossible." Yun Tianyi insisted. After a few seconds of stalemate, Yun Ruoqing bent his legs and knelt down. A real man can bend and stretch, this is what Yun Ruoqing thinks, he will definitely repay all of this double. Seeing Yun Ruoqing kneeling, the anger on Yun Tianyi's face slowly dissipated, and then he said coldly, "I will take care of the cooperation, you guys go." Yun Ruoqing stood up, and then left with Yun Tianxiao without looking back. "Su Zhe, please go with me." "Good." Yun Tianyi and I arrived at Dewan Group. Yun Tianyi got out of the car and walked towards Dewan Company. Jing Dewan greeted them personally at the door, as enthusiastic as a KTV doorman. "Miss Tianyi, you are here." Jing Dewan had a respectful look on his face, and especially when he saw Su Zhe, he felt a little trembling in his heart. Yun Tianyi said quickly, "Boss Jing went out to greet me, it really embarrassed me. No, no, it's my honor to work with such an outstanding person like Miss Tianyi. Zheng Dewan asked his secretary to bring the contract over. Miss Tianyi, this is the contract. After signing this contract, the Yunningshan project will still be undertaken by your Yun Group. Also, to express my regret, I will give up 20 million yuan in profit. Mr. Zheng is so polite. It's you who helped our Yun Group get through this difficult time. We can't thank you enough. It's a mutual benefit, a win-win situation. At the same time, Zheng Dewan also said, Miss Tianyi is so outstanding, and she can have such an outstanding husband. It is really a match made in heaven. Yun Tianyi smiled awkwardly and said nothing. The person who mainly helped her in this matter was the god of war, but of course Suzai also contributed some effort. But it has nothing to do with excellence. After all, Suzai doesn't even have a job now. The contract was signed, both parties exchanged it, and everything was completed. After saying goodbye to Zheng Dewan, Yun Tianyi returned to the car with an involuntary smile on her face. Seeing Yun Tianyi smile, Suzai couldn't help but smile as well. Suzai asked, "Is it finished?" Congratulations, President Yun. Please help me in the future. You can even let me be your driver or something. Don't be so sarcastic. A private driver costs several thousand yuan a month. I can't afford it. You are the CEO now. I never said I wanted to be the CEO. Yun Tianyi has no interest in being a CEO. She still likes her job, saving lives and helping the wounded. Don't you want to be the president of Yun Group? Suzai was a little surprised. I'm not interested. What's so good about being a CEO? That's much more profitable than being a doctor, and it's not as tiring. Although I haven't been a doctor for long, I have a special feeling for this profession. What feelings? You don't need to know. Yun Tianyi glanced at Suzai. Don't treat me as your wife. We still have 18 days to get divorced. Isn't it extended for a month? Cancelled. Suzai suddenly became unhappy. When they returned to the Yun family, Kai Lanfen had already prepared delicious wine and food at home. Yun Ruoqing also had a rosy face and looked extremely nervous. Tianyi, how is it? Yun Ruoqing asked. It went very smoothly. That's good. Thank you, God of War. Yun Ruoqing also went to find out, but he didn't find any information at all. He just heard from people around him that it was a myth, an existence that even soldiers were in awe of. Well, he is the benefactor of our family and even the Yun family. When mentioning the God of War, Yun Tianyi's eyes showed a hint of awe, curiosity, and even some longing. But she knew that the difference between her and the God of War was as huge as the difference between heaven and earth, just like the difference between a star and his female fans. Suzai has made a great contribution this time. Yun Tianyi glanced at Suzai and smiled. Suzai smiled and said, I don't have any credit. Of course you didn't do anything. All the credit belongs to the God of War. You just ran errands at most. Kai Lanfen said with a dark face, your engagement will end in 18 days. Then you can go to the Civil Affairs Bureau. Kai Lanfen would never let Suzai really become her son-in-law, because Suzai had no money, no job, and had even beaten her. She only needs to endure for 18 days, and then she can drive Suzai away. Mom, I'm so happy about this. Please don't mention other things. Yun Tianyi frowned and said. Okay, go get the food yourself. It's been so long since I came back, and I haven't found a job yet. Suzai sat on the chair, crossed his legs, looked at Kai Lanfen and said, I didn't hear what you said clearly. You. Kai Lanfen was about to yell, but when she saw Suzai's unfriendly look, she immediately changed her words, I'll get you some food. That's more like it. Suzai laughed. Are you kidding? If a God of War cannot even deal with a mother-in-law, what kind of God of War is he? Yun Tianyi was a little amused but not angry. She knew her mother very well and knew that she needed treatment, otherwise she would have to think about blind dates for her again. Yun Ruoqing was so envious that the meat on his chopsticks fell to the ground. Are your hands clumsy? There's dirt all over the floor. Kai Lanfen had just found a way to vent her anger, so Yun Ruoqing naturally became her punching bag. Yun Ruocheng could only say honestly, I'll wipe it off later. Useless thing, I must have been blind to marry you in the first place. After dinner, Yun Tianyi sat next to Yun Ruocheng and said, Dad, you can take the position of the company president. What? Yun Ruocheng was shocked. I'm not interested in the president, I'd rather take my scalpel. Yun Ruocheng was so excited that his face almost broke from smiling. Okay, I will definitely be a good president. You are the leader. Kai Lanfan came over, Tianyi, you can't joke around. I'm not kidding, I'm serious. How can your father do that? I can do it. Yun Ruocheng said with his neck stiff. You're useless. You can't even make any money as a deputy manager. Kai Lanfan became even angrier. Yun Ruocheng was suddenly speechless. I don't want to be the president anyway. If you don't want Dad to go, then let Suze go. Kai Lanfan said seriously, your father should go for this. I think he can do it. Yun Ruocheng suddenly felt like a liberated serf singing. I will be the CEO from now on, so please be polite to me and serve me dinner in the evening. Is your knee skin itchy? Kai Lanfan widened her eyes. Yun Ruocheng became obedient and begged for mercy. Suze finally understood that Yun Ruocheng was a real coward and was extremely afraid of his wife. The next day, Yun Ruocheng got up early in the morning, put on the precious suit that he had been reluctant to wear, and dressed up, looking quite presentable. I'm going to work. Yun Ruocheng greeted and walked out of the house. Dad, you don't want to eat breakfast. Yun Tianyi came out of the kitchen, Suze made pasta. No more. It's my first day at work, and I'm the president, so of course I have to go early. Yun Ruocheng's heart was beating very fast along the way. He was too excited. For so many years, he had been suppressed by his eldest and second brothers, but now he finally turned the tables. Haha, God has a vision. I, Yun Ruocheng, have come to this day. Yun Ruocheng arrived at the company building and couldn't help laughing when looking at the company building. After all, I am the president now. I have to ask the company to provide me with a car and a private driver. Yun Ruocheng said this and walked into the building. As soon as he entered the door, the building security came over and stopped him. You are not allowed to go in. The security guard said coldly. Yun Ruocheng frowned and said, Do you know who I am? Of course I know. You are the former deputy manager Yun. The company has already made a rule that you cannot even set foot in the company. The security guard's voice was still cold. Yun Ruocheng said angrily, I am not the same person I used to be. I don't care whether you were there before or now. If the president gives an order, I have to execute it. When the girls at the front desk saw this, they started talking about it. Isn't that deputy manager Yun? How pitiful. He can't even enter his own company. As for family struggles, it's better for us to say less. What are you afraid of? The company is about to go bankrupt. Yun Ruocheng wanted to force his way in, but he was no match for the security guard as their physical fitness was simply not on the same level. After being pushed, he staggered and fell to the ground. How dare you push me? Yun Ruocheng didn't expect to be treated like this on his first day at work, and he was furious. At this time, Tang Duqiang walked out of the building and happened to run into Yun Ruocheng. Oh, isn't this deputy manager Yun? Why is he lying on the ground? Tang Duqiang said with a smile. It's none of your business. Yun Ruocheng said in a bad tone. Tang Duqiang laughed and said, Oh, how pitiful. Now that he has lost his position, he can't even enter the building. Tang Duqiang, just because of what you said, I will fire you now. Fire me, you must have taken the wrong medicine. Tang Duqiang took out several hundred yuan from his pocket and said, Come on, I'll give you a few hundred yuan, go to the hospital and you don't have to pay it back. Tang Duqiang obviously thought that Yun Ruocheng couldn't bear the blow and had psychological problems. Yun Ruocheng was so angry that his face turned red. He got up from the ground and patted the dust off his body. You two don't have to come to work tomorrow. After saying that, Yun Ruocheng walked inside again. But the security guard stopped him again. At this time, Yun Ruocheng also walked towards the building. What happened? It's so disrespectful to make a scene at the door. Yun Ruokan looked stern. Seeing Yun Ruokan, the security guard immediately said respectfully, "President," he insisted on forcing his way in. "President, you should take your brother to the hospital. I'm afraid he can't bear the shock and has psychological problems." Yun Ruokan looked at Yun Ruching. In the past, he would have scolded him. But today is different from the past. Yun Ruokan is no longer the president of Yun Group. "Ruoching, why are you here instead of staying at home?" "Of course I come here to work." Yun Ruoching looked proud. "Didn't you say you wanted to rest at home for a few days?" Yun Ruokan asked doubtfully. "Besides, you should go to the branch office for work." "Brother, I'll tell you the truth. Tianyi has given me the position of president. I am now fully responsible for handling affairs on her behalf." Yun Ruokan frowned. Although he found it hard to accept, he had no other choice. For others, they are father and daughter, so either one of them can be the president, but this is not good news for Yun Ruokan. Dealing with Yun Tianyi would be much easier, but dealing with Yun Ruching was not that easy. Before Yun Ruokan could speak, Tang Daqiang next to him started laughing. "Ha ha ha, I'm dying of laughter, ha ha ha." Tang Daqiang held his stomach, it hurt from laughing so hard. The security guard also smiled and said, "It's really crazy." Yun Ruoching said angrily, "What are you laughing at? Look at this appointment document." Yun Ruoching threw the document in Tang Daqiang's face. Tang Daqiang didn't even look at him, he just looked at Yun Ruokan and said, "Boss Yun, do you want me to ask someone to send him to the hospital?" Yun Ruokan said angrily, "He is the new president of Yun Group." Tang Daqiang continued to laugh and said, "Boss Yun, don't joke with me. I'm not kidding. The company's board of directors will also talk about this today." Tang Daqiang's face suddenly changed. He looked at Yun Ruoching and knelt down. "Boss Yun, I was just joking just now, don't take it seriously." Yun Ruoching said disdainfully, "Kneeling is useless, go pack up and leave." "Boss Yun, I have old people and young children to take care of." Ha ha. Yun Ruoching didn't show any sign of being moved. In the past few years, he has been suppressed by Tang Daqiang in every way, so much so that he is scolded by Kai Lanfen every day when he returns home. He has always remembered this grudge. "And you, the security guard?" Yun Ruoching looked at the security guard. The security guard had a look of despair on his face and stammered, unable to speak. "No need to fire him." "Ah." The security guard was stunned, somewhat confused. "Well done. Keep doing this in the future and fulfill your duties." The security guard was almost moved to tears and immediately saluted Yun Ruoching. "Don't worry, Mr. Yun, I will do my duty." "Brother, why are you here in the company?" Yun Ruoching asked at this time. "I'm here to hold a shareholders' meeting. I won't open today. Go back and have a few days rest. I'll take care of the company's affairs." This, without informing the other directors. They already knew it, so why bother? The most important thing now is the Hentang Mountain project. Then I'll help you. After all, you just became the president and you are not familiar with many things. I'm very familiar with it, so you don't have to worry. Go back. Under Yun Ruoching's insistence, Yun Ruokan had no choice but to leave. Seeing Yun Ruokan leave, Yun Ruching also went straight into the company. In the huge chairman's office, Yun Ruoching sat on a leather chair, feeling very happy. With this environment and this chair, no wonder so many people want to sit here. As soon as Yun Ruoching sat down, he called his subordinates. Xiao Wang, who has been following him to do things. Of course he didn't trust other people in the company, so he transferred Xiao Wang over to be his personal secretary. Xiao Wang arrived at the office and stood straight. He used to be a soldier and had a decent education, but he was just a bit straightforward. "Xiao Wang, you are now my personal secretary, and your salary will increase tenfold." Xiao Wang said excitedly, "Thank you, Brother Yun." "Hey, you have to call me Mr. Yun from now on." At last, Yun Ruoching added, "You can call me Brother Yun in private." "Good. Now I need to check the company's account books. Go call all the accountants and get all the account books. Also, go find a few accountants outside. I need to know all the company's accounts." "Okay, I'll do it right away." Xiao Wang was very efficient. In just a short while, he found the people he needed. At the same time, all the company's account books were placed on the work table, a whole pile of them. These are the company's account books for the past 5 years. None of the books from 5 years ago were taken. There was no need to do that 5 years ago. At that time, the company was under the old man's control. Yun Ruocheng looked at the account books and said, "Check them all carefully. Don't miss a single cent." Good. The accountants we hired started checking everything. The company's accountants all looked unhappy. You are all veteran employees of the company. I don't think there should be any mistakes in the account books. I can certainly forgive minor mistakes, but if there are major mistakes, you know what the consequences will be. Yun Ruocheng looked at these accountants with a hint of coldness in his eyes. The accountants' bodies were trembling slightly, but none of them spoke a word. After all, someone had warned them in advance that if they dared to speak carelessly, they would be in trouble. The account books were checked for an entire afternoon, and several accountants were so exhausted that they finally finished checking everything. "Mr. Yun, this is what the accountants checked." Xiao Wang handed over the account book. Yun Ruocheng took a look and immediately frowned. So much difference. Well, the difference in the amount is huge. Xiao Wang didn't expect this either. Yun Ruocheng actually knew that there must be a gap, but he didn't expect that his elder brother had lost so much of the company's assets in the past few years. He was too cruel. Let them go to the finance department to collect the money, and tell them to keep their mouths shut. Yes. After sending away the hired accountant, Yun Ruocheng looked at the company's accountant. "Tell me about it, or go to the police station and tell them." The accountants' faces turned pale with fear, and one of them said quickly, "Boss Yun, this really has nothing to do with us. We are also following Boss Kuen's arrangements." "Nonsense." Yun Ruocheng said angrily, "What does this have to do with my elder brother? It was obviously your own fault." The accountants were all stunned. Some of them didn't understand what Yun Ruocheng meant and wanted to explain. "Stop talking. Fine me 1 month's salary. If the company's account book is wrong again, you'll be fired." "Thank you, Mr. Yun." Several accountants were relieved. After the accountants left, Yun Ruocheng's face turned ugly. He looked at the account book and his hands were shaking. 200 million. This was an astronomical figure for him. He works diligently in the company, but his monthly salary is only 10,000 yuan, and his annual dividend is only 200,000 yuan. But his elder brother took advantage of his position to embezzle 200 million from the company. This does not include the amount that has not been recorded in the account books. No wonder Yun Ruochen's villa is worth tens of millions and Yun Tianxiao can buy luxury cars worth millions. Thinking of this, Yun Ruocheng became very angry and wanted to call Shi Ranlian immediately and tell her everything. But Yun Ruocheng thought about it and realized that his mother had always favored the eldest and the second son. Even if she believed the account books he checked, she probably would not punish them. Yun Ruocheng felt a headache. If the 200 million was used to develop the company, the Yun family would no longer be a second-rate family. They would probably have already become a first-rate family. Because the past few years were the golden age of real estate, the prices of land and houses skyrocketed, in some places they doubled or tripled. Even if you used 200 million to buy a piece of land 3 years ago, you could have made at least 200 to 300 million. On the surface, the Yun Group can earn 200 million every year, which sounds like a large amount, but that is only the gross income. The actual profit is only around 100 million at most, and dividends have to be shared with shareholders and executives, so there won't be much money left. It can be said that the current crisis facing the Yun Group is not simply an external man-made disaster, but also caused by internal termites. "Xiao Wang, how do you think I should deal with this matter?" Yun Ruocheng looked at Xiao Wang and asked. Xiao Wang said without hesitation, "Call the police, or make them spit it out." He is a straightforward person and doesn't think too much. Yun Ruocheng shook his head and said, "If we do this, the company will face a new crisis, and our Yun family will probably not be able to live in peace." Yun Ruocheng is not stupid, on the contrary he is very smart, but he is weak in character and not strong in character. Keep this matter strictly confidential and don't let anyone know. Yes. Yun Ruocheng still planned not to expose this matter for the time being, put it aside, and complete the Hentang Mountain project first. On the other side, Suze and Yun Tianyi ate pasta and left home. Yun Tianyi took the car keys and planned to drive to work. But there was something wrong with the car. This Volkswagen has been driven for more than 10 years, and there have been a lot of problems recently. Yun Tianyi frowned. I could only contact the repair company and take a taxi to the hospital. Suze saw all of this. How can my wife drive this broken car? I have to buy a new one. During this period, Yun Tianyi's family also discussed buying a car, but the budget was insufficient, and besides, such a big thing happened recently, so they didn't talk about it. However, every time Yun Tianyi talked about buying a car, she would mention the BMW X1 from time to time. She likes this car very much. The price of X1 is at most 300,000 yuan, which is very suitable for a well-off family as a means of transportation. The white one is very suitable for girls to drive. Suze had nothing to do, so he took a taxi and went directly to the 4S store. As soon as I arrived at the 4S store, the receptionist came over. Sir, are you here to look at the car? Suze nodded and walked in. Sir, this is a catalog of all the brands and models in our store. You can take a look. The receptionist took Suze to the reception room and poured him a cup of tea. I'll ask our salesperson to serve you. Thanks. The attitude of the front desk clerk was quite good. In Suze's eyes, people in the 4S shop were all looking down on others, but he didn't expect there would be any exceptions. Just as I was thinking about it, the salesperson came over. She was a woman in her 20s with average looks. Excuse me, are you looking to buy a car? The salesperson's voice was a little cold. Suze nodded and replied, Yes, I want to see your BMW X1. X1, you are kidding. The salesperson looked disdainful. Because Suze's clothes are too ordinary, it can be said that his clothes and pants are all unknown brands, probably bought from street stalls. How could he afford a BMW? Although it is just an X1, it costs 270,000 or 280,000 yuan, which is not something that people of this level can afford. The salesperson has met all kinds of people, and she can tell at a glance whether a person has money or not. She immediately concluded that Suze was a poor guy, probably earning only 3 or 4,000 yuan a month. There is nothing wrong with having a low income, but it is wrong to embarrass yourself. We don't have it. The salesperson said coldly. No. Suze frowned. I see you have several more on display. I'm sorry, really not. That's a shame. Suze shook his head. Then take me to see X7. What? The salesperson didn't hear clearly. Does the X7 come in white? You are making fun of me, the salesperson said dissatisfiedly. I don't have time to chat with you. I have several customers waiting for me. Don't worry, I won't take up too much of your time. Don't you understand what I'm saying? You're a loser, and you still want to buy X7. I don't even want you to see X1. The salesman folded his arms with a look of disdain. Suze finally understood. It turned out that it was not that they didn't have a car, but that they thought they couldn't afford it. The 4S store was indeed a 4S store. How do you know I can't afford it? Suze was not angry. Don't you even look at what you're wearing? Although Suze looks very handsome, his handsomeness can only attract little girls, not her. As a salesperson, she only knew rich people and only served rich people. What's wrong with my clothes? Is it dirty or has a hole in it? Suze did not wear luxury goods, because people of his status did not care about these things at all, as long as they were clean and tidy. Okay, I can take you to see the car. If you can't pay later, I'll make you pay, the salesperson said half-threateningly. You don't have to take me to see the car. With your attitude, just let your manager come. Suze naturally did not have a good temper, and he concealed some of his evil intentions when he returned to the city. If he were in the border area, he would probably be unable to speak to such a person now. You still want to meet our manager? You are really shameless. The salesperson was even more contemptuous. Stop talking nonsense. Suze didn't want to say another word to the salesperson. Okay, I'll let the manager come. Our manager is harder to talk to than me. The salesperson called his manager. After a while, a man in a festive suit came over. Shaoli, what do you want to ask me? Manager, this man insisted on going to see the BMW X7. How could he possibly afford it? I was afraid of dirtying the car, so I told him I didn't have one, but he wouldn't give in and insisted that you come. The manager nodded, his face suddenly full of contempt. Sir, I can take you to see the car, but what if you can't pay? Suze looked at the manager and said, what do you think I'll do if you can't pay? You said you are a poor loser, the manager said coldly. After all, everyone who comes here is a customer. Customers can look at cars, but they don't have to buy them. There is no logic that they have to buy them after just looking at them. So the manager couldn't do anything to Suze, he could only make a bet with him so that he could laugh at him later. What if I can afford the money? Suze asked. You are the only one who can afford the money, are you kidding me? The manager's face was full of scorn. He had met countless people, including many wealthy ones. Even though the rich guys don't dress well, at least their clothes are expensive. As for other people, it is impossible for them to be like Suze, wearing cheap goods to buy a BMW X7. It can be said that this is the first time he has encountered such a situation. Suze didn't say anything. The manager smiled and said, okay, if you can take it out, I will recognize you as my father. Sure. Suze smiled, it would be nice to have an older son. He stood up, dusted himself off, and said, take me to see the car. Walk. The manager and the salesperson took Susie to the car showroom. There are all kinds of cars here, which are specially displayed for buyers to see. There are also cars in the garage for buyers to test drive. The X7 is right there, and there's a white one too. Suze walked over, took a look, and nodded slightly. It was okay, but it still felt a little inappropriate for a girl to drive it. However, the X1 is indeed a bit low class. It is normal for his woman to drive an X7, and Suze is not short of money at all. He sat in the driver's seat and felt the performance. It was pretty good, but he didn't know whether Tianyi liked it or not. But Suze still planned to buy it, and just throw it away if he didn't like it. What's the matter? The manager asked with a smile. The salesperson next to him said disdainfully, they will definitely say it's not suitable, they don't like it, haha. Suze shook his head and said, let's take this one. Haha, you're still pretending. Take out the money. The manager sneered. Just as Suze was about to take the money, the person who was watching the car came over. Is this a BMW X7? A girl asked. The girl holding her arm was Yun Tian, who replied, yes, the salesperson just said it would cost about 1.2 million. Oh, I wish I had that much money. Yun Tian's best friend sighed. Why don't you just marry a rich husband? It's not that easy to find. With your looks, it won't be hard to find a husband who drives an X7. I still envy you. You were born into a good family. I heard that your father bought you $1 million sports car last month. It's just a crappy sports car. I originally wanted a Ferrari F8. Oh, it's really frustrating to compare yourself with others. The two of them walked over while talking. Isn't that Suze? Yun Tian's best friend was a little surprised. Yun Tian frowned and said, why is this loser here? Is he here to apply for a sales position? Yun Tian walked over, looked at Suze and said coldly, Suze, I didn't expect you to be here too. Suze nodded and said nothing. What are you doing here? Are you here to apply for a job? Yun Tian sneered. Her best friend also laughed and said, of course, you didn't come here to apply for a job. Are you really going to buy a car? That's not necessarily true. My brother-in-law has been a soldier for 2 years. He might have hundreds of thousands of dollars. He can still afford a low-end car. Yes, I'm here to buy a car. Suze replied. The manager next to him taunted, you know each other, this customer is here to buy a BMW X7. The salesperson also said, I'm sorry for neglecting you just now. It's mainly because he wasted your time. BMW X7. Yun Tian's smile became more and more obvious. With his net worth, he still wants to buy a X7. It's hard to even buy a wheel. Finally, Yun Tian looked at Suze and said, you didn't steal my sister's money, did you? How could I steal money? Suze was a little angry. You're the only one who can afford the X7 without stealing any money. I don't think you can even afford the X1. You two ladies, you don't know that he is acting like a wealthy man and even made a bet with us. Oh, what bet did you make? Yun Tian was a little curious. I told him that if he couldn't come up with the money, he should say he was a loser. He is a waste. Don't you know that? He is very famous in Jiangzhou. Yun Tian said with a smile. Is that so? Then I am at a loss. The manager also laughed. But Suze didn't laugh. He looked at Yun Tian and said, I'll forgive you this time because you're a woman. If you dare to call me a waste again next time, I don't mind letting you stay in the hospital for a few days like Yun Tianxiao. Faced with Suze's threat, Yun Tian suddenly stopped laughing. She knew how powerful Suze was, so she tactfully shut her mouth. But the manager on the side spoke up. My dear customer, if you like this BMW X7, then please pay for it. The tone of his voice was full of contempt and sarcasm, as if he was waiting for Suze to say that he had no money and then call him a waste. The salesperson also said, yes, so that I can help you with the contract and transfer of ownership. At this time, Suze's cell phone rang. I'm going to take a call. The four of them all looked at him with disdain, believing that Suze was just stalling for time and was afraid of making a fool of himself. However, Yun Tian stood in the aisle and did not let Suze go out. She wanted to embarrass Suze. After all, Suze had made her family and Yun Ruiken's family embarrassed a lot in the previous few times. Things change over time, and she didn't believe that Suze would be so lucky this time. The call was from Pajuan. Pajuan, what's the matter? Suze walked to the side, naturally not wanting Yun Tian and the others to hear it. Boss, the governor of the Northwest sent me an email saying that things in the Northwest have been a bit unsettled lately. I thought it was a big deal. You can just let Wu Chu handle it. I have already asked Wu Chu to go. I told you about this. Pajuan said with a smile. I'll hang up if there's nothing else. I'm at a 4S store buying a car. Good. After hanging up the phone, Suze walked over. Have you finished your call? Take out the money. The salesperson said immediately. The manager smiled even more. It's okay if you can't pay, just say you are a loser. Who said I couldn't come up with the money? Suze took out a card from his pocket and threw it to the salesperson. The salesperson didn't catch it and the card fell to the ground. Don't dirty my card, or you won't be able to pay for it. The salesperson picked up the card and was about to speak, but was startled by the pattern on the card. There is a soaring dragon pattern on the card. This card is the Supreme Dragon card. The Supreme Dragon card is a card that can only be owned by a deposit of at least 100 million. It is much more noble than any VIP card. Anyone who can own this kind of card is certainly not an ordinary person. He is definitely a big shot in the business world and very rich.